Chapter 1. Seize the opportunity to transcend. Atop the mountain peak. I have told you there is none. Come to me when I am dead. Crack. Oh, what the hell? The sound of shattering rocks beneath him coincided with a terrified scream. As Wang Hao felt his body lighten, his view of the azure sky and white clouds instantaneously engulfed by swirling mist, he, along with the offending fragment of stone beneath his feet, plummeted into a chasm. Splash! A frigid sensation enveloped his entire being, as briny seawater surged violently into his nostrils and mouth. Help! I can't swim. Panic-stricken, Wang Hao flailed instinctively, his phone clutched tightly in hand, refusing to sink into the depths of the cerulean sea, a quintessential case of preferring to avoid social death, at the very least clearing one's data. Look, someone is drowning over there. A clear voice called out. A group of girls, their sun-kissed skin and slightly worn clothing, glanced up from their search for shells along the shore, spotting the struggling figure on the water surface. They hurriedly waded into the surf, working together to drag the flailing individual toward the shore. Hey, who are you? One girl, sun-kissed and possessing bright eyes and a radiant smile, gasped as she brought Wang Hao to a spot where the water barely reached his calves, regarding him with puzzled curiosity. The water's not deep, you could just stand up. Coughing and sputtering, Wang Hao's feet finally found the solid sand, allowing him to regain his balance, wiping the seawater from his face and breathing heavily in shock. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Wang Hao, where is this place? As gratitude escaped his lips, his gaze was ensnared by a sight on the distant sea, freezing him in place. An enormous vessel, colossal as a mountain range, lay anchored in the distance. The size of the ship was beyond imagination, measuring at least 10,000 meters, crowned by a towering obelisk that shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, a creation unlike any known to Blue Star. What a Ford-class aircraft carrier paled in comparison to this monumental warship, minuscule like a mere pebble at his feet. How magnificent! Wang Hao murmured to himself, his mind blank save for that single word. After the initial shock, an unbidden thought surged forth. If I had such a ship, I could host feasts daily like my fellow villagers, reveling in performances by troops. How exhilarating that would be. He nearly drooled at the thought. Don't you know? The girl who saved him noticed his bewildered expression, her gaze growing more curious. That is the transport of Miss Helena, the 10,086th heir to the Duke of Star Sand. Ever since her arrival, she has brought new hope to our white sand island. Yesterday, the Coastal Patrol notified us that even those of us from this impoverished district can claim a gift of the Sacred Empire's Awakening Elixir tomorrow. At the mention of the Awakening Elixir, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in the girl's eyes. Yet, Wang Hao's thoughts lingered on the title of the 10,086th heir. He inwardly gasped, good heavens, their offspring number over 10,000. This duke must be extraordinarily prolific, his mind racing with incredulity, the young woman observed. Wang Hao's perplexed expression, clearly indicating his unfamiliarity with both the Blue Rose and the Spirit Awakening Elixir. She regarded him with a curious gaze, but upon noticing his pristine skin and handsome appearance, though slightly inferior to that of the reader, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. It was rare to encounter such a clean man in this area, where most bore the sun-kissed marks of salt from the sea and the lingering odor of fish. Suddenly, she seemed to recollect something, hastily wiping her cheeks and sniffing her clothes, detecting a faint fishy scent. In this region, men of such refreshing demeanor were indeed a rarity. Instinctively, she raised her hand to brush the sand off her face and subtly inhaled the unavoidable hint of brine that clung to her. In a hushed tone, she muttered, "You surely haven't lost your mind, have you? I've heard that some people forget everything after drowning." Lost my mind? Forgotten? Wang Hao felt a jolt. Indeed, this was a fortuitous excuse. Having inexplicably fallen from mountaintop into this strange place, he knew nothing about it, was unable to swim, and was drooling over that giant ship. He certainly appeared as an anomaly. Rather than laboriously explaining a seemingly insane theory about falling from a mountaintop, he decided to go with the flow. Wang Hao immediately feigned anger in his rebuttal, yet his eyes betrayed a fitting expression of confusion and bewilderment, as if he were straining to recall something. You're the one who's lost your mind. You little girl aren't lacking in charm, but you've certainly got a big mouth, he retorted. The girl's delicate features were striking, Her large, expressive eyes appeared almost animated, and it was evident that she was well-nourished, her skin, sun-kissed to a golden hue, hinted at the porcelain beneath her tattered clothing. With a little care, she could undoubtedly rival the beauty of a campus belle. Ha! Are you feeling wrong now? Fine, I concede. Enough already. Wang Hao had no choice but to admit defeat, as the mindset of a modern man dictated that yielding to a young woman was a fundamental courtesy among most men of the Xia dynasty. Chuckle. Humph. Seeing as it wasn't intentional, I forgive you. Emily Xiaoyu, just call me Xiaoyu. Are you here looking for food too? If you're in search of provisions, you'd best gather what you can in the next few days. Once the blue rose departs, this beach will become quite perilous. Noting Li Xiaoyu's earnestness, Wang Hao, a newcomer amidst the warmth of her enthusiasm, could only nod in agreement. Follow me. Since you can't swim, let's head over to those rocky shores. Gathering shells and seaweed should be manageable. As he trailed behind the girl, he marveled at her petite frame, which surprisingly bore a large wooden bucket nearly half a meter tall, indicating her strength surpassed his own. Several girls of similar age walked ahead, chatting amongst themselves, and Wang Hao overheard multiple instances of them jesting about his supposed mental lapse, unable to discern his location and lacking swimming skills. Some even turned back, casting sympathetic glances in his direction. Having never visited the seaside before, Wang Hao was captivated by the novelty of his surroundings, frequently stealing glances at the imposing vessel. Upon encountering several young girls ahead, they occasionally wielded their wooden shovels to sift through the sand, unearthing fist-sized sea conchs one after another. Intrigued, Wang Hao began to scrutinize the beach with great care. How would one even find them? Wasn't it all the same? Merely sand, pebbles, and sporadic fragments of seashells. Hey, you can't possibly be so inept as to not know how to find food, can you? Where do you hail from? Li Xiaoyu, noticing Wang Hao's bewilderment as he surveyed the beach, immediately took it upon herself to impart the secrets of locating such sea conchs and shells. Fortune favored the diligent soon enough. Wang Hao spotted a small bulge, beneath which lay a thumb-sized hole. Yes, there's something there. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily crouched down to excavate. Before long, he had unearthed a pit, revealing a snow-white, intricately patterned shell that was, astonishingly, the size of a fist. He had never seen anything so large and was just about to reach out for it. Be careful. No sooner had the warning been issued than the shell erupted, spraying a jet of water that struck him squarely on the forehead. Crouching on the ground, Wang Hao was instantly knocked back, landing on his rear with his legs in the air. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, his mind spun, and a sharp pain radiated from his forehead, akin to being struck with a hammer, perhaps a concussion. Damn, can seafood really hit back? He retreated a few steps, cautiously observing the large shell that had just assaulted him. I told you to be careful. Why are you so reckless? Did you not realize it could strike? Li Xiaoyu approached and casually scooped it up, placing it into her bucket. Wait, is it normal for it to attack? Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively responded, It appears you truly know nothing. Didn't you just get hit? Li Xiaoyu regarded him with a compassionate gaze and continued, We're merely fortunate today. Typically, this beach harbors far more formidable marine creatures, almost monstrous. We would not dare come here when that massive ship is around. The fearsome sea monsters have retreated into the depths, leaving only the ordinary behind. With a bit of caution, one can collect quite a haul. Look, when you turn the shovel, it doesn't strike back, and this shell can only spray water once. Wang Hao watched as she skillfully used the shovel to excavate the sand, effortlessly creating a dent from the water spouted by the shell, which she easily collected in her bucket. That he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Impressive. It seemed that the first step to surviving in this world was to learn to respect the local seafood and, perhaps, to maintain this persona of a forgetful individual with a waterlogged brain. Rubbing his forehead, he chuckled inwardly, feeling a sense of relief. At the very least, this girl named Li Xiaoyu appeared kind-hearted, a fine guide, and perhaps, well, the next opportunity for a free meal. Noticing Wang Hao's lack of initiative and skills, Li Xiaoyu called for him to follow closely behind her. A few individuals ventured to the rocky shore where the slick stones were, adorned with oysters and palm-sized shells of mollusks. Wang Hao, having learned to respect the ocean's bounty, was cautious, aware that any creature might suddenly become aggressive. Clusters of deep green, elongated plants hung from the rocks, resembling kelp but with a rougher texture. This is seaweed we rely on gathering it for sustenance, though it is not always readily available. Li Xiaoyu explained as she brandished a sharp knife, crafted from bone, swiftly, slicing off a generous portion. The other girls displayed similar dexterity, and Wang Hao felt genuine admiration for their survival skills. Xiaoyu, come here, called out one girl, her voice rising above the sound of the waves. Wang Hao followed, only to discover a large, dark green crab, the size of a dinner plate, hiding in the crevice of the rocks. Its claws were astonishingly large, nearly the size of Wang Hao's palm. As they approached, it raised its formidable pincers, emitting a series of menacing clicks. Such a massive crab. Be careful, fetch the shovel and rope, Li Xiaoyu instructed, coordinating seamlessly with the other girls. One girl tentatively used a wooden spatula to divert the creature's attention. With a sharp crack, the sturdy spatula was crushed in the crab's powerful grip. Seizing the moment, two other girls swiftly restrained the crab's body in another claw, expertly binding its pincers with grass rope until the creature was rendered immobile. Resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling, Wang Hao watched, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Those enormous claws could easily crush a finger, shattering bones with ease. He picked up a fragment of the broken spatula and, after applying force, found it utterly unyielding. The wood's hardness rivaled that of iron. His previous underestimation dissipated, and he regarded the seemingly frail girls with newfound respect, his curiosity about this world deepening. If the seafood was so ferocious, what must be the nature of the creatures that ruled these waters? And how he longed to possess such a grand vessel. On the rocks, they easily pried off oysters the size of 2 palms with their bone knives or metal scraps, and the bounty in their bucket grew increasingly impressive. As dusk approached, the group prepared to return home. Wang Hao admitted he had nowhere to go and pleaded for shelter, yet the other girls were reluctant to take in someone so inept and of unknown origin. Instead, they teased Li Xiaoyu, who had gathered her own share, still unmarried at her age. After a moment's hesitation, her cheeks flushed, she finally agreed to take him home, promising to help him acquire the awakening elixir the following day. Wang Hao intended to assist with the heavy load, but upon seeing the weighty wooden bucket brimming with seafood, he attempted to lift it but found it immovable. Embarrassed, he settled for carrying a comparatively lighter bundle of seaweed. Keeping pace behind Li Xiaoyu, they walked along the sandy beach for quite some time, encountering others who, like them, were hurrying home with their own laden buckets. Leaving the beach, they followed Li Xiaoyu onto a wooden bridge, revealing a vast aquatic settlement nestled within a sheltered bay, with a network of bridges constructed from sturdy timber and planks marked by a bony texture, forming a platform above the water's surface. That on the aquatic platform, various houses and shanties have been constructed, while a multitude of vessels, ranging from a few meters to several dozen or even hundreds in length, are docked at the adjacent pier. The scent of cooking wafts through the air, with wisps of smoke rising, indicating that the inhabitants consider these boats their homes. The sheer number of vessels far exceeds that of traditional fishing boats found on Blue Star, resembling more a floating community. As Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu proceed forward, they traverse a narrow alley flanked by rudimentary shanties made of planks, tattered canvas, and discarded boat materials, bustling with the presence of people. Occasionally, one might glimpse a couple of slightly more structured buildings, constructed from timber and white bone plates, with throngs of individuals queuing at their entrances, buckets in hand. Those are homes only the ship captains can afford. The people you see are mostly the families of the crew, Li Xiaoyu softly elucidated, noticing Wang Hao's inquisitive gaze. That device at the entrance is a seawater conversion apparatus. Most of our fresh water relies on it. Come with me, we are almost home. Before reaching Li Xiaoyu's neighborhood, they must traverse a vast depression that, rather than being a mere slum, resembles an enormous open-air landfill. Piles of decaying fish entrails and unusable remnants accumulate, exuding a foul stench. That on the outskirts of this refuse heap lies the boundary of the impoverished human shantytown, where the living conditions are even more dilapidated. Here, makeshift shelters constructed from even more wretched materials, rotten boards, rusted metal sheets, and vast expanses of dried seaweed struggle to stand. The residents, a diverse array of beings, include a young girl with an exquisite visage, adorned with fluffy cat ears and a long, slender tail. Others bear scales upon their faces, webbed fingers, and some are tall and robust, sporting heads reminiscent of cattle or horses. As Wang Hao gazes for a moment, a thought arises. Are these half-beasts? Could this be a world of high fantasy? Yet, upon observing Li Xiaoyu and her companions, he notes their features do not align with such a notion. These half-beasts, clad in tattered garments, appear far more unkempt and gaunt than the ordinary human paupers crossing the nearby boardwalk, their eyes brimming with wariness, numbed existence, and a profound sense of subjugation that a few half-beast children rummage through the garbage, searching for anything edible or barterable, and upon catching sight of Wang Hao and his companions, they swiftly retreat. Behind the shanty, only their timid eyes visible, a burly human man, clad in a leather apron, is seen pouring a bucket of foul-smelling fish guts onto the refuse pile. Noticing the half-beast children attempting to approach, he rudely brandishes the empty bucket, shouting, "Get away! You filthy little fishlings! Stay far from here! Don't dirty my space!" The children scatter in fear, while a half-beast woman with rabbit ears, cradling an infant, simply stares vacantly, clutching her child tightly, as if she has grown accustomed to such treatment. Li Xiaoyu urges Wang Hao to quicken their pace, whispering, "Do not linger, they are half-beasts, descendants of former slaves, or hybrids with certain sea monsters of the island. Guards and those ship owners disdain them, deeming them lowly and filthy, fit only to reside in such places and undertake the dirtiest, most arduous tasks to we. We are also looked down upon, but still a tad better than their plight." A hint of bitterness and helplessness laced her voice as they passed the edge of the garbage zone and returned to the makeshift shelters of humanity. A lively figure dashed towards them. "Sister, you're back." The girl joyfully greeted Li Xiaoyu, who was burdened with a heavy wooden bucket, and they exchanged affectionate words. The girl gazed in astonishment at the bountiful contents of the bucket. "Wow, so much! Finally, we can eat to our fill. Sister, you are amazing." Her attention shifted, curiously surveying Wang Hao, who trailed behind Li Xiaoyu. "Oh, who is this? Why is he following you back? Is he your husband? My brother-in-law? Don't say such nonsense." Li Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson as she playfully threatened to tap her sister on the head. "He is someone I found by the seaside. I asked him where he came from and who he was, but he knows nothing, not even how to swim. I suspect." She gestured toward her own head and lowered her voice. "There might be something amiss here. I saw he was homeless and insisted on following me, so I brought him back." Li Xiaoyu's explanation only made her sister's eyes sparkle with excitement. She dodged her sister's playful hand and grinned at Wang Hao. "Sister, take me to the seaside tomorrow. I want to find a handsome man like him too." Thud. This time, Li Xiaoyu was unrelenting, delivering a solid tap to her sister's forehead. "Ouch. Sister, if you keep tapping my head, you might end up with a less adorable sister." Li Xiaoyu exaggeratedly rubbed her forehead and then graciously extended her hand towards Wang Hao, waving cheerfully. "I am Li Xiaoyu, what's your name?" Wang Hao regarded the pair of sisters, whose personalities were strikingly different, and offered a smile tinged with confusion and resignation. "Hello, I am Wang Hao. I seem to have forgotten where I came from. I woke up by the seaside, and from here on, I hope for your kind guidance. Leeching off others? How unseemly. Before my transmigration, I simply hadn't had enough to eat, and now I regret it profoundly." Wang Hao mused, his thoughts drifting back to his past exploits. Life on Blue Star had been stable, with a car, a house, and a girlfriend, albeit with considerable debt. That was until a friend dragged him for a medical checkup, leading to a thunderous revelation-stage heart failure. His family and friends suggested donating his body for medical research, opting for conservative treatment in a hospital. However, the thought of languishing in a hospital bed waiting for the inevitable was unbearable. Wang Hao reasoned that it was all the same in the end. Instead of squandering money in a hospital, he might as well sell his house and live freely for once. Thus began his daily care for a beautiful, understanding young lady from a modest background, which quickly led to his financial ruin. In a moment of reckless determination, he took out numerous online loans and squandered them away for 3 months. One fateful morning, after excessive exercise, his heart raced like a drum, and he gasped for breath. Fearing his end was near, he casually sought out a nearby hospital to gauge how many days he had left so he could select a proper burial site. To his astonishment, The doctor examined his report and remained unfazed. "You're fine. Everything looks good." Wang Hao stared at the report, completely bewildered. There is no greater anguish in life than to be alive, penniless, and burdened with insurmountable debt. In a state of utter despair, Wang Hao ascended a towering mountain under the cover of night, yearning to unleash a primal scream against the backdrop of the majestic peaks. Just at that moment, a call for debt collection pierced through the silence, igniting a surge of emotion that caused him to lose his footing. Chapter 3: A New Life begins with Emil Wang Hao gazed at the shanties constructed of timber and white bone boards, which were a significant improvement compared to the squalid half-orc settlement he had just passed. Observing the impoverished yet kind-heartedly sisters beside him stirred a whirlpool of emotions within his heart. It seemed that his new life in this world would officially commence with a reliance on the kindness of others. Following the buoyant Li Xiaoyu, he arrived at a slightly larger shanty where an elderly woman was peering around, her head raised. "Mother, what brings you here? The wind is strong outside. You should come in and rest," Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, rushing to assist the frail woman. "I was waiting at the door, hoping to see you return." The elderly woman's voice was hoarse yet filled with affection and concern. Witnessing this tender scene, Wang Hao felt a lump in his throat, momentarily transported back to his childhood, where his grandmother would always await his return from school, regardless of how busy or weary she was. "Who is this young man? I do not recall seeing him before." The elderly woman's gaze fell upon Wang Hao, who was trailing behind the two sisters. "Mother, this is my older sister's discovery from the seaside. His name is Wang Hao. He doesn't remember where he comes from. He'll be staying with us from now on." Li Xiaoyu spoke excitedly, inadvertently causing her sister Li Xiaoyu to blush. Upon hearing her daughter's words, the elderly woman scrutinized Wang Hao from head to toe, slowly nodding her approval. "Good child, come inside." Her voice was gentle and benevolent. Oh, thank you, Andy," Wang Hao stammered, feeling somewhat awkward in the presence of the elder, yet he was filled with confusion. Could this elderly woman truly be the mother of these two young girls? Given Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu's ages, likely between 18 and 20, one would expect their mother to be no older than her 40s. Yet, the woman before him appeared to be at least in her 60s or 70s, with deep wrinkles and a stooped posture. Moreover, considering Li Xiaoyu's slender frame, it seemed that the scarce resources had been inequitably allocated, leading to a lack of nourishment in certain areas of development. Wang Hao understood that this was likely the result of prolonged scarcity, nutritional deprivation, and inadequate health care, mirroring the plight of the impoverished in ancient times. As he entered the modest dwelling, which could barely be described as a house, merely slightly larger than a large tent, he noted it was crudely divided into two small rooms, each measuring only a few square meters. Inside were two beds hastily constructed from worn wooden planks. Dried fish and seaweed hung from the walls, likely the extent of their food reserves. And the air was thick with a blend of briny sea scents and faint herbal notes. Once inside, Li Tsuhua urged Wang Hao to sit on the edge of the bed and began to inquire about him in detail. "How old are you? Who else is in your family? Where do you come from?" Wang Hao could only respond selectively, stating his age, 25 years, and regarding his origins. He could only express uncertainty, as he had awakened by the seaside. As for his family, he aligned with his amnesiac persona and vaguely mentioned that he seemed to recall being all alone, listening intently. Li Tsuehua's murky eyes sparkled with a mixture of sympathy and a glimmer of hope. She appeared rather unsurprised by Wang Hao's ambiguous origins. After all, in this vast ocean, it was not uncommon for anything to drift ashore. At her age, she had witnessed countless survivors washed up by the waves. The young man before her, with his fair and delicate skin, donned in a finely crafted garment that, despite being soiled by seawater and sand, along with an air that belied a fisherman, led her to believe that Wang Hao was no ordinary individual. Surely, he must be a young master from a well-to-do family, she mused, casting a glance at her two beautiful daughters, her eyes betraying a deeper interest in a potential son-in-law. Seizing the moment, Wang Hao gleaned insights into this family's circumstances. The elderly woman, named Li Tsuhua, had lost her husband early on. He had once been a crew member on a boat, disappearing after one fateful voyage. Her eldest son followed in his father's footsteps and was currently at sea, leaving the household reliant on Li Xiaoyu and her younger sister Li Xiaoyu to scrape by. Dinner consisted of clam and seaweed soup made from the day's catch. As Wang Hao savored the seafood from this unfamiliar world, he found it exceptionally delectable, the clam meat tender and the broth imbued with the ocean's distinctive briny essence. Particularly, Li Xiaoyu devoured her portion ravenously, her cheeks bulging as she mumbled, Finally, I'm full. It's been ages since I've had such delicious meat. Little you, what do you usually eat? Wang Hao inquired, observing her exaggerated eating style and contrasting it with her frail physique. Surely, this clam and seaweed soup couldn't tea evoke such excitement, could it? Here, do you want to try? Li Xiaoyu generously extracted a chunk of dark green, palm-sized seaweed from a tattered bag behind her. We usually eat this. If we're lucky, we might find a little bit of meat inside. Curious, Wang Hao took it into his hands, noting its hardness and toughness. He attempted to take a bite. Ouch! He exclaimed, clutching his mouth, nearly losing a tooth. Why is this like biting into a brick? You're so silly. It needs to be soaked. Li Xiaoyu shot him a disdainful glance, snatching the precious seaweed back and casually dropping it into her half-finished bowl of soup to soften for a moment. Once it had softened slightly, she handed it back to Wang Hao. Here, try again. This time, he carefully nibbled a small piece. The texture had softened, but the flavor ugh, an indescribable taste, a concoction of strong fishiness, seaweed brininess, a salty bitterness, and a gritty wood-like residue, flooded his mouth. Instinctively, he spat it out, his stomach churning, nearly ejecting the seafood he had just consumed. This was utterly unpalatable. No wonder Li Xiaoyu was so slender. The nutrition provided by such food was likely inferior even to that of the most impoverished children left behind in the mountains of Blue Star. Oh no, you spat it out. What a pity, Li Xiaoyu cried out in dismay, swiftly reclaiming the discarded seaweed, tenderly wiping it clean as if it were a precious treasure, and carefully stowing it back in her bag, glaring at Wang Hao with indignation. You wasteful person. Little you, mind your manners. Li Zuihua hurriedly intervened, her voice firm. However, as she regarded Wang Hao, a subtle transformation occurred in her gaze. His unabashed disdain and the act of spitting out the seaweed had doused her fleeting, unrealistic fantasies like a bucket of cold water. She perceived more clearly now that this young man possessed an unnaturally fair complexion, his nails impeccably trimmed. Although his clothing was presently soiled, it was far from the attire of an ordinary fisherman. Furthermore, his instinctive reaction to coarse food, a visceral aversion, pointed to an undeniable truth. He hailed from a world starkly different from hers, an environment abundant in sustenance and comfort. Even if he were not of noble birth, he undoubtedly belonged to a family of considerable means, a privileged young master. As Li Zuihua pondered this, the fervor in her eyes dimmed, giving way to a tinge of worry and self-mockery. Such a person, cast away to Baisha Island, would surely have his family frantically searching for him. How could they possibly retain him in their meager dwelling? Even if he found himself without a place to go for the time being, awaiting his family's arrival or recollecting something, she glanced at her two daughters, who struggled in poverty, and sighed inwardly. The earlier glimmers of hope regarding a potential son-in-law had now evaporated, leaving only a bitter clarity. Chapter 4. The Quest for the Awakening Elixir in the Early Morning. A voice filled with exuberance rang out. Wang Hao, rise and shine. Today we shall embark on the journey to collect the Awakening Elixir. It was Li Xiaoyu, her tone brimming with excitement, for this was a rare occasion in the impoverished district of Baisha Island, a moment that could potentially alter the course of their destinies, a chance that may only arise once in many years. The cramped dwelling barely offered space to sit up. Wang Hao rubbed his aching back as Li Xiaoyu joyfully flung open the rickety door made of worn planks. Li Zuihua had long been awake, cautiously polishing a small, slightly worn wooden box with a clean damp cloth. Upon noticing Wang Hao's awakening, she gently remarked, "Ah, my dear Hao, you are awake? Please prepare yourself, for today is of great significance." Pausing for a moment, she rummaged through a tattered wooden chest beside the bed and retrieved a coarse cloth short coat. Though faded and patched, it was still relatively tidy. "Put this on," she urged. Your current attire is far too conspicuous for today, South gathering in the square. Understanding her implication that his modern clothing was out of place, Wang Hao gratefully accepted the garment and changed into it. Li Xiaoyu also readied herself, donning her finest attire, a similarly coarse fabric, yet in a brighter hue. She meticulously arranged her hair, fastening it with a polished fishbone hairpin, her face betraying a hint of barely perceptible anxiety and anticipation. Breakfast consisted once again of seaweed soup, though this time it was enriched with a few slices of conch meat saved from the previous night. The atmosphere was somewhat somber. Even a usually lively Li Xiaoyu sipped her soup quietly. The awakening elixir was a divine gift from the sacred empire, a key to another realm. Even the most rudimentary skills in ship repair or artifact crafting could signify a complete escape from their meager existence. Perhaps even the possibility of owning a vessel of their own. "Let us depart," Li Zuihua said, reverently cradling the small wooden box containing the wooden tokens that proved their registration as impoverished citizens of Baisha Island. This was their ticket to claim the elixir. As they stepped onto the pier once more, the atmosphere was palpably transformed. The once desolate and weary, impoverished district now thrummed with an irrepressible excitement. People adorned in their finest garments wore expressions of trepidation, and the throng surged like a stream towards the largest square at the island's center. Inevitably, the path to the square once again skirted the edges of the refuse heap, in stark contrast to the clamor and hope of the human settlement. The half-orc enclave appeared eerily silent and stifled. At the entrances of dilapidated shanties stood a multitude of half-orcs, cat-eared, dog-eared, fox-tailed, scaled, and hoofed. Their gazes were uniformly fixed upon the procession heading towards the island's square. Those eyes reflected a complex tapestry of emotions, profound envy and an unattainable yearning, intertwined with an ingrained humility, resignation, and a palpable fear of crossing an insurmountable boundary. A few young half-orc children, unable to contain their curiosity, leaned forward, their clear eyes filled with wonder and longing. Yet they were swiftly seized by the adults behind them, their mouths covered and dragged back into the shadows. A towering half-orc, adorned with horns, leans against a decaying log, his arms crossed, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the square. His muscles are taut, yet his feet seem rooted to the ground, unwilling to budge. An unspoken sigh of despair and a heavy sense of loss pervade the air. The awakening elixir, a grace bestowed upon the pure-blooded humans by the sacred empire, is a privilege the half-orc is not even qualified to approach. As one draws nearer to the sea breeze square, the atmosphere grows increasingly solemn. The crowd instinctively forms several long lines, while in the center of the square, a makeshift platform has been erected, flanked by a dozen soldiers clad in standardized armor. "Coastal Watch," Li Xiaoyu whispers to Wang Hao, his tone laced with reverence. For these soldiers are the Coastal Watch he mentioned the previous day. They wear silver-gray scaled armor that glimmers with a steely sheen in the morning light. Their armor covering vital areas, with intricately designed joints that do not hinder movement. Their helmets obscure most of their faces, revealing only their chins and eyes. As they wield long halberds, emanating an intangible pressure, standing there like statues, their sharp gazes sweep over the dense crowd below, maintaining absolute order. Any noise or shoving would draw the chilling scrutiny of their eyes. Upon the platform, several well-dressed individuals stand. At the forefront, a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe embroidered with patterns of waves and roses, his demeanor haughty. Beside him stand several aides, and before them lies a long table adorned with hundreds of small crystal vials flickering with a faint blue light. The awakening elixir. Silence. A booming voice resonates throughout the square, quelling all whispers. It is the blue-robed man who speaks. By the decree of the illustrious Miss Helena, the 10,086th heir of Duke Xing Sha, today on White Sand Island, we bestow upon all registered pure-blooded humans the sacred gift of the sacred empire, the awakening elixir. This is an unparalleled grace. You must hold it in gratitude. His words carry a condescending air of benevolence. Yet the crowd below erupts with suppressed excitement and sobs. Many are moved to tears, hands clasped in prayer, murmuring fervently. The awakening elixir will aid you in unlocking the spiritual ocean within you. This is the foundation upon which you shall embark on the paths of ship cultivation or artifact cultivation. The voice of the blue-robed man continues, imbued with an enchanting power. With the awakening of your spirit ocean, the exceptional among you will become ship cultivators, potentially commanding spirit vessels and traversing the seas. Others may communicate with the essence of artifacts, becoming artifact cultivators, crafting, repairing, and emerging as formidable warriors with boundless prospects. This is the sole pathway to alter your humble fate. I urge you to cherish it dearly. Ship cultivation, artifact cultivation. These two phrases spread like an incantation through the crowd, igniting flames of hope in countless eyes. People whisper among themselves, their faces alight with dreams of the future. My father says that if one can successfully unlock the spirit ocean, even as the most basic artifact cultivation apprentice, one could board a great ship as an apprentice sailor, no longer having to scavenge on the shore. If only one could sense the spirit of the ship. It is said that skilled ship masters can command a great vessel as effortlessly as directing their own limbs, navigating the vast ocean with unparalleled ease. If only the spiritual sea could be awakened. If only it could be awakened. My mother would have the means to seek treatment. Wang Hao stood between Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu, feeling the fervent desire and hope that surrounded him, almost boiling over. His heart surged with turmoil as well. The concept of a spiritual sea, ship masters, and artifact masters seemed to transcend his understanding, akin to the legendary realms of immortal cultivation. Yet, gazing at the softly glowing crystal bottles, witnessing the extraordinary presence of the Sea Patrol, and observing Li Xiaoyu's clenched fists and shining eyes, he understood that this was no mere illusion. The power structure of this world was revealing a mysterious facet to Wang Hao, leaving him to wonder if he too could unlock this so-called spiritual sea. If he could, what wondrous scenes might unfold. Chapter 5. The Awakening of the Spirit Sea. Form an orderly line. Hold on to your identification tokens and approach one by one to collect. No loud chatter. With the authoritative command of the figure in the blue robe, the ritual for receiving the Spirit Awakening Potion commenced in earnest. The crowd on the island moved forward slowly, their hearts filled with a sense of pilgrimage, their fervent gazes fixed upon the fateful platform. Sisters Li Xiaoyu and Li Zuihua clutched tightly the small wooden box containing their identification tokens, their palms slick with perspiration. Wang Hao took a deep breath, his gaze piercing through the throng towards the alluring blue-glowing potion vials atop the platform. Perhaps the journey of life on White Sand Island, or rather, the true entry into this extraordinary world, would begin with that small vial of the Spirit Awakening Potion. In the square, the lengthy queue advanced at a leisurely pace. Each individual reaching the platform trembled as they offered their identification tokens. The blue-robed overseer or their assistant meticulously verified each token before handing over a crystalline vial shimmering with a ghostly blue luminescence to the recipient. Without exception, those who received the potion uncorked the vial on the spot and consumed the star-like liquid in one swift motion. They then immediately settled into a cross-legged position, closing their eyes in deep concentration. Wang Hao stood amidst the line, observing those ahead who consumed the potion. Some were instantly enveloped in a faint yet distinct glow, their faces alight with ecstasy, while others flickered uncertainly, and some, with a mere flicker of light, extinguished entirely, their faces paling as they were helped away. Their eyes clouded with despair, indicative of a direct failure to awaken the Spirit Sea. Did you see that? Li Xiaoyu's voice trembled with nervous excitement as she pointed to a nearby youth whose glow flickered erratically. That is the aura of a tool master. He has succeeded. Though his light is faint, he can at least join the fleet as a tool master. She then gestured toward another individual emanating a steady blue light. That one is a shipmaster. My heavens, that is the glow of a shipmaster. Although his light is also weak, once he acquires a spirit ship and refines it into his life-bound vessel, he will truly become a shipmaster. What a remarkable turnaround. Her tone was filled with envy and longing. Wang Hao silently noted the distinctions. The flickering glow indicated a tool master's awakening. while a stable glow denoted a shipmaster's potential, with the intensity of the light seemingly reflecting one's latent abilities. As the line inched forward, it finally came to Li Xiaoyu's turn. Taking a deep breath, she feigned calmness as she stepped forward and respectfully presented her identification token. Li Xiaoyu, registered from the Eastern District of White Sand Island. The assistant confirmed the details without error. The blue-robed overseer, with an impassive expression, handed her a vial of potion. Li Xiaoyu received it with both hands, unhesitatingly uncorked the vial, and tilted her head back to drink the ethereal blue liquid. In the next moment, a faint yet steady glow emanated from her. Albeit weak, it persisted. The spirit sea is awakened. She possesses the potential of a shipmaster, the assistant declared loudly. Li Xiaoyu trembled with exhilaration, her face radiating an unprecedented brilliance. She hurriedly moved to an adjacent space, settling into a cross-legged position, striving to sense the mysterious space that had just been unveiled. Following her was Li Xiaoyu, the little girl mimicking her sister's actions, nervously yet excitedly consuming the potion, her glow flickering uncertainly. Potential of a tool master. Though the assistant's voice was somewhat formulaic, Li Xiaoyu joyfully dashed to her sister's side, her small face brimming with wonder. It was now Wang Hao's turn. He approached awkwardly, empty-handed and somewhat embarrassed. Identity badge? The assistant did not lift her gaze. I don't have one. Wang Hao stammered, bracing himself. Finally, the assistant raised her head, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized him. The overseer in the blue robe cast a discerning look his way, and both individuals displayed a hint of confusion at Wang Hao's impeccably fair skin and demeanor, which was clearly not typical of fishermen. Without an identity badge? Who are you? From whence do you hail? The overseer queried in a tone laced with severity. The nearby sea patrol's gaze sharpened, piercing through Wang Hao with an almost tangible intensity, the weight of their scrutiny rendering him nearly breathless. I, he began, contemplating fabricating an excuse, perhaps about amnesia or drifting in from afar. My lord, a venerable yet clear voice rang out, and Li Tsuehua had somehow elbowed her way to the front of the line. She bowed deeply towards the platform, her voice filled with humility and entreaty. Please, my lord, this young man, Wang Hao, is a victim I rescued by the seaside yesterday. He awoke with no memory, completely unaware of who he is or where he came from. Yet he is undeniably a pure-blooded human. I implore your grace, in the name of the benevolence of the Holy Empire, grant him a vial of awakening elixir. As she spoke, Li Tsuehua presented her own identity badge with both hands. My lord, you may use mine if necessary. A moment of silence enveloped the platform as the overseer in the blue robe assessed Wang Hao, then glanced at the humble and pleading Li Tsuehua. The overseer scrutinized Wang Hao once more, seemingly to ascertain his status as a pure-blooded human. The overseer finally scoffed, adopting a tone of reluctant concession. Very well. Since he is indeed a pure-blooded human who has fallen into such misfortune, it is indeed pitiable. The Empire's grace is vast. Thus, I shall grant you a vial. He casually picked up a vial of elixir and tossed it to Wang Hao as one might toss a scrap to a stray dog. Take it. Remember, this is the benevolence of Miss Heliana. Li Tsuehua expressed her gratitude profusely, nearly kneeling in reverence. Wang Hao accepted the crystal vial containing the awakening elixir, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. He glanced at Li Tsuehua, whose kind eyes reflected relief, but also an unmistakable sense of loss. Wang Hao settled down a short distance from the sisters, finding a patch of empty ground. He gazed at the vial that might alter his fate, feeling the pure, unadulterated envy radiating from the eyes of the half-orc children at the distant edge. Spirit sea space? Ship repair? Artifact repair? That sounds quite promising. I wonder if it can be activated. If not, this trip would truly be in vain. Oh well, I can't return anyway. Having come this far, I might as well drink it. If it works, great. If not, no matter. At least I don't have to repay any debts. This is a windfall. Consider an experience of the peculiarities of another world. Embracing a carefree attitude, Wang Hao concluded that the worst outcome would be to live an idle life. which was certainly preferable to being burdened by debts. He uncorked the vial, mimicking the actions of others, and poured the azure liquid into his mouth. The elixir was chilling upon entry, swiftly transforming into a peculiar warmth, akin to countless minute icy needles piercing deep into an unknown recess of his being. A peculiar sensation, unlike anything previously experienced, flooded Wang Hao's mind. He felt as though he had been cast into a chaotic void, when suddenly, a faint glimmer of light ignited deep within his consciousness, swiftly expanding and stabilizing. The Sea of Spirit was unveiled. However, as Wang Hao's awareness focused on this newly unveiled expanse, he was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly this minuscule? According to fragments of information he had gleaned and the reactions he had observed during others' awakenings, the size of the Sea of Spirit would dictate the trajectory of one's future. Chapter 6. The glistening toy ship. The art of ship refinement demands not only exceptional stability, but also an expansive initial spiritual sea capable of accommodating vessels and transforming them into one's innate spiritual ships. Ship refinement stands as the pinnacle of professions in this realm. Once achieved, an innate spiritual ship remains indestructible, granting its master an almost eternal lifespan. Spiritual ships resemble the spiritual roots found in tales of cultivation, autonomously absorbing the ethereal energies permeating the world, nurturing and enlarging the ship refiner's spiritual sea. As the spiritual sea expands, it enables the transformation and enhancement of the spiritual ship, increasing its size and potency, consequently elevating the refiner's level, from apprenticeship refiner to first-tier spiritual boatman, then to second-tier spiritual craftsperson, and beyond, reaching the status of a first-tier spiritual boatman. Possessing a 100-meter-long spiritual vessel is akin to attaining the rank of a baron in an empire. Miss Helena is naturally endowed with a vast spiritual sea, having directly refined the colossal blue rose, measuring in the thousands of meters, an astonishing starting point. Conversely, instrument refinement suffers from an unstable spiritual sea, incapable of supporting the transformation of vessels into innate spiritual ships. This deficiency results in an inability to absorb spiritual energy, relegating practitioners to refining instruments, blades, fishing gear, tools, and even components of ships. Instrument refinement is intrinsically linked to ship refinement, requiring reliance on the energy allocated by ship refiners to gradually elevate the quality of their innate instruments, thus progressing at a much slower pace and holding a significantly lower status, albeit having risen from the lowest tier. This information was pieced together by Wang Hao from fragments of conversations among the impoverished during his journey. Its veracity remains uncertain. At this moment, as he gazes upon his own spiritual sea, he finds it no larger than the palm of his hand, a small puddle of faint spiritual mist, isolated within the depths of his consciousness. It is hardly capable of accommodating even a modest blade, let alone a ship. A stifled laugh escapes nearby, belonging to several youths who have recently awakened as well. They possess the potential for instrument refinement and clearly boast larger spiritual seas than Wang Hao, who merely radiates a flicker of ship refinement's ethereal glow. Look at the newcomer. Ha ha ha, a palm-sized spiritual sea? My grandmother's pickling jar is larger than that. Is this truly a spiritual sea? More like a spiritual puddle. With such a meager space, how could one even refine a decent fishing hook? And yet, he dreams of becoming a ship refiner? What a folly. A waste of Miss Helena's blessing. Their scornful remarks ring out with unabashed derision, filled with contempt and schadenfreude. Even the assistant responsible for recording observations on the high platform casts a dismissive glance in Wang Hao's direction, marking him in the ledger with indifference, evidently deeming him worthless. Li Xiaoyu casts a worried glance at Wang Hao, while Li Xiaoyu glares furiously at the mockers, yearning to retort but lacking the courage. Her sister Li Tsuehua's eyes betraying a complex mix of emotions. Wang Hao gradually opens his eyes, his expression neutral as he contemplates the minuscule spiritual sea. In the face of the jeers, his heart remains unperturbed, even harboring a hint of amusement. Ship refiner? Instrument refiner? Such intricate paths. To refine a grand vessel while incessantly pondering upgrades feels akin to managing a company. Refining an instrument merely to serve others? How utterly uninspiring. What could one possibly refine in such a diminutive space? An ashtray, perhaps? Or a little goldfish? His thoughts meander aimlessly, confronted by the harsh jeers. Wang Hao merely languidly dug at his ears, then turned to the group of youths, displaying a grin that was almost infuriating, even nodding in agreement. Indeed, you are right. The boys were momentarily taken aback by his response, feeling as if they had struck a blow against cotton, unable to articulate their derision further. At that moment, a greater commotion arose from the rear of the line. Gasps, sighs, and stifled sobs echoed in succession. Alas, another failure. The second son of the Lao Wang family did not succeed. Neither did the boy from Aunt Zhang's household. Not a glimmer of hope in sight. It was too arduous, too arduous. The awakening of spirits had failed, and in large numbers. Many who had swallowed the potion with hope found their radiance was but a fleeting flicker before extinguishing completely, some even showing no response at all. Their faces turned ashen, their eyes hollow, as if their very souls had been siphoned away. Compared to Wang Hao's meager, glimmer-level spiritual sea, those who could not even open their spiritual seas were truly plunged into the abyss of despair, destined to continue their struggles on the fringes of slums and refuse heaps. The very boys who had mocked Wang Hao just moments ago now glanced at the multitude of failures behind them, their expressions shifting to one of discomfort. At least, they had succeeded, even if only as apprentices in the art of tool refinement, while Wang Hao, though his achievement was pitifully small at least, he had managed to awaken. Wang Hao remained seated, observing the despondent figures, and then cast his gaze towards the edge of the refuse dump, where half-beast children devoid of any qualifications gazed on with pure envy. He stroked his chin, contemplating the palm-sized expanse of his spiritual sea within his consciousness. Let be merely glimmer level. No debts to repay, not starving for the time being, living off others, and a place to stay, albeit a shack. This wave of transmigration seems to have started off decently. Wang Hao rose to his feet, dusting off the sand from his backside, wearing a countenance of almost carefree ease. He turned to Li Xiaoyu and asked, "All done? Shall we head home?" His demeanor was incongruous with the surrounding atmosphere of elation, despair, or envy. It exuded a sense of openness. In this world where power reigned supreme, Wang Hao resolved to embrace the ultimate principle he had held prior to his transmigration: relaxation and enjoyment. As for what that palm-sized spiritual sea could achieve, the boat will naturally float when it reaches the bridge. No, it will naturally steer straight. For now, let us just go with the flow. Wang Hao's nonchalant demeanor left Li Xiaoyu, who had intended to console him, momentarily speechless. Li Xiaoyu gazed at his seemingly carefree expression, recalling the exhilaration of just having awakened her shipbuilding potential, her feelings becoming complex. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyu blinked her large eyes, sensing that this adopted brother Wang Hao seemed rather different from others. Upon returning to their dimly lit shelter made of pale bones and decrepit wood, the atmosphere turned somewhat delicate. Li Zuohua regarded Wang Hao with a gaze filled with unspoken sympathy and a hint of barely perceptible disappointment. Li Xiaoyu opened her mouth, wishing to utter comforting words, perhaps about how having a smaller spiritual sea was inconsequential, yet upon seeing Wang Hao's demeanor as if nothing had transpired, her words faltered in her throat. "Brother Hao, don't be too disheartened." Li Zuohua ultimately let out a sigh and gently remarked, "To awaken the spiritual sea is certainly a good thing. In due time, we shall take it slow." "Sad? Why be sad?" Wang Hao, perched on a small stool in the corner, casually picked up a piece of dilapidated shipboard, bleached by the sea and somewhat decayed at the edges. Upon hearing her, he looked up, a look of bewilderment adorning his face. "Andy, I'm quite well. The spiritual sea has opened, the debts are no longer to be repaid, and the terminal illness has vanished. Isn't this better than anything else?" He spoke with conviction, even infused with a sense of satisfaction, as if he had gained something. Li Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both perceiving in each other's eyes a shared sense of helplessness regarding this person. Wang Hao lowered his head, his attention returning to the fragment of wood in his hands. The board, though weathered, retained a certain sturdiness and clarity in its grain. He extended a finger, idly rubbing the rough surface of the wood. Suddenly, an exceedingly familiar sensation surged within him, one cultivated through countless days and nights prior to his transmigration, as he tirelessly took on various handcrafted orders in pursuit of purchasing a home, mastering the art of craftsmanship with precision and speed that had become ingrained in his very being. In an instant, Wang Hao's fingers twitched. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He picked up a small knife blade fashioned from bone, which transformed into a high-speed drill, swiftly carving into the wood. The shavings cascaded down like leaves caught in an invisible breeze, falling in a flurry, the speed so remarkable that it almost left behind afterimages. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu could hardly comprehend the scene before them. Wang Hao's fingers moved with such blinding speed that his actions were obscured, accompanied only by the subtle, rapid, rustling sounds. In less than 2 minutes, the once ragged piece of wood had undergone a miraculous transformation in Wang Hao's hands. A delicate and exquisite model of a wooden sailboat lay quietly in his palm, its size no larger than a hand, yet every curve of the hull, the texture of the deck, and even the minute knots on the mast were vividly apparent, infused with a sense of dynamic beauty. Wow! Li Xiaoyu was the first to exclaim, her mouth forming a Na shape, her eyes wide with astonishment. What a beautiful little boat! Wang Hao, how did you do that? That's amazing. Li Xiaoyu was equally taken aback. She had never witnessed such exquisite craftsmanship, nor such unfathomable speed. It was simply beyond what human hands could achieve. Wang Hao gazed at the sailboat model resting in his palm, his expression somewhat dazed. Before his transmigration, it was this very skill of hand carving that had charmed his ex-girlfriends and their friends, who willingly indulged him for quite some time. He never anticipated that this talent would find its purpose in another world. Oh, it's nothing. I used to be quite adept at this, Wang Hao mumbled. Chapter 7. The ship repair manual. Gazing at the small vessel that encapsulated his dedication, Wang Hao glanced down at the minuscule spiritual sea within his consciousness. An audacious thought emerged. Since he had nothing but time, surely this diminutive space could accommodate the model of his little ship, refining a personal spiritual vessel? It sounded rather grand. Yet crafting a toy boat surely didn't have any prohibitions, did it? Why not give it a try? As if adding a decorative piece to this ethereal sea? Embracing a carefree attitude, Wang Hao subtly directed his intent, attempting to summon the power of the spiritual sea to envelop and connect with the wooden sailboat model in his hands. A faint hum resonated as an almost imperceptible pull emanated from the spiritual sea, and the small wooden sailboat seemed to be drawn by invisible threads, transforming into a barely noticeable white light that swiftly entered Wang Hao's brow. Success! Wang Hao immediately turned his gaze inward to examine his spiritual sea. In the center of that palm-sized space, the wooden sailboat he had meticulously carved floated serenely, emanating a soft glow as strands of spiritual energy intertwined with the toy vessel. It had become the sole inhabitant of this space, his personal spiritual ship, a toy sailboat, merely the size of his palm, sculpted from broken ship planks. How fitting, he mused, as the delicate glow of the spiritual sea harmonized with the toy vessel. Just as he intended to withdraw from his introspection, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The floating wooden sailboat quivered slightly, and then a faint yet unmistakable desire surged through the bond connecting it to Wang Hao's soul. This yearning pointed towards a small pile of wood shavings that had fallen to the ground during his carving. Intrigued, Wang Hao, as if compelled by an unseen force, directed a handful of wood shavings into the spiritual sea. The moment the tiny shavings neared the toy ship, they melted away like ice, instantly consumed by the wooden sailboat. A barely audible crack reverberated within the spiritual sea, discernible only to Wang Hao himself. He then observed with clarity how the hull of his palm-sized wooden sailboat visibly thickened. Its length seemed to have increased by an almost imperceptible millimeter. Though the change was minuscule, Wang Hao was certain he hadn't imagined it. It was devouring. It was growing. A surge of immense, absurd exhilaration coursed through Wang Hao's entire being. Could this humble ship consume resources? It could grow by feeding the palm-sized spiritual sea. Perhaps it was not as limiting as it seemed. A colossal ship. Perhaps it was not beyond imagination after all. Suddenly, Wang Hao lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented fervor. The previous languid demeanor vanished, replaced by a fervor akin to a hungry wolf spotting its prey. He seized the wrists of the astonished sisters, Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu, startling them, his voice tinged with excitement. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, stop dawdling. Quickly, help me find materials. The more, the better. Wooden planks, shells, fish bones, anything broken or discarded will do. My vessel, it is famished. It craves nourishment. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu were utterly bewildered by his abrupt transformation. One moment he was indifferent, and the next his eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed to collect refuse to feed the boat. Brother Wang Hao, your boat? Li Xiaoyu inquired, her voice filled with astonishment. Indeed, my boat, my destined spirit vessel, Wang Hao exclaimed, his enthusiasm causing him to leap with joy. It needs sustenance. Once fed, it shall grow. Hurry, let us gather shells. Scavenge for treasures. Time waits for no one. Observing Wang Hao's fervent determination as if he would perish without collecting trash. The Li sisters were thoroughly flustered. Yet, witnessing the fervent flame of hope burning in his eyes, Li Xiaoyu clenched her teeth. All right, Xiaoyu, grab the bucket. We shall find food for Wang Hao's boat. The three of them ventured to the seaside under the blazing sun, the midday rays scorching the beach. Wang Hao stood upon the damp sand, feeling the warm embrace beneath his feet as he bent down to excavate a small pit, his fingers unexpectedly brushing against something solid. It was a clam. Just as Wang Hao grasped the clam, a sudden spray erupted from its crevice, striking him squarely on the forehead. Ha ha ha! Li Xiaoyu laughed heartily from a distance. Brother Wang Hao, have you forgotten that these shells can squirt water? Wang Hao wiped the seawater from his face. Unable to suppress his laughter, these seafood, imbued with spiritual energy, certainly possess a fiery temperament. Be cautious, Li Xiaoyu advised as she approached, her wooden bucket already brimming with a dozen clams, each emitting small jets of water. These little clams can spray up to 2 meters. Thankfully, you did not encounter a larger shell. Otherwise, you would have been knocked down by the water jet. Wang Hao nodded, proceeding with greater care as he continued to dig. The marine delicacies of this world, infused with a subtle spiritual essence, not only boasted exquisite flavors, but also served as exceptional nourishment for the little boat. Xiaoyu, look at this. Wang Hao suddenly unearthed a uniquely shaped seashell, its surface glimmering with a faint blue light. Li Xiaoyu leaned closer, her eyes brightening. It's a spirit-patterned shell. Though merely an ordinary spirit shell and not of high grade, it is far superior to regular shells. Just as she reached out to take it, the spirit-patterned shell began to spin rapidly in the sand like a small top, sending up a cloud of dust. Ouch! Li Xiaoyu quickly recoiled, but still found sand in her eyes. Wang Hao, quick-witted, seized a stick and struck the spirit-patterned shell, halting its dizzying spin. Got it! Wang Hao triumphantly lifted his prize, the spirit-patterned shell shimmering alluringly in the sunlight. Brother Wang Hao is truly remarkable, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, bouncing over, the clattering shells in her bucket jingling with excitement. We have gathered more than 20. Is it enough to feed your little boat? Wang Hao glanced within his spiritual sea space. The small wooden vessel quivered with excitement, evidently sensing the abundance of external nourishment. Let us test it out. He plopped down on the beach, retrieving a common clam, and with a gentle mental nudge, the clam transformed into a beam of white light, merging into his brow. Within the ethereal expanse of the spirit sea, a small wooden boat joyously consumed the flower clams, producing a subtle crackling sound as its length increased by approximately half a centimeter, with faint patterns beginning to emerge on its hull. Remarkably effective. Wang Hao's eyes widened with excitement, and it appeared that my vessel had acquired a modicum of water control. Really? The Li sisters chorused in unison, their bright eyes fixated upon him. Wang Hao nodded affirmatively and continued to feed the boat 5 more flower clams. The vessel grew at a visibly rapid pace, now measuring the size of 1½ palms. The wood grain on its body became increasingly distinct and compact, while the spirit sea expanded considerably, with the concentration of spiritual mist increasing as well. Truly astonishing, Li Xiaoyu mused, resting her chin on her hand. I have perused the manual for spirit boats. which states that a spirit vessel requires at least 3 months of tempering to grow an inch and must consume precious spiritual materials. Yet, in the blink of an eye, yours, because my boat is a glutton. Wang Hao grinned widely, picking up the spirit pattern shell, eager to discover what transformation this hefty specimen might invoke. Once the spirit pattern shell was introduced to the spirit sea, the boat reacted with exceptional vigor, trembling intensely as it enveloped the shell entirely. A surge of blue light flashed, and not only did the vessel grow by 2 inches, but more importantly, it evolved a capability, the ability to launch water arrows. Wow! Wang Hao could not contain his exclamation. My boat now possesses an offensive capability. What? What kind? Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, bouncing on her feet. Show us. Chapter 8. The evolution of the toy boat. Wang Hao could no longer contain his excitement. He focused his mind, communicating with a wooden vessel in the ethereal realm, which had now grown to approximately 30 centimeters. At the bow of the boat, a diminutive blue rune, seemingly formed from flowing water, emitted a faint glow. Look closely, Wang Hao exclaimed, pointing towards a partially buried rock a few meters ahead. That rock is our target. With a mere thought, a water arrow, as thick as a chopstick and crystal clear, suddenly shot forth from Wang Hao's fingertips, accompanied by a faint whooshing sound. Thud! The water arrow struck the rock with precision, producing a soft sound. Although it did not shatter the stone, it left a distinct watermark on the hard surface, sending droplets scattering. Wow! Li Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an ah shape. It really shot out water. It's as impressive as a little fish blowing bubbles. Beside her, Li Xiaoyu, initially equally astonished, couldn't help but chuckle at her sister's comparison. Little fish blowing bubbles, huh? But Wang Hao, is this really the ability of your spiritual boat? You can project it externally? Wang Hao chuckled, looking at the watermark on the rock, his sense of accomplishment soaring. While the power is currently akin to that of a water gun, it undoubtedly serves as an offensive means. Moreover, this requires no energy expenditure. It draws solely from the spiritual energy absorbed by the boat. Wang Hao proudly wiggled his fingers. The key is that my boat grows rapidly and consumes a lot. Once more, he turned his gaze inward to the ethereal realm, observing the small vessel floating within. The hull had thickened considerably from its original form, and the wooden grain, nourished by spiritual energy, appeared smooth and tightly woven. The blue water patterns that had emerged during the consumption of spiritual pattern snails flowed along the boat's edge, indicating a marked enhancement in its water-controlling abilities. To his surprise, as the boat grew, the palm-sized ethereal space had nearly doubled in size, although still modest. The concentration of spiritual energy had significantly increased, with wisps of mist swirling around the vessel, nurturing it. Quickly, Wang Hao felt invigorated. The earlier comparison to a little fish had not dampened his spirit, but rather unveiled infinite possibilities for the future. The effect of the spiritual pattern snails is extraordinary. Xiaoyu. We must work hard to find more seafood infused with spiritual energy. Understood. So that Brother Wang Hao's boat can shoot out even larger and more powerful bubbles. Li Xiaoyu energetically raised her small bucket and dashed towards the more distant intertidal zone. Li Xiaoyu, shaking her head with a smile, was filled with curiosity and anticipation. All right, let's split up. Spiritual pattern snails are not rare. There should be more in the nearby rocky area. Wang Hao, try experimenting with other shells to see if there are any differences in effect. The three of them eagerly immersed themselves once more in the fervent endeavor of gathering seafood to nourish the boat. Wang Hao deliberately targeted those shells that appeared to possess a hint of spirituality. A scallop, emanating a faint red glow, was cast into the spiritual sea. After being consumed by the small vessel, it seemed to grow more robust, its color deepening slightly. A serrated-edge hermit crab, swift in its movements, was stunned with a swift strike and fed into the boat. Although the vessel did not increase significantly in size, Wang Hao sensed that its buoyancy within the spiritual sea had become notably more stable and agile. Each act of consumption was accompanied by subtle cracking sounds and observable transformations in the ship's structure. With every growth, the spiritual space expanded ever so slightly, and the spiritual energy intensified. This immediate feedback of exhilarating growth rendered Wang Hao utterly captivated as he eagerly scoured the beach with unprecedented enthusiasm. Wang Hao Gij, look at this. Li Xiaoyu's excited voice rang out from a short distance away. Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu hurried over, only to find Li Xiaoyu carefully prying apart a patch of damp seaweed with a stick. Beneath it lay a shell, roughly the size of a bowl, entirely covered in fine dark green scales and somewhat heart-shaped. A gentle, almost lifelike green halo flowed across the surface of the shell. Even from a distance, one could sense a distinct, pure form of waterwood spiritual energy, setting it apart from ordinary spirit pattern snails. Is this the green scale shell? Li Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, crouching down for a closer look. Though it belongs to the category of ordinary spiritual shells, it contains a far more abundant spiritual energy than the spirit pattern snails, imbued with a touch of waterwood vitality. This is a fine treasure to be found on this beach. Xiaoyu, your luck is extraordinary. Haha, my ship is even luckier. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting a succulent lamb. This would surely be a tremendous boon. Unable to contain his eagerness, he reached for the green scale shell, but it seemed to sense the impending threat and suddenly opened a crack. A powerful jet of water, several times stronger than before, shot forth with a sharp hiss. Anticipating such a reaction, Wang Hao nimbly sidestepped, the water arrow striking the sand behind him and sending a considerable spray into the air. Oh, quite feisty, aren't we? Wang Hao felt no anger, only delight. This level of resistance indicated a richer reservoir of spiritual energy. Once it had exhausted its capacity to resist, he stretched out his hand, enveloping it with his thoughts. Buzz. The green scale shell transformed into a stream of vibrant green light, instantly vanishing into the spiritual sea. The small boat, as if encountering a lavish feast, trembled with excitement, radiating an intense desire. It eagerly embraced the green scale shell, becoming enveloped in a dense, verdant spiritual energy, consuming it. This time, the cracking sound resonated with remarkable clarity. Accompanying this sound, the small vessel grew at a pace visible to the naked eye. The ship elongated and widened rapidly, its previously slender form becoming robust and solid. The bow even tilted slightly upward, revealing sharp lines. The wooden grain adorning the vessel became more pronounced and profound. Meanwhile, alongside the blue water patterns that had emerged after consuming the spirit pattern snail, delicate threads of vibrant green patterns began to materialize, intertwining with the two designs, rendering the small boat both ancient and enigmatic. More importantly, the rune at the bow capable of launching water arrows not only grew in size, but also emanated a deeper and more substantial blue radiance, subtly revealing a sense of power. Almost simultaneously, Wang Hao's spiritual sea experienced a remarkable expansion, stretching outward by nearly 1/3, transforming the entire space to a size akin to that of a basin. The previously thin mist of spiritual energy had thickened significantly, almost transforming into milky white ribbons, continuously nourishing the now substantially sized wooden spirit ship at its center. At this moment, the ship measured approximately 40 to 45 centimeters in length, no longer resembling a mere toy model, but rather a genuine miniature spirit vessel, exuding a faint spiritual glow and possessing unique abilities. With a sharp intake of the salty sea breeze, Wang Hao, feeling the changes within his spiritual sea and gazing at the transformed little ship, could not contain the overwhelming joy surging within him. Ecstasy. It was exhilarating. Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glint of brilliance illuminating them, as he grasped the arms of the equally anxious and expectantly sisters beside him. Xiaoyu, my ship, it has grown. It has become stronger. His voice quivered with excitement, pointing toward the rock they had just encountered. Now let me show you what a true water arrow is. Focusing intently, Wang Hao exerted all his energy to activate the enhanced blue rune at the bow. This time, it was no longer a mere soft sound. With a sharp whoosh, a deep blue water arrow, as thick as an adult's thumb and seemingly substantial, surged forth with a piercing sound, akin to a released crossbow, instantly covering several meters. Bang! The water arrow struck the rock with tremendous force. No longer leaving just a watermark, it produced a resounding thud. A small chunk of the hard rock surface was forcibly shattered. Debris scattered. My heavens! Li Xiaoyu gasped, her mouth covered in disbelief. This power far exceeded that of a typical human strength in throwing stones. It was sufficient to pose a threat to smaller sea creatures. Wow, so impressive. Much stronger than the big bubble from before. Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, clapping her hands and jumping with excitement. Her cheeks flushed. Wang Hao Gija's ship is amazing. Wang Hao gazed at the notch in the rock, feeling the renewed spirit ship within his body's spiritual sea radiating strength. An unprecedented sense of ambition swelling within his chest. Raising his gaze toward the vast, shimmering sea, sunlight cascading upon him seemed to illuminate the blueprint in his heart. Collect. Wang Hao suddenly waved his hand, his voice resonant and brimming with boundless energy and hope. Keep collecting. We shall not return until this bucket is full, until we have turned this beach upside down. My ship has a great appetite. It desires much more. With a broad smile revealing his pearly white teeth, Wang Hao's fervent gaze swept across the golden beach, seemingly harboring endless treasures. In that moment, the seeds of his dream for a colossal ship took root deep within his heart, nourished by the ever-expanding spiritual sea and the growing vessel, granting him unprecedented hope. Chapter 9. New Skills. Golden sunlight bathed the beach, rendering the fine sands searing hot. Yet, Wang Hao seemed oblivious to the heat. His gaze solely fixed upon the shoreline that appeared to harbor endless treasures. Collect. Keep collecting. Wang Hao's fervent declarations echoed in the air as he moved rapidly across the exposed tidal flats, like a wound-up toy. His eyes, akin to the most precise detectors, scanned every inch of moist sand, every overturned rock, and every suspicious puddle. Brother Wang Hao, how about this one? Li Xiaoyu uproka. Holding a peculiar coral stone riddled with holes. Wang Hao accepted it, mentally communicating with the small boat residing in the spirit sea. The boat conveyed a subtle sense of disdain, as if to say it was neither palatable nor worth discarding. No, Wang Hao shook his head, tossing the coral stone into a nearby bag designated for suspected waste. My boat has become discerning. This object possesses too little and too muddled spiritual essence for its taste. Really? Even the coral is rejected? Li Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. Your boat's appetite has certainly grown. Indeed, Wang Hao replied proudly, lifting his chin. We now have the standards set by the Qinglin shell. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyu appeared far more composed. She carried a bucket, diligently searching the rocky area, skillfully uncovering barnacles and seaweed, seeking the hidden spiritual shells beneath. Occasionally, she would pick up particularly colored or uniquely shaped fragments of shells, pondering their potential. Wang Hao, Li Xiaoyu approached, opening her palm to reveal several deep brown shell fragments with a faint metallic sheen along their edges. These fragments of the ironclad oysters are quite hard. Although their spiritual essence is weak, should we give them a try? Absolutely. Even fragments will do. Wang Hao's eyes brightened, unperturbed, as he accepted the pieces. With a mental effort, the fragments transformed into streams of light, vanishing into the spirit sea space. Within that realm, the boat welcomed the fragments, drawing them into its body. After a series of delicate clicking sounds, the wooden texture of the boat seemed to tighten, its color deepening slightly, as if coated with a thin metallic film, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Although the growth was far less significant than that from the Qinglin shell, every little bit counts. Every accumulation matters. Effective. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up to Li Xiaoyu. Your discerning eye is truly remarkable. From now on, the responsibility of ingredient identification will rest with you. Li Xiaoyu smiled subtly, a glimmer of joy at the recognition flickering in her eyes. I'll seek out more. There are plenty of these fragments in the rocky area. Time swiftly passed as the three engaged in their fervent treasure hunt. The bucket filled increasingly, not only with ordinary clams and sea snails, but also with swift hermit crabs, powerful water cannon shells, and several red flame snails imbued with faint fire essence. After consumption, the boat's temperature slightly increased, seemingly enhancing its heat resistance, along with more fragments of ironclad oysters discovered by Li Xiaoyu. Wang Hao's spiritual sea space now boasts a diameter that firmly exceeds half a meter. At its center, a wooden spiritual vessel quietly hovers, nearly half a meter in length, its body characterized by smooth lines and a rich, warm texture. The intertwining blue and green spiritual patterns shimmer on the hull and deck, emanating an aura that is both ancient and vibrant. At the bow, a deep blue water arrow spiritual inscription glows subtly, hinting at a more formidable power beneath its restrained brilliance. To Wang Hao's delight, after consuming the azure-scaled shell, delicate, verdant lines emerged along the side of the vessel, near the railing, resembling tender sprouts, an embodiment of its newfound vine-wrapping ability. Having fed the vessel sufficiently, Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed the remaining ingredients in the bucket, mostly ordinary shells and sea snails. It was time to test this new capability. What effects would the vine's spiritual patterns on the ship yield? His gaze swept the surroundings and swiftly fixed upon a target, a boulder several meters away, standing half a person's height. Beneath the rock, a small cluster of resilient seaweed thrived. The target, that cluster of seaweed, Wang Hao signaled to the Li sisters, then concentrated, reaching out to the newly sprouted verdant patterns on the side of the vessel. A surge of life-filled, binding energy was summoned. Buzz! Wang Hao pointed his finger at the seaweed. Without a thunderous roar, several tendrils, the thickness of a finger and entirely composed of emerald spiritual light, suddenly shot forth from the sandy beach beneath the boulder. These tendrils, as if alive, swiftly entwined themselves around the cluster of seaweed, binding it tightly. The seaweed was pulled straight, its leaves trembling violently, yet it could not escape. Wow, it's ensnared. It truly is. Li Xiaoyu clapped her hands in delight. What immense binding power! Li Xiaoyu marveled, noting the speed of the attack, which was almost silent. This ability would undoubtedly excel against nimble small sea beasts or in ensnaring foes. As Wang Hao sensed the minimal expenditure of spiritual power, he felt immense satisfaction. The consumption was slight. It was far less than that required to launch a single powerful water arrow. Furthermore, with a mere thought, the emerald tendrils that had ensnared the seaweed receded like a tide, retreating beneath the sand as if they had never existed, leaving only the somewhat wilted seaweed behind. Such remarkable control! Wang Hao grinned widely, recognizing this ability as a masterful crowd control technique, combined with the water arrow's offensive capabilities. Although the vessel remained small, the synergy of skills was beginning to take shape. Wang Hao Gij's ship is amazing. It can shoot water and bind seaweed, Li Xiaoyu unabashedly exclaimed, eliciting laughter from both Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu. Indeed, my ship is the finest, Wang Hao chuckled, tousling Li Xiaoyu's hair, his heart swelling with ambition as he gazed at the remaining ingredients in the bucket and then at his vessel, which seemed poised to set sail at any moment in the spiritual sea. A thought arose. These remaining shells have minimal effect on my ship, Wang Hao pondered, weighing the wooden bucket. However, the faint spiritual energy they contain is indeed a valuable resource for us. The eyes of the Li sisters brightened at this revelation. Are you saying? Indeed, Wang Hao chuckled, revealing a set of pearly whites, to express gratitude for the invaluable assistance of his two esteemed companions. The captain decided to prepare a feast on the spot. Let us indulge in these delicacies and savor the flavor of the spirit clams. Hooray! A grand feast! Li Xiaoyu was the first to leap up in enthusiastic response. Li Xiaoyu chuckled as well. I'll gather some dried seaweed and driftwood to start a fire. Soon, a small bonfire flickered to life on the sandy beach, away from the tide line. Li Xiaoyu deftly handled the shellfish in the bucket, prying open the shells to reveal the succulent, tender clam meat, glistening with a faint ethereal glow. She then skewered the clam meat onto sharpened twigs and placed them over the flames to roast. No seasoning was needed. The subtle essence of sea salt and the clam's inherent energy, catalyzed by the fire, released an irresistible aroma that tantalized the senses. The dripping oil hissed as it fell into the fire, harmonizing with the gentle whispers of the waves, composing a unique symphony of coastal delight. How fragrant! Li Xiaoyu crouched by the fire, her eyes wide with anticipation as she fixated on the golden, aromatic skewers of clam meat, her little nose twitching. Here you go, Xiaoyu. Be careful, it's hot. Wang Hao gently handed the first roasted skewer to the drilling girl. Li Xiaoyu blew on it and took a small bite. Instantly, her beautiful eyes squinted in bliss. So delicious. 100 times better than the clams we usually find. Warm and comforting, it feels like a flow of heat. Ah, so delightful. Li Xiaoyu also took a skewer, savoring it gracefully, feeling the clam meat with its faint energy dissolve in her mouth. A gentle warmth coursed down her throat and spread through her limbs, dispelling the fatigue of their coastal excursion and revitalizing her spirit. She nodded in genuine admiration. Indeed, ingredients infused with spiritual energy are extraordinary. This flavor, it's indescribably exquisite, and I feel my strength returning. Uncertain of how long this would last, she mused. Once Miss Helena's ship departs, we may not dare to return here when the formidable sea beasts come back. Wang Hao devoured a share, relishing the sweet clam meat mingled with the smoky essence of the flames, complemented by the gentle energy permeating his being, leaving him utterly invigorated. As if every pore was rejoicing. As he ate, he mumbled, "What is there to fear? When the time comes, I will bring you along. I'm quite formidable now, and I shall catch sea beasts for you to feast upon." The small boat, having feasted well, seemed to exude a renewed vitality, its ethereal glow more lively than before. The dense mist of spiritual energy in the spirit sea appeared to be nourished as the three enjoyed their sumptuous clam banquet, becoming even more refined. Totally worth it. Absolutely worth it. Wang Hao contentedly let out a satisfied burp, surveying the nearly empty bucket and the extinguished embers of the bonfire. He glanced at the setting sun, reflecting on their day, gathering clams, feeding the boat, and enjoying a grand meal. Such a life is one even the immortals would envy. Wang Hao stood up, brushed the sand off his pants, stretched luxuriously, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him, filled with unprecedented anticipation for the future. Let us go home. I'll bring some back for Annie to taste. With a spirited wave of his hand, he declared, Tomorrow we shall seek out an even better place. Let's find more exquisite ingredients. My vessel informs me that it can still consume more. The golden glow of the setting sun stretches the silhouettes of the three figures long upon the beach. Chapter 10. The fox-eared maiden in the nearly emptied wooden barrel. A few ordinary clam meats and several well-preserved spirit clams were carefully covered with damp seaweed. Prepare to bring back for Aunt Lee to taste. Brother Wang Hao, shall we take you to the old turtles back tomorrow? Proposed Li Xiaoyu, her small face tilted upwards. Last time during the low tide, I saw a huge conch in the rock crevices over there. But it was too deep, and I didn't dare to go down to retrieve it. Old turtles back? Wang Hao, unfamiliar with the area, could only inquire further. Li Xiaoyu chimed in, indeed. There are some good finds over there. When Miss Helena's ship first arrived, many sea creatures fled, and many people from our water settlement went to gather. Uncle Zhang even found a tide sound conch there. Although it's just an ordinary spirit conch, the water spirit energy it contains is remarkably pure, and I've heard it sold for a handsome price. She paused momentarily, her tone laced with a subtle longing. If only we could find one, it would be perfect for making soup for my mother, who has been feeling weak lately. Wang Hao immediately sensed the concern in Li Xiaoyu's words. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he declared, All right, we shall go to Old Turtle's back tomorrow, no matter how treacherous the currents. I will fetch the deepest conch cave for Aunt Lee's nourishing soup. My boat could certainly use some substantial fare. You're the best, Brother Wang Hao. Li Xiaoyu cheered joyfully. Observing Wang Hao's earnest promise, Li Xiaoyu felt warmth in her heart, her lips unconsciously curving into a smile. Then, thank you, Wang Hao. Thank whom? We're all family. Wang Hao grinned broadly, his words flowing naturally, causing Li Xiaoyu's cheeks to flush, yet she refrained from retorting. The trio chatted and laughed, making their way towards the water platform along a familiar path. To take a shortcut, they needed to traverse a low-lying area near the edge of the half-orc settlement. Rather than being a barren land, this area resembled a natural dumping ground, where human waste, discarded planks from fishing boats, torn fishing nets, and the remnants of fish bones and shell fragments cleaned out by the half-orcs were haphazardly piled, emanating a complex aroma of brine mingled with decay. Few people dared to approach this place. Ugh, it smells so bad, Li Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose, covering her mouth and nose. Bear with it. We'll be home soon, Li Xiaoyu urged, quickening her pace. However, Wang Hao suddenly halted, his eyes scanning the chaotic heap of refuse like a searchlight. His gaze precisely locked on several discarded, seemingly intact, and robust old planks at the edge, alongside a collection of fish bones and shell fragments that still bore traces of spiritual luminescence. Wait! Wang Hao's voice brimmed with suppressed excitement as he grabbed hold of the Li sisters, exclaiming, "Look over there! What treasures!" Huh? Li Xiaoyu followed Wang Hao's pointing finger, her small face scrunched up. Brother Wang Hao, those are just a pile of garbage. Dirty and smelly. What could possibly be good there? You don't understand. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled as if he beheld extraordinary treasures. Old planks, fish bones, isn't that precisely the snacks my boat adores? The absence of significant spiritual essence should not pose a problem. After all, quantity can satiate hunger. Let's proceed and take a look. Without further ado, Wang Hao seized the hesitant Li sisters and made his way toward the edge of the refuse heap. As they approached the boundary of the half-orc settlement, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Some rudimentary shanties loomed in the distance, where figures bearing animal ears or tails busily toiled or anxiously scanned their surroundings. Upon their arrival at the refuse pile, the gazes upon them sharpened, revealing an unmistakable air of wariness and disdain. Several young adolescents, sporting wolf ears or bull horns, halted their tasks and fixed their cold stares upon the intruding trio. Li Xiaoyu, sensing the unfriendly scrutiny, tensed her body slightly and whispered a caution to Wang Hao. Be careful. They're not particularly welcoming to outsiders here. We are merely collecting some discarded refuse. It should be all right. Shouldn't it? Wang Hao, while speaking reassuringly, moderated his movements, deliberately avoiding glances toward the shanties and concentrating on the treasures before him. He swiftly sifted through relatively intact planks and fish bones that emanated a faint spiritual essence. At that moment, a sharp quarrel and the sounds of a scuffle erupted from the other side of the refuse heap, intertwined with the distressed reprimands of a girl and the raucous jeers of several ruffians. You filthy fox! Why are you hiding? Hand over your belongings. Exactly. We're doing you a favor by wanting your things. Don't push your luck. Hand it over. Wang Hao and the others turned to the source of the commotion, spotting three disheveled youths, clearly idle ruffians from the nearby human settlement, surrounding a figure curled up in the corner. It was a girl, slightly older than Li Xiaoyu, clad in tattered homespun garments. Most striking were the pair of trembling red fox ears atop her head, quivering with fear and indignation, along with a similarly hued, fluffy tail trailing behind her. She clutched a small bundle wrapped in rags tightly to her chest, defiantly shielding it, her clear eyes brimming with terror and injustice, tears shimmering in her gaze. That is a Li from the fox tribe. Li Xiaoyu recognizes her. I know her. She often scavenges for usable items here. Why are they targeting her? Stop. What are you doing? Wang Hao instinctively shouted, a surge of blood rushing to his head. A living fox-eared girl. How adorable. He desired to pet her. In a previous life, he might have hesitated and walked away apathetically, but witnessing the helplessness of the fox-eared girl, then glancing at the three bullies, ignited a fierce protective instinct within him. The ruffians, startled by the sudden outburst, turned to see Wang Hao and the two young ladies. Their faces immediately contorted with disdain and anger. Well, what do we have here? A little brat, wanting to play the hero? Sneered the scarred leader among them. You'd best keep your distance and mind your own business. This vixen stole our belongings. I did not. I collected these fish bones myself. Ali retorted, her voice tremulous yet distinctly clear. Bullshit. The items in this refuse heap are unclaimed. Whoever retrieves them claims ownership. We declare it ours, and thus it is. Another ruffian brazenly reached out to snatch the bundle from Ali's grasp. You must be joking. Wang Hao, filled with fury yet laughing scornfully, stepped forward to position himself between Ali and the thug, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Three burly men bullying a young girl. Do they possess no shame? If they wish to steal, let them do so without pretense. Damn it. Seeking their own demise. Chapter 11. Gathering materials, the Scarface thug was incensed by Wang Hao's demeanor and threw a punch directly at his face. Anticipating this move, Wang Hao, whose body had been honed by the nurturing energies of the spirit ship and the spirit shell, reacted with remarkable swiftness. However, instead of meeting the blow head-on, he deftly sidestepped, simultaneously channeling his thoughts into the spirit sea. With a swift rustle, several emerald-green tendrils erupted from the earth, coiling around the thug's legs and waist like ethereal serpents. Taken by surprise, the thug gasped as he stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling in vain to free himself. "What on earth?" exclaimed the Scarface thug and his companion, their faces stricken with fear. At that moment, Wang Hao's fingertips aimed at the thug's knee. With a sharp whoosh, a deep blue water arrow, as thick as a thumb and solidified to a near-tangible form, shot forth with a piercing sound, striking precisely at the side of the thug's knee. The thug howled in agony, feeling a jolt of intense pain and numbness in his knee, as if struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to lose his balance and collapse to one knee. Is this sorcery? The last remaining thug, witnessing his companion ensnared by the bizarre tendrils and another writhing in pain, was utterly terrified. He dared not approach any closer, letting out a frantic cry as he scuttled away, heedless of his fallen comrade. The thug ensnared by the tendrils, now thoroughly frightened, struggled desperately. Wang Hao, seizing the moment, retracted the tendrils, and the thug scrambled to his feet, fleeing in a panic, leaving only the limping Scarface thug, cursing and stumbling as he made his escape. Silence enveloped the vicinity of the debris, broken only by the sound of crashing waves and the muffled sobs of the fox-eared girl, Ollie. The half-beasts, who had been cautiously observing from a distance, now exhibited a significant reduction in their hostility, replaced by astonishment and a hint of curiosity, particularly among the younger half-beasts, who gazed in awe at the lingering mist from Wang Hao's fingertips and the retraction of the tendrils. Wang Hao exhaled in relief before turning to the curled-up girl on the ground, striving to soften his voice. "It's all right now. The bad guys have been driven away. Are you okay?" Ollie looked up, her tear-filled eyes searching Wang Hao's face, then darting to the concerned expressions of the Li sisters behind him. Upon recognizing Li Xiaoyu, the kind-hearted girl she often saw foraging for herbs, her fear began to dissipate. She loosened her grip on the bundle she clutched, but did not entirely lower her guard. In a hushed voice, thick with accent, she murmured, "Thank you." "No need for thanks. It's merely standing up against injustice," Wang Hao replied, scratching his head and gesturing toward the bundle in her arms. "Can I take a look? Did you really find those fish bones yourself?" After a moment of hesitation, Ollie cautiously unwrapped the tattered cloth, revealing several unusually shaped fish bones that glimmered with a soft, jade-white luminescence. The surface of the bones appeared to possess natural rippling patterns, emanating a pure aura of water, spiritual energy. "These are the vertebrae of the silver-scaled pike," Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, recognition flashing in her eyes, her voice laced with excitement. "The water spiritual energy contained within these bones is gentle and pure, making them an excellent tonic." "Ollie, you are incredibly fortunate." Upon hearing Li Xiaoyu's words, Ali's tense expression finally softened a bit as she nodded. "Yes, I found it. Beneath the rocks over there, washed up by the waves." She gestured towards a rocky shore near the half-orc territory. Wang Hao gazed at the fish bones, his eyes sparkling with excitement. These were far superior to the ordinary bones he had collected earlier. His little boat conveyed a clear yearning. However, he quickly restrained his impulse and pointed to the few broken wooden planks he had just retrieved. Miss Ollie, may I trade these planks for a fishbone? My boat requires some good stuff for repairs." Wang Hao attempted to explain, only to realize he had been rather abrupt. While the planks were valuable to him, they might not hold the same worth for her. Ollie stared in confusion, glancing at the seemingly useless broken boards in Wang Hao's hands, then at the precious fishbone in her possession. Her large eyes brimmed with perplexity. Humans, trading trash for her treasure? Was this person perhaps a bit off? Notiționez vulgarment, li xiaoyu kikli interjecta. Ali, bang, aumens nom. His situation is somewhat unique. Those planks are genuinely useful to him. Additionally, if you are willing to part with a fish bone, we wish to take it back to my ailing mother. She has not been well lately, and we have shells and sea conchs here. Li Xiaoyu's tone was sincere and pleading. Upon hearing it was for her sick mother, Ali's demeanor softened noticeably. Despite the barriers between the half-orc tribe and humans, the sentiment of filial piety transcended such divides. She looked again at Wang Hao, the human boy who had just saved her, his eyes bright and his demeanor peculiar, yet seemingly devoid of malice. Ultimately, she bit her lip and carefully selected a smaller, yet still pure and vibrant, fish bone from her satchel, handing it to Li Xiaoyu. Then, she quickly seized the sturdiest broken plank from Wang Hao's grasp, cradling it in her arms and softly murmuring, "This, I will trade for this." "Well, that was my mistake earlier. You may choose some shells and sea conchs." Wang Hao handed over the shells and sea conchs from the bucket, and Ali happily selected a few, carefully placing them back in her small cloth bag. Li Xiaoyu accepted the warm, jade-like fish bone radiating pure energy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she earnestly thanked Ali. "Thank you, Ali. Truly thank you." Wang Hao, on the other hand, joyfully embraced the broken planks, grinning broadly. "Ha, splendid. It's a deal. Miss Ali, if anyone troubles you in this area again, just invoke my name, Wang Hao, or come directly to us." Ali, clutching the seemingly bewildering treasure of a wooden plank, gazed at the three humans before her, one sincerely expressing gratitude for a fishbone, another foolishly grinning while holding broken boards. Her once-taut heartstrings finally relaxed, and for the first time, she revealed a timid yet genuine smile towards the humans, giving a gentle nod. A barely audible reply. Wang Hao contentedly cradled several pieces of weathered ship planks, exuding a musty odor, while Li Xiaoyu carefully held a jade-like fishbone from scaled fish, its smooth texture glimmering in the light. Li Xiaoyu joyfully skipped along, carrying a wooden barrel that was mostly empty, containing only a few spiritual shells and sea conchs. The trio made their way along the wooden walkway that connected to the floating platform, heading towards the somewhat modest shed of the Li family. At the entrance of the shed, Aunt Li was stooped over, laboriously mending a worn fishing net. Her complexion was somewhat pale, marked by the weariness of long toil. Upon seeing the three return, her face instantly brightened with a warm smile. "You're back. How was the harvest today? Oh, little Hao, what treasures do you carry that smells so strong?" "Mother, look." Li Xiaoyu eagerly presented the wooden barrel, lifting the damp seaweed to reveal the bounty of spiritual shells they had collected. "Wang Hao's grilled shellfish is absolutely delicious. We saved some for you. And this." Li Xiaoyu gingerly offered the jade-like fish bone to her mother, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Mother, this is the spine of the scaled fish, imbued with gentle aquatic energy. It makes a nourishing broth. It was a trade from Ali. Well, a friend of ours." Chapter 12. The Shipwright Guild. She discreetly omitted the conflicts in the half-orc territory, merely mentioning the exchange. Aunt Li gazed at the fishbone emanating pure spiritual energy, then glanced at the few exquisite spirit shells in the bucket, her eyes glistening with moisture. This is far too precious. You should keep it for yourselves. I'm fine, just an old ailment. Aunt Li, please accept it." Wang Hao carefully placed the broken shipboard from his embrace in the corner, dusted off his hands, and grinned. "This was specially exchanged for you by Xiaoyu. We feasted on roasted shellfish on the beach, and this is brought back just for you. Moreover, Xiaoyu aspires to become an extraordinary shipwright in the future. If you restore your health, she can focus on her training, right?" Mentioning shipwrights, a deeper sense of comfort mixed with an imperceptible trace of worry appeared on Aunt Li's face. She turned her gaze to her eldest daughter. "Xiaoyu, it has been a few days since your awakening. How does the spiritual sea feel? Have you sensed any natural ship molds?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyu's expression dimmed slightly as she shook her head gently. "Mother, the spiritual sea is still only about 10 meters, and I haven't sensed any compatible ship molds. Perhaps my aptitude is truly quite ordinary." Her voice was soft, tinged with disappointment. "Indeed, Her awakened shipwright aptitude was of a rather low tier, and the limited space of her spiritual sea hindered her ability to naturally sense any compatible molds for refinement. Seeing her disheartened, Wang Hao immediately encouraged, "Cough. What's there to worry about? If shipwrighting doesn't work out, we can pursue weapon refinement instead. Shall you? Your hands are so deft and your thoughts meticulous. Perhaps one day you could forge a remarkable innate spirit weapon." Unbeknownst to Wang Hao, he was quite fortunate, having unwittingly refined an innate ship despite not fully grasping what sensing a ship mold entailed. Aunt Lee sighed and patted her daughter's hand. Weapon refinement is not so simple. Selecting the appropriate innate weapon, enhancing the spiritual materials for the spirit weapon, and the inheritance. Does any of it come without cost? Our family's conditions. She did not continue, but her implication was clear. While many claimed that weapon refinement was an easier path than shipwrighting, it still required substantial resource investment, far beyond the means of an ordinary family like theirs. A moment of silence enveloped the makeshift dwelling, as the sea breeze wafted through the gaps, carrying a salty tang and a hint of coolness. Wang Hao observed Li Xiaoyu's downcast eyes and Aunt Li's anxious expression, a thought stirring within him. Remembering his little ship that could grow by consuming, he cleared his throat to break the silence. Aoni, Yugoslavia. Tomorrow we are heading to Old Turtle's back to catch the tide, right? Before we go, let us visit the Shipwright Guild on the island. The Shipwright Guild? Li Xiaoyu lifted her head, puzzled. That was a place where only those of the island's elite, who had awakened shipwrighting aptitude, would venture. What could someone of her caliber accomplish there? Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us broaden our horizons to witness what true shipwrighting looks like. We can also inquire about any news, such as whether there are suitable ships for you, Xiaoyu, or perhaps, any programs that support newcomers. Wang Hao contemplated the term loan, pondering whether such a concept existed in this world. More importantly, he wished to ascertain the level of ship repairs prevalent in this realm, and to understand the significance of his humble vessel. In the impoverished district of this aquatic settlement, valuable information was scarce. All he gleaned was that ships were refined into soul vessels, and tools into instruments of crafting, with nothing further revealed thereafter. Aunt Lee hesitated momentarily, stating, "That place. I have heard it is fraught with regulations and considerable expenses. We shall go and see. It won't cost us anything," Wang Hao assured, thumping his chest. "Isn't it worthwhile to broaden our horizons? Who knows, there might be free consultations or guidance for newcomers. Shall you? Don't you wish to witness what a true spirit ship looks like?" His words, particularly the mention of a genuine spirit ship, ignited a flicker of curiosity and longing in Li Xiaoyu's eyes. Biting her lip, she turned to her mother. "Mother, let us go and see." Before long, they were on their way. Observing the anticipation in her daughter's gaze, Aunt Lee finally nodded in agreement. "Very well. Just ensure you return promptly and remain safe." The following dawn, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the sea mist and illuminated the bustling aquatic settlement, Wang Hao, Li Xiaoyu, and Li Xiaoyu had already embarked upon the waterway leading to the core area of the island, towards the Ship Repair Guild. As they approached the island's vicinity, the surrounding scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. The low, cramped shanties of the slums, reeking of fish, gradually gave way to tidy, spacious houses constructed from sturdy sea-sunken wood or bluestone. The air was no longer merely infused with a salty tang, but rather a complex aroma mingling with faint spices, paint, and a certain energetic resonance. The streets widened considerably, paved with smoothly polished stones, where pedestrians donned vibrant attire, walking leisurely. A stark contrast to the plain clothing of Wang Hao and his companions. Wang Hao noticed the faint outlines of luminescent artifacts at the waists or backs of many individuals, likely symbols of their status as craftsmen. Li Xiaoyu clutched her sister's hand tightly, her large eyes scanning the surroundings with a blend of curiosity and trepidation. Li Xiaoyu, striving to maintain an upright posture, could not entirely conceal the unease and slight inferiority reflected in her gaze. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, with a carefree demeanor, scanned the area, internally marveling at the stark wealth disparity evident on this island. At last, a grand edifice came into view. The Ship Repair Guild. It was not situated on the island itself, but was anchored to a colossal natural reef. The structure seemingly sculpted from immense white coral rock and a metal that emitted a deep blue sheen, its lines smooth and exuding a sense of power. The main building was streamlined, resembling the prow of a mighty vessel poised for departure, towering above the entire port. At the pinnacle of this ship's bow, a massive crystal radiating a gentle blue light was embedded, resembling a lighthouse for the colossal ship, or perhaps a core of formidable energy. The sunlight glinted off the building's mirror-like surface, reflecting dazzling brilliance. On either side of the grand entrance to the Ship Repair Guild, two vividly lifelike statues of sea creatures stand sentinel. One, a colossal deep-sea octopus entwined around an anchor, and the other, a majestic dragon whale riding the waves. Sculpted from a mysterious obsidian, they exude an aura of authority. Above the archway, a banner adorned with intricate runes and anchor motifs hangs, representing the emblem of the Ship Repair Guild. Merely standing outside, one can feel a solemn and orderly atmosphere enveloping them. The flow of pedestrians has noticeably diminished, yet each individual possesses an air of distinction, either clad in crisp uniforms, adorned with varying ranks of anchor insignias, or dressed in opulent attire accompanied by attendants, their bodies embellished with an array of shimmering ornaments. The air is infused with a subtle scent of premium timber and metallic spiritual materials, mingled with a profound ambience. At the entrance, two towering guards, clad in uniform silver-gray spiritual battle armor and wielding blades at their waists, stand watch, their gazes sharp as eagles, scrutinizing every approaching figure. Wow! Li Xiaoyu gasped in silent awe. Li Xiaoyu, too, was awestruck by the grandeur, instinctively clutching the hem of her clothing, her steps faltering. The glimmer of her awakened abilities felt as insignificant as dust in the face of this monument, symbolizing power and status. Wang Hao inhaled deeply. The spectacle surpassed his expectations. Despite having witnessed various grand scenes and videos, he felt a twinge of trepidation in this moment. Steadying himself, he urged the somewhat dazed Li sisters. "Let's go inside and take a look. We have nothing to fear. We are neither thieves nor robbers." Chapter 13. The Turning Point. Wang Hao, accompanied by two young women, approached the grand entrance of a ship repair guild. As they drew near, the gaze of the guards at the door fell upon their tattered garments, filled with a distinct scrutiny and a barely perceptible disdain. Their attire was starkly incongruous with the opulence of their surroundings. Upon stepping through the guild's doors, they were enveloped by a wave of comfort. The rich aura of spiritual energy was palpable, and their vision opened up to a breathtaking vista. The interior of the Ship Repair Guild was extraordinarily spacious, with a ceiling crafted from crystal that bathed the area in a gentle glow. The floor was laid with gleaming crystalline slabs, reflecting their surroundings. At the center lay a vast circular pool of light, encircled by platforms and corridors that connected various areas. Each section was adorned with massive crystal screens displaying a plethora of information, reminiscent of the offices seen on Blue Star, albeit with a different aesthetic. Notices for various equipment repair bids, high-grade spiritual material purchases, transport tasks, and even announcements from master craftsmen's ship modifications dazzled the eye. Occasionally, individuals clad in uniforms traversed the space, engaging in hushed conversations imbued with an air of arrogance. Several relaxed ship repairers enjoyed exquisite teas and pastries in the lounge area, often accompanied by respectful attendants. They were not required to attend to their own affairs, as a multitude of staff and crew members busily catered to their needs. Creating a striking contrast, a group of children donned vibrant robes, frolicking and playing, their protective spiritual energy glimmering around them, while soft music played in the lounge, forming a stark juxtaposition to the desolation of the impoverished district from which Wang Hao and his companions had come. "Do these people never work?" Li Xiao whispered, observing a little girl being cradled by a servant, gleefully toying with a beautiful spiritual orb, her eyes filled with curiosity towards them. "This is the life of the ship repair aristocrats, inherently perched high above the rest," Li Xiaoyu replied softly to her sister, her tone laced with complexity and envy as she noticed a young ship repairer in the lounge casually manipulating a flickering flame transforming it into the shape of a flower, eliciting laughter from his female companions. This leisurely existence starkly contrasted with their own struggles alongside Wang Hao, toiling on the beach for a living, even scavenging broken ship planks in the refuse area to feed the vessel. Wang Hao's gaze swiftly scanned the directional signs hanging in each functional area: spiritual material acquisition, ship maintenance, task postings, resource exchanges, and finally, it rested upon a nearby counter marked guidance and consultation for new ship repairs. "Xiaoyu, over there. Let's inquire." Wang Hao urged the two women as he hastened toward the counter. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged woman in uniform, her head bowed as she organized papers. "Hello." Upon hearing Wang Hao's inquiry, she lifted her gaze, and upon seeing the shabby appearance of the trio, her brow furrowed slightly. "What can I assist you with?" Li Xiaoyu, somewhat anxious, inquired. "Greetings, I am a novice shipwright from the newly awakened spiritual sea. I have come to understand the fundamentals of shipwriting and whether there exists a suitable vessel for me." The middle-aged woman cast a discerning glance at Li Xiaoyu, her eyes reflecting a flicker of understanding. Recently, Miss Haliana had distributed awakening potions to all eligible individuals on the island, resulting in many from the civilian districts also awakening as shipwrights in the spiritual sea. Addressing these fanciful individuals, the staff member replied indifferently, "You have just awakened in the spiritual sea, correct? Let me register your details. You should review the foundational manual for shipwrights. Please provide your name, qualifications, and display your spiritual sea capacity." Li Xiaoyu promptly shared her information and revealed the ethereal projection of her spiritual sea. After glancing at it, the woman filled in the details and, with a flat tone, stated, "Li Xiaoyu, qualification, fluorescent class D, spiritual sea capacity, 10 meters. She set down her pen and continued, "With a fluorescent qualification and a diminutive spiritual sea, you likely cannot naturally sense a compatible vessel mold. Thus, according to the conventional shipwright path, you will need to purchase an appropriate spiritual ship for refinement. The Shipwright Guild will provide a basic copy of the spiritual sea guiding technique for all qualified shipwrights, for a fee of 10 gold shells or equivalent items. If you are unable to sense a vessel mold and must refine a ship independently, the basic auxiliary formation required for refining a spiritual ship will cost a minimum of 50 gold shells. Additionally, the Guild recommends several entry-level spiritual ships suitable for a small spiritual sea, priced between 100 and 300 gold shells." Upon hearing this cascade of figures, Li Xiaoyu's expression turned bitter. 10 shells, 50 shells, 100 shells. Her family, after a year of arduous fishing, mending nets, and doing odd jobs, could barely save 2 or 3 silver shells after expenses. And this was merely the initial cost. She dared not even contemplate the subsequent materials, maintenance, and upgrades. Wang Hao, listening intently, couldn't help but feel astonished. The Shipwright Guild was indeed a voracious beast. No wonder Antley was so troubled. Is there perhaps a way to avoid spending such a fortune? For instance, could one take out a loan? Wang Hao ventured to ask tentatively. The middle-aged woman appeared to find his suggestion amusing, the corners of her mouth curling into a non-derisive smile. A loan? The Guild only provides resource lending services to those with soft light qualifications, Class C, a spiritual sea exceeding 100 meters, or those with clear potential, under strict review and collateral requirements. As for a fluorescent Class D qualification, she shook her head, leaving her meaning unspoken but unmistakably clear. You are not yet qualified. She gestured toward the nearby light screen. There are various commission tasks listed here, along with corresponding rewards. You may attempt to undertake some manageable ones to accumulate resources. Furthermore, she paused, her gaze sweeping over Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu. Non-shipwrights or related personnel are advised not to linger in the guild area for extended periods, to avoid inconveniencing others. Though her tone was courteous, the underlying message was evident. It was time to leave. Biting her lip and clutching her clothing tightly, Li Xiaoyu felt a wave of suffocating despair wash over her, the harsh reality of becoming a shipwright weighing heavily on her heart. In a soft voice, she murmured, "Thank you, we understand." The arduous and perilous journey to becoming a shipwright loomed dauntingly before her. The immense disparity and the harshness of reality enveloped her in a suffocating dizziness, rendering the brilliance of dreams starkly pale and absurd in the face of the substantial wealth required. As Wang Hao observed Li Xiaoyu's despondent demeanor and glanced at the surrounding shipbuilding apprentices, resplendent in their attire and engaged in lively banter, an unnameable fury mingled with a fierce determination surged within him. Such was the nature of the world, where crossing the chasms of class was never an easy feat. Some were born into the mire while others emerged amidst the clouds, such has always been the case. Drawing a deep breath to quell the tumultuous emotions, he firmly grasped Li Xiaoyu's icy wrist. Xiaoyu, we must go." Wang Hao's voice, though not loud, resonated with urgency as he pulled the still-dazed Li family sisters along, straightening his back and striding purposefully towards the shipbuilding gates that symbolized a threshold. The guards, casting glances imbued with subtle scrutiny and barely perceptible disdain, only served to ignite the flames of resolve smoldering within him. Upon stepping beyond the stifling confines of the shipbuilding guild and onto the relatively lively street, a shadowy figure stealthily approached. "Esteemed sirs, please, a moment of your time." Chapter 14. A frightening encounter. A middle-aged man clad in leather armor, sporting a pair of neatly trimmed mustaches and possessing a discerning gaze, obstructed their path. A warm smile adorned his face as his eyes swiftly surveyed the modest attire of Wang Hao and his companions, lingering momentarily on Li Xiaoyu, evidently noticing the faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from her, indicative of a novice shipwright. Seeing three individuals emerging from the guild, he mused to himself, "They must be newly awakened shipwrights." Rubbing his hands together, he beamed, "I am Qian Duofu, here to provide, well, special assistance for talented young individuals like yourselves, who possess remarkable potential yet find themselves financially constrained." "Assistance?" Wang Hao halted suspiciously, positioning Li Xiaoyu protectively behind him, his gaze scrutinizing. This man exuded a slick demeanor, unmistakably untrustworthy. Indeed, Qian Duofu lowered his voice, shrouding his words in an air of mystery. "Those antiquated guild members are bound by rigid rules and lack the creativity to adapt. What does it matter if one's talent is lacking? What a meager spiritual sea. Such concerns are trivial. The crux lies in finding the right vessel. Here, I possess the finest quality spiritual ships tailored to your, unique requirements. Moreover," he emphasized the latter part, casting an enticing bait, "I can also offer unsecured, low-interest loans for shipwrights, along with complimentary foundational assistance formations to help you effortlessly surmount your initial hurdles." "Loans?" A flicker of faint hope illuminated Li Xiaoyu's otherwise dim eyes, quickly overshadowed by skepticism. After all, one does not receive free gifts from the heavens. Wang Hao's brow furrowed deeper. Spiritual ships? Loans? What are the conditions? The conditions are quite lenient. Qian Duofu, noticing their interest, beamed even more broadly and gestured invitingly. "Words alone cannot suffice. Seeing is believing. Follow me. Just ahead at the dock, our ships await. I assure you, you will be satisfied." Exchanging glances filled with doubt, Wang Hao and the Li sisters hesitated. Yet the allure of spiritual ships and loans proved too compelling for Li Xiaoyu in her current predicament. With a mindset of merely observing, the trio followed Qian Duofu through winding paths until they arrived at a dock on the opposite side of the island, where numerous small to medium-sized vessels were moored. This dock lacked the grandeur and refinement of the guilds, where imposing spiritual ships were abundant. Instead, the air was thick with the pungent scent of fish, the odor of pine oil, and the briny essence of the sea, presenting a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. Nevertheless, the quantity of vessels was not insignificant, and some peculiar designs, with their hulls shimmering faintly with spiritual light, captivated their attention. "See those?" Qian Duofu proudly pointed towards the rows of docked ships. "These are not your ordinary fishing boats from the common folk. They are constructed primarily from spiritual ironwood, infused with refined marine beast bone powder and scales. Each vessel is imbued with spiritual essence, perfectly suited for someone like this young lady, who has awakened her spiritual sea but cannot yet sense the ship's core. He pointed to a sleek, approximately 10-meter-long single-masted sailboat, its hull adorned with closely set, dark teal metallic scales. Behold, the Qinglin. Sturdy and durable, it comes equipped with a basic wavebreaker enchantment, capable of slightly enhancing sailing speed. It is perfect for novices. Its original price is merely 100 gold shells. 100 gold shells. Li Xiaoyu gasped. This figure still an astronomical sum in her eyes. Accumulating even 10 silver shells felt like an insurmountable challenge, let alone 100 gold shells. Considering that 100 silver shells equaled 1 gold shell. Don't fret, don't fret. Qian Duofu chuckled, waving his hands reassuringly. I understand that you young folks are financially constrained, so I offer installment payments. The down payment is only 10 gold shells. The remaining 90 can be paid off over 10 years, with just 50 gold shells due each year. Easy and cost-effective. 50 gold shells a year? Wang Hao quickly calculated in his mind. Over 10 years. That amounted to 500 gold shells. The interest was exorbitant. Isn't that interest rather steep? In 10 years. Oh dear, young man, you mustn't say it like that. Qian Duofu replied with an expression of feigned innocence, continuing, this is a vessel imbued with spiritual energy. It is not mere scrapwood. Over 10 years. The average daily cost is just a few silver shells. Moreover, with a ship, you can undertake guild missions, venture out to catch spirit fish, or even engage in short-distance transport. This modest investment can be quickly recouped. It is a preliminary investment. At that moment, in a corner of the dock, a young man was dragging a thick rope, pulling a 20-meter spirit ship behind him. A metallic ring, marking him as a ship slave, adorned his wrist. Nearby, a foreman was impatiently berating him. What are you dawdling for? If today's ship maintenance and cultivation tasks are not completed, you can forget about your meal. The loan contract you signed is crystal clear. If you fail to repay, we reclaim the spirit ship, and you become a ship slave, spending your life repaying your debts. The young man shuddered, despair etched in his eyes. Ship slave? The spirit ship reclaimed? A lifetime of debt? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyu's face turned pale, her body trembling involuntarily, while Li Xiaoyu clutched her sister's arm tightly, horrified at the thought of her sister becoming a ship slave. Wang Hao felt a chilling dread surge from his feet to the crown of his head. This was not a loan. It was a predatory contract akin to a life-binding agreement. Once signed, it would irrevocably ruin one's future. It was clear that the intention was to turn those lacking resources into ship slaves, cultivating spirit ships for free throughout their lifetimes. Such a scheme was utterly shameless. Well, what do you think? Consider it. Such an opportunity is rare. Qian Duofu continued to prattle on, seemingly oblivious to the grim scene behind him. Get lost. What a load of nonsense. Wang Hao exclaimed, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu, glaring angrily at Qian Duofu. You heartless swindler. Xiaoyu, come with me. Wang Hao took the two sisters by the hand and hastily departed from that predatory dock without looking back. Qian Duofu's smile vanished in an instant, and he spat in disdain. Unappreciative paupers, destined to remain lowly wretches for all their days. As they departed from the dock, the trio ambled along the road. The atmosphere fraught with an extraordinary heaviness. Li Xiaoyu fought back tears, her aspirations of repairing ships seemingly extinguished by the harsh realities of life. What about repairing instruments? Li Xiaoyu timidly inquired, clinging to a flicker of hope. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, observing the sorrow etched on Li Xiaoyu's face, and declared, let us proceed to the Instrument Repair Guild. I refuse to believe that both paths are closed to us. Upon their arrival at the Instrument Repair Guild, they were greeted by an architectural style that starkly contrasted with that of the Ship Repair Guild. The entrance was devoid of statues, featuring only two imposing furnaces standing sentinel. There were no guards, merely a bustling throng of individuals tirelessly transporting various materials in a ceaseless flow. As they ventured inside, a wave of heat enveloped them. Vast forging tables and furnaces were scattered throughout, the incessant clanging of metal resonating as if they had entered a veritable workshop of creation. In a secluded corner, they finally discovered the registration area, where a luminous screen displayed a scrolling array of ores, spiritual materials, schematics for crafting, and listings for both purchasing and auctioning finished spiritual artifacts. The trio approached the newcomer consultation counter, where they were met by a middle-aged instrument repairer with an indifferent demeanor. Have you awakened your instrument repair talent? Have you determined the direction of your innate spiritual artifact? Have you measured your affinity for the spiritual fire? The middle-aged repairer did not lift his gaze, delivering a barrage of questions. Li Xiaoyu, lacking knowledge of these particulars, could only shake her head and respond, "Not yet." Not yet? Chapter 15. The Artisans Guild. The middle-aged craftsman finally lifted his gaze, his eyes slicing through Li Xiaoyu's plain attire and anxious demeanor like a blade. A smirk of unrestrained derision playing on his lips. You haven't even measured your affinity for spirit fire? You haven't refined it at all. You lack direction in your innate spiritual tool? What are you doing here at the Artisans Guild? Merely sightseeing? He gestured towards the densely packed list of materials and prices displayed on the nearby screen. Do you see this? The most fundamental stone heart fire refining guidance ritual starts at 50 gold shells. If you wish to become an artisan, first refine your spirit fire. Even the most ordinary refined iron spirit material costs 5 gold shells per pound. The subsequent expenses for crafting furnaces, blueprints, formations, potions, and energy enhancers. Each one is a beast that devours gold. Without a family heritage, without a vast reservoir of resources, and lacking a powerful shipwright to provide you with the spirit energy to squander, you still aspire to tread the path of an artisan? How laughable! You'd be better off staying true to your origins, fishing and farming in the slums. He scoffed lightly, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in the quiet vicinity of the counter. Dreaming of the artisan's path is beyond your reach. Save your breath and abandon your daydreams. If all else fails, simply choose a tool imbued with spirit energy to refine and become a tool servant. Isn't that how people from the slums have always managed? To audaciously call yourselves artisans is nothing short of a joke. His biting remarks pierced through Li Xiaoyu's last glimmer of hope like an ice pick, causing her to sway slightly, her face shifting from pale to a sickly green as an overwhelming sense of shame and despair threatened to engulf her. Li Xiaoyu's younger sister, Li Xiaoyu, felt her cheeks flush with anger, yearning to retort but being firmly restrained by her sister. Wang Hao's fists clenched tightly, fury igniting in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion and muffled sobs from nearby drew their attention. There, at the opulent entrance to the advanced forging area, a young woman clad in a faded yet immaculate plain dress knelt before a young man dressed elegantly, adorned with a first-tier artisan badge. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, her features like a painting, exuding a gentle grace. Yet, at that moment, her face was streaked with tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom. Ignoring the curious gazes around her, she implored with a voice trembling with desperation, "Young Master Chun, I beg you, please accept me. I am willing to sign the most stringent soul contract to become your contracted artisan. My father is in urgent need of cold soul jade due for his life. Only your family can refine it. I truly have no other recourse. I implore you for a chance. I am willing to endure any hardship and toil at any labor. Please." She prostrated on the ground, her forehead striking heavily against the cold, hard, rune-engraved floor with a dull thud. The young artisan, known as Young Master Chun, possessing striking good looks, regarded her with an air of aloof indifference tinged with a hint of amusement. He leisurely adjusted the exquisite gem buttons on his cuffs as if savoring a farcical performance. A contracted artisan? Young Master Chin's voice dripped with casual scorn. You? A waste who cannot even stabilize the most basic tier of spirit fire? Do you think a soul contract is child's play? Signing you would not only waste my resources and time, but what else could you possibly offer? Serving tea and running errands? My household is not lacking in maidservants. He leaned slightly forward, his voice laced with malicious levity, audible only to those nearby. Unless you are willing to sign the furnace servitude contract, then I might consider it. However, once you sign that, you will truly become a furnace vessel. Your life and death in my hands, with no chance of your soul finding liberation. Are you certain? At his words, The woman trembled violently, abruptly lifting her head, her eyes filled with disbelief and a deeper despair. The furnace servitude contract. That was a chasm more terrifying than that of a ship's slave. It was a diabolical pact that completely objectified a person, draining every drop of their essence. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, as indifferent passers-by glanced over before casually moving on. Many others wore expressions akin to those of spectators at a performance. This scene pierced the hearts of Wang Hao and his companions like the sharpest of ice picks, freezing them in the midst of their recent desolation and the deception of loan sharks. Ship repairs? Artifact repairs? Behind the seemingly glorious path lay a world so cold and cruel, stratified and merciless, capable of grinding individuals into dust. Wang Hao fixed his gaze upon the beautiful woman trembling on the ground, then turned to the indifferent young Master Chun, who regarded her as one would an ant. A wave of indescribable emotion surged within his chest. Wang Hao abruptly turned away, unwilling to behold the suffocating tableau any longer. He grasped the icy hands of Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu tightly, feeling the tremors coursing through Li Xiaoyu's hand, her vacant expression revealing that she had been utterly shattered by this relentless barrage of blows and the scene before them. "Let's go." Wang Hao's voice was low, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. "Home." This time, his steps were heavy yet resolute, as the searing aura emanating from the metallic fortress of the Artifact Repair Guild behind him became the most piercing mockery of this frigid world. The woman's desperate cries and young Master Chun's contemptuous words echoed in Wang Hao's mind, leaving an indelible mark as he finally grasped a fundamental truth. The rules of this world dictated that the strong devour everything. There was no benevolent ascent in this realm. The so-called Grand Path had long been locked away by resources, lineage, and cold, unyielding laws. But what of it? Wang Hao lowered his gaze to his empty hands, having arrived in this world with nothing. No golden shells, no noble lineage. Only the vessel in his spiritual sea that could consume food. Others relied on spirit stones, familial protection, and exceptional gifts. I, Wang Hao, shall rely on the tides, to feast upon the bounty of the ocean. As dusk fell, the group traversed the island for a whole day, each step revealing the arduous journey ahead. Devoid of the initial joy they had felt upon awakening in the square, the few of them walked home in silence. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyu in the middle halted her steps. Following her gaze, they beheld a burly man standing before their humble hut. It was Zhao Taizhu. He had not visited in a long time. Li Xiaoyu's voice dropped. The man appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with dark skin and bulging veins on his robust arms. A fish rod gleaming with a greenish hue was slung at his waist, unmistakably refined into a personal artifact. "Xiaoyu, I've finally managed to find you." Zhao Taizhu flashed a broad grin, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth as he exhaled a foul breath. Wang Hao, taken aback by the stench, furrowed his brows and stepped back. He shook a gleaming silver fish that he held in his hand, proclaiming, "Look, I've caught another spirit fish today, specially brought for you to savor." Li Xiaoyu managed a strained smile, responding, "Brother Zhao, you are too kind, let's not stand on ceremony." Zhao Taizhu strode forward, his gaze sweeping over Wang Hao with a hint of disdain. "So, you're the one who has recently awakened, are you? I presume you lack even a vessel? With such a diminutive spiritual sea, it seems even a tool repairer would struggle. I heard you were mingling with those wretched half-beasts in the garbage district yesterday." Wang Hao frowned, but remained silent. Li Xiaoyu, however, acted like an agitated kitten, positioning herself protectively in front of Wang Hao. "Brother Wang Hao has a ship, and it is quite formidable. It can shoot water arrows, and—" "Xiaoyu," Li Xiaoyu's older sister quickly interjected, pulling her back. Zhao Taizhu burst into laughter. "Hey, even if he possesses one, it's merely a toy, hardly worth mentioning." His gaze shifted to the exquisite faces of the sisters, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. "Sister Xiaoyu, I, Zhao Taizhu, have refined a first-grade fishing rod. I can catch at least 2 spirit fish daily. If you accompany me, I assure you a life of luxury." Chapter 16. The broken fishing rod. The air before the shed became instantly still, and Wang Hao noticed that the Li sisters unconsciously leaned closer to him. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Zhao." Li Xiaoyu's voice was soft yet resolute, "but I do not wish to marry just yet." Zhao Tieju's expression darkened. "What? Do you find me unworthy?" He cast a sidelong glance at Wang Hao, as if to suggest that he had set his sights on this scrap-collecting boat repairman. Even if he possessed a vessel, that dilapidated toy of his could not compare to an ordinary sampan. Wang Hao endured the taunts, and despite his usual good temper, he clenched his fists in frustration, only to feel a gentle hand discreetly tugging at his sleeve. It was Li Xiaoyu. "Brother Zhao, it is getting late. We must prepare dinner," she declared, signaling the end of his visit. Zhao Taiju scoffed, throwing the spiritual fish heavily to the ground. Unappreciative. He took a few steps away, then turned back with a menacing glare. "Sister Xiaoyu, you will come to understand that in this white sand island, a man lacking capability is worth less than a salted fish." Once Zhao Tieju's figure disappeared into the twilight, the three of them finally exhaled in relief. The spiritual fish he had cast down still quivered slightly, its scales glinting faintly in the dim light, while the air was thick with the scent of the sea and an awkward silence. "Bah, who would want to marry him?" Li Xiaoyu spat toward the direction of Zhao Tieju's retreat, her cheeks flushed with indignation, always flaunting that broken fishing rod of his, like a crab with its tail in the air. Li Xiaoyu bent down to retrieve the spiritual fish, her fingers gliding over its cold body, her expression one of complexity. "In truth, this spiritual fish is quite precious," she mused. "Its flesh is tender and imbued with abundant spiritual essence. It could fetch a good price at the market." Her tone was subdued, not out of concern for Zhao Taiju, but for the valuable creature that had been so roughly treated and the disdainful words that accompanied it. Wang Hao observed the droop of Li Xiaoyu's brows, then glanced at the innocent fish, recalling Zhao Tieju's earlier contemptuous demeanor, especially that derisive remark about not being able to compare to a proper sampan. He also remembered the fishing rod at Zhao Tieju's waist, which was clearly a refined personal artifact. Yet in that moment, Wang Hao distinctly felt that the small boat within his spiritual sea conveyed an inexplicable disdain towards that fishing rod, as if it were saying, "What a piece of junk! How dare it compare to me?" An unnameable fire, mingled with a surge of confidence, swept away his previous frustration. "Precious?" Wang Hao's lips broke into a sudden smile, radiating an excitement that was somewhat unfamiliar to the Li sisters. "Precious indeed. When my boat grows larger, we shall venture out to fish, and it will require some fine enhancements." "Hooray!" Li Xiaoyu instantly regained her cheerful and lively demeanor, engaging in playful banter. Wang Hao took a few steps back into the shed, approached the corner, and picked up the moldy pieces of broken boat planks he had salvaged from the rubbish pile yesterday. He mentally communicated with his spiritual sea. A faint pulling sensation emanated from the spiritual sea, targeting the broken planks in his arms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pieces of broken planks were drawn as if by invisible threads, transforming into several inconspicuous grayish streaks of light that vanished into Wang Hao's spiritual sea. "Ah!" Li Xiaoyu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, while Li Xiaoyu widened her eyes. Although she was aware that Wang Hao's boat could consume food, previously having witnessed it devour shellfish and crabs, seeing such large planks vanish before her eyes was nothing short of miraculous. Had his spiritual sea expanded to the point of devouring ship planks? Within the spiritual sea, the half-meter-long spirit vessel resembled a ravenous wolf, emanating an intense desire and tremor of excitement. As the broken planks entered the space, they were immediately drawn towards the small boat, merging into its body as if melting away like snow under the sun. Crack, crack, crack. A series of distinct sounds resembling the growth of wood resonated as if right beside them. The small vessel expanded at a visible pace, inflating like a balloon. The hull elongated, widened, and thickened. The once gentle wood color deepened, its texture becoming tighter and more solid. The deep blue water arrow rune at the bow ignited instantaneously, its brilliance intensifying beyond measure, subtly exuding a sharpness. Meanwhile, the emerald green patterns on the side of the vessel, representing entwined vines, became even more pronounced, reminiscent of newly sprouted tendrils, brimming with vitality. What excited Wang Hao the most was the emergence of an exceedingly thin layer of dark, metallic-like sheen near the waterline, radiating an unyielding sense of solidity. This was evidently a defensive enhancement brought about by consuming the broken planks containing special properties. Almost simultaneously, Wang Hao's spiritual sea expanded outward with force. The originally half-meter space dramatically burgeoned, now exceeding a meter in diameter. Within, the milky spiritual energy swirled and surged, its concentration significantly elevated, nurturing the transformed spirit vessel at its center. In that moment, the spirit vessel had grown nearly a meter in length. Its wooden hull was robust, interwoven with blue and green spiritual patterns, the runes at the bow radiating a fierce aura. No longer a mere toy, it had evolved into a micro-spirit vessel, exuding genuine spiritual brilliance, possessing preliminary combat capabilities. Although it could not compare to the gargantuan vessels of dozens or even hundreds of meters found in guilds, Wang Hao could distinctly sense the power it now contained. How exhilarating! He hadn't anticipated that the broken planks would prove to be such a valuable asset. Wang Hao abruptly opened his eyes, unable to suppress a low exclamation, feeling invigorated as the refreshing sensation from the expansion of his spiritual sea revitalized him. As he glanced at the Lee sisters, confidence sparkled in his eyes. My ship has grown. It won't be long before we can set sail for fishing. Although Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu could not perceive the changes within the spiritual sea, the sudden increase in Wang Hao's spiritual pressure, though still faint, was markedly more pronounced than before, coupled with his newfound vigor, which made them realize that Wang Hao's ship had indeed grown stronger. Wang Hao Gij, has your ship become so big and powerful? Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Indeed, Wang Hao nodded emphatically, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Whether it was truly large was uncertain, but it should be more than sufficient to deal with certain ungrateful individuals. Just as he finished speaking, a coarse and arrogant voice echoed from outside the shed. It was Zhao Taizhu, who had just returned after dropping a spiritual fish on the ground. Unappreciative. Li Xiaoyu, I must inform you that should you miss the opportunity with me, Zhao Taizhu, you can expect to languish in this dilapidated shelter like your worthless mother until your last breath. And what that scavenger lad? Where's your rickety boat? Bring it forth. Let me have a look. I presume you cannot even afford a humble skiff and are reduced to fashioning boats from mud? Ha. Zhao Taizhu, brimming with arrogance, flung aside the tattered grass curtain as he entered, but before he could finish his sentence, his voice faltered abruptly, akin to a duck having its throat grasped. Chapter 17. Merely a tool slave, he beheld Wang Hao standing in the center of the room. At this moment, Wang Hao exuded an upright demeanor, his gaze sharp and a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded him. What truly unsettled Zhao Taizhu was the aura emanating from Wang Hao, an essence belonging to a ship cultivator that, while not yet formidable, was undeniably pure and distinct. This was no longer the seemingly unremarkable fellow he had once known. Moreover, Wang Hao's gaze fixated on the treasured fishing rod at Zhao Taizhu's waist, a look imbued with an air of condescension and unabashed disdain. During these days, while Wang Hao may not have mastered much, the haughty demeanor characteristic of a ship cultivator was becoming increasingly evident. Zhao Taizhu felt a chill creep up his spine under Wang Hao's scrutiny and, in a fit of indignation, barked, "What are you staring at, you pauper? A ship cultivator without even a decent vessel dares to eye my prized fishing rod?" Prized fishing rod? Wang Hao scoffed, leisurely stepping forward. With his movement, an invisible pressure enveloped the modest shed, and he pointed disdainfully at Zhao Taizhu's fishing rod. "You, a mere tool slave who can only catch 2 spirit fish by refining ordinary spiritual tools, think you can flaunt a newly acquired fishing rod before me?" The term tool slave struck Zhao Taizhu like cold iron nails, piercing his ears. His face turned a deep shade of purple, for this was the identity he least wished to acknowledge. Despite having refined the fishing rod and possessing fishing abilities far beyond the ordinary, within the true hierarchy of tool cultivators, he was but a lowly figure. Lacking even spiritual fire, he could neither refine tools nor absorb spiritual energy. with no ship cultivator to take him under their wing. His position was dismally low, relegated to merely being a common deckhand, in stark contrast to the independent spiritual seas of ship cultivators, whose potential was boundless. Even the lowest among them stood worlds apart in status. You speak nonsense. I am a tool cultivator. Zhao Taizhu, furious and humiliated, instinctively reached for the fishing rod, seemingly intent on teaching Wang Hao a lesson. However, the instant his fingers brushed against the rod, Wang Hao's gaze sharpened, and the small vessel within his spiritual sea seemed to resonate with his intent. The deep blue rune at the bow of the boat suddenly flared to life. With an almost imperceptible flick of his finger, Wang Hao unleashed a powerful deep blue water arrow, far thicker and more solid than before, cutting through the air with a deafening whoosh akin to a cannonball, and striking Zhao Tieju's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Zhao Taizhu let out a piercing scream. It felt as though his wrist had been struck by a heavy hammer. A searing pain coupled with intense numbness radiating throughout his entire arm. The azure fishing rod he cherished so dearly slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Its brilliance dimmed. The force of the impact sent him staggering back several steps, and he fell heavily onto the ground at the entrance, his wrist swelling rapidly, agony causing him to grimace and beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. In the quiet of the shed, only the heavy, labored breaths and groans of Zhao Taizhu could be heard. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu were both astounded, their mouths agape as they gazed at Wang Hao, their eyes brimming with disbelief. The might of that water arrow was far greater than that witnessed just yesterday on the beach, surpassing it by more than a mere factor of 2. Moreover, it had been unleashed with such swiftness and without any forewarning. Yet, Wang Hao appeared unfazed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He sauntered to the door, looking down from his elevated position at the disheveled Zhao Taizhu, who sat helplessly on the ground, his face still adorned with a bemused expression. Artifact cultivator? Wang Hao's voice dripped with scorn. With your meager abilities, you cannot even withstand the water arrows casually shot from my vessel. And yet you dare to call yourself an artifact cultivator? Just because you wield a mere fishing rod. You consider yourself significant? He bent down to retrieve the silver-threaded spirit fish that Zhao Taizhu had discarded, weighing it briefly before tossing it back into Zhao Tieju's arms. Take your fish and leave. If you dare to disturb Xiaoyu and her sister again, or if I hear another unpleasant word from you. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath. Next time, I shall aim for more than just your wrist. Cradling the fish, Zhao Taizhu felt a piercing pain in his wrist. Meeting Wang Hao's icy gaze and recalling the terrifying power of that water arrow, a chill surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. At that moment, he truly comprehended that the youth he had regarded as nothing more than a scavenger was, in fact, a genuine ship cultivator, one who commanded a spiritual vessel and held a status far superior to that of a mere artifact servant. Fear eclipsed his anger and shame entirely, and he scrambled to his feet, abandoning the fishing rod that lay on the ground. Like a ghost, he fled in utter disarray, not daring to utter a single harsh word, let alone harbor any thoughts towards the two sisters. As they watched Zhao Tieju's hasty retreat, Li Xiaoyu was the first to react, clapping her hands and jumping with excitement. Wow, Brother Wang Hao is incredible. Well done. Let us see if he dares to act so arrogantly again. Li Xiaoyu released a long breath, her taut nerves finally relaxing. Her gaze towards Wang Hao filled with gratitude and an indescribable admiration. She approached the door, picking up the discarded fishing rod and offering it to Wang Hao. This, do you want it? She recalled that Wang Hao's vessel seemed to consume food. Wang Hao glanced at the rod, and the small boat in the spiritual sea immediately conveyed a profound sense of disdain, as if to say, this trash is worthy of my consumption? Huh. Wang Hao dismissively waved his hand. Such rubbish. Just toss it aside for firewood. My vessel has become quite discerning and only consumes the finest. He brushed his hands together, as if ridding himself of something unclean. Zhao Tieju's pitiful figure vanished into the twilight, and the stifling atmosphere outside the shed dissipated. Li Xiaoyu, clapping her hands, excitedly circled around Wang Hao. Brother Wang, Hao is amazing. Let us see if that villain dares to return. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Li Xiaoyu picked up the discarded fishing rod that had been spurned, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not bring herself to discard it as firewood. Carefully placing it in the corner, she cast a complex gaze towards Wang Hao, her eyes reflecting a blend of gratitude and an indescribable flutter. Wang Hao, thank you. The humiliation and despair she had endured at the guild today, coupled with the oppression from Zhao Tieju's incessant harassment, had been significantly alleviated by Wang Hao's thunderous intervention. Thank you for what? Wang Hao replied with a broad smile, feeling the sturdy wooden vessel imbued with spiritual essence. Within the sea of his spirit, a surge of boldness coursed through him as he declared, "Tomorrow, our expedition to Old Turtle Back shall be the main event. My ship tells me a grand feast awaits." Indeed, Li Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, hope rekindling in her eyes. The rocky crevices at Old Turtleback were deep and the current swift, yet it was rumored that the treasures revealed during low tide were plentiful. Let us set forth early tomorrow. The night passed in silence. At dawn, while the sea mist still lingered, the trio had already prepared, equipped with buckets, crowbars, and ropes, embarking on their journey to Old Turtleback. Chapter 18. The Sea Soul Crystal. The Old Turtleback, situated on the eastern side of the civilian district's dock, is a cluster of black rocks resembling a turtle's shell. At this moment, the three individuals stood at the edge of the rocky area, gazing at the colossal vessel that stretched 1,000 meters. Even from such a distance, they could still feel its overwhelming presence. Li Xiaoyu followed Wang Hao's gaze, her voice tinged with reverence. It is said that Miss Helena's ship is crafted from deep-sea mystic crystal iron and high-tier spiritual wood, with the hull adorned with intricate high-tier spiritual patterns, capable of effortlessly subduing an entire sea region. Wang Hao swallowed as he recalled the day of his crossing. Even from afar, the sight had been sufficiently stunning. Now, witnessing it from this vantage point filled him with even greater awe. The immense ship shimmered with a faint golden glow under the morning sun, resembling a floating palace. Brother Wang Hao, don't daze off. Let us hurry down. Li Xiaoyu tugged at his sleeve. Wang Hao snapped back to reality, following his sisters deeper into the rocky area. Inside the command chamber of the Blue Rose, Helena stood before a massive crystal window, her slender fingers lightly tapping the ledge. Clad in a flowing sea blue gown, her silvery hair was elegantly pinned up with a magnificent hairpin, revealing her graceful swan neck, exuding unparalleled beauty. Master Morris, she spoke, her voice carrying a hint of irritation and displeasure. Is the destined child of fate truly within this sea region, as your prophecy suggests? In the center of the room, an elderly man draped in a gray robe slowly opened his eyes, as if stars were swirling within them. My lady, prophecies have never faltered, Morris replied in a gravelly yet steady voice. According to the celestial signs, the destined child should awaken soon. Helena scoffed lightly. Yet, we have traversed numerous islands, distributed tens of millions of awakening potions, exhausted vast resources, and spent considerable time. Yet we have yet to encounter even a promising shipwright. Turning to face the elderly man, a flicker of anxiety and frustration crossed her azure gaze. My father has begun to question the value of this expedition. Morris inclined his head slightly. Fate enjoys toying with individuals, my lady. Perhaps the most unassuming places conceal the most brilliant pearls. Helena gazed out the window, her eyes resting on the inconspicuous little island before her. Let's wait one final day. The inhabitants of this island should awaken by then. If there is still no news, we shall set sail back. At that moment, a vast expanse of wet, rocky shoreline was revealed, the air thick with the robust scent of the sea. Wow, what towering waves! Li Xiaoyu exclaimed from a height, watching the surging sea waves crash against the black rocks, shattering into a spray of water and producing a thunderous roar. She instinctively stepped back. Be cautious. The currents here are tumultuous, and there are many hidden undertows. Li Xiaoyu barnat graveli. Stay close to me, Xiaoyu, and do not wander off. Wang Hao took a deep breath, the salty, damp air filling his lungs. He focused his mind, reaching out to the small boat in the spiritual sea. Buzz, An invisible perception radiated from Wang Hao like ripples in water. Not a sight, but a resonance of spiritual energy. The ethereal vessel, having devoured the azure-scaled clam, the spirit-patterned conch, and the water spirit-infused planks, significantly enhanced its perception of the aquatic environment. "Over here!" exclaimed Wang Hao, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he pointed towards a deep-water pit partially encircled by colossal coral formations, where waves incessantly flowed in and out. "There lies something extraordinary, a response to spiritual energy. Is that so?" The Lee sisters gasped in astonishment and joy, marveling at Wang Hao's remarkable underwater perception, which, in the intricate surroundings of the ancient turtle's back, proved even more astonishing. The trio cautiously approached the edge of the pit, where the water was at least 2 to 3 meters deep, swirling murkily, obscuring the view of the bottom. A powerful suction emanated from the pit, indicating the tumultuous undercurrents below. "It's too deep, and the current is too fierce." Li Xiaoyu peered cautiously and frowned, concerned about the uncertain conditions beneath. "Allow me to give a try." Wang Hao's eyes glimmered with eagerness as he focused his mind, connecting with the verdant tendrils etched upon the side of the ethereal vessel. "Vines arise," he commanded softly, pointing towards a sturdy coral rock at the edge of the pit. With a soft hiss, several tendrils, as thick as fingers and composed entirely of emerald luminescence, swiftly broke through the damp sand and stone, entwining around the rock like serpents, securing themselves firmly. The other ends of the tendrils appeared almost alive, swiftly delving into the depths of the pit. As the tendrils submerged, Wang Hao immediately sensed a peculiar connection, as if a fragment of his consciousness had attached itself to the vines. Through their touch, he distinctly perceived the underwater conditions, the icy water temperature, the direction of the furious currents, the jagged rocks at the bottom, and the various mollusks and seaweeds clinging to the crevices of the stones. "I found it!" Wang Hao's heart surged with joy as the tendrils detected several hard objects in a relatively gentle depression at the bottom of the pit. Concentrating his thoughts, he noted the intense spiritual energy emanating from them, more potent than the previously retrieved spirit-patterned conch and azure-scaled clam. "Hold steady," Wang Hao called out, urging the tendrils to act. The verdant vines, akin to nimble hands, swiftly ensnared the hard objects and forcefully tugged upward. Splash! Water erupted all around as the tendrils emerged, clutching 3 shells the size of wash basins. The surfaces of the shells were cloaked in a thick layer of deep brown moss and barnacles, obscuring their true appearance. Yet a faint azure glow shimmered through the cracks, exuding pure water spirit energy. "Wow, such enormous shells!" Li Xiaoyu exclaimed in delight. "These are rock-shield giant clams." Li Xiaoyu recognized them too, her voice brimming with excitement. These clams thrive in deep-sea coral regions, their shells incredibly resilient, rich in pure spiritual energy. They constitute excellent spiritual materials and nourishing delicacies. 3 of such size are undoubtedly of considerable value. Wang Hao felt a surge of exhilaration as the ethereal vessel conveyed a strong, delectable craving for the rock-shield giant clams. With a flick of his thought, he transported 2 of the clams directly into the vessel's spiritual space. Boom! The vessel, akin to encountering a supreme delicacy, instantly enveloped the colossal clam, consuming it. Brilliant blue light erupted from the vessel. Crack! 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 The vessel visibly expanded and strengthened at an astonishing rate. The vessel, approaching a length of 1.5 meters, bore a more substantial form. Its dark metallic sheen visibly thickened, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The bow of the ship shimmered with a profound blue light from the water arrow runes, with faint arcs of electricity dancing subtly. To Wang Hao's delight, he noticed that the bottom of the ship seemed to be coalescing several streamlined spiritual patterns that would stabilize its structure, while the spiritual sea space expanded once more, nearing a diameter of 2 meters, with an even richer concentration of spiritual energy. Exhilaration surged within him, and he couldn't help but raise his fist in triumph. This ancient turtle shell indeed proved a remarkable place. "Wang Hao, look, what is that?" Li Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed. pointing at a small crevice on the remaining giant clam, where a seemingly unremarkable, deep blue, translucent shard of crystal was lodged. Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu leaned closer. The crystal fragment was no larger than a thumb, its deep blue hue hinting at a liquid flowing slowly within, exuding an extraordinarily pure, profound, and even soul-stirring, icy water spirit energy. Merely approaching, it invigorated the spirit, as though the very soul were being cleansed. This is... Li Xiaoyu's voice trembled with excitement as she carefully extracted the crystal fragment using the tip of a crowbar, cradling it in her palm. The crystal felt chilling to the touch, its pure spiritual power and the comfort at the soul level becoming ever more distinct. Sea soul crystal? Li Xiaoyu's voice brimmed with incredulous joy as she suddenly looked up at Wang Hao, her eyes sparkling with unprecedented brilliance. It is a fragment of the sea soul crystal, the legendary top-tier spiritual material formed only when the essence of a deep-sea behemoth merges with millennia-old cold marrow upon its demise. It contains the purest source of water spirit and a trace of soul-nourishing power. My heavens! Wang Hao, we have struck gold. This thing, not even golden shells could procure it, let alone spiritual stones. More importantly, her excitement rendered her nearly incoherent as she grasped Wang Hao's arm tightly. I can save my mother. The medical texts state that the life force contained within the sea soul crystal can revitalize failing organs. This small piece is enough to save my mother. Chapter 19. The genius girl Wang Hao was immensely delighted as he beheld the crystal fragment in Li Xiaoyu's hand, radiating a dreamy azure light that seemed to encapsulate a small piece of the ocean. This spiritual material would aid Aunt Li in her health recovery, as he sensed the spiritual sea within him, now swollen to a height of 1.5 meters after consuming 2 giant clams. An indescribable surge of pride and joy surged through his heart. Who would have imagined that amidst the treacherous back of the old turtle, hidden within the scorned crevices of the rocks, lay a treasure such as the sea soul crystal? Ha ha ha! Wang Hao could not contain his laughter, which pierced through the roaring waves crashing against the rocks, imbued with exhilaration and confidence. Xiaoyu, do you see this? This is our path, Wang Hao proclaimed, gesturing towards the vast and tumultuous sea, his eyes ablaze with fervor. What shipbuilding guild? What tool repair guild? Our future begins with this gathering of the sea. My ship will carry us to feast upon the treasures of this ocean. No one can stand in our way. His boisterous laughter echoed in the damp sea breeze. While Li Xiaoyu clutched the glimmering crystal of hope tightly, her fingertips trembling with excitement, tears shimmering in her eyes. Li Xiaoyu's sister, Xiaoyu, bounced joyfully around her elder sister, as if she could already envision their mother-esque recovery. Let us hurry back. Mother is saved. Li Xiaoyu's voice quivered with emotion, full of fervor. Wait. Wang Hao suddenly halted her, sensing an unusual disturbance on the island. He had detected a wave of extraordinary spiritual energy, not emanating from sea creatures or spiritual materials, but rather a purer, more expansive force that seemed to connect heaven and earth. The three carefully followed Wang Hao's lead, cautiously climbing over several massive black rocks. From this vantage point, far off on the island in the square where the awakening potion was dispensed, Wang Hao's heightened vision, endowed by the spiritual energy, allowed him to discern a young girl. At that moment, a breathtaking scene unfolded around her. Centered on the girl, the space within a 10,000-meter radius appeared to twist and tremble slightly. Countless fragments of light, akin to moonlight, materialized out of thin air, surging wildly into her being. Above her head, a colossal, indistinct shadow began to coalesce in the sky, not resembling any specific vessel, but rather a vast and unfathomable ocean. It radiated a staggering pressure and an ineffable aura of profundity. The spiritual sea materializing. Li Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment, her voice wavering in shock. Starlight level? No, it's moonlight level. A 10,000-meter spiritual sea space. My heavens! Wang Hao too inhaled sharply, instantly realizing the significance. The girl's awakened spiritual sea space was not diminutive or confined. It was of supreme quality, moonlight level. Its initial scale reached a terrifying 10,000-meter level. This was incomparably vast compared to his own spiritual sea, which had barely expanded to 2 meters through consumption. No wonder it could provoke such astonishing phenomena in the world. On board the Blue Rose, in the central command cabin, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. Alert! Alert! Detected ultra-high intensity spiritual energy fluctuation. Level, moonlight. The scale of the Spirit Sea is tentatively estimated to reach 15,000 meters. At the operations console, the voice of a crew member trembled with incredulous excitement, nearly breaking. The once languid Helena, reclining in the command chair, suddenly straightened, her azure eyes igniting with a dazzling brilliance. In a swift motion, she darted to the enormous crystal observation window, her gaze piercing like lightning towards the eastern shore of White Sand Island. The vast sea manifests, the 10,000-meter Spirit Sea. Master Morris had also arrived at the window, his silver pupils swirling with starlight, filled with gratification and astonishment. "Miss, we have found her. The fated child of prophecy. It is she." A captivating smile blossomed on Helena's face, dispelling her previous anxiety, replaced by unparalleled excitement and determination. "Immediately, prepare the flying shark landing craft. Notify the Lord of White Sand Island. Highest protocol for her reception. I shall personally welcome my disciple." Her voice rang with unwavering authority, embodying a command that brooked no dissent. The child of destiny has finally appeared. The ethereal manifestation above the young girl's head lingered for a full quarter of an hour before gradually receding, ultimately transforming into a radiant light that merged into her brow. The girl swayed slightly, slowly opening her eyes, her gaze clear yet tinged with bewilderment, as if she were yet to comprehend the monumental transformation that had unfolded within her. However, White Sand Island was utterly abuzz with this sudden phenomenon. At the island's center, the alarm bells of the Lord's castle rang out, followed by the thunderous opening of the estate's grand doors. A portly middle-aged man, Baron Roger Field, the Lord of White Sand Island, adorned in an opulent silk suit, emerged in a flurry, accompanied by his equally resplendent wife, several elegantly dressed daughters, and 2 haughty sons, all surrounded by hundreds of armed guards, rushing towards the awakening square. "Quickly, quickly, is a distinguished guest from the Blue Rose. Miss Helena has personally descended." Baron Roger shouted in a frantic tone, his face a tumultuous blend of fear and obsequiousness. "Everyone come out. Kneel and welcome. Kneel and welcome. To slight a noble is to invite death." The Lord's command swept across White Sand Island like a tempest, as both the bustling inner-city streets and the crowded, dilapidated waterfront shanty towns saw residents brutally driven out. Soldiers kicked open doors, shouting and lashing out, herding bewildered individuals to kneel along the main road leading to the eastern coast. "Kneel. All of you kneel. Bow your heads. No looking up. A noble approaches. Anyone who dares to show disrespect shall be executed without mercy." The air filled with terrified cries, the soldiers' shouts, and the crack of whips, as even the well-dressed merchants and members of the artisan families lost their usual composure, paling as they knelt in silence along the road. The fishermen from the impoverished districts cowered in fear, trembling on the ground, as an oppressive atmosphere of dread and subservience enveloped the entire island. Only the shipwrights remained standing, bowing in respectful greeting. Wang Hao stood protectively in front of Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu, his gaze fixed firmly on the sky, fists clenched tightly, embodying the absolute authority that power brings. It is but the awakening of a single maiden that has trampled the dignity of hundreds of thousands upon this island. In stark contrast to her past experiences on Blue Star, here, power bestows an unequivocal status, a notion that is utterly captivating. At that moment, a sharp sound of slicing air emanated from the direction of the Blue Rose. A dozen grotesque, silver-gray alloy-coated, arrow-shaped shuttles, equipped with enormous fin-like stabilizing wings on either side, surged forth from the colossal vessel, tearing through the atmosphere as swiftly as an arrow released from a bow, racing towards White Sand Island. The surface of these shuttles shimmered with a pale blue energy shield, generating a formidable airflow. Yet they did not emit the deafening roar characteristic of the aircraft from Blue Star. Chapter 20. Departure of the Blue Rose. It is the Flying Shark landing craft. A voice gasped in terror. The Flying Shark vessel swiftly approached, hovering above the square with a powerful gust of wind. The hatch opened silently, and two squads of guards clad in sleek, silver, full-coverage spiritual armor, wielding standard energy polearms, leaped down like javelins. Their movements were swift and soundless the moment they landed. They formed a tight perimeter, radiating a formidable spiritual pressure that instantly subdued the crowd. The spiritual fluctuations emanating from each guard were even more potent than those of the sentinels stationed at the Shipwrights Guild. Soon after, a graceful figure emerged from the craft, flanked by two stoic elderly gentlemen in gray robes. It was Helena. She was not adorned in an extravagant gown, but rather wore a simple yet elegant silver combat suit that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her long hair billowed in the wind, and her stunning visage seemed to emanate a sacred glow beneath the morning sun. Her azure eyes resembled the most profound ocean depths, exuding an air of aloofness and authority that overlooked all. She did not consciously exert any pressure, yet her innate noble aura, combined with the blue rose insignia of the Circe family behind her, was enough to render everyone breathless. Baron Roger Field scrambled outside the perimeter, his voice trembling. Lord of White Sands Island, Roger Field, along with all the island's denizens, humbly welcomes Miss Helena of the Circe family. Your presence graces White Sands Island, and we are overwhelmed with awe. His family and the nobles behind him followed suit, prostrating themselves like the most humble of ants. Helena's gaze did not linger on Baron Roger for a moment. She proceeded directly toward the frail girl at the center, who had just awakened and was still in a daze. Master Morris followed closely behind, his silver pupils scrutinizing the girl intently. Child, Helena's voice was like a celestial melody, imbued with a peculiar soothing power that reached the girl's ears. What is your name? Startled by the grandeur before her, the girl shivered and stammered. I am Yu Yao. Lin Yu Yao. Lin Yu Yao, Helena repeated, a gentle and radiant smile gracing her lips. A beautiful name. From this day forth, you shall be my cherished disciple, Helena Circe. She extended her hand, and a silver emblem, intricately engraved with a blue rose and embedded with aquamarine, materialized and gently fell into Lin Yu Yao's palm. This is the insignia of the core disciples of the Circe family. With this emblem, you may traverse all Circe territories and enjoy the highest privileges. Lin Yu Yao stared blankly at the resplendent emblem in her hand, as if it contained the essence of the sea, then looked up to the divine beauty before her. The overwhelming impact left her mind a void. Helena spoke no further, turning to nod at Master Morris. He stepped forward, enveloping Lin Yu Yao in a warm yet irresistible force. Child, come with me. Your life will henceforth be transformed. A soft light flashed, and in an instant, Lin Yu Yao vanished from her spot, only to reappear at the hatch of the hovering flying shark vessel. Helena surveyed the crowd, which lay prostrate on the ground like figures sculpted from mud. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the very fabric of space. Briefly lingering on the rocky corner where Wang Hao and his companions were concealed, as if sensing something, only to shift away moments later. She parted her crimson lips, her chilling voice resonating clearly across the entire coastline. This lady, Lin Yu Yao, possesses unparalleled talent. Under my guidance in the Circe family, the White Sand Island has nurtured such exceptional talent, deserving of immense reward. 10,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Baron Roger was overwhelmed with joy, nearly fainting as he bowed repeatedly. Thank you, miss. Thank you for your grace. White Sand Island shall forever be grateful for the Circe family's great virtue. Helena did not linger, transforming into a streak of azure light as she swiftly returned to the flying shark vessel. The hatch closed, and the engine erupted with an intensified brilliance akin to 3 silver lightning bolts, slicing through the air before re-entering the colossal Blue Rose. Moments later, the immense hull of the Blue Rose gradually altered its course, the myriad intricate spirit patterns on its surface illuminating sequentially, emitting a deep, soul-stirring hum. The gigantic spirit energy engine roared to life, exhaling a ghostly blue flame that propelled this maritime fortress away from the waters surrounding White Sand Island. As the great ship receded, the palpable pressure that had enveloped the entire island began to dissipate rapidly. The kneeling populace, feeling as if drained of vitality, collapsed in exhaustion, gasping for breath, their faces reflecting a mix of relief and avarice for the 10,000 spirit stones. However, Wang Hao, Li Xiaoyu, and Li Xiaoyu felt no sense of relief. Just as the blue rose vanished beyond the distant horizon, the last trace of its spiritual pressure dissipated. Roar, howl, hiss. Countless fierce, frenzied, bloodthirsty roars erupted from the depths of the surrounding sea. The previously calm surface of the ocean churned violently, as if brought to a boil. Great, menacing shadows flickered beneath the waves. The pungent smell of the sea wafted toward them. Beasts. Countless powerful sea creatures have returned. Li Xiaoyu's complexion turned pale as paper, her voice trembling with terror. The blue rose has left. They no longer fear us. She grasped Wang Hao's arm tightly. Her eyes filled with despair. Wang Hao, what shall we do? We can never go to the shore again. What? What shall we do? Li Xiaoyu, too, was gripped by fear, her little face ashen as she clutched her sister tightly. Wang Hao, sensing the myriad powerful and ferocious auras emanating from the surrounding waters, glanced down at the shard of the ocean spirit crystal in his hand, still radiating a dreamlike blue light and worth a fortune. He inhaled deeply, the salty air filling his lungs, igniting a fiercer flame in his eyes. He gazed at the vessel in his spiritual sea, now nearly 1.5 meters long. Imbued with spiritual light, its hull stabilizing with intricate patterns as arcs of electricity danced at its bow. A surge of unprecedented ambition and fighting spirit surged within him. What is there to fear? Wang Hao's voice rang out with unwavering resolve, drowning out the distant roars of the sea beasts. Let them come. They shall only serve to augment my ship's bounty. Wang Hao grasped the Li sisters firmly, his gaze intensely fixed upon the tumultuous sea that had transformed into a perilous expanse, yet seemed to conceal even greater treasures within its depths. Let's return home. We must tend to Aunt Li's ailment. Chapter 21. The Armored Crab, let us return home first. We must tend to Aunt Li. With one hand grasping the pale-faced Li Xiaoyu, who was frightened by the roar of the sea beasts, and the other hand holding the slightly trembling Li Xiaoyu, Wang Hao led the two through the chaotic crowd, hastening towards the makeshift shelters on the water. Once the blue rose departed, the sea beasts retaliated immediately, returning from the depths of the ocean to their former habitats in a frenzy. The sea wind howled, carrying the frenzied atmosphere emitted by the ocean's ferocious creatures. The once lively port and boardwalk were now in disarray, as fishermen frantically dragged their small boats ashore and vendors hurriedly packed away their stalls amid a cacophony of cries. Quick, reinforce the shelters. Drag the boats ashore first. Those cursed beasts will come ashore. The panic spread like a plague. Li Xiaoyu gripped Wang Hao's hand tightly, the icy touch of the sea spirit crystal fragment in her arms seeping through the coarse fabric, representing their only hope. Finally, they arrived at the familiar yet humble shelter. Upon entering, a mixture of herbal and damp, briny odors enveloped them. Aunt Li leaned against the modest bed, her face pale with urgency, clearly aware of the commotion and roars outside. Her murky eyes were filled with worry and fear. "Mother, we are back," Li Xiaoyu cried, rushing to the bedside, her voice a mixture of tears and excitement. "Mother, we have hope." Wang Hao found the sea spirit crystal. The sea spirit crystal? Aunt Li's eyes widened weakly, as if she had heard a tale from a fantasy. Such a legendary treasure was beyond the imagination of someone like her, a lowly fisherman living in the shanty town. "It is true, Aunt Li. Look." Wang Hao helped Aunt Li sit up a bit, taking the small piece of deep blue crystal from Li Xiaoyu's hands. As he presented it to her, the pure, icy essence, imbued with vibrant life, invigorated her spirit, easing her breath slightly. "Xiaoyu, do you know how to use this?" Li Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, hurriedly retrieving a clean ceramic bowl and a small stone pestle. She held her breath, carefully grinding the sea spirit crystal into powder. then poured warm water into the bowl. As the powder met the water, it dissolved instantly, transforming into a fantastical pool of deep blue, emanating a refreshing aroma and a rich vitality. Mother, drink this quickly. Li Xiaoyu carefully brought the bowl to Aunt Li's lips. Aunt Li trembled as she took a sip, feeling as if a spring of ice-cold water surged through her body, radiating warmth to her limbs. The afflictions that had tormented her for years melted away like snow, and an indescribable wave of warmth and strength surged from deep within her being. A faint blush rose on her pale cheeks, her murky gaze became clear, and even her breath grew deep and strong. How comforting, Aunt Li murmured, savoring the long-lost ease, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Thank you. Truly, thank you, Xiao Hao. Mother. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu were overwhelmed with joy, tightly embracing their mother. As Wang Hao observed this scene, a warm current surged within him. This unexpectedly acquired sea soul crystal had saved a life and momentarily dispelled the long-standing gloom that had enveloped their small family. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance, accompanied by the jarring sound of splintering wood and the frantic screams of a terrified crowd. Sea beasts. It was the ironclad crabs. They had stormed ashore. Help! My boat! Wang Hao dashed to the entrance, flinging open the door to gaze outside. There, not far from the makeshift water platform, a few crabs, as large as millstones and with shells gleaming darkly like polished metal, were rampaging against several small fishing boats with their enormous pincers. Splinters flew, and in an instant, a small vessel was torn to shreds. On the shore, several fishermen attempting to intervene were easily ensnared by the massive pincers. Their screams abruptly ceased, and blood stained the sandy beach. Further out, shadows loomed beneath the water, and more powerful presences were drawing near. The entire perimeter of White Sand Island resembled an anthill tossed into boiling water, thrown into utter chaos. The wealthy sealed their doors and windows, relying on the protective formations of their sturdy homes to remain unscathed, while other ports, fortified with ship repairs and sea guardians, rendered the sea beasts incapable of causing any disturbance. In stark contrast, the slums had become a playground for these marauding creatures, utterly defenseless against their onslaught. Wang Hao. Li Xiaoyu clutched her mother, who was just beginning to recover, yet still weak, gazing helplessly at the unfolding chaos outside. Wang Hao took a deep breath. As an outsider, he had no desire to involve himself in this predicament, wishing only to remain unaffected. Yet the air, heavy with the scent of blood and slaughter, heightened the excitement of the vessel in the spirit sea, which sensed the aroma of ingredients. It was a hard dish imbued with spiritual energy. Xiaoyu, stay at home. Take care of Aunt Li and barricade the doors and windows. Wang Hao's tone brooked no dissent. I shall teach these beasts a lesson and perhaps procure a snack for my ship. Wang Hao, it's too dangerous. Li Xiaoyu cried out in alarm. Wang Hao, don't go. Li Xiaoyu echoed her concern. But Wang Hao was resolute. His ship craved sustenance, and he intended to handle what he could. Stepping out of the makeshift shelter, his gaze locked onto an ironclad crab, approximately half a meter in size, that was tearing at a fishing net. This sea beast, with its heavy shell and sharp pincers, radiated a fierce aura. I shall take you down. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, and the runes on the bow of his spirit sea vessel blazed to their zenith. Water arrow, a deep blue water projectile, as thick as an arm and laced with fine arcs of electricity, screamed through the air, ripping it apart in an instant. Boom! The water arrow struck with pinpoint accuracy at the relatively weak joint of the ironclad crab's shell, a sound that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it erupted as the formidable crab, once so boastful, was jolted, its iron-hard shell violently ruptured, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist, from which a foul, dark green fluid and shattered entrails erupted. It emitted a sharp, anguished shriek, its 8 legs thrashing wildly, unable to maintain balance, and with a thunderous crash, it toppled to the ground, its pincers flailing weakly, seemingly on the brink of death. A strike. Instant annihilation. Nearby, several fishermen, who had been wailing and fleeing in panic, were rendered speechless by this sudden spectacle. They gazed at the youth standing before the shack, his fingertips still glistening with moisture and electric arcs. However, Wang Hao paid no heed to their astonishment. His entire focus was consumed by the recent strike and the feedback from the spiritual sea. The power of the water arrow exceeded all expectations. Moreover, at the moment of release, he distinctly felt an unprecedented, intimate connection with the surrounding seawater. With a flicker of thought, he attempted to communicate with the damp sand beneath his feet. Buzz! An invisible intention began to spread. In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chapter 22. Mastery of Water centered around Wang Hao. The sandy beach within a 10-meter radius seemed to come alive with small puddles formed by the receding waves. The murky seawater, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, swiftly converged and ascended, transforming into several agile water serpents that coiled around Wang Hao. No longer mere illusory vines, they had become tangible entities composed of flowing water, controlled by his will. The ability to manipulate water? Wang Hao's heart surged with elation. After the small boat devoured the rock shield clam, the spirit ship had awakened a more potent command over water, no longer confined to binding vines and water arrows. It had attained a nascent mastery over the element. Roar! The fury of a nearby, larger armored crab was ignited by the swift demise of its companion. It emitted a furious roar, brandishing its terrifying pincers the size of wash basins, charging towards Wang Hao with a thunderous clamor. The stench of a sea was nauseating. Come at me. The glint of battle ignited in Wang Hao's eyes, a smile of exhilaration curving his lips. He stood his ground, unflinching as he focused his mind. The surrounding streams of water instantly coalesced and merged, forming a thick, rapidly spinning water shield half a meter in front of him. Boom! The massive pincers of the armored crab crashed against the water shield, contrary to expectations of shattering and being flung away. The seemingly fragile water shield possessed remarkable resilience and dispersal techniques. The pincers sank into the shield as if trapped in a quagmire, the violent force dissipated by the swirling currents of water. The shield quivered violently, yet remained unbroken. Bind it for me, Wang Hao commanded softly. The form of the water shield transformed, morphing into several thick water pythons that coiled around the crab's pincers and legs. The cold, heavy water flowed like shackles, greatly restricting the great crab's movements. The armored crab thrashed wildly, splashing water everywhere, yet it could not break free. Wang Hao's gaze turned icy as he raised his right hand, his fingertips gathering a deep blue radiance that danced with arcs of electricity. Water arrows double shot. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two slightly thinner, yet faster and more penetrating electric water arrows, akin to venomous serpents striking, accurately shot towards the crab's compound eyes, now unprotected under the constraining water pythons. Thud! Thud! Two muffled sounds echoed. The immense compound eyes of the armored crab exploded, releasing two bursts of dark green fluid. It emitted a piercing scream, entirely disoriented, spiraling chaotically in place. It is over. Wang Hao's expression remained impassive as he concentrated his will, causing all the entwined water pythons to tighten suddenly, as if a giant python were constricting its prey. Simultaneously, the runes at the bow of the ship glowed once more. Water arrow, a formidable water arrow, infused with the strongest power at that moment and ablaze with blinding arcs of electricity, forcefully penetrated the crab's open mandibles, which had widened in agony and struggle. Boom! The colossal body of the armored crab abruptly stiffened, a dull explosion resonating from within. As dark green bodily fluid oozed from the crevices of its shell, it collapsed to the ground, utterly silenced. As the battle concluded, the beach lay in disarray. Two lifeless armored crabs emitting a strong stench. The surviving fishermen stared in stunned amazement at the silhouette of the young figure standing amidst the waterlogged sand and crab carcasses, still surrounded by the lingering mist of water vapor. Wang Hao, slightly panting, felt the draining of his spiritual energy. The continuous use of water manipulation and water arrow was quite taxing for his current spiritual sea, yet the rewards were immense. He stored the crabs within his spiritual sea, while the wooden boat joyfully devoured the corpses of 2 armored crabs. The vessel emitted a faint crackling sound, its length nearing 2 meters. The hull grew increasingly solid and robust, the metallic sheen spreading to the gunnels, the stabilizing spiritual patterns on the boat's bottom becoming more distinct. And even the position of the sail hinted at the emergence of faint blue wind patterns. The spiritual sea expanded to nearly 3 meters in diameter. More importantly, through practical experience, Wang Hao's mastery over water manipulation became increasingly adept. It transcended mere offense and defense, evolving into a profound control over the environment. Upon witnessing Wang Hao's triumph over the armored crabs, the men began to shout as they moved rocks and planks to fortify their home, while the women took action to gather the scant supplies available. The night deepened, and the impoverished area of White Sand Island descended into utter chaos. The roars of returning sea beasts, the sounds of collapsing structures, and the cries of those besieged by the creatures reverberated through the air. Inside a makeshift dwelling, Antley succumbed to a deep slumber under the potent effects of the sea spirit crystal, her breathing steady and strong. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu nestled together, listening to the cacophony outside, their faces still pale, yet their eyes reflected a glimmer of reliance. Wang Hao sat cross-legged in a corner, eyes closed in introspection, as the small boat within his spiritual sea greedily absorbed the nourishment from the devoured armored crabs and spiritual energy, undergoing a gradual metamorphosis. As the first pale rays of dawn struggled to penetrate the dreary clouds, the tumult outside began to subside. The roars had long ceased, leaving behind a chaotic beach strewn with shattered vessels, dark red stains of blood, and scattered, horrific remnants. Wang Hao pushed aside the debris, his gaze sweeping over the disarray of the beach, his brow furrowed. The eastern old turtle's back and the familiar beach were undoubtedly now the lairs of the sea beasts, posing a significant risk. Wang Hao, Li Xiaoyu also emerged, surveying the ravaged homeland and the still tumultuous sea in the distance, her voice laden with fatigue and confusion. Where can we go to fish? At home. We're nearly out of food. Li Xiaoyu's small face fell as she clung to her sister's arm, stealing a glance at the seaweed block in their bag. Her expression soured instantly. Another round of gnawing on seaweed awaited. Wang Hao's gaze slowly shifted to the edge of the water platform, toward the vast depression exuding a complex odor, near the refuse heap of the half-orc settlement. We shall go there, he asserted, pointing towards the hollow, his tone resolute. There? Li Xiaoyu paused, quickly grasping Wang Hao's intention. You mean the garbage dump? But it's filthy and foul-smelling, precisely because it is dirty and chaotic and adjacent to the half-orc territory. Wang Hao analyzed. The harsh environment and sparse, mixed spiritual energy are so unappealing that even the formidable sea beasts avoid it. Last night's attacks primarily concentrated on the beaches near the port and the water platform. The hollow area remained relatively undisturbed. The mere presence of half-orcs in that shallow zone indicates a degree of safety. At least those massive creatures do not venture close. What does it matter if it's a bit dirty or smelly? Finding food and surviving is the essence. Indeed, Li Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spotted her sister Ollie and the others gathering items nearby. It seemed that there were indeed no formidable sea creatures in that vicinity, as she had not heard any tales of danger. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaoyu slowly nodded in agreement, deeming it a reasonable course of action, certainly preferable to courting death. I shall follow your lead. Excellent, Wang Hao exclaimed, invigorated by the prospect. Gather the essentials, buckets, crowbars, and nets. Aunt Li requires rest. Xiaoyu, you shall remain to care for her, while Xiaoyu and I venture forth. I wish to join as well. Li Xiaoyu protested, displeased with the decision. Absolutely not. Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu responded in unison, their resolve unwavering. Chapter 23. The Rabbit-Eared Girl. Ultimately, Li Xiaoyu pouted and decided to stay behind, while Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu carefully departed from the shed area, navigating through the debris strewn along the path, and made their way towards the forsaken, foul-smelling depression nearby. As they approached the low-lying area, the scene grew increasingly desolate, with heaps of refuse intermingled with rotting fish bones. broken fishing gear, and discarded waste, exuding a nauseating blend of odors. Stagnant, murky water formed putrid puddles in the hollows, and in the distance, a dilapidated settlement of half-orc huts became faintly visible, with figures adorned with animal ears or tails lurking around the edges of the trash heaps. Upon noticing the approach of the two humans, they immediately cast wary and disdainful glances. Wang Hao remained unfazed by their scrutiny, his focus entirely devoted to perception. The ethereal awareness of his spirit vessel rippled outward like waves, striving to filter through the noxious miasma and capture even the faintest traces of spiritual energy. Li Xiaoyu, suppressing her discomfort, meticulously observed the ground and the crevices among the refuse. Over here, Wang Hao's eyes brightened as he approached a patch of damp sand covered by a half-buried fishing net. He lifted the net and pried it open, revealing a cluster of dull, gray-shelled clams clinging together. Mud clams. Li Xiaoyu recognized them, her tone laced with disdain. They were tough and fishy, with scarcely any spiritual energy. Yet they were indeed a source of meager spiritual essence and materials. Wang Hao, undeterred, willed a few of the more energetically potent clams into his spirit sea. The vessel welcomed them without prejudice, and although the growth feedback was minimal, it served as a gentle stream, continuously nourishing both the vessel and the spirit sea, albeit scarcely. The duo continued their search in this forsaken corner, though it was challenging to find the treasures they had easily obtained just days prior. The safety and abundance here made up for it. In no time, they filled a small barrel with a good portion of mud clams. They then proceeded towards the shore, where they found several similarly low-energy but sizable horseshoe crabs, each as large as 2 palms, which Li Xiaoyu easily netted due to their sluggishness. Alongside barnacles clinging to discarded boat planks, their shells remarkably tough. Wang Hao, after several unsuccessful attempts with the pry bar, simply fed the entire plank to the spirit vessel. Later, they even discovered a few plump scavenger fish feasting on decaying matter within a broken wooden barrel, among a pile of enormous fish bones bleached by the sea. Wang Hao unearthed a spine, thick as a bowl and over 2 meters long. The bone was a grayish-white, extraordinarily dense and hard, with the faintest hint of a yellowish spiritual glow emanating from within. A remarkable find. Wang Hao weighed the hefty beast bone in his hands, feeling a strong desire emanating from the vessel in the spirit sea. Caution! Just as Wang Hao prepared to send the bone into the spirit sea, Li Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed in alarm. With a splash, a dark gray shadow, resembling a whip and moving with lightning speed, erupted from a stinking puddle nearby. Lunging straight for Wang Hao's wrist that held the bone, a foul wind rushed towards him, and a terrifying maw filled with numerous sharp teeth gaped wide. A venomous sea eel, Li Xiaoyu cried out. This vicious creature was incredibly swift, and its teeth were laced with poison. Wang Hao's reflexes reached an extraordinary pinnacle. His thoughts raced like lightning. Vines entwined. With a swift hiss, several emerald green tendrils burst through the damp sand. The current manifestation of the vine skill transcended mere entrapment. Its tips, imbued with the sharpness of a water-drilling head, fiercely lunged toward the shadowy figure. Thud! Thud! The tendrils struck the body of the sea eel with pinpoint accuracy. Yet this creature was alarmingly fierce and slippery, its resilient skin deflecting the tips of the vines, leaving only a few streaks of crimson. Undeterred, it lunged forward, its fangs nearly grazing Wang Hao's wrist. Seeking death, Wang Hao's gaze hardened. His other hand was already poised, channeling the spiritual energy of the spiritual sea. Water arrow. With a whoosh, a meticulously condensed deep blue water arrow, crackling with electric arcs, sliced through the air with a piercing wail, arriving first with unerring precision, penetrating deep into the open maw of the sea eel. Boom! The ferocious water, spirit energy, and electric arcs contained within erupted violently in its vulnerable mouth. Hiss! The sea eel emitted a short, piercing shriek, its body convulsing violently. Seizing the opportunity, the entwined vines exerted a sudden force, tightening their grip. Crack! The distinct sound of bones fracturing resonated clearly, The ferocious sea eel was forcefully snapped at the spine, its body slumping lifelessly. From the moment of the eel's ambush to its demise, the battle concluded in an instant. Wang Hao shook his hand, gazing at the corpse of the sea eel on the ground. His confidence in his abilities bolstered by the seamless combination of the vine's enhanced piercing, the water arrow's electric paralysis, and explosive force. Remarkable. Li Xiaoyu sighed in relief. Genuinely impressed. A trivial matter. Wang Hao chuckled, bending down to lift the nearly 2-meter-long sea eel, its spiritual energy far superior to that of the mud snail. Dinner is secured. Let's pack it up. I shall first dispose of this fishbone for the little boat. Just as Wang Hao tended to the fishbone, Li Xiaoyu carefully placed the precious sea eel into a bucket when a slight commotion and several crisp sounds emanated from the opposite side of the depression. Sister Ollie, quick! Look, that human is incredible. He just killed the venomous eel in one blow. Shoo! Lower your voice, Xiaoya. We mustn't let them notice us. But he seems somewhat reminiscent of the person who assisted Sister Ollie yesterday. Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu turned their gaze toward the sound. Behind several mounds of refuse, a few figures were peeking curiously, led by none other than the fox-eared girl, Ollie, whom they had encountered yesterday. Accompanying her were 3 half-beast girl companions. One stout girl with fluffy brown bear ears, a slender girl with elongated cat ears and a keen gaze, and one particularly striking individual, a rabbit-eared girl named Xiaoya, whose long, soft ears quivered nervously, her ruby-like eyes peering timidly, reminiscent of a startled little rabbit. Upon spotting Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu, especially Li Xiaoyu, Ali's amber eyes flickered with surprise and hesitation, but she mustered her courage and stepped forward, pulling her companions along. It is you. Ali's voice still carried a thick accent, though it was markedly more relaxed than the previous day, as she pointed to the sea eel in the bucket. Thank you. Thank you all for yesterday, and this is truly remarkable. She was evidently referring to Wang Hao's triumph over the sea eel. In an instant, Wang Hao's gaze was captivated by the rabbit-eared girl, Xiaoyu, her snow-white long ears, fluffy and trembling with nervousness, her ruby-like large eyes glistening with pure curiosity and a hint of trepidation, her dainty nose, and her softly pursed pink lips. Oh my goodness, how utterly adorable. A beast-eared girl. Alive. Fluffy. Wang Hao felt his heart racing uncontrollably. A powerful surge of what could only be described as the righteous force of cuteness surging within him. Ahem. Wang Hao forcibly suppressed the urge to rush over and pet those long ears, striving to present what he believed to be his most amiable expression, which, in reality, appeared somewhat foolish. Chapter 24. An invitation to the shore. No need for thanks. When witnessing injustice, one ought to lend a hand, or rather, a water arrow. So, you all are here for the tide as well? This area has quite the fierce sea eels. Would you care to join us? There is strength in numbers. We can look out for one another. Wang Hao extended his invitation with fervor, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the rabbit-eared girl, Xiaoyu. Ali, along with the bear-eared and cat-eared maidens, paused in surprise, clearly taken aback by the enthusiastic invitation from the seemingly peculiar yet formidable human boy they had encountered just the day before. Xiaoyu, in particular, flinched and shrank back, hiding behind Ali, revealing only her large, expressive eyes and quivering long ears. Ali observed Wang Hao's earnest expression, coupled with an unmistakable affection for the rabbit-eared girl, and glanced at her companions, who seemed to be contemplating the situation. Her attention was drawn to Li Xiaoyu, who offered her a warm smile. After a moment's hesitation, she gently nodded in acquiescence. All right, thank you. Her eyes swept over the bounty in Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu's barrels, particularly fixating on the sizable sea eel, a flicker of desire igniting within her. In this barren land, any morsel of food was a precious treasure. Splendid. Wang Hao nearly burst into a cheer, but managed to suppress it. Come. This way. I just sensed something promising over there. He swiftly transformed into an enthusiastic guide, pointing towards another pile of debris, eager to showcase his worth while stealing glances at the charming rabbit-eared girl and the fox maidens before him. The half-beast girls exchanged glances and followed suit. Ali led the way, while the bear-eared girl, a man, curiously scrutinized Wang Hao. The cat-eared girl, Ling, maintained a vigilant watch over their surroundings, and Xiao Yu timidly clung to Li's side. Yet her ruby-like eyes sparkled with curiosity towards the human boy who had effortlessly dispatched the fearsome sea eel and now radiated goodwill towards them. Wang Hao quickly found his rhythm, embodying the role of a tide guide as he pointed towards the area he had just sensed. This way, I feel there is something beneath. The spiritual energy may not be strong, but it is quite tangible. He endeavored to shift his focus from Xiao Yu's delicate, quivering white ears to the sensations beneath his feet. The half-beast girls exchanged glances, with Li and a man trailing behind. Ling remained on high alert, while Xiao Yu tightly grasped Li's garment, her curious eyes observing Wang Hao's actions intently. Wang Hao approached a patch of damp sand strewn with fragments of shells and decaying seaweed. With a subtle flick of his mind, several emerald-green tendrils materialized, deftly sweeping aside the debris to reveal several dark, pockmarked fragments of reef rock beneath. These are pieces of sunken sea rock. Li Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with recognition. She identified the stones immediately. Though the spiritual energy was mixed, their durability and weight rendered them exceedingly valuable, a rare material. In the past, finding such stones had proven difficult. On the island, some collected them for foundation work. What a find! Wang Hao grinned widely, unreservedly using vines to ensnare several hefty stones, which he promptly sent into the spiritual sea space. The small boat emitted a cheerful hum, and the metallic sheen of its hull appeared to deepen slightly. Though the growth was modest, little by little, it accumulated. Observing Wang Hao's remarkable technique, several half-orc maidens displayed expressions of astonishment, while Xiao Yu could not help but exclaim softly, only to shyly cover her mouth afterward. With Wang Hao's underwater perception, despite the shallow and murky waters, the ability to sense the spiritual energy embedded in the sand proved remarkably effective. Coupled with the agile assistance of the vines and the familiarity that Ali and the others possessed regarding this area, their efficiency saw a significant enhancement. Ali pointed to the edge of a muddy water pit. Over there, mud snails often emerge. Though small, they have firm flesh and make for excellent soup. Indeed, in the slick mud, they discovered numerous gray-brown little sea snails clinging to the stones. The barriered maiden, a man, exhibited great strength, effortlessly lifting a partially buried boulder, beneath which were several panicked fiddler crabs brandishing their enormous pincers, much larger than those they had previously captured. Li Xiaoyu, quick-witted and agile, swiftly cast her net. The cat-eared maiden, leveraging her keen observational skills, spotted several clusters of deep blue algae, known as blue velvet algae, thriving in the dim, damp crevices of the refuse. While its taste was mediocre, it was significantly superior to ordinary seaweed and served as a splendid source of energy. The most delightful surprise came from the rabbit-eared maiden, Xiao Yu, who timidly pointed to a crevice in a reef ensnared by a broken fishing net. There seems to be something glowing. Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Following her indication, Wang Hao guided the vines into the gap, and to their astonishment, they retrieved several thumb-sized shells, smooth and radiating a gentle pearlescent glow, moonlight shells. These mollusks contained pure and gentle spiritual energy. Though their quantity was small, their quality was quite impressive, making them excellent materials for crafting low-grade trinkets or grinding into medicinal powder. Wang Yu is truly remarkable, Wang Hao exclaimed sincerely, his gaze towards the rabbit-eared maiden filled with admiration and an undeniable fondness for her long ears. Instantly, Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, her snow-white ears trembling shyly as she hid behind Ollie, revealing only her sparkling eyes. The atmosphere of collaboration gradually became harmonious, with Wang Hao utilizing vines and perception to search for spiritually infused materials and marine life hidden deep in the sand. Li Xiaoyu took charge of collecting and organizing the findings, while Ali and the others contributed their expertise and diverse talents. A man's strength, the cat-eared maiden's keen senses, and the rabbit-eared maiden's meticulousness. The bounty in their bucket grew visibly richer. Mud snails, fiddler crabs, blue velvet algae, moonlight shells, and even a few small fish of acceptable meat caught in the shallow waters. Joy radiated from each face, and Li Xiaoyu, glancing at the half-full bucket, wore a rare and relaxed smile. Ari and her companions appeared equally exhilarated. The bounty they had gathered provided a rare and valuable sustenance, something they could scarcely find in their daily lives. Wang Hao, in particularly high spirits, observed how the small vessel within the spiritual sea, nourished by their continuous feasting, shimmered with vitality and had grown to an impressive length of 2.5 meters. More significantly, gazing at the charming beast-eared maidens, especially the shy yet earnest expression of little Yu, Wang Hao felt that even this odorous garbage beach had become more appealing. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had begun its descent in the west, and the fishy scent carried by the sea breeze seemed somewhat mitigated by their delight in the harvest. It was time to head back. Wang Hao glanced at the sky and then at the heavy buckets in everyone's hands, noting the day's fruitful gathering. "We should return," he suggested. Ari nodded, her gaze fixed on the contents of the bucket, and sincerely expressed her gratitude to Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu, saying, thank you for bringing us along. There's no need for such formality." Wang Hao waved his hand grandly, exuding a sense of camaraderie. "In the future, feel free to join us anytime. The more, the merrier, and the more we can collect." He eagerly anticipated seeing this delightful group of beast-eared maidens daily. It would be even more perfect if he could pet them just a little. Chapter 25. A bountiful harvest. The group packed their belongings, exchanging light-hearted banter, primarily led by Wang Hao, while the half-orc maidens listened shyly as they made their way toward the shantytown. However, just as they exited the core area of the refuse heap and reached a relatively open stretch of mudflat, trouble loomed ahead. A gang of 5 or 6 disheveled and unruly young men blocked their path, with a scar-faced ruffian at the forefront, one of the trio who had attempted to rob Ali at the dump just 2 days prior, only to be driven off by Wang Hao. His eyes glinted with malice as he fixated on the bounty in Ali's barrel, then glanced at Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu, a greedy and sinister smile spreading across his face, emboldened by the sheer number of his companions. Well, isn't this the feisty lad from yesterday?" The scar-faced thug sneered, his gaze sweeping over the abundant seafood in Ali's barrel. "Quite the harvest, I see. And mingling with these stinky half-orcs to scavenge. Eh? TSK, what unique taste you have." His companions erupted into raucous laughter, their eyes shamelessly roaming over Ali and the other half-orc maidens, dripping with unabashed malice and frivolity. The maidens immediately tensed, with a man clenching her fists, a Ling arching her back, her gaze sharp as a blade, while Xiaoyu turned pale with fright, cowering behind Ali, her body trembling slightly. Li Xiaoyu, too, edged closer to Wang Hao, anxiety evident on her face. In an instant, the smile vanished from Wang Hao's face, replaced by a cold glare as he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of everyone. Good dogs don't block the way. Was the lesson from the other day not sufficient? Do you wish to test my water arrows again? The scar-faced ruffian recalled the excruciating pain in his knee and the bizarre vines from yesterday, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Yet, seeing the visibly frightened half-orc maidens behind Wang Hao and the rare treasures in their barrel, hunger and greed eclipsed his fear. "Kid, don't get too cocky," he barked, bristling with false bravado. "Yesterday was my mistake. Today won't be so easy. Hand over the goods in your barrel, and whatever valuable trinkets those half-orc girls have on them. Or else, haha." He exchanged glances with his accomplices, who immediately fanned out, subtly encircling the group, brandishing sharpened sticks and rusty fish spears. What do you want?" Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury in her voice. Ali and the others were on the brink of panic, with Xiaoyu nearly in tears. Wang Hao, upon witnessing their predatory expressions, felt a surge of indignation. How dare they disrupt his harmonious outing with the lovely beast-eared maidens? How audacious to attempt theft, to target Xiaoyu? Seeking death. Wang Hao's eyes turned icy, and without a moment's hesitation, he refrained from summoning vines. Instead, he communicated with the spirit sea, causing the runes at the bow of the boat to illuminate instantly. With a swift motion, 2 deep blue water arrows, as tangible as bullets and crackling with electric arcs, shot forth with a piercing whistle, striking precisely at the feet of the scar-faced thug and one of his companions. Boom! Boom! The sound of two resounding explosions echoed through the air. The sandy soil and gravel erupted violently, sending forth two deep craters, each the size of a basin. On the beach, they were less than an inch away from the toes of the gangsters. A powerful shockwave, mingled with splintered sand and droplets of water, ruthlessly battered against the faces of the thugs, leaving them in pain and unable to open their eyes. Ow! My foot! Several of the gangsters were utterly terrified, shrieking in panic, particularly the scar-faced thug, who, upon witnessing the steaming pit beside his foot, turned pale. The force was far more terrifying than the blow he had received on his knee the previous day. If it had hit him, Wang Hao remained expressionless, his fingertips once again gathering flickering blue light, aimed at another thug's feet, his voice as frigid as ice. Get lost, or with the next arrow, I cannot guarantee it will strike the ground. The chilling intent and the two horrifying craters shattered the gangster's courage completely. Run! Quick run! The scar-faced thug was the first to react, disregarding his trembling legs as he turned and fled, tossing aside the wooden stick in his hand. The other thugs, terrified and in a state of panic, scrambled away, wishing they had been born with two more legs, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. All that remained on the beach were the two deep pits and the swirling dust and moisture. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Ali, a man, and Aling stared in astonishment at Wang Hao's back, gazing at the two smoking craters on the ground, then glancing at the thugs fleeing in disarray. Their eyes filled with profound shock. They understood Wang Hao was formidable, but never anticipated his prowess to such an extent. Two casual arrows wielded such terrifying power. He had indeed shown mercy that day. Xiaoyu peered out from behind Ali, her ruby-like eyes wide with wonder, her mouth slightly agape, her gaze towards Wang Hao filled with disbelief and a hint of indescribable admiration. The thunderous display of skill contrasted starkly with the boy who had previously smiled foolishly at her, his eyes sparkling. Li Xiaoyu also breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes towards Wang Hao brimming with reassurance. Wang Hao dissipated the ethereal light at his fingertips, turned around, and instantly donned a harmless, radiant smile, as if the cold killer moments ago was but a figment of imagination. All right, the annoying flies have been driven away. It's all fine now, Xiaoyu. Don't be afraid. He even offered a reassuring smile to the rabbit-eared girl. Xiaoyu's face flushed instantly, retreating behind Ali, yet her snow-white long ears involuntarily perked up, quivering gently. Ali took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within her. Her gaze towards Wang Hao suffused with gratitude and profound respect. Thank you, Wang Hao. I've told you not to mention it. Wang Hao waved his hand, his spirits high. Let us go, it's getting dark. We should head home. As the moment of parting arrived, at the boundary between the orc settlement and the human shanty town, Ali and the others solemnly expressed their thanks once more. These, for you. Ali hesitated for a moment, taking out several precious moonlight shells and a handful of blue velvet algae from their bucket, intending to present them to Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu as tokens of gratitude. No need, no need. Wang Hao hastily declined, stating, We agreed to gather at the shore together, sharing the bounty equally. Our buckets are quite full as well. He gestured towards his and Li Xiaoyu's similarly half-filled containers. Let us head back swiftly. Do take care on the way. Ali, gazing into Wang Hao's earnest eyes, chose not to press further, merely nodding vigorously. Her amber eyes sparkled with sincerity as she replied, Yes. You all, be careful too. Xiong Er, a man, chuckled good-naturedly, while Mao Er, a Ling, nodded slightly at Wang Hao, her previous hostility dissipating. Tu Ernyang Xiaoyu, hiding behind Ali, stole a quick glance at Wang Hao before lowering her head shyly. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she managed to say, Thank you, Brother Wang Hao. Her cheeks flushed as Ali pulled her away, hastening towards the half-beastman's dwelling area, watching their figures fade into the twilight. Particularly the way Xiaoyu's long ears swayed slightly as they turned the corner. Wang Hao felt a warm glow in his heart. Let us move as well, Xiaoyu. He lifted the bucket, heavy with provisions ample enough to sustain them for several days. Indeed, Li Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, a light-hearted smile gracing her face. Although the environment was harsh, today's haul far exceeded their expectations. More importantly, the strength Wang Hao displayed instilled a profound sense of security within them. This was a significant improvement over the anxious days spent caring for their mother alongside her sister. If only this could last forever, Li Xiaoyu mused, her complexion gradually taking on a rosy hue. The two made their way towards their shelter, the setting sun casting elongated shadows behind them, the weighty harvest in their buckets serving as the finest testament to the day's endeavors. Chapter 26, Departure. The fading rays of the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the refuse of the hollow, illuminating the gathered treasures within the bucket. Mud clams, iron claw crabs, and even a sizable sea eel. Yet, at this moment, Wang Hao's heart brimmed with an unusual lightness. Reverberating in his mind was the delicate voice of the bunny-eared girl, Xiao Yu, softly thanking him, accompanied by the sight of her shy, quivering, snow-white ears. What a bountiful day it had been. Li Xiaoyu wore a relaxed smile as she gazed at the eel in the bucket, exclaiming that it would suffice for 2 meals, allowing their mother to replenish her strength. "Thank you, how good," she said. "Do not mention it. We are family," Wang Hao replied, a grin of modest pride upon his face. "Tomorrow, we shall return. Who knows what treasures we may uncover? Xiao Yu and her friends are quite familiar with the area. Let's invite her along." Before he could finish, the door to the shed was thrust open with a resounding bang. A tall figure, exuding a potent stench of the sea and blood, loomed in the doorway like an oppressive mountain. Li Xiaoyu's brother, Li Zheng, who had not returned home in a long time and appeared to be injured. Li Zheng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, first sweeping over Li Xiaoyu, who remained unharmed, causing his taut nerves to relax slightly. However, when his eyes fell upon Wang Hao, especially noting the ease with which Wang Hao walked beside his sister, sharing laughter, his previously suppressed anger erupted like a volcano, ignited by the news of a man residing in his home. "Xiaoyu." Li Zheng's voice was hoarse and low, laced with a simmering fury. "Who is he?" His finger pointed accusingly at Wang Hao, his eyes filled with scrutiny and hostility. "Brother." Li Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise at seeing her brother awake at the door. She rushed forward. "You're back. This is Wang Hao." Wang Hao. Li Zheng paid no heed to his sister's explanation. His bloodshot eyes bore into Wang Hao as if to pierce through him. A mocking smirk crept upon his lips. "Ah, so you are the one living off my family, relying on you and Xiao Yu for sustenance? I heard you were some sort of low-tier ship repairman, without even the most basic 10 meters of spiritual sea space. You redefine the standards of mediocrity. Brother, how can you say that?" Li Xiaoyu's expression darkened, urgency in her voice. "Wang Hao has helped us immensely. Mother's recovery is thanks to what he found." Silence. Li Zheng interrupted harshly, his gaze sharpening as it bore down on Wang Hao. "Help? What kind of help? With his meager spiritual sea, refining a toy ship?" He scrutinized Wang Hao, still clad in his own clothing, a disdainful look threatening to overflow from his eyes. "While I toil and struggle outside to earn money for medicine for mother, you sit comfortably at home, raising a good-for-nothing leech. Brother, you are being excessive." Li Xiaoyu's face flushed red with indignation. Li Zheng, Li Xiaoyu's younger sister, Li Xiaoyu, emerged from the house, her face flushed like a small, agitated kitten, positioning herself protectively in front of Wang Hao. "Wang Hao Gu is not a good-for-nothing. He killed the armored crab. He also chased away the vile individuals who bullied Sister A. Li. Today, he frightened off several ruffians who attempted to steal from us." "Enough," Li Zheng bellowed, causing Li Xiaoyu to shudder. The subsequent words caught in her throat. He turned to his 2 younger sisters, his eyes brimming with a mix of disappointment and an almost obsessive fury. "Impressive? Is killing a few crabs considered impressive? Chasing off a few thugs is deemed remarkable? Do you truly understand anything?" He pointed at Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu, his voice trembling with agitation. "You two have both unlocked your spiritual seas. This is a chance bestowed by the heavens. Do you comprehend what this signifies?" His gaze shifted towards Wang Hao, filled with disdain. "Even the most rudimentary of tool slaves, refining a fishing rod or a cleaver, can utilize such tools to fish and battle on the seas, genuinely providing for their families. This is 1,000 times more substantial than his feeble attempts at refining a toy boat, which serves merely to perform tricks, utterly useless. What future can you possibly have following him? Will you scavenge through this refuse heap? Li Zheng nearly shouted, spittle flying from his mouth. You should immediately register at the Tool Refining Guild. Simply select an appropriate tool to refine. Start by becoming a tool slave. At the very least, you could sustain yourselves and protect our mother. Once you've saved enough money, you can explore avenues to acquire spiritual fire for formal refinement. This is the sole path for us, the downtrodden, emerging from this slum, the only chance for redemption. His final words were nearly ground out through clenched teeth. Imbued with a brutal awareness steeped in blood and tears, and an extreme faith in the conventional path, Wang Hao stood rooted to the spot. The smile on his face long vanished. Li Zheng's repeated insults. Pretty boy, good for nothing, living off others, utterly useless, the feeble boat refinement. Scavenging in a garbage dump felt like icy daggers stabbing deep into his heart. Wang Hao was a modern individual. He possessed his own pride. Having traversed from another world, starting from a palm-sized boat, he nurtured it into a formidable vessel through his own efforts. Protecting the Lee sisters and securing the sea spirit crystal shards to save Aunt Lee, even safeguarding those beast-eared girls today, he believed he had been true to his conscience. But now, in the eyes of his so-called brother, just returned from the outside, all his efforts and sacrifices were dismissed as living off others, as utterly useless, as garbage. An indescribable fury mingled with immense grievance, and humiliation instantaneously shattered Wang Hao's rationality. He felt the blood surge to his head, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. The little boat in the spiritual sea, seemingly sensing its master's wrath, vibrating violently, the runes at the bow flickering with blue light. Explain? To someone whose mind is ensnared by the mentality of a tool slave, who cannot fathom their own path. A waste of breath, Wang Hao abruptly slammed the heavy wooden bucket to the ground. The mud clams, iron crabs, and even the large sea eel inside jumped in response. Without even glancing at Li Zheng, Wang Hao's frigid gaze swept over the astonished Li Xiaoyu and the stunned Li Xiaoyu. His voice unervingly calm, yet laced with a chilling intensity. Fine, I'm but a worthless leech, a mere scrap of a vessel. A sardonic smile tugged at the corners of Wang Hao's mouth, devoid of warmth, almost self-deprecating. I shall no longer offend your eyes. With that, he turned resolutely on his heel and strode purposefully towards the outskirts of the shantytown, heading for the desolate stretch enveloped by the night. His silhouette was resolute, brimming with an oppressive rage and unyielding pride. Wang Hao, Li Xiaoyu, as if awakening from a dream, cried out with a voice choked with emotion, eager to pursue him. Brother Wang Hao, Li Xiaoyu, too, grew anxious and quickened her pace. Stop! Li Zheng's commanding shout pierced the air, his iron grip seizing Li Xiaoyu's arm, while his other hand barred Li Xiaoyu's path. His strength was formidable, rendering the two girls utterly powerless to escape. Let him go. Chapter 27. Alone at the beach, Li Zheng's voice rang with an unwavering authority, exuding the undeniable power of a parent. A useless person is better off gone. You won't be burdened anymore. Xiaoyu, heed my words. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the Instrument Repair Association. We can no longer delay. It has been days since you awakened your spiritual sea. Even if you cannot pursue the formal path of instrument repair, the ordinary path of instrument servitude is 100 times better than following him. At least you can support yourselves. Once you earn money, I will toil and sacrifice to procure spiritual fire for you, allowing you to tread the true path of instrument repair. That is the right way. Li Xiaoyu felt her brother's grip tighten around her, watching as Wang Hao's solitary figure grew smaller in the twilight, until it vanished into the dark, desolate shore. Tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. She longed to explain, to convey to her brother just how extraordinary Wang Hao was, how significant he had become, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. All that remained were silent sobs and an overwhelming sense of injustice. Li Xiaoyu joined in. wailing and striking her brother's arm. "You bad brother. You are wicked. You chased away brother Wang Hao." Boo! At the entrance of the makeshift house, Aunt Lee had, unbeknownst to anyone, emerged, leaning against the doorframe. She observed her eldest son's obstinate demeanor, unyielding and unquestionable, and then glanced toward the direction where Wang Hao had disappeared into the night. Her lips quivered slightly. Her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions, a sense of relief at her son's return, concern for his emotional wounds, disapproval of his harshness, and a profound sense of apology and helplessness for Wang Hao, who had been subjected to such humiliation and expulsion. She recognized Wang Hao's capabilities. She knew he was far from the useless person her son described. Yet, witnessing her son, burdened by trials, stubbornly attempting to chart a righteous course for his sisters, she opened her mouth to speak, ultimately releasing nothing but a heavy sigh, unable to articulate her thoughts. The night wind howled, stirring up refuse from the lowlands, laden with a putrid stench. In front of the shack, Li Zheng's authoritative reprimand clashed with the subdued sobs of the Li sisters, while in the distance, Wang Hao's figure melded with the darkness of the night. Only the furious, throbbing vessel in the spiritual sea and the fierce flame within his heart, roaring silently in a vow to prove himself. The frigid night breeze felt like knives against Wang Hao's exposed skin, mingled with the unique stench of refuse and blood from the lowlands. He trudged through the desolate tidal flats, distancing himself from the faint lights of the shack area and from Li Zheng's piercing roars, along with the Li sisters' muffled cries. The anger swelling within him surged like molten lava, searing through his very core. Li Zheng's words echoed in his mind like a curse, each syllable laced with venomous barbs, piercing his pride deeply. Instrument slave? Instrument slave? To hell with instrument slavery. With a fierce kick, Wang Hao sent a rock flying, the stone splashing into a nearby puddle, sending up a murky spray. The small boat in the spiritual sea seemed to sense its master's overwhelming fury and humiliation, trembling violently, emitting a low, resonant hum, while the runes at the bow flickered with blue light and arcs of electricity leaped across the hull. A surge of powerful intent, imbued with resentment and fury, coursed through the soul connection, yearning for strength, a desire to become formidable enough to command respect from all. Wang Hao halted, his chest heaving violently as he forced himself to regain composure. Anger would not resolve the predicament. Li Zheng's biases were deeply entrenched, honed by the harsh realities into a singular path he deemed secure, the life of a vessel's servant. What was there to explain? It would be akin to playing the lute to a cow. To retreat? That would merely cement the notion of being a leech, living off others. No, I, Wang Hao, have my own path. Drawing in a deep breath, the fetid air filled his lungs, oddly soothing the boiling blood coursing through his veins. He surveyed his surroundings. Darkness enveloped the desolate shore, the distant growls of sea beasts echoing faintly. Danger loomed, yet it also signified opportunity. His ship required sustenance. It needed to thrive. "You are right, my friend," Wang Hao murmured to the small vessel in the spirit sea, his gaze sharpening with unwavering resolve. "We need not prove ourselves to anyone. We simply must grow stronger, strong enough to silence them, strong enough to claim this vast ocean as our hunting ground. Once I nourish you to maturity, we shall head to the Ship Repair Guild and show them what true craftsmanship entails." Without a trace of hesitation, Wang Hao turned towards the more perilous rocks, where the environment was harsher but potentially concealed more formidable sea creatures and rarer spiritual materials. He would hunt alone, relying on his strength, treading the unique path forged through hardship and delivering a resounding slap to Li Zheng's face. In the shanty town, the Li residence was suffocated by a stifling atmosphere. Li Zheng sat upon the solitary rickety wooden stool, his expression grim. The bandaged arm throbbed with pain, yet he showed no concern. He observed Li Xiaoyu, her eyes swollen from tears, silently gathering the scattered seafood from the floor, and glanced at the small Yu, who, after receiving a scolding from him, was now sobbing in their mother's embrace. The smoldering fury of disappointment within him still burned, now accompanied by a tinge of fatigue and an undeniable resolve. "Why are you crying?" Li Zhang's voice remained harsh, yet was softened by a hint of restraint. Mother, you're recovering. Don't worry about us. Xiao Yu, listen closely. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall go to the Vessel Repair Guild. We can no longer delay. The Spirit Sea has been open for several days now. If we procrastinate further, our compatibility will wane. Aunt Li gazed at her eldest son and then at her two daughters, words caught in her throat. She was well aware that Wang Hao was no fool. The household provisions had noticeably improved, no longer reliant on seaweed scraps. And it was his treasured find that had healed her ailment. Yet, her son had just returned, bearing injuries, having endured countless hardships while striving to secure a stable future for his sisters. She could only exhale softly, gently patting Yu's back. Brother. Li Xiaoyu lifted her head, tear-streaked face betraying her emotions. Voice hoarse, but laced with defiance. Wang Hao, he truly isn't useless. Silence. Li Zheng slammed his palm against the makeshift table, startling Li Xiaoyu into a shiver. You dare speak on his behalf. What has he accomplished? Aside from some flashy tricks, what can he provide? Can he ensure a steady supply of food? Can he protect you and Mother in this chaotic world? Can he secure a future for you both? He pointed at the large sea eel in the bucket, exclaiming, Is this fish your greatest asset? Is this what you desire? Rising to his full height, his imposing presence radiated a sense of oppression. What the tool slaves? Is it shameful? Let me tell you, on this white sand island, in these treacherous waters, surviving and supporting a family is true skill. The son of old Wang next door has refined a crude chopping knife and now patrols with the team, earning 10 copper coins a day. Zhang Matzi at the end of the alley has crafted a fishing spear, allowing him to sail out and catch fish, albeit with peril. Yet it provides a means of survival, infinitely superior to trailing after that worthless waste who merely scavenges rubbish and toys. He inhaled deeply, his tone cold and almost brutally calm. I understand your lofty aspirations and disdain for tool slaves. I share that disdain. But this is the reality of our existence. This is the fate of people like us. First, we must survive. First, we must become tool slaves, establish a foothold, and save money. Once we have enough to purchase the spirit fire, I will risk my life to acquire it for you. At that point, you will truly be tool cultivators. This is the path to redemption. Tomorrow, we must go. Li Zheng's voice was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Li Xiaoyu gazed at her brother's weathered face, etched with determination and an unwavering conviction that brooked no argument. She perceived the depth of obsession, tempered by suffering, and his misguided notion of what was best for her. All explanations and objections lodged in her throat. She recognized the trials her brother endured as a boatman, and understood he was genuinely fighting for their well-being in his own way. Yet, Wang Hao. She bit her lip tightly. Silent tears fell as she bowed her head, silently resuming her task of packing. The night passed in silence, filled only with the oppressive stillness and the mournful sound of the wind outside. Chapter 28. Choosing one's fated weapon on the following dawn. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, and the sea breeze still carried a chill and a hint of brine. Undeterred by Aunt Li's admonitions and the reluctance of his sisters, Li Zheng resolutely took Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu away from the makeshift shelter. He sold his only remaining piece of relatively intact leather armor and, drawing upon the family's meager savings, amassed sufficient funds to register and procure the most rudimentary fated equipment. However, this sum was only enough to acquire 2 of the most inferior spirit pattern weapons, leaving even entry-level spirit artifacts beyond their reach. At the Equipment Repair Guild, the atmosphere was even more oppressive than during their previous visit. The hall was teeming with individuals, primarily impoverished souls like Li Zheng, accompanied by their recently awakened kin, all there to register. The air was thick with despair, numbness, and a vague bewilderment concerning their newfound identities. The guild staff, clad in uniforms, exhibited an even more contemptuous demeanor, barking orders as though herding livestock. Name, qualifications, spiritual C, attribute, inclination. A burly registrar, his face marred by excess flesh and a cheap cigarette dangling from his lips, did not even lift his gaze, asking mechanically. Li Xiaoyu, fluorescent level D, spiritual C. Weak water, attribute, inclination. Li Xiaoyu murmured, her complexion pale. Li Xiaoyu, fluorescent level D, spiritual C. Weak fire attribute inclination, Li Xiaoyu also whispered. Her large eyes filled with trepidation. Level D. Weak? The registrar scoffed, carelessly tossing 2 grimy iron plates inscribed with rudimentary runes. Take identity tags. Go to the equipment repository over there and choose for yourself. 1 item per person. Once chosen, head next door to pay. 10 silver shells per person. Hurry up. There's a line behind you. The so-called equipment repository resembled a vast warehouse exuding the scent of rust, filled with a multitude of tarnished and dimly glowing artifacts, such as chipped knives, deformed harpoons, saws with missing teeth, and even broken oars, discarded remnants that contained but a whisper of spiritual essence. As Li Xiaoyu surveyed the pile of decaying equipment, she recalled Wang Hao's vessel, which thrummed with spiritual light and could grow endlessly. The stark contrast pierced her heart like a knife. Numbly, she grasped what appeared to be a relatively intact harpoon, its cold, heavy weight revealing a nearly imperceptible spiritual essence. Li Xiaoyu, meanwhile, was drawn to a small, rusty skinning knife, the most exquisite item she could find. She clutched it tightly, her face reflecting profound grievance. Adjacent to them, in a more rudimentary room where auxiliary spiritual formations were inscribed, an emaciated elder sat before a rudimentary formation that hummed softly, its light dim. Gritting his teeth, Li Zheng handed over the gathered coins. Place your hands upon it. Grip your equipment. Do not move. The elder's voice was hoarse and devoid of emotion. As the formation activated, a faint glow enveloped Li Xiaoyu and her sister along with their harpoon and skinning knife. A wave of cold, coercive energy surged into their spiritual seas, brutally imprinting the essence of the equipment upon their fragile spiritual spaces while forcibly binding the meager spiritual essence of the artifacts to them. The process was not painful, yet it carried a chilling sensation, as if the soul were invaded by a foreign entity, forcibly branded with a label. Li Xiaoyu felt an awkward, shackle-like connection with the inferior long knife, while her sister, Li Xiaoyu, turned pale, her hand trembling slightly as she gripped the skinning knife. Enough. Leave, the elder commanded, dismissing them with an impatient wave of his hand. Remember, a tool slave is different from a tool cultivator. As long as the tool exists, the person lives. If the tool is destroyed, the person perishes. Nurture your innate weapon well. Do not damage it. If you do, prepare to become a waste when your spiritual seat dries up. As they exited the cold, heavy metal doors of the Tool Cultivators Guild, the sky outside remained overcast and gray. Li Zheng observed the meager, innate weapons in the hands of his 2 sisters, and glanced at their pale, dazed faces. A wave of bitterness surged within him. Yet he forced himself to harden his heart. All right, from today onward, you shall be apprentices of tool cultivation. Although you are tool slaves, this is the first step. Use your spiritual C wisely and nurture your innate weapons well. I will take you to the docks to learn how to wield your weapons. You will surely find a way to sustain yourselves. Li Xiaoyu tightly clutched the cold, heavy harpoon, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. She lifted her gaze toward the direction of the shanty area, staring vacantly at the depression where Wang Hao had disappeared the previous day. Nurturing this broken harpoon? Fishing? Is this what her brother envisioned as the so-called right path and means of survival? Did he even comprehend the difference between a tool cultivator and a tool slave? She felt her heart, much like the harpoon in her grasp, cold and heavy. Wang Hao, where are you now? Are you all right? Li Zheng led his dazed sisters toward the bustling southern docks of Pingming District. Meanwhile, in the desolate rocky area of the garbage zone, the sea breeze howled with a salty and wild essence. The remnants of last night's rainwater pooled in the crevices of the rocks. Wang Hao leaned against a massive rock, eroded by the waves, nibbling on a piece of crab meat that was half-cooked and bore a burnt flavor. This claw had been snatched from an unfortunate iron claw crab using his vine skill last night. After a night of foraging along the shore, the small boat in his spiritual sea was on the verge of exceeding 3 meters in length, its hull more substantial, covered in a metallic sheen. The stabilizing spiritual patterns on the bottom shimmered like breathing light, while the arcs of electricity at the bow became more condensed, exuding a hint of explosive energy. The most notable change was the once blurred wind patterns at the sail's position, which now clearly outlined several smooth lines, emanating a faint yet tangible wave of wind spirit. Eat up, buddy, eat more, grow faster. Wang Hao stuffed the last bit of crab meat into his mouth, feeling the spiritual seas yearning for more sustenance. Here, far from the shanty area, deeper reefs and surging undercurrents provided a more active hunting ground for sea beasts and a battlefield for Wang Hao to prove himself. Li Zheng's insulting words pierced his heart like poisoned thorns. Wang Hao rose, his gaze sharp, as the perception of his spiritual sea boat functioned like an invisible radar, cautiously scanning the murky, frothing waters ahead. Found it. As Wang Hao's pupils constricted, he zeroed in on a rock cloaked in black seaweed, beneath which lurked a shadow larger than the armored crab. Ferocious and imbued with a weighty presence akin to stone, it was a solitary rock crab. This creature, with a shell as impenetrable as granite and pincers capable of severing ship planks with ease, was one of the most formidable entities that coastal fishermen sought to avoid. Come at me. Wang Hao felt no trepidation, only a surging battle fervor. Silently, he maneuvered his form closer, utilizing the cover of the rocks, communicating with the spirit sea. Vines. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several robust, emerald-hued vine phantoms, their tips swirling with high-velocity water currents, emerged like venomous serpents from their lairs, swiftly slicing through the water to ensnare the relatively tender joints of the rock crab. The water jets formed a drilling force that relentlessly sliced through the crevices of its shell. The rock crab was roused, emitting a deep, thunderous roar. Its massive pincers swung out with tremendous force, aimed at the vines. Bang! The vines quivered violently, water splashed. Yet this time, they did not snap. The reinforcement of the ship had significantly enhanced the resilience of the vines. They clung tightly, the water jets continuing their relentless assault. Water arrow, Wang Hao commanded, a blue light flashing from his fingertips. A water arrow, thicker than before and entwined with arcs of electricity, howled through the air, targeting the vulnerable area beneath the rock crab's enraged, slightly ajar compound eyes, the weakest spot where its shell connected to its mouth. Boom! The water arrow penetrated with precision. The furious water spirit energy combined with the rampant arcs of electricity erupted violently within the rock crab's body. Screech, Ea! The rock crab let out a deafening wail, its colossal form thrashing wildly, churning the sea into a murky chaos. The vines seized the opportunity to tighten their grip. Again, Wang Hao's gaze was icy as the runes at the bow of the ship ignited once more. The second water arrow coalesced. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A silver-gray figure, swift as a specter, shot forth from the murky waters like an arrow released from a bow. Its target was not Wang Hao, but rather the near-death rock crab. Chapter 29. The injured catgirl. Before him lay a sea serpent, thick as an arm and adorned with a myriad of shimmering silver scales. It opened its maw, lined with menacing barbed teeth, and viciously bit into the wound of the rock-armored crab, which had been ruptured by a water arrow. In an instant, a paralyzing venom coursed into the creature. Hey! Wang Hao was taken aback. Its speed was astonishing. Those teeth bore a clear toxin and could emit electricity, making it a formidable foe. How dare it seize the opportunity to attack me? The rock-armored crab, besieged by dual assaults, struggled and quickly weakened. Having struck true, fixated its cold vertical pupils greedily upon its prey, while simultaneously catching sight of Wang Hao on the shore, its forked tongue flickering as it hissed a menacing warning. Did it think it could take advantage of the situation without consulting me? A prize so nearly captured could not be allowed to slip away. With a swift mental command, Wang Hao unleashed his full power, summoning the energy of the waters. Control the water. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Centered around the surrounding seawater began to swirl violently, forming a rapidly rotating vortex. The immense pressure and pulling force ensnared rendering it as if trapped in a quagmire. Its speed drastically diminished. Enraged, the thrashed wildly, sparks of electricity dancing across its silver scales as it struggled against the current. Now is the moment. A glint of cold determination flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as he thrust both hands forward. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two deep blue water arrows, crackling with dazzling arcs of electricity, shot forth, striking precisely at the S vulnerable points, the base of its head and its spine. Boom! Boom! The twin detonations resonated almost in unison. Geysers of water erupted, mingling with shards of silver scales and bloody remnants. In an instant, this body was torn asunder into 3 pieces, its remaining nerves twitching as they released faint arcs of electricity before succumbing to silence. As the vortex dissipated, the seawater was stained crimson, and the carcasses of the rock-armored crab floated on the surface. Wang Hao exhaled softly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The exertion of manipulating the water vortex and launching dual arrows had drained a significant amount of his spiritual energy, yet the results were staggering. His bounty was plentiful. The small vessel within the spiritual sea erupted in an unprecedented celebration. Using vines, he transported the more than a meter-wide, rock-armored crab and into the realm of the spiritual sea, where the ship greedily consumed the remains of the formidable sea beasts along with their dissipating spiritual essence. The ship's hull expanded visibly, its metallic sheen shimmering as it began to adopt a rough texture reminiscent of the rock-armored crab's shell, significantly enhancing its defenses. After devouring the arcs of electricity at the bow of the ship became increasingly lively, even skimming across the vessel's surface for brief moments. The intricate patterns on the sail became clearer, and Wang Hao sensed a subtle connection with the flow of air around him. Grow stronger. Continue to grow stronger. Clenching his fists, just as he prepared to depart from the rocky outcrops, the perceptive edge of his spiritual vessel detected an exceedingly faint yet extraordinarily pure life wave emanating from a small, inconspicuous cave, partially submerged by the tide on a nearby rocky beach. Curiosity piqued, Wang Hao approached, parting the damp seaweed. Deep within the cave, he discovered a peculiar seaweed, no larger than a palm, glistening with a translucent quality akin to blue crystal, exuding a soft azure glow. The purity of its spiritual essence invigorated Wang Hao's spirit. Is this also blue velvet algae? No, it resembles a mutated form of blue velvet algae. Wang Hao was pleasantly surprised. This was undoubtedly an unexpected delight. He carefully harvested the specimen, and a wave of refreshing, pure energy coursed through his arm into the spiritual sea. The small boat emitted a comforting hum, and the wind patterns on the sails seemed to brighten. Wang Hao meticulously stored most of it away, tearing off a small leaf to taste, instantly feeling a significant acceleration in the recovery of his previously expended spiritual power. At that moment, he detected a familiar yet faint presence rapidly approaching, accompanied by heavy breaths. Fear and a hint of blood. Wang Hao abruptly turned to see a petite figure stumbling forward, her snow-white, long ears strikingly visible against the dim sky, now smeared with mud and glaring blood. It was Little Moon. Her delicate face was ashen, her ruby-like eyes brimming with terrified tears. A horrific claw mark marred her slender arm, blood staining half of her sleeve. Clutched tightly in her arms were several strands of seaweed, emitting a faint blue glow. Indeed, blue velvet algae. Little Moon. Wang Hao gasped, instantly leaping down from the rocks. With a few agile bounds, he reached her side. Wang, brother Wang Hao. Little Moon exclaimed upon seeing him, her tense demeanor relaxing as if a drowning person had grasped a lifeline. Her legs turned weak, but Wang Hao caught her just in time. She gripped his arm with her icy hand, her voice trembling with sobs and heavy breaths. Help. Help Sister Ali. She was injured while trying to distract the ironback alligator tortoise. She's lost so much blood. We don't have enough medicine. Woo-woo. She looked down at the blue velvet algae in her arms, now stained with mud and blood, tears streaming down her cheeks. I sensed a pure aura here, so I took the risk to come, but then I encountered the ghost-faced otter. Wang Hao immediately grasped the situation. Ali had likely encountered a sea beast while foraging and had gotten injured while trying to protect them from the formidable ironback alligator tortoise. Little Moon. Sensing the residual pure energy from the blue velvet algae that Wang Hao had previously harvested, had ventured forth to seek a remedy, but ended up confronting the ghost-faced otter. Seeing Little Moon's pale face, the gruesome wound on her arm, and the precious medicinal herbs she clung to despite their muddy and bloodied state, he reassured her. "Do not fear, I am here. Where is Ollie? Take me to her." His voice bore a calming strength as he gently helped Little Moon sit down, his gaze turning into a cold searchlight scanning the direction from which she had come. The small boat's senses were fully engaged, distinctly locking on its several ferocious presences rapidly approaching. Indeed, the ghost-faced otters, drawn by the scent of blood. There were 3 in total. Seeking death. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, a palpable killing intent emanating from him. With a mere thought, he prepared to confront the 3 ghost-faced otters, which surged toward them like gray lightning from 3 different directions. Their sharp claws glimmered ominously, aiming directly for the vital points of both Wang Hao and Little Moon. 3 water arrows, crackling with intertwining electricity, shot forth into the air, targeting the ghost-faced otters, who had nowhere to evade. The air was filled with the deafening sound of electricity and the piercing impact as it struck true. 3 ghost-faced otters emitted anguished, piercing wails as their bodies were penetrated, convulsing violently before being hurled backwards to crash heavily against the rocks. In a single strike, 3 ferocious sea beasts were vanquished. Xiaoye stood in astonishment at the scene before her. Her ruby-like eyes widened in disbelief, her small mouth agape, filled with an incredible sense of shock and security as she gazed upon Wang Hao's steadfast silhouette, as solid as the very rocks themselves. Without a glance at the lifeless ghost-faced otters on the ground, Wang Hao swiftly crouched down, tearing off the hem of his relatively clean inner garment with deft hands to bandage the wound on Xiaoye's arm. "Bear with it. Let us go. Take me to Ollie." Once he had tended to Xiaoye's injury, he carefully lifted her onto his back with both speed and stability. And only then did he retrieve the lifeless ghost-faced otters into the spiritual sea space. Xiaoye lay against Wang Hao's back, which, though not broad, was remarkably sturdy. The pain in her arm was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of safety. She nodded vigorously, her small finger pointing toward the secluded spot beyond the half-orc settlement, saying over there, behind the rocks, our secret little cove. Chapter 30. Coarse refinement of medicine. Meanwhile, at the civilian dock area of Baisha Island, the air was suffocating, mingled with the stench of fish and the odor of sweat. Li Xiaoyu stood on the swaying, decrepit skiff, her complexion as pale as parchment, gripping the cold, heavy harpoon with all her might, her knuckles losing color from strain. Within the spiritual sea, the inferior harpoon's phantom loomed like a frigid lump of iron, occupying the core of her spiritual realm, returning only a burdensome sense of restraint and of faint, sluggish energy reminiscent of corroded metal. "Focus. Infuse your spirit energy. Strike," shouted the impatient overseer at the bow, spitting words that landed on Li Xiaoyu's face. A plump, speckled grouper swam through the murky water, its dorsal fin slicing the surface. Clenching her teeth, Li Xiaoyu strained to draw upon that meager reservoir of spiritual energy, attempting to imbue the harpoon with a sliver of power. Yet, the compatibility between her spirit energy and the newly bound tool was dishearteningly low, akin to pouring water into a cracked vessel, returning only a sense of delay and heavy backlash. She thrust with all her strength. Plop! The harpoon skewed once more as it plunged into the water, missing the grouper by half a meter, merely stirring up a cloud of muddy silt. Useless. Truly a waste. The overseer berated mercilessly. You can't even perform the most basic spirit tool sensing? Even a glimmering spirit should suffice. You are destined to be nothing more than a lowly fish harpooner. Get out of here. Replace her. You infuriate me just by looking at you. A wave of humiliation washed over Li Xiaoyu, cold and overwhelming, as she lowered her head and silently climbed down from the swaying skiff, the frigid dock water soaking her pant legs. She gazed at the cold iron tool in her hands, a symbol of survival, and thought of Wang Hao, who manipulated vines and water arrows with the grace of a conductor. Was the righteous path her brother spoke of destined to drown in this icy humiliation and hopeless clumsiness? Elsewhere, Li Xiaoyu's situation was even more dire. She crouched beside a towering heap of fish, reeking of decay, her small hands gripping a battered skinning knife, her face pale and slick with cold sweat. Before her lay a sizable sea base that required gutting. She attempted to summon a flicker of fire spirit energy, hoping to enhance the blade's cutting power. However, the inferior knife blade could barely endure the slightest surge of energy, creaking painfully as the chipping edge widened further. Simultaneously, a stronger backlash surged through her, akin to a searing needle piercing her tender spiritual realm. Ah! Li Xiaoyu cried out in anguish, her small hand trembling, causing the skinning knife to clatter onto the damp deck. She clutched her head, her face contorted in agony. Again, clumsy and inept. You can't even manage a broken knife properly. Fire spirit energy is meant for cooking fish, not for scorching knives, you fool, scolded the stout woman in charge of sorting, kicking the fallen knife to Li Xiaoyu's feet. Pick it up. If you don't finish processing this pile of fish today, don't expect to earn a single copper coin, and forget about dinner. Li Xiaoyu trembled as she picked up the cold, heavy peeling knife, its jagged edge seeming to mock her inadequacies, while her gaze fell upon the foul stench of dead fish piled high before her. The memory of her brother Wang Hao effortlessly slaying the sea eel and generously sharing food with them filled her with warmth. Yet the overwhelming sense of grievance and despair became unbearable. Tears streamed down her face like a torrential flood, mingling with the fish blood and mud, falling silently. Why? Did her brother's words about self-sufficiency bring such pain, such difficulty, such hopelessness? Not far away, on the pier, Li Zheng bore the weight of a massive ship timber, too large for a single person to embrace. The burden pressed heavily upon his broad shoulders, scarred from past injuries, while sweat flowed like a stream, soaking the tattered cloth, bandaging his wounds, and seeping dark crimson stains. Clenching his teeth, with veins bulging, each step felt excruciatingly heavy. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his sisters defeated, in pain, even injured. Li Xiaoyu stood dazed in the polluted water, while Li Xiaoyu quietly wept as she dealt with the stinking dead fish. This scene burned into his heart like a searing iron. He could only force himself to look away, straining even harder to lift the heavy timber, as if to compress all the guilt, heartache, and that barely perceptible wavering into this colossal burden. Endure. They must endure. This is the only path to survival. They will adapt. It is far better than starving alongside that useless shipwright. He screamed silently in his heart, bolstering himself with this obsessive conviction to support his nearly collapsing spine. At the edge of the half-beastman settlement, a secluded cove embraced by massive reefs. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood and the bitter aroma of herbs. Ali Ari lay upon a stone slab covered in dried seaweed, her complexion as pale as parchment, her breathing weak and rapid. A coarse cloth soaked in blood was wrapped around her waist, beneath which lay gruesome bruises and what appeared to be a fractured protrusion. Remnants of blood still clung to her lips. A smaller girl with fox ears, her eyes reddened, tried to cool her down and staunch the bleeding with a paste made of crushed common seaweed, though its effect was minimal. Lieria, Xiaoyu cried, struggling as she descended from Wang Hao's back, stumbling to her sister's side, carefully offering the blood-stained blue algae she held. I found the medicine. Xiaoyu. Your hand. The weakened Li Ari noticed the bandaged arm of Xiaoyu, stained with blood, her eyes filled with concern and guilt. Mifine. Brother Wang Hao saved me. He even killed the ghost-faced otter that was chasing me. Xiaoyu hurriedly reassured, glancing hopefully at Wang Hao. Wang Hao stepped forward, his expression grave as he surveyed Li Ari's injuries. They were more severe than he had anticipated. Ordinary blue crystal algae would likely be insufficient. Give me the blue algae. Suddenly, Wang Hao felt a surge of information from a small boat. After consuming so many valuable items, it finally relayed good news. It could harness the spiritual power of the spirit sea to rudimentarily combine these healing materials into a salve. This was indeed fortunate news. The efforts had not been in vain, and now, at a critical moment, they would prove invaluable. Wang Hao immediately spoke, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. He took the mortar from the little fox's hands and placed all the blue velvet algae brought back by Xiaoyu into it. He swiftly retrieved several items from the small boat in the spiritual sea, a pinch of fine powder, shimmering with a faint earthy yellow spiritual light, derived from the most exquisite part of the rock-armored crab, containing the essence of earth and stone, a slender bone about an inch long, entirely silver and faintly crackling with electric arcs, embodying the pure power of lightning, and a small piece of mutated blue velvet algae leaf, exuding a rich vitality and aquatic spirit, which he had found earlier that day. Wang Hao combined the crab shell powder, the electric eel bone powder, and the blue crystal algae in the mortar, adding a small amount of pristine tidal water, and summoned the full force of the spiritual sea. A surge of pure water spiritual energy flowed through his arm into the mortar. Buzz! The mixture in the mortar erupted with a gentle yet powerful triad of blue, yellow, and silver spiritual lights. The pure water spiritual energy, the substantial protective force of earth and stone, and the vibrant power of lightning harmoniously merged under Wang Hao's guidance, forming a small puddle of viscous ointment, radiating a rich vitality and refreshing aura, resembling a gem-like solution. This wondrous scene left the half-beast girl tending to Ali and Xiaoyu utterly astonished. Wang Hao, not pausing to explain, carefully unwrapped the blood-stained cloth around Ali's waist, revealing her fair skin and the horrific wound. He meticulously and evenly applied the tricolored ointment to the large bruise and suspected fracture on her abdomen. As the ointment made contact with her skin, Ali's tightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and she emitted a barely audible sigh of relief. She could distinctly feel a powerful force, cool yet heavy, infused with a tingling vitality, swiftly penetrating her injured muscles and organs. The intense pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort and warmth. Her previously rapid breaths gradually stabilizing, and her pale face even regaining a hint of color. It works. It truly works, Xiaoyu exclaimed in delight, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration for Wang Hao, astonished that he possessed the skill to concoct medicine. The half-beast girl beside her was too thrilled to find her voice. Wang Hao let out a breath of relief, observing that Ali's condition had stabilized. The information from the small boat was indeed helpful, and he gently remarked, "The effects of the medicine will persist, but fractures require rest. Xiaoyu, let me apply some ointment to you as well." Wang Hao unwrapped the cloth bandage around Xiaoyu's arm and reapplied the ointment. After tending to their wounds, he rose and gazed out at the tumultuous and perilous sea under the dusk. This beach, deemed barren, held the resources for his empowerment. He glanced back at Ali, whose complexion was returning to a healthy hue and who had fallen into a deep slumber, then at Xiaoyu, whose pain had significantly diminished with the ointment on her arm. Finally, his gaze swept over the distant black rocks. "Li Zhang, do you see? My ship, my path, lies right here, on this very beach." Chapter 31. The half-orc market after Arlie was injured. Wang Hao spent 2 days searching for the culprit and finally discovered it today among some rocks. A creature resembling a grinding stone, adorned with a heavy, iron-like shell bristling with sharp, bony protrusions, lay in wait beneath a cluster of massive, dark green seaweed. Its cold, beady eyes vigilantly scanned its surroundings. The aura it emanated was far more formidable and menacing than that of a rock crab, exuding a savage sense of oppression. This was indeed the fiend that had injured Arlie 2 days prior, and the coveted prize for their small vessel. Today's feast hinges upon this beast. Wang Hao's gaze sharpened, his spirit ignited with a fervent battle intent. After days of intense fishing, his strength had rapidly progressed. The small boat had evolved to 5 meters. Its structure further refined, with intricate patterns etched deeply into its hull. It was now capable of unleashing an electric arc shield to fend off marine beasts, and its water manipulation range had nearly reached 20 meters, allowing for exceedingly precise control. More importantly, after devouring several ghost-faced otters and a type of jellyfish that could excrete paralyzing mucus, the water drill at the tip of his vine-like appendages not only became sharper, but also acquired a faint paralyzing effect. First, I shall restrict its movement, attempting to ensnare it with vines, water, and the added paralysis effect. With a swift motion, several emerald green vines, shimmering with blue light from the paralyzing effect, surged forth from the surrounding waters, targeting the relatively soft joints of its limbs and the vulnerable area where its neck connected. Roar! The iron-backed crocodile turtle was startled, emitting a deep, thunderous growl. Its massive head swung violently, revealing rows of jagged teeth as it lunged at the approaching vines. Simultaneously, its powerful limbs propelled its enormous body with surprising agility to the side. Splash! Splash! Most of the vines were thwarted by its hardened shell and sharp teeth, sending water spraying everywhere. Yet, two of the vines managed to latch onto the joint of its right hind limb and the comparatively soft scales on the side of its neck. The rapidly spinning water drill began to slice through, and the faint paralysis effect seeped into its flesh. The iron-backed crocodile turtle winced in pain, its movements momentarily hindered. Now is the moment. Rain of water arrows. Wang Hao's fingertips sparkled with blue light. 3 water arrows, entwined with dazzling electric arcs and forming a perfect triangular formation, shot forth with piercing shrieks, aimed precisely at the gaping maw of the iron-backed crocodile turtle, which had opened slightly in agony and fury, as well as its relatively delicate eyelids. Sensing the imminent threat, the iron-backed crocodile turtle retracted its head into its shell. In the blink of an eye, its limbs and tail also drew back with lightning speed. Boom! 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 The 3 water arrows struck fiercely against its heavy shell, unleashing a violent explosion of spiritual energy mixed with rampant electric arcs. Several bony spikes were shattered, leaving 3 charred indentations on its back, while electric tendrils danced wildly upon it. Though not fatal, the immense force and intense paralysis sent tremors through the behemoth, rendering it completely immobilized. Water manipulation. Vortex. How could Wang Hao let this fleeting opportunity slip away? Buzz. Centered around the iron-backed crocodile turtle, the surrounding sea water was suddenly stirred by an invisible force, forming an enormous, violently spinning vortex with escalating internal pressure. Like an invisible cage in the depths of the sea, it was ensnared and suffocated. The immense water pressure caused its once proud defenses to emit a cacophony of straining creaks. It must end. Wang Hao's entire reservoir of spiritual energy surged violently into the ship's bow runes. A colossal water arrow, as thick as an arm and enveloped in blinding silver arcs of electricity, struck with terrifying force into the very heart of the whirlpool, penetrating the narrow gap revealed by the iron-backed crocodile tortoise's struggles. Attendre explosion ressounded. The furious energy erupted at the center of the whirlpool. The seawater was instantaneously displaced, creating a fleeting vacuum, and the tortoise's seemingly impenetrable neck was utterly torn apart by the horrific forces from within and without. Its massive head was blasted away, carrying a fragment of its shattered vertebrae, while the headless body convulsed violently in the whirlpool before finally falling still. As the whirlpool dissipated, the surface of the sea was strewn with the colossal remnants and thick blood of the iron-backed crocodile tortoise. Wang Hao gasped heavily, his face slightly pale, for the recent flurry of attacks had nearly drained more than half of his spiritual energy. Yet the little ship in the spiritual sea erupted with unprecedented exhilaration, employing Vine's skills to draw the tortoise into the spiritual sea, ravenously absorbing the essence of this formidable sea beast. Its length surged once more, nearing 5 meters. The hull grew denser and more robust, as the shattered spines absorbed into the ship formed several sharp protrusions along its sides. The stabilizing runes on the ship's bottom shone brilliantly, as if capable of quelling the winds and waves, and consuming the iron-backed crocodile tortoise. The electric arcs at the ship's bow took on a heavy ochre hue, amplifying its power. More importantly, a pure and rich essence of life was refined and stored deep within the hull, the finest material for healing Ali's fractures. It is accomplished. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Wang Hao's eyes as he beheld the increasingly formidable wooden vessel in the spiritual sea, a surge of pride welling within him. As the daylight waned, he lifted a wooden barrel placed aside and set off, for it was time to return and accompany his beast-eared companions, lest they grow worried. Brother Wang Hao, over here. A few days later, after consuming the essence of life and experiencing significant recovery, Ali and Xiao Yu beckoned Wang Hao to join them for the market. Thus, after fishing at sea, he followed the two beast-eared maidens through a hidden passage strewn with sharp oyster shells, emerging into a broad expanse. This was not the bustling marketplace one might imagine, but rather a crude and crowded gathering formed by a vast natural sea cave and interconnected rocky platforms. The damp rock walls were adorned with windproof lamps made of sea beast oils, casting dim light, while the air was thick with the heavy scent of the sea, mingled with the fragrance of herbs and a indescribable bitterness tinged with a hint of decay. This was the Half-Fork's own Rocky Market. The stalls displayed an array of maritime-related items, including various sun-dried seaweeds, oddly shaped shells, roughly crafted bone tools, fishing net repair lines, some inferior pearls, and even a few rusted human metal scraps salvaged from refuse. The traders, predominantly half-beasts adorned with various animal ears and tails, donned rudimentary hides or coarse linen, their emaciated forms reflecting the struggles of the lower strata, their eyes a mix of numbed despair and a fervent yearning for survival. What astonished Wang Hao the most was the presence of a peculiar dark green substance, roughly the size of a palm and resembling hardened bricks, stacked in nearly every corner of the stalls or crammed into the tattered backpacks of the traders. Seaweed blocks. Xiaoya, following Wang Hao's gaze, revealed a hint of bitterness on her petite face. That is, our staple food, the seaweed block. She handed him a piece, heavy and solid to the touch. As he drew it closer, a pungent aroma, a foul blend of rancid fish entrails and decaying seaweed, assaulted his nostrils. It was crafted from the rapidly proliferating and valueless stinking algae, mixed with the discarded innards of fish, dried and pressed into shape. Alalai's voice was low, tinged with profound resignation. Without soaking it, it is virtually impossible to bite. Even when rehydrated, it remains both fishy and bitter, merely sufficient to stave off hunger. Many elderly individuals and children, due to a prolonged diet of this, have suffered decayed teeth and deteriorating health. Wang Hao gazed at the malodorous food in his hand, recalling the formidable sea beast essence devoured by his vessel in the spirit sea. And that very first day in this world when he had spat out a seaweed block at the Lee sisters' home, the taste was still vividly etched in his memory. He wondered how they were faring. Perhaps, with the aid of their elder brother, they were thriving. Or perhaps they had found a way to repair the ship and become artisans aboard the spirit vessel. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts, knowing they would only serve to deepen his worries. Chapter 32. Saving money to improve life at this moment. Wang Hao noticed that Ali had been wearing a faded old linen garment, patched to the shoulders, and cinched at her slender waist with a piece of grass rope. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, donned an oversized gray robe that was clearly ill-fitting, its sleeves rolled up several times, revealing her delicate wrists. The hem dragged along the ground, and as she moved, her pair of pristine white ears stood out strikingly against the drab fabric. Though their attire was somewhat better than that of most half-beasts, it still exuded an unmistakable air of age and neglect. Wang Hao instinctively looked down at himself, clad in an old garment unearthed from Aunt Lee's trunk. After days of fishing, battling, and sleeping on rocky shores, it had become thoroughly soaked with seawater, mud, and sweat, emanating a pungent aroma that mingled the scent of the sea with sweat and blood. The cuffs were frayed, and the front bore several stubborn dark brown stains, evidence of the blood of a ghost-faced otter, its smell making him wince. Glancing again at Ali and Xiao Yu, he noted their tattered clothing, yet they made a valiant effort to maintain cleanliness. A strong impulse surged within him. He must procure decent garments for them. He needed to replace his own as well. When had he ever endured such hardship? These days since his arrival in this world felt like an exhaustive trial of every hardship he had never faced in his life. As the thought of buying clothes took root, it entwined around Wang Hao like a vine. Regardless of the world he found himself in, clean and tidy clothing might not imbue him with strength, but it could certainly afford a semblance of dignity and warmth, especially for these already beleaguered beast-eared girls. Next, you would need to earn some money. Xiaoyu Ali, do you know what items might hold value? I wish to earn some coin to purchase suitable garments for both you and myself. Wang Hao inquired, his gaze fixed on the peculiar items displayed at the stall before him. What might people be willing to pay for? Perhaps beautiful shells, rare seaweed, exceptional materials from formidable sea creatures? Suddenly, it dawned on him that merely foraging along the shore to fill their stomachs and enhance the ship's capabilities was insufficient. To truly elevate their living conditions, to procure fine items for Ali and Xiaoyu, and even to purchase more advanced spiritual materials for cultivation in the future, money would be essential. Furthermore, his small vessel had developed a voracious appetite, instinctively desiring to consume anything imbued with spiritual energy. This simply would not do. Xiaoyu timidly spoke up, her ruby-like eyes fixed on Wang Hao. Brother Wang Hao, the value of items depends on their type and quality. For instance, she pointed at a few dark, irregularly shaped pearls on the stall. These mixed-color pearls are not very valuable, perhaps worth a few copper coins. However, if they were pure white or pink round pearls, they would be far more valuable, potentially exchangeable for silver coins. She then gestured toward a pile of dried, deep blue seaweed. Ordinary blue velvet algae is not worth much. We can only consume it ourselves or use it for medicine. However, if it were the kind that harbored moonlight pearls within a moonlight shell, or an unblemished shell with natural storm patterns shed by a storm conch, those would be quite valuable. Human tool-making guilds would covet them for crafting low-tier spiritual accessories or for use in cultivation formations, potentially yielding a substantial amount of silver coins. Ari added, her voice lowered further. There are also the valuable parts of ferocious beasts, such as the giant claws of the iron-claw crab, which, if intact and in good condition, can fetch dozens of copper coins at a blacksmith shop. The sharp claws and fur of the ghost-faced otter, if properly processed, serve as excellent materials for crafting light armor and daggers, and they hold significant value. As for the core shell fragments of the rock-armored crab, or the hardest bone spines on the back of the ironback alligator turtle, which contain potent earth and stone spiritual energy, those materials are even more precious. They are essential auxiliary materials for forging defensive spiritual artifacts and can be exchanged for silver coins or even gold coins. She paused, gazing at Wang Hao. Her amber eyes filled with seriousness. Brother Wang Hao, many parts of the powerful sea beasts you hunt are actually quite valuable. It's just that we didn't have the capability to hunt them before. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. The information was immense. The pearls of moonlight shells, the shells of storm snails, the vital parts of sea beasts, all of these equate to money. Previously, he had been solely focused on allowing the ship to consume entire sea beasts for evolution, never considering to separately strip and sell the valuable parts. The ship's overwhelming instinct to devour had made him subconsciously overlook their economic value. Eureka! Wang Hao nodded vigorously, looking at the adorable beast-eared girl before him. A sense of responsibility and motivation to earn a living surged within him. In the future, when I encounter valuable materials, I will control the ship and first strip them away to store. I cannot let the ship consume everything. Yes, Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, her face breaking into a joyful smile. A glimmer of warmth and hope flashed in Ari's eyes. Wang Hao's willingness to consider their needs and even plan to buy things for them imbued them with an unprecedented sense of security and importance. Wang Hao's gaze swept across the secret market once more, this time with a sense of treasure-seeking. He approached a stall and picked up a grayish, irregularly shaped stone, about the size of a fist. The stall owner was an elderly half-orc with antlers. His murky eyes lifted slightly. "Old sir, what is this stone?" Wang Hao inquired, sensing that this stone contained a faint yet exceptionally pure essence of Earth's spiritual energy, feeling even more refined and substantial than the shell of the rock-armored crab. The antlered elder looked at Wang Hao with mild surprise, then glanced at Ari and Xiaoya behind him, and rasped, "Youngster, you have a keen eye. This is a heart of the sunken sea rock, which I painstakingly pried from a fissure in a deep-sea reef during my youth. It is extremely hard and heavy, harboring a trace of pure Earth's spiritual energy, making it an excellent raw material for crafting. Unfortunately, it is too small and contains many impurities. He shook his head. If you want it, I can part with it for 5 copper coins, or you could trade me for 3 pieces of substantial jerky. His gaze shifted towards the wooden barrel at Wang Hao's feet, which contained several plump sea fish he had just caught. Wang Hao's heart stirred. A heart of the sunken sea rock, with Earth's spiritual energy? Although small, its purity would surely delight the ship. Moreover, as Li Xiaoyu had mentioned, humans also collect such materials for foundations or as auxiliary crafting materials. 5 copper coins or 3 fish. This trade is feasible. It satisfies the ship's demand for high-quality food while allowing me to exchange the fish caught from the sea for valuable materials, thus aiding this elder half-orc. I will trade you the fish. Wang Haoshuang bent down with enthusiasm, retrieving 3 plump sea fish from the barrel and presenting them to the elder with antlers. The elder's murky eyes brightened momentarily as he accepted the fish, weighing them in his hands with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively before handing over the hefty core of the sunken sea rock to Wang Hao. Indeed, it felt exceptionally heavy in his grasp. A flicker of inspiration ignited within Wang Hao as he commanded the little vessel in the spirit sea. My dear companion, this is a remarkable find, but let's not rush to consume it. I shall study it further, or perhaps seek more before we proceed. The little boat emitted a plaintive yet eager hum, obediently refraining from devouring the treasure immediately. Beside him, Xiaoyan and Ali observed with curiosity and a hint of admiration, as Wang Hao seemed to possess an uncanny ability to unearth seemingly inconspicuous yet potentially valuable treasures. Subsequently, Wang Hao exchanged several more fish and a few common spiritual herbs gathered from the sea for a handful of reasonably well-preserved moonlight shell pearls, explicitly instructing the vessel not to consume them. He also procured a small piece of peculiar coral adorned with natural cloud patterns, its touch chilling to the skin, which Ali remarked might hold some monetary worth. Wang Hao's modest treasury began to take shape, though it was still a far cry from affording beautiful new garments for Ali and Xiaoya. It marked a promising beginning. As he departed from the secret city, Wang Hao's spirits soared, the cabin of the little boat brimming with spoils, the sunken sea rock core, the pearls, the extraordinary coral. The dying rays of the sunset once again painted the surface of the sea a vivid crimson. Wang Hao gazed at Ali and Xiaoya walking ahead, their tattered yet resolute silhouettes outlined against the evening light, observing Xiao's pair of pristine, long ears trembling gently in the breeze. A clearer plan began to crystallize in his mind, to grow stronger, to earn money, to buy them new clothes, and to free them from the foul-smelling seaweed blocks. The little vessel in the spirit sea seemed to sense its master's determination and the weighty treasure within the cabin. Although it felt a tinge of grievance for not being able to immediately consume the sunken sea rock core, it emitted a deep, invigorating hum. Under the sunset, the return journey of the trio was bathed in a warm orange glow. Chapter 33. A new home. Wang Hao, carrying several wooden buckets filled with leftover sea fish, returned to the secluded cove embraced by towering rocks, accompanied by Ali and Xiaoyu. The sea breeze whispered through the crevices of the stones, emitting a mournful wail. After several days of tidying up, the cove appeared relatively dry and orderly, though the ground was strewn with fragments of stone, shattered shells, and unidentifiable marine debris, lending an air of disarray. The only furnishings consisted of a few relatively flat rocks. Wang Hao, Gidge, is this going to be our new home? Are we not going back over there? Xiaoyu set down her belongings and surveyed the surroundings, her ruby-like eyes reflecting both anticipation and a hint of bewilderment at the desolation. Her long, snow-white ears quivered gently in the evening breeze. Indeed, Wang Hao nodded vigorously, placing the wooden bucket down. His gaze swept across the natural harbor, discreet and defensible, with proper organization. It would undoubtedly be far more secure and comfortable than the slums they had known. He turned to Ali. Ali, what do you think? Ali carefully placed the exchanged blue algae on a dry, elevated spot, her amber eyes gleaming with kindness. Wang Hao, Gidge is right. This place is distant from human disturbances and avoids the most perilous waters. Though it may seem rudimentary now, together we can surely transform it into something beautiful. She paused, glancing at the ground. First, we must clean this place. Otherwise, we won't have anywhere to rest at night. All right, let us begin at once. Wang Hao rolled up the sleeves of his tattered garment, which bore a complex scent, brimming with enthusiasm. With a slight mental gesture, several verdant, supple tendrils emerged from his fingertips, akin to agile arms, and began to gather the scattered stones and larger shell fragments, piling them into a corner. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled. Wang Hao Gidge, your vines can be used like this? How convenient. She immediately joined in, crouching down to meticulously collect smaller debris with her delicate yet nimble hands, gathering them into a large shell. Ali assumed the role of planner, directing the vines to stack the collected rubbish in designated spots while keeping an eye on areas that needed leveling and which rocks could be utilized. The trio worked in harmonious coordination, achieving remarkable efficiency. By the time the sun had completely dipped below the horizon, the central area of the cove was transformed into a relatively clean and level patch of sand. Wang Hao used the vines to drag several appropriately sized rocks together, fashioning a rudimentary yet sufficient stone table and benches for the three of them to sit around. Phew, it finally looks like something. Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing at the revitalized area, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. He produced the remaining sea fish, declaring, "Let's celebrate tonight with grilled fish." Xiao Yu cheered, immediately rushing to help start the fire, while Ali skillfully prepared the fish with her small bone knife. Soon, a campfire blazed to life, the warm flames dispelling the chill of the seaside, and the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the little harbor. Three individuals sat in a circle around the flickering campfire, partaking in a modest evening meal. The firelight illuminated Ali's tranquil and focused profile, while Xiao Yu contentedly nibbled on fish, her long ears trembling slightly in delight, and Wang Hao wore a weary yet hopeful smile. A wondrous warmth, known as home, quietly blossomed in this humble haven. The sensation of crafting a new home piece by piece was entirely distinct from that of being a mere guest. The presence of the charming beast-eared girl added to the sense of fulfillment, making the journey through this realm feel remarkably worthwhile. Wang Hao swallowed the last morsel of fish and gazed at the dancing flames. "Tomorrow, I plan to venture closer to the rocky areas by the deep sea," he said. "Ali, you mentioned that the core shells of the rock crabs are quite valuable, and that should be their habitat. Moreover," he patted his chest, "I sense that the little boat yearns for that pure earth spirit energy. Devouring it should enhance its strength significantly." Ali furrowed her brow slightly, the firelight dancing in her amber eyes. The waters there are complex. Rock crabs not only possess formidable defenses, but their pincers are immensely powerful, and they typically inhabit groups. "Wang Hao, it is too perilous for you to go alone." Indeed, Xiao Yu added anxiously, placing down the fish that was now little more than bones. She grasped Wang Hao's arm tightly. "How about we choose another location? Or we could wait for Sister Aman and Sister A Ling to return. They are quite capable as well." "Are a man and a Ling coming to assist?" Wang Hao inquired, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. "Yes." Xiao Yu nodded vigorously. "Sister Aman has the blood of the bear folk and possesses great strength. Sister A Ling, with her feline lineage, has heightened senses that can detect danger ahead. They are dear friends. The other day, when Sister Ali was injured, they went further to the shipwreck bay to find a rare hemostatic herb. They should be back soon. I was wondering why I hadn't seen them the past few days," Wang Hao thought, pleased at the prospect of having more helping hands. "Nevertheless, I will still scout the area tomorrow, exercising caution. I won't venture too deep, and my current vines and water arrows are not to be trifled with." He demonstrated the flickering blue light at his fingertips, donning a confident smile. "Moreover, I still owe someone the money for new clothes." He cast a deliberate glance at the oversized, drab-gray robe Xiao Yu wore. Her face flushed instantly, her ears drooping shyly. It's not for new clothes," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Ali observed Wang Hao's resolute gaze and then glanced at Xiao Yu's bashful demeanor. With a gentle sigh, she finally spoke, then, "Wang Hao, you must exercise utmost caution. If anything feels amiss, retreat immediately. We will be waiting for you at home." At the bay, She instinctively used the word home. Rest assured, Wang Hao replied earnestly, nodding as he looked into the flickering campfire. It was as if he could envision that little boat yearning to grow amidst the spirit sea, and foresee a future where this small cove became even warmer, with the beast-eared girls adorned in new garments. Silently, he addressed the little boat in the spirit sea. Mate, did you hear that? Tomorrow, for our home, let us give it our all. Leave the valuable shells for me. The boat responded with a low, resonant hum, brimming with determination, seemingly affirming its master's resolve. Oh no, this is bad. Suddenly, Xiaoye recalled something and exclaimed, What is wrong? Wang Hao gazed at her, taken aback by her sudden outburst. We left Xiao Li at home. She said, Sister Ali, let us hurry back to fetch Xiao Li. In her haste, Xiaoye grabbed Ali and made to dash towards a shed. At that moment, a small figure emerged from the side. It was Ali's younger sister, Xiao Li. Sister, you don't want Xiao Li anymore? The petite girl with fox ears asked, her eyes glistening with tears, her white ears drooping sadly. Xiao Li, da. It was not intentional. Ali gently embraced her sister, offering her comfort. Well, Xiao Li, come and have some fish. Wang Hao awkwardly extended a remaining fish towards her. Today, they had been so preoccupied with the market and building their home that they had forgotten the little fox. Wah, so delicious, so fragrant. The three of them exchanged a glance of helplessness. Chapter 34. The Joy of Forgetting One's Home. On the following day, as dawn gently broke, Wang Hao quietly departed from the slumbering forms of Ali, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Li, who were huddled together in a corner, nestled upon a bed of dried seaweed for warmth. He ventured alone toward the place known as the Ironclad Reef. True to its name, the reef was an imposing sight. Jagged black rocks loomed like the fangs of a colossal beast, covered in a thick layer of slick green moss and barnacles. The waves crashed against them, producing a deep, resonant roar while sending up great plumes of frothy white spray. Wang Hao carefully ascended to a vantage point atop a high reef, where the spirit sea's small boats extended their perceptive tendrils into the murky waters below. Before long, he pinpointed a massive rock shrouded in black seaweed, beneath which lay a shadow exuding a presence as formidable and steady as stone. Found it. Wang Hao's gaze sharpened. Drawing in a deep breath, he established a connection with the spirit sea. Vines water-binding thorns. With a series of sharp hissing sounds, several emerald-green vine apparitions burst through the water, their tips spinning rapidly and glinting with a blue light, deftly wrapping around the relatively soft joints of the rock crab. The water currents formed drill-like tips that furiously sliced through the crevices of its hardened shell. Roar! The rock crab was startled, letting out a low growl as its enormous pincers swung out with immense force, striking towards the vines. Bang! The vines trembled violently, water splashing everywhere, and the sheer power of the blow sent ripples through Wang Hao's spirit sea. However, the vines, having undergone multiple enhancements, exhibited remarkable resilience, remaining unbroken as they tightened their grip, continuing their relentless cutting. Simultaneously, the faint paralysis effect of the vines began to seep in. Water arrow! Wang Hao shouted, his fingertips flashing with blue light. A deep blue water arrow, entwined with blinding arcs of electricity, shot forth like a cannonball, piercing through the air with a shrill cry. Aimed directly at the rock crab's slightly opened compound eyes, targeting the vulnerable area of its mouth. Boom! The water arrow struck true. The furious spirit water, combined with the rampant electric arcs, erupted violently within the rock crab's body. Screech! The rock crab emitted a tremendous wail, its massive form thrashing wildly, churning the waters into a murky frenzy. The vines seized the opportunity, tightening their grip with all their might. Once more, Wang Hao's gaze turned icy, the runes at the bow of the ship glowing anew. The second water arrow coalesced. Boom! The second arrow struck precisely at the same wound. The rock crab's struggles quickly began to wane, ultimately floating motionless upon the surface of the sea. Success! Wang Hao exhaled in relief, a light sheen of sweat forming on his forehead as he controlled the vines to drag the enormous creature towards shallower waters. He recalled Ali's words from earlier. Focus first on removing that core shell. Several finer vines extended like surgical instruments, carefully cutting along the natural lines of the shell. Prying it open. In no time, 3 palm-sized fragments of shell, dark and imbued with intricate natural patterns, exuding a rich and pure earth spirit energy, were detached. Feeling heavy and cold in his hands. A splendid find. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly stowed away the treasures, subsequently removing the enormous crab shell. The remains of the crab were joyfully consumed by a small boat, which emitted a contented hum, visibly elongating as its metallic sheen deepened, taking on a weighty, rock-like quality. After several days of diligent effort, the vessel had grown to an impressive 7 meters. When Wang Hao returned to Blue Crystal Bay, burdened by the massive crab shell and a bag filled with fragments of the core exoskeleton, he was enveloped in the potent scent of the sea and the fragrance of victory. It was already afternoon. From a distance, he heard a boisterous voice ringing out from the bay, tinged with mock indignation. "Hey, Ollie, Xiaoyu, have you 2 ungrateful little ones forgotten home? Leaving me and a man to guard this empty place. This rundown spot has been tidied up rather well." Wang Hao quickened his pace, traversing the passageway, and soon spotted 2 figures in the bay. One was a tall and athletic young woman with sun-kissed skin, clad in a somewhat snug leather vest that showcased her graceful arms and toned abdomen. A pair of fluffy brown bear ears adorned her head, and she stood with hands on her hips, sporting a radiant and mischievous smile. This was a man. Beside her was a slender girl dressed in form-fitting dark linen, her emerald eyes resembling cat's eye gemstones, and a pair of vigilant black cat ears that scanned the surroundings with an air of cool detachment. This was Ling. At their feet lay 2 bulging bags of herbs. Ali was smiling helplessly as she explained, while Xiaoyu, blushing, hid behind Ali, revealing only her ruby-like eyes and trembling long ears. "Sister Man, Sister Ling, you're back." Upon spotting Wang Hao, Xiaoyu rushed over, seeking refuge behind him. I wonder why you seem so enchanted." A man's gaze swiftly fixed upon Wang Hao as she approached with purposeful strides, scrutinizing him with a teasing glint in her eyes, particularly lingering on his tattered, odorous attire. Her gaze ultimately landed on the massive crab shell he was carrying, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, yet her words remained playful. "So, you 2 are here nesting with this big brother Hao, huh? TSK. Look at how well this place has been arranged. Are you planning to stay here forever and never return?" She playfully nudged Wang Hao's shoulder with considerable force. "Sister Man," Xiaoyu's face turned crimson, her grip tightening on Wang Hao's clothing. Ali sighed. "A man, stop with the nonsense. This is Brother Wang Hao. He saved both me and Xiaoyu. We are working together." Wang Hao felt a touch of embarrassment from her blunt teasing and cleared his throat, setting down the crab shell and bag. "A man, Ling. Welcome back." Ling, with her serene emerald eyes, briefly regarded Wang Hao and nodded subtly, acknowledging him. Though her gaze soon fell upon the bag he had placed on the ground, her cat ears twitching ever so slightly. "Haha, just joking." A man laughed heartily, giving Wang Hao a friendly pat on the shoulder, the force of which made him wince slightly. To take down such a large rock crab and bring back its shell shows some prowess. "I didn't expect you to save Ali and Xiaoyu once more. It seems we are all family now." Her affable demeanor was on full display. Coincidentally, today there was an additional feast. Wang Hao gestured towards the enormous crab shell, which still contained a substantial amount of delectable meat. He then produced 3 fragments of core shell, exclaiming, "Look, these are the valuable items that Ali mentioned, specifically saved for today." Ali and Xiaoyu gathered around. Ali examined the fragments closely and marveled. "The quality is exceptional. The earth spirit energy contained within is remarkably pure. Brother Wang Hao, you are truly impressive." "Wow, Brother Hao is amazing." Xiaoyu, momentarily forgetting her shyness, gazed at the shell fragments with sparkling eyes. A man also leaned in for a glance, exclaiming, "Wow, these could fetch quite a sum in the human marketplace." Her address to Wang Hao shifted from Brother Hao to the more affectionate Hao Ge. Although Ling remained silent, a fleeting glimmer of acknowledgement flashed in her emerald eyes. Chapter 35. New home at Blue Crystal Bay. With the arrival of A-Man and A-Ling, Blue Crystal Bay became considerably more vibrant. A-Man, endowed with remarkable strength, effortlessly assisted in processing the crab meat and willingly took on the task of chopping wood. Meanwhile, A-Ling silently organized the herbs they had brought back, meticulously categorizing and drying them on a makeshift line crafted from vines by Wang Hao. Dinner was a sumptuous feast of roasted rock crab, the meat tender and flavorful, imbued with the delightful sweetness of the sea. The group gathered around the flickering campfire, its glow illuminating 6 youthful faces. A-Man animatedly recounted their adventures and amusing encounters in Sunken Ship Bay, eliciting soft laughter from Xiao Yu and Ailey, while A-Ling quietly enjoyed her meal, occasionally interjecting with a crucial piece of information. Wang Hao shared the details of their hunt for rock crabs that day. When A-Man playfully teased Xiao Yu and Ailey about whether they intended to follow Brother Hao forever, Xiao Yu, blushing, stuffed a piece of crab meat into A-Man's mouth, prompting a chorus of laughter from everyone. Observing this warm and lively scene, the gentle profile of Ailey illuminated by the firelight, Xiao Yu's flushed ears, A-Man's hearty laughter, and Ailing's serene feline gaze, Wang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of belonging wash over him. The campfire radiated a comforting red glow, dispelling the damp chill of the seaside. In this little cove, the satisfied group sat together in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, Smalley curled up in Ailey's embrace, its little head nodding as it drifted off to sleep, while Xiao Yu leaned against Ailey on the other side, her ruby-like eyes sparkling in the firelight as she listened to A-Man recount thrilling tales of Sunken Ship Bay. And then that enormous creature's tail swept through with a whoosh, snapping the coral reef as thick as a bowl. If Ailing hadn't pulled me back, I would have lost an arm, A-Man exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement as she mimicked the action. Ailing sat quietly in the shadows a short distance away, her emerald cat eyes twinkling in the darkness, ever vigilant of their surroundings. When A-Man mentioned her name, Ailing merely responded with a soft acknowledgement. How frightening! Xiao Yu gasped softly, instinctively shifting closer to Wang Hao. He listened with rapt attention while mentally strategizing for the following day. Turning to Ailey, he said, Ailey, I would like to explore the Blackhorn Reef you mentioned tomorrow. You noted that the shells of storm snails are quite valuable, and the spiritual energy there seems more active, which would be beneficial for cultivation. Before Ailey could respond, A-Man interjected, Blackhorn Reef? That place has treacherous currents and numerous hidden reefs. It's essential to have someone familiar with the area to guide you. Brother Hao, you've just arrived and are still unfamiliar with the intricacies. She looked at Ailing. Ailing, will you accompany Brother Hao tomorrow? Your keen cat eyes can find the way back even with them closed. Ailing's gaze emerged from the shadows, settling on Wang Hao. After a few moments of silence, just as he thought she would remain her usual reticent self, her cool voice broke the stillness. All right, we will depart before dawn. It is safest to go at low tide. Delight surged within Wang Hao. With Ailing as his guide, he felt reassured. Brother Wang Hao, I too wish to go. Xiao Yu whispered, her eyes alight with anticipation. However, upon glancing at Ali, she quickly added, I can help find things. My senses are quite attuned to pure objects. Ali gently ruffled Xiao Yu's hair, saying, Xiao Yu, tomorrow you and Sister Man, along with Xiao Li, will stay at home. The area we cleaned yesterday is still insufficient. We need to tidy up the eastern Pebble Beach as well, so we can dry more items in the future. She turned to Wang Hao and continued, Brother Wang Hao and Aling will be scouting and hunting. Having too many people would only disturb the sea beasts. Although Xiao Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, she obediently nodded. All right. Then I will work with Sister Man tomorrow. Leave it to me. Man thumped her chest confidently. Leave the heavy lifting to me. I promise to tidy up our home impeccably. Brother Hao, you can rest assured and go on a date with Aling. She winked playfully at Wang Hao and Aling. Aling remained expressionless, seemingly unperturbed, though her cat ears twitched ever so slightly. Wang Hao sighed helplessly, a man your mouth. Alistifulatalo. Her cheeks flushed in the firelight. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should rest. She picked up the already slumbering Xiao Li and said, Brother Wang Hao, you should sleep in that corner. It's more sheltered from the wind. Xiao Yu, come help me lay down some hay. Okay. Xiao Yu promptly sprang up to assist. Wang Hao watched their busy figures, warmth flooding his heart. This little haven, enriched by their presence, was filled with vitality and the essence of home. As he reached his corner, though it merely consisted of a bed made of thick sea grass, it felt infinitely more comfortable than the rickety beds of a shantytown. The small boat in the spirit sea floated quietly, its hull glimmering with a gentle sheen, as if it too were relishing this tranquility. The following day before dawn, where the sea met the sky, only a deep blue hue remained. Wang Hao and Ling, like two shadows merging with the night, silently departed from Blue Crystal Bay. Ling led the way, her movements light and swift, her black cat ears gently twitching in the cool morning breeze. And her emerald eyes shone like two tiny lanterns in the darkness, deftly avoiding the slick rocks and perilous edges of the oyster shells. She spoke little, only offering hushed warnings at critical moments. Turn left, circumvent that whirlpool. 10 steps ahead, there are hidden spikes beneath the water. Stay close. Wang Hao followed, closely behind, silently admiring Ling's keen perception and vast experience. With her guidance, the originally treacherous path became significantly smoother. Upon reaching Blackhorn Reef, the tide had receded to its lowest point, revealing a vast expanse of jagged rocks and damp beaches. Here, the sea's color deepened, and the currents grew notably more turbulent, crashing against the rocks with a dull roar. Storm snails favored clinging to the leeward sides of rocks where the water flowed fiercely. Ling's voice remained cool, yet held an instructive tone. Their shells naturally accumulate wind patterns, which are crucial for resisting the currents and are also valuable. We must seek out the deep purple ones adorned with spiral patterns. Understood. Wang Hao nodded and immediately activated the perception of the spirit sea skiff, casting an invisible net across the intricate waters. Simultaneously, Ling closed her eyes, her cat ears vibrating at a high frequency, sending out undulating waves of perception. In the northeast corner, beneath the eagle's beak rock, 2 sea snails, one large and one small, were revealed. The larger shell exhibited distinctly defined wind patterns. Almost in unison, Ling and Wang Hao pointed toward the same direction. Wang Hao glanced at Ling in surprise. Her expression remained impassive, yet he sensed a subtle, unspoken understanding between them as they swiftly approached their target area. Indeed, nestled in a smooth groove eroded by the sea beneath the rocks, lay 2 deep purple sea snails, each the size of a bowl. On the larger shell, several silver-white natural patterns, reminiscent of wind blades, were clearly visible, emanating a faint aura of vitality. I will divert any potential guardians. You focus on retrieving the snails, Ling stated succinctly. No sooner had her words fallen than she skillfully hurled a few small stones toward an inconspicuous shadow beside the groove. With a splash, a peculiar sea eel, covered in slippery mucus and adorned with suction cups, was startled into action, lunging toward the spot where the stones had landed. Ling nimbly sidestepped, drawing its attention away. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hao extended a tendril of ethereal vines silently, wrapping delicately around the edge of the large patterned snail. The water spirit energy gently permeated, gradually prying it from the rocks without inflicting any damage to the shell or its intricate designs. Simultaneously, another tendril ensnared the smaller, ordinary storm snail nearby. Success. Wang Hao secured both snails. Ling also effortlessly evaded the not-so-formidable eel and returned to his side. Our coordination was commendable, Wang Hao remarked sincerely. Ling inclined her head slightly in acceptance of the praise, her gaze drifting further afield, in the southwest direction, deeper within the rocky expanse. There were stronger fluctuations of spiritual energy mingled with the essences of wind and water, likely a colony of storm snails, and possibly sea beasts. Shall we proceed? Of course. Wang Hao's eyes ignited with battle fervor. He desired both valuable materials and sustenance for the vessel. Under Ling's precise guidance and warnings, Wang Hao adeptly utilized vine bindings, water arrows, and agile positioning to successfully hunt a small group of ghost-faced otters guarding the storm snails. He also collected their claws and pelts while acquiring 5 exquisite storm snail shells, each with unique wind patterns, alongside a bounty of succulent snail meat. The skiff absorbed the spiritual essence contained within the otter carcasses and the snail meat, causing its length to grow to 7.5 meters. The wind patterns on the sails seemed to flourish under the influence of the storm snail's essence, becoming more vibrant and defined. Wang Hao felt a newfound ease in perceiving and manipulating the current surrounding him. Chapter 36. The market on the island as the two returned to the small bay. Laden with their bountiful harvest, the afternoon sun cast a warm glow over the scene. To Wang Hao's delight, the eastern area, once cluttered with rubble, had been transformed into a pristine space, its ground now adorned with a layer of fine sand. A man was diligently transporting a sizable, flat stone, preparing to construct a more formal stove. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was weaving several delicate mats from the vines that Wang Hao had encouraged her to cultivate, while Xiaoli assisted by handing her small stones, resembling a little overseer. "Wow, Brother Hao, Aling, you're back. How was your haul?" a man exclaimed, momentarily pausing to rush over with excitement. Wang Hao set down a large shell brimming with conch meat and a bag filled with storm shells and otter materials. "A tremendous harvest. Tonight, we shall feast on steamed storm shells. These shells and materials are quite valuable. So many beautiful shells." Xiaoyu chimed in, captivated by the deep purple shells adorned with natural patterns. "This one would make a lovely hairpin for Sister A Li, and this one could be polished into a small mirror." A Li approached, her face lighting up with a gentle smile as she surveyed the bountiful collection and their revitalized abode. "You've all worked hard. The house is nearly in order as well." Her gaze fell upon Wang Hao's tattered clothing, now smeared with fresh stains. "Brother Wang Hao, once we sell this batch of materials, the first thing I will do is buy you and Xiaoyu some decent clothes." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's ears subtly flushed crimson as she whispered, "Brother Wang Hao is the one who needs new clothes the most." A man watched the exchange with a knowing smirk. Wang Hao, feeling the warmth of Li's tender gaze, glanced at Xiaoyu's bashful demeanor, then at a man's playful expression, and finally at Ling, who was quietly organizing materials, along with Xiaoli flitting about on the sandy ground. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction and responsibility surged within him. He nodded vigorously. "Yes, it will be soon, for our home, and for everyone's new clothes." With that, Wang Hao, Li, and Xiaoyu prepared to venture to the true market on White Sand Island. Meanwhile, a man left behind busily tested the stability of the newly constructed stove while voicing her grievances. "Ah, why must I stay home to watch the house? I want to see the new clothes at the island market too." Aling is such a bore, showing no interest. She cast an envious glance at the trio preparing to leave. Aling sat upon a rock, meticulously polishing her sharp bone dagger. Without lifting her head, she replied in her cool, succinct manner, "Too many people attract attention. It's troublesome. Just watch the house." Xiaoli clung to Wang Hao's leg, looking up with wide eyes and a youthful lisp. "Brother Wang Hao, bring back sweet fruits." Wang Hao chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Xiaoli's fluffy fox ears. "All right, if they have them, I'll bring you back some sweet fruits." He turned to a man, assuring her, "Next time, I will definitely take you along. This trip is primarily to scout and trade. We'll be quick." "Humph, you better keep your promise." A man relented, her dissatisfaction easing, though she added, "Be careful. Those human merchants can be quite unscrupulous." Wang Hao solemnly nodded, shouldering a large bundle crafted from the hide of sea beast, which contained the most crucial cargo of this journey. 3 fragments of the core shell of the rock armored crab, 5 storm shells adorned with natural wind patterns, several complete claws of the ghost-faced otter, and a few meticulously prepared pelts. Ali carried a slightly smaller wicker basket, filled with exquisite pearls, a peculiar piece of coral, and a few remaining copper coins for emergencies. Xiaoyu followed closely beside Wang Hao, her small hands gripping the hem of her clothing tightly, her snow-white, long ears standing slightly erect in nervous anticipation. The trio departed from their home, known as Blue Crystal Bay, traversing the periphery of the familiar half-orc shantytown. The dilapidated shacks, the vacant gazes, and the mingled scent of inferior seaweed and sewage in the air served as a stark reminder of the world's harshness and the rigid class divide. Instinctively, Wang Hao positioned himself protectively in front of Li and Xiaoyu, shielding them from the prying eyes of ill-intentioned onlookers. The ethereal vessel in the spirit sea emitted a low hum, releasing an invisible aura of spiritual pressure that caused the observers to flinch, averting their gazes. As they approached the inner wall encircled by a low stone barrier, which separated the half-orc settlement from human interaction, they circumvented the wall and entered the bustling human marketplace. The cacophony of sounds enveloped them. The clamor of vendors, the bargaining shouts, and the cries of children melded into a vibrant symphony. The narrow streets were densely lined with an array of stalls and shops selling fish catches, crude tools, substandard fabrics, foul-smelling potions, and various dubious trinkets. Many humans cast scornful or disdainful glances at Wang Hao and his companions, particularly at Ali and Xiaoyu, who were evidently half-orc. Xiaoyu instinctively shrank closer to Wang Hao, while Ali stood tall, her gaze steady, though her grip on the basket tightened slightly. Sensing their tension, Wang Hao murmured reassuringly, "Do not fear, stay close to me." Their destination was clear, a materials purchasing shop in the midst of the marketplace, marked by a large iron claw sign. According to Ali, this establishment, albeit notorious for its low prices, was at least willing to accept items brought by half-orcs, and its formidable reputation deterred most from causing trouble within. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, they were met with a mingling scent of rust, fishiness, and aged timber. The shop was modest in size, dimly lit, with shelves cluttered with an assortment of sea beast bones, oars, peculiar plant roots, and some battered weapon remnants. Behind the counter sat a short, rotund middle-aged man with an oily visage, squinting as he fiddled with a greasy abacus. He was the proprietor, known colloquially as Sharkskin John. Upon hearing the door creak, Sharkskin John lazily lifted his eyelids, and upon spotting Wang Hao and his companions, particularly the visibly half-orc Ali and Xiaoyu, a flicker of discernible interest flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a veneer of feigned cheerfulness. "Ah, rare guests. What might you wish to sell?" Without further ado, Wang Hao placed the heavy bundle onto the counter with a thud, unfastening it to unveil its contents. Sharkskin Zhang, originally bearing a nonchalant gaze, found his attention abruptly captivated upon encountering 3 fragments of the rock-armored crab's core shell, adorned with enigmatic patterns and emanating pure earth elemental energy. His eyes narrowed sharply at the sight. Subsequently, his breath quickened as he beheld several complete storm shells, deep violet and swirling with wind patterns, alongside the pristine hide of a ghost-faced otter paw. Yet, he swiftly concealed the glint of greed in his eyes, reverting to his languid demeanor. "Ah, fragments of the rock-armored crab's shell? Mediocre quality, numerous impurities. As for the storm shell, the wind patterns are too faint to be of any real value. And the ghost-faced otter? This paw is worn down, and the fur is discolored." Sharkskin Zhang picked up a shell fragment, critically tapping it while uttering a stream of disparaging remarks. "Consider yourselves fortunate to encounter me, old Zhang. Others wouldn't even accept these. Pack it all together, and I'll give you, 5 silver shells?" His ludicrously low offer left Ali and Xiaoyu's faces pale, fully aware of the material's worth. 5 silver shells? Not even enough to purchase a decent rock-armored crab shell. "Boss, do you truly recognize the value?" Wang Hao's voice remained calm, yet his gaze had turned icy. He lifted a storm shell, pointing to the clear, flowing wind patterns. "You claim this natural wind pattern is worthless? The pure earth elemental energy contained within the rock-armored crab's core shell, you dismiss as impurities?" Sharkskin Zhang let out a derisive laugh, slickly retorting, "Young man, that is not how it works. The items are indeed good, but it depends on who is selling them. As for you two," he cast a pointed glance at Ali and Xiaoyu, "this price is already quite fair. If you disagree, perhaps you should inquire elsewhere." He was confident that Wang Hao and the others would hesitate to roam the chaotic marketplace with such valuable items. A surge of indignation welled up within Wang Hao. He had toiled tirelessly to hunt sea beasts and extract materials solely to improve his family's circumstances, only to be exploited by this unscrupulous merchant. Observing the anxious and distressed expressions on Ali and Xiaoyu's faces, Wang Hao could no longer endure. "Fair price?" Without slamming the table or shouting in anger, Wang Hao slowly raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. From their tips, a deep, ethereal blue light suddenly ignited. Buzz. Chapter 37. Purchasing attire and intangible, weighty pressure, imbued with the essence of the sea, radiated from Wang Hao, enveloping the shop in an instant. The very air in the establishment seemed to solidify, causing the delicate items on the shelves to quiver slightly. The slick smile on Sharkskin Zhang's face froze abruptly, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat. His complexion drained to a ghastly pallor, nearly suffocating under the weight of that terrifying aura. This was no ordinary aura of a mere practitioner. It was the unmistakable presence of a true shipmaster. Good heavens, when did shipmasters begin mingling with the lowly half-beasts? Shipmaster. Sharkskin Zhang's voice trembled, sharp with fear, as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Being a person of considerable background, he had a discerning eye. Otherwise, how could he so boldly collect items from half-beasts without anyone daring to intervene? This was clearly a spell and spiritual pressure that only a genuine shipmaster could wield. His previous arrogance evaporated, replaced by a sycophantic grin that bent him at a 90-degree angle. I beg your pardon, esteemed master. How foolish of me to overlook your grandeur. Forgive me. Please do not be wrathful. Frantically, he grasped an abacus, his voice quivering out of tune. Allow me to recalculate. Immediately for you, my master. The coarse shell fragments of the rock-armored crab, 3 pieces, in impeccable condition. The Earth's spirit energy is exceptionally pure. Let us consider. 15 silver shells each. The storm shell, 5 pieces, with natural wind patterns, perfect for crafting wind-type spiritual tools. Valued at 8 silver shells apiece. The ghost-faced otter claws, 3 sets, with 5 pelts, all neatly processed. Priced at 5 silver shells per set. My lord, will this suffice? He presented this nearly market rate, perhaps slightly above, price with a face full of trepidation, cautiously gauging Wang Hao's expression. Wang Hao remained expressionless, the ethereal blue light at his fingertips gradually receding, along with the oppressive spiritual pressure, restoring normalcy to the shop. However, Sharkskin Zhang's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Calculate accurately. Wang Hao's voice remained flat. Yes, Sharkskin Zhang exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve, his fingers trembling as they swiftly moved across the abacus. 15 times 3, 45. No. The claws and pelts must be calculated separately. He was drenched in sweat, terrified of making another mistake. If he angered the shipmaster, his standing in the human empire was precarious. The position of a shipmaster was exalted, and even the island nobility would bow in deference upon meeting a formidable shipmaster. Should this master choose to end his life with a mere spell, the Sea Patrol would dutifully assist in disposing of his remains with utmost respect. Ali and Xiao Yu, standing behind Wang Hao, were utterly astounded. Was this truly the same Sharkskin Zhang who had so mercilessly bullied them half-beasts? Ali's amber eyes brimmed with shock and an inexplicable sense of security as she gazed at Wang Hao's upright figure, perceiving him as her most steadfast support. Xiao Yu, her face flushed with excitement, possessed ruby-like eyes that sparkled with unabashed admiration and reverence. Brother Wang Hao, you are incredible. Just a glance, a flicker of light, and that wretched merchant is utterly terrified. Ultimately, Sharkskin Zhang arrived at a figure that pained him deeply, yet he dared not voice any dissent. 125 silver beads, accompanied by 7 copper beads as remainder. Trembling, he retrieved a heavy pouch from beneath the counter and counted out 7 copper beads, presenting them with utmost reverence. Master Shipwright, please confirm. A total of 125 silver beads and 7 copper beads. Wang Hao accepted the pouch, feeling its weight in his hands. The delightful sound of metal clinking resonating in the air. Without sparing a glance at Sharkskin Zhang, he turned to Ali and Xiao Yu behind him, saying, "Let us go. I'll take you to buy some clothes." His tone was light, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Hooray! Ali and Xiao Yu chimed in unison, their voices brimming with joy and pride as they eagerly followed Wang Hao out of the shop. Leaving Sharkskin Zhang slumped in his chair, panting heavily, his heart racing with trepidation. Once outside the materials shop, with money in their pockets, The hustle and bustle of the market seemed to transform into a melodious symphony, the sunlight warming their skin. Xiaoyu excitedly tugged at Ali's arm, chattering animatedly. Sister Ali, did you see it? Brother Wang Hao was so impressive just now. That wicked shopkeeper turned pale. Ali smiled gently and nodded, her gaze towards Wang Hao radiating warmth. Indeed, it's all thanks to Brother Wang Hao. Wang Hao, weighing the heavy pouch in his hand, felt elated. Let us go. Time for new clothes and sweet fruits for Shaoli. Their subsequent shopping expedition was filled with ease and delight. They first discovered a relatively clean and tidy ready-made clothing shop. With a grand flourish, Wang Hao proclaimed, "Shopkeeper, select a few sturdy and stylish outfits." He initially chose 2 sets of coarse fabric garments in deep blue and gray for himself. Though not extravagant, they were neat and crisp, marking a farewell to his tattered rags. When it came time to select outfits for the beast-eared maidens, Ali and Xiaoyu felt somewhat shy. Encouraged by Wang Hao, Ali selected a simple yet elegant light green cotton dress, its straightforward design accentuating her gentle grace, while Xiaoyu blushed, wavering between a canary yellow dress and a watery blue ensemble. Do you both like them? Then let us buy them all. With a sweeping gesture, Wang Hao paid without hesitation. Xiaoyu gasped in delight, her eyes crescent-shaped as she clutched her 2 new dresses with affection. Wang Hao also remembered a man and a Ling, selecting a set of durable, deep brown trousers for a man, suitable for her work, and a form-fitting black outfit for a Ling that allowed for freedom of movement. What about Xiao Li's? Wang Hao inquired. Ali gazed longingly at the beautiful dresses, but shook her head. Xiao Li is still small. She can't wear anything so costly. Let us buy some soft, fine fabric, and I will make her an outfit at home. Wang Hao did not press further, but purchased the finest fabric and needles. Next, they procured a plethora of essential supplies. In terms of food, they acquired a large jar of coarse salt, a bag of decent quality brown rice, several substantial pieces of long-lasting smoked jerky, and a few strings of honey-soaked wild fruit for Shaoli, who had expressed her desire for sweet delights. Immediately, essential tools followed, a robust cast iron pot, marking the farewell to open flame and stone cooking, several sharp iron knives, sturdy hemp ropes, a substantial bundle of needles, threads, and soft fabrics. The quality of life necessitated enhancement, prompting the acquisition of several thick, warm woolen blankets, ensuring that nights would no longer rely solely on straw for comfort. A collection of ceramic jars and bowls of varying sizes, along with clean, coarse cloth towels, completed their provisions. With each item purchased, Xiaoya fluttered about like a jubilant little bird, assisting with the burdens, her cherubic face radiating happiness, while Ali meticulously contemplated the purpose of each item, her eyes brimming with dreams of a promising future. As the sun dipped once more in the west, Wang Hao, Ali, and Xiaoya embarked on their journey back to Blue Crystal Bay, their arms laden with goods. Wang Hao bore the heaviest load of the iron pot and provisions. Ali carried new garments and blankets, while Xia gingerly cradled the dried fruits for little Li and the exquisite bowls and jars. As they traversed the shanty town, they disregarded the astonished and covetous gazes of onlookers. In Wang Hao's mind, the spirit ship seemed to sense its master's buoyant mood, its sails gently billowing in the invisible sea of spirits, guiding the currents around them as if to safeguard their passage. Chapter 38, The Living. Adorable beast ear girl in the distance. The rocky entrance of Blue Crystal Bay came into view, and A-Man's boisterous voice echoed. How go? Ali, Xiaoyu, you finally returned. What delightful treasures have you brought? She stood eagerly by the newly constructed stove, alongside the quietly waiting A-Ling and the bouncing little Li. We bought so much, Xiaoyu exclaimed, her small hand waving excitedly as she dashed forward, unable to contain her enthusiasm as she showcased her new dress. Ali and Wang Hao exchanged smiles, quickening their pace as the golden rays of the setting sun illuminated the contented and joyful expressions on their faces. Wow, a new dress! Xiaoyu clutched her 2 outfits, one in soft yellow and the other in water blue, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with delight. She twirled in place, her snowy long ears quivering joyfully. And mine! A-Man snatched her durable brown trousers, demonstrating their fit on her form while excitedly patting Wang Hao's shoulder. How good. You've got good taste. This fabric is sturdy. I won't have to worry while working. Ailing silently accepted her sleek black outfit, gently brushing her fingertips across the fabric. Her beautiful, cool gaze turned to Wang Hao as she softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Though her tone was mild, the glimmer of surprise and joy in her eyes was unmistakable. Lily, look. Ailey revealed several glistening wild fruit candies coated in honey. The little fox's eyes widened in astonishment, and with a cheer, she leaped forward, embracing the treats and nibbling away, her tail wagging with happiness. Ailey, this is for you. Wang Hao picked up the light green cotton dress and presented it to Ailey. She paused, her amber eyes shimmering with emotion as she accepted the garment. Gently caressing the soft fabric, she murmured, Thank you, Brother Wang Hao. You should have spent so much. Spent? Not at all. This is what we earned together, Wang Hao declared with generous flair, observing the joy on everyone's faces as they donned or clutched their new attire. Feeling happier than if he were wearing them himself. He then directed everyone to lay the thick wool blankets on the freshly cleared sand, placing the cast iron pot atop the newly built stone stove, with ceramic pots and bowls neatly arranged on a simple rack woven from vines. Tonight we feast. Let us celebrate the completion of our new home and our newfound prosperity, Wang Hao proclaimed. A-Man immediately responded, I'll handle the storm snail meat. Steamed, right? Leave it to me. She busily set to work. Ailey used her newly acquired sharp knife to prepare the smoked meat, intending to cook a pot of savory rice porridge, while Xiao Yu and Little Lee assisted in washing the newly bought bowls and jars. Ailing quietly gathered the old clothes they had changed out of, preparing to wash them. The aroma of food soon filled the air. The steamed storm snail meat was tender and sweet, infused with the unique saltiness of the sea breeze. The brown rice porridge, mixed with the savory flavor of smoked meat, was warm and comforting. Gathered around the newly laid wool blankets, illuminated by the firelight and using their brand new ceramic bowls, everyone radiated an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. So delicious. Xiao Yu sipped her porridge, her ruby-like eyes narrowing in contentment, feeling as though she were in a dream. From now on, we can eat this well every day, A-Man declared, confidently thumping her chest as she stuffed a large piece of snail meat into her mouth. Wang Hao gazed at the tender and serene profile of Ali illuminated by the flames, the contented and adorable expression of Xiao Yu, the hearty laughter of Ah-Man, the tranquil companionship of Ah Ling, and the focused demeanor of Xiao Li as she nibbled on dried fruit. A wave of warmth surged within him. This was his home in this world, a harbor belonging to all, and they were finally beginning to lead a good life. The past had been arduous. Upon his arrival, he had resided in a shabby hut, gnawing on seaweed blocks. Had it not been for the company of the bee-steered girls, he would have long since succumbed to despair. As the night deepened, the sea breeze brought a refreshing coolness. Sated and content, everyone nestled under thick, warm woolen blankets, huddled together in a sheltered corner, surrendering to a profound sleep after days of toil and the excitement of the day. Wang Hao, positioned closer to the outer edge, instinctively tightened his blanket. In his dreams, he sensed something warm and soft drawing near, carrying a faint fragrance reminiscent of sea breeze mingled with fresh grass. Unconsciously, he extended his arm, enveloping the warmth in an embrace, as if cradling the most reassuring harbor. The first light of dawn filtered through the crevices of the rocks into the small bay. Wang Hao was awakened by a soft, bashful whimper. Groggily opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of snow-white rabbit ears, gently quivering and tantalizingly close. Xiao Yu had almost curled up in his embrace, her small face nestled against his chest, deep in slumber, her rosy lips unconsciously pouting slightly, while her long eyelashes fanned out like delicate little fans. One of her tiny hands grasped his shirt front, while his right arm securely encircled her waist, holding her safely. In an instant, Wang Hao froze, all remnants of sleep vanishing. A rush of warmth surged to his head, then cascaded downward, his heart pounding like a drum. He could distinctly feel the soft, warm curves of the girl in his arms, with the faint scent of sunshine and grass lingering at his nose. Suddenly, as if startled by Wang Hao's rigidity, Xiao Yu groggily opened her eyes. Her ruby-red gaze blinked in confusion before focusing on Wang Hao's face mere inches away, and then she glanced down at their closely intertwined forms. A short, incredibly shy gasp escaped Xiao Yu's lips. Like a startled little rabbit, she sprang away. Her small face instantly flushed crimson, her ears turning a delicate shade of pink. Flustered, she hurriedly wrapped herself tighter in her blanket, retreating to a corner, burying her head low, leaving only her blood-red ears exposed. Soda. Wang Hao Gidge. I might have felt cold last night. So? Xiao Yu's voice was so faint it resembled a whisper, laced with a quavering tone, her embarrassment nearly overwhelming her. The commotion roused the others. Akli sat up, witnessing Xiao Yu's mortified demeanor and Wang Hao's equally awkward attempt to adjust his blanket. Upon seeing the disheveled state of their coverings, she instantly grasped the situation. A blush crept on her cheeks, yet her expression softened into a gentle smile as she gently reassured Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, a man wore a mischievous grin, teasingly eyeing Wang Hao. "Oh, Brother Hao, quite cozy this morning, huh?" Ling, her expression stoic as she arranged her blanket, barely concealed the slight twitch of her cat ears, which flicked with barely noticeable excitement. Wang Hao coughed awkwardly twice and hastily got to his feet. It was purely accidental. I went to the beach. Today, I must ensure the ship breaks the 10-meter mark. He almost bent over, fleeing in haste, grabbing his tools as he rushed outside, leaving behind the unabashed laughter of a man and the irritated stomping of Xiao Yu. Bursting forth from blue Crystal Bay, the sea breeze enveloped him, slightly alleviating the warmth on his face. Wang Hao patted his cheeks, took a deep breath, and suppressed the lingering embarrassment. For he was indeed alive, a charmingly soft and endearing beast-eared girl. Chapter 39. On the verge of becoming a formal ship repairer, Wang Hao made his way directly to the depths of the Black Reef, a place he had visited the previous day, with Ling utilizing the formidable sensory capabilities of his small vessel. He swiftly pinpointed a region where the currents surged with unusual ferocity, the rocks jagged and interspersed. The spiritual energy there pulsed with vitality, mingling with the essences of wind and water, and even a faint sensation of electric current. Climbing atop a towering rock, Wang Hao gazed down into a vast depression sculpted by the raging waters below. There, a multitude of deep purple storm shells clung densely to the surface, their spiral patterns shimmering with a soft luminescence amidst the turbulent flow. To his astonishment, at the heart of the shell cluster lay a colossal shell king, its shell a profound shade of purple-black, adorned with natural patterns that resembled a furious tornado, with arcs of electricity flickering within. Surrounding the cluster, several silver-gray figures stealthily prowled, the thunder eels. They seemed to covet the shell group, particularly the magnificent Shell King. What a bountiful opportunity! A glint of excitement sparked in Wang Hao's eyes. This was truly a fortuitous moment. The spiritual energy and the essence of wind and thunder contained within the Shell King would undoubtedly provide a sumptuous feast for his vessel, while the surrounding shells and thunder eels also promised substantial nourishment. Taking a deep breath, he felt the spirit ship within the spiritual sea thrum with power, its sails glowing with unprecedented brilliance as he immediately unleashed his skill. Water manipulation. Vines. With a resounding hum, Wang Hao unleashed his full potential. Centered upon the vast depression housing the shell cluster, the waters within a 30-meter radius erupted into a frenzy. A terrifying whirlpool, larger and faster than the one previously used against the iron-backed alligator turtle, formed instantly, its internal pressure more formidable than ever. The sea was violently stirred, emitting a deep, resonant roar. In an instant, the currents within the depression were drained and thrown into disarray. The multitude of storm shells found themselves caught off guard, swept away by the violent whirlpool, scattering chaotically from the rocks. Several thunder eels, too, were ensnared by the sudden and terrifying pressure and pulling force, writhing desperately to release their electric discharges, but it was as futile as a cow sinking into the sea. Simultaneously, dozens of emerald green vines surged into the whirlpool like a celestial net, intertwining to form a colossal snare. Each vine's tip spun rapidly, delivering a subtle, paralyzing effect, precisely ensnaring every storm shell that had been swept away and every thunder eel that had become trapped. Net in, Wang Hao bellowed, commanding with his will. The immense network of vines tightened abruptly, akin to a fisherman hauling in a heavy catch. With a thunderous splash, the waters parted as Wang Hao forcefully lifted the massive vine net from the center of the whirlpool. Enclosed within were dozens of storm shells of varying sizes, including the struggling shell king, along with 5 thunder eels, disoriented and dimly sparking from the pressure and the constricting vines. This capture nearly encompassed all the storm shells and thunder eels in the vicinity. Phew. Wang Hao gasped for breath, his complexion slightly pale. His earlier exertion had drained more than half of his spiritual energy in an instant, yet the sight of his heavy, glimmering spoils within the vine net filled him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, instantly dispelling his fatigue. Without delay, the meticulous process of peeling commenced. The prized shells of the Spiral King and those of exquisite quality, distinguished by their clear wind patterns, were carefully stored separately. These were treasures. The remaining snail meat, along with the carcass of the thunder eel and the shell of the Spiral King, imbued with the essence of wind and thunder, were unceremoniously cast into the spirit sea space. A profound humming erupted from the small vessel within the spirit sea, resonating with an unprecedented, almost euphoric drone, akin to a glutton encountering a sumptuous feast. A deluge of pure, wind-attributed spiritual energy, fierce lightning power, and surging life essence poured into the hull like a torrent. The ship expanded at a visible rate, its form solidifying. 8 meters. 8.5. 9 meters. As the last vestige of essence was absorbed, the wooden vessel within the spirit sea astonishingly attained a length of 9 meters. No longer merely a wooden sheen. Its body now exhibited a profound, metallic texture reminiscent of dark iron, adorned with intricate defensive patterns of rock crabs and the swirling motifs of storm snails. The protruding horns on either side of the vessel grew more menacing and sharp, glinting with a cold light. The radiant symbols stabilizing the hull pulsed with a robust vigor, as if capable of subduing towering waves. The arcs of electricity dancing at the bow transformed from a simple silver hue to a deep, stormy purple-black, their potency intensified, subtly infused with the essence of wind and thunder. The most striking change, however, was at the position of the sail. The once indistinct wind patterns had now fully coalesced into a complete, arcane rune, seemingly crafted from a hurricane, radiating powerful wind spiritual fluctuations. Wang Hao sensed an unprecedented, intimate connection with the winds of the world. With a mere thought, a gentle yet forceful current enveloped him, causing his clothes to flutter dramatically. Mastery of the winds. The vessel had awakened a new ability. Simultaneously, a delicate, translucent blue light shield, adorned with rippling water patterns and subtle arcs of electricity, enveloped the entire 10-meter spirit ship like an eggshell. The spiritual energy shield had undergone a qualitative transformation. Mastery of the winds. Spiritual energy shield. Wang Hao, overwhelmed by excitement at the transformation of the spirit ship, emanating a formidable aura, fought the urge to test his new abilities immediately. He carefully preserved several intact, valuable shells and essence-laden parts of the thunder eel, including some bones and skin imbued with lightning power. Burdened with a substantial haul, he set forth on the journey back to Blue Crystal Bay. As Wang Hao approached the entrance of Blue Crystal Bay, his figure laden with weighty treasures, he was greeted by a man's exaggerated exclamation. "My heavens! Brother Hao, have you emptied the beach?" Xiaoya, now adorned in a new, soft yellow dress that accentuated her snow-white skin, appeared both charming and delightful. Upon seeing Wang Hao, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her ruby-like eyes brimming with concern and curiosity. Ali, dressed in a modest light blue gown, looked at Wang Hao with a warm smile and inquiring gaze. Wang Hao set down his bounty, facing the astonished expressions of his companions. He grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. His voice resonant and powerful, a splendid harvest. My ship has grown. This afternoon, I shall ambush a few solitary rock crabs and evolve the ship to 10 meters. The last time I visited the shipbuilding guild, I heard that as long as the spiritual vessel measures 10 meters, I could obtain certification as a ship repairer from a guild. With the ship repair badge in hand, I would apply for a berth at the dock, and you would all become my inaugural crew, forever united in our journey. I assure you, our future life will only improve. As Wang Hao's words faded into the air, a brief silence enveloped the bay. The whisper of the sea breeze through the rocks was distinctly audible. Several half-orc maidens stood frozen, their expressions shifting from astonishment to bewilderment, and finally to incredulity. Ship repair? Crew? To them, who teetered on the brink of survival and endured endless disdain merely for approaching human marketplaces. These terms seemed like a fantastical dream. Ship repair, what an esteemed existence. Those who command the mighty, spiritual vessels, cleaving through the waves, are revered sea warriors. Even by human nobles, it is an honor they could only gaze upon from afar, knowing that even approaching such berths would invite the harsh reprimands of patrolling guards. And as for crew members, that identity was utterly unattainable for them. Among human fleets, even the most ordinary fishing boats would never permit a half-orc onto their decks. In the eyes of humanity, they are regarded as contemptible outcasts, filthy refuse, mere wretches destined to scavenge in the muck. Only a handful of half-orcs, laboring at the docks for meager wages, are envied within their community. Now Wang Hao, this enigmatic figure who has demonstrated remarkable strength and has pulled them back from the depths of despair, speaks of inviting them to become his crew, to be among the first companions of a ship repairer. The profound shock leaves them momentarily unable to comprehend. Chapter 40, My Ship. My command in the depths of Alarai's amber-hued eyes, a tumult of emotions swirled, gratitude, disbelief, and a trace of deeply buried insecurity and trepidation. She gazed at Wang Hao, her voice quivering imperceptibly. Brother Wang Hao, you are now shipwright? We are merely half-beasts, driven away even from the docks. How could we possibly become your crew? This is against the rules and could bring you trouble. Xiaoya's reaction was the most immediate. Her petite face drained of the earlier blush, turning pale, her ruby-like eyes brimming with anxiety and retreat. Instinctively, she shrank back, clutching tightly to Alarai's garment. Her voice a mere whisper, Brother Wang Hao. I am quite inept, incapable of anything. I would only hinder you. I cannot do it. The overwhelming disparity in status engulfed her in a wave of self-doubt. Amon's boisterous smile also faltered. Her brow furrowed in confusion as her brown bare ears twitched. In a deep, rumbling voice, she queried, Brother Hao, you are not jesting, are you? A crew member? That means going out to sea, right? We have scarcely seen a ship, let alone understand what they look like. And what of the shipwright's vessel? If we board one T, we be cast off. Her candid words laid bare the harsh reality of Baisha Island. Aling remained silent, yet her emerald eyes fixated intently on Wang Hao, her usually cool demeanor betraying an unusual gravity. Half-beasts becoming shipwright crew? Such a notion was utterly unprecedented. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a small figure burst forth, shattering the stillness. Hooray, hooray! Little Lee sprang forth like a white projectile from Alarai's side, exuberantly leaping into Wang Hao's embrace. Her tiny arms encircled his neck, her fluffy white fox ears quivering with excitement as her cherubic face nuzzled against his chin. Her voice rang out, bright and clear. I want to be with Brother Hao forever. Little Lee wants to ride on Brother Hao's grand ship, to be a crew member, to collect seashells. Her innocent, unreserved trust and affection for Wang Hao instantly dispelled the pervasive gloom and self-doubt. Little Lee's purity and reliance radiated warmth, banishing the shadows. Wang Hao securely caught the little one, cradling her in his arms. His gaze swept over the various expressions of the beast-eared maidens, resolute as stone. His voice steady and powerful. Rules? Whose rules are these? A defiant smile curved at the corners of his mouth. On my ship, I am the one who decides. As for my crew, I shall determine who is capable and who is not. Who dares to say otherwise? Turning his attention to them, his tone softened, yet remained undeniably earnest. Alarai, your meticulous nature and understanding of pharmacology make you an excellent caretaker. How could you possibly be deemed useless? Xiaoya, your keen perception allows you to unearth treasures even I might overlook. Such a gift is invaluable. From this day forth, you shall be my treasure hunter. On with your strength. You are an exceptional asset for moving supplies, guarding the ship, and even operating the ship's crossbow in the future. You shall be my mighty one. Aling, your composure, vigilance, and extensive experience are the eyes and ears we so desperately need at sea. You are my lookout. Finally, Wang Hao affectionately rubbed his chin against the small raccoon nestled in his arms, saying, "And our little raccoon is the joy of us all, our mascot." Wang Hao surveyed the surroundings, his voice resolute. "Here with me. There are no half-orcs, only my family, my comrades, my crew. We are united. Anyone who looks down upon you is disrespecting me. Wang Hao, whoever dares to harm you must first seek my ship's consent." The spirit ship in the Ling Sea trembled slightly. An invisible pressure, imbued with the essence of wind and thunder, flashed briefly. Though it was not directed at anyone in particular, it made everyone present feel a shiver, clearly sensing Wang Hao's seriousness and affection for them. His words resonated like thunder, echoing in their hearts, filled with unreserved trust, unwavering protection, and respect that regarded them as equal partners. Like a warm current that instantly shattered the defenses built over time due to discrimination and suffering. Ali's eyes turned red in an instant, tears silently streaming down her cheeks as she nodded fervently, choked with emotion, feeling a sense of belonging and being cherished stronger than ever before. Xiaoyu stared blankly at Wang Hao, her previous anxiety and inferiority gradually replaced by an unprecedented courage and radiance born from being needed. She straightened her small back, her snow-white long ears perked up instead of drooping. A man suddenly slammed his thigh, bellowing with exuberance. "Let's do it. Brother Hao, from now on, my life belongs to you. Whoever dares to touch our family, I will be the first to tear them apart." Though Aling remained silent. The frost in her emerald cat eyes melted away, replaced by a profound and resolute acknowledgement. She solemnly nodded at Wang Hao, and everything was understood without words. "All right, for our ship, for our future." Wang Hao set down the little raccoon and raised his fist. "The goal for this afternoon, to ambush a lone rock crab. Let my ship break 10 meters today. Set sail." A man was the first to respond, his voice booming. "Yes." Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, her small face brimming with determination. Ali wiped her tears, her expression gentle yet steadfast. "All right." Aling had quietly positioned herself beside Wang Hao, ready to lead the way. "Let us catch that big crab." The little raccoon waved its tiny fist in encouragement. With a clear objective and immense cohesion, their efficiency was astonishing. After a simple lunch, guided by Aling, they skillfully avoided the territories of large groups of rock crabs, specifically searching for those that had strayed from the crowd, wandering in the fringes. Wang Hao remained the main attacker, but his tactics became more flexible and efficient. A man, the one on the left, attracted attention. "Understood." A man growled, picking up a rock and hurling it fiercely towards the target rock crab's side, successfully provoking it. "Vines! Bind!" With a thought, Wang Hao commanded several vines to accurately entwine the designated area. "Water arrow! Break armor!" With a flicker of blue light at his fingertips, Wang Hao unleashed a water arrow entwined with purple-black arcs of electricity, striking the crab's vulnerable point with precision. Boom! In perfect synchrony, a formidable rock-armored crab was instantaneously vanquished. Meanwhile, Ali swiftly used her newly acquired sharp knife to detach the valuable core shell fragments. Once she finished dismantling, she commanded the vines to transport the remaining crab carcass into the spiritual sea space. Wang Hao and the beast-eared maiden exhibited remarkable efficiency. By the time the sun began its descent in the west, they had successfully hunted down 4 solitary rock-armored crabs. The spirit ship within Wang Hao's spiritual sea greedily consumed the crabs, causing the vessel to grow and solidify continuously. When the essence of the final rock-armored crab was completely absorbed, a resonant hum, far more substantial than before, reverberated through Wang Hao's spiritual sea. The ship's length had confidently surpassed the 10-meter mark. Its body became more robust, the defensive patterns resembling natural rock walls, while the prow's sharp horns glinted menacingly. The aura of the spiritual shield grew denser, and the arcs of electricity dancing at the bow surged with increased power. Most importantly, the wind rune upon the sail was thoroughly stabilized, allowing the force of the wind to flow seamlessly. It was accomplished. A 10-meter spirit ship. Wang Hao opened his eyes, a surge of profound confidence enveloping him. He had officially reached the threshold for ship repair. It had been no easy feat to evolve from a mere glimmering toy ship to this stage. Let us go back for a grand feast. We'll bring back these crab claws and meat. Hooray, a grand feast. Little Lee, the gluttonous creature, bounded ahead with a gigantic crab claw clutched in her arms. Chapter 41. Registration of ship repair. Upon the stove, a rich crab and seafood soup simmered in a cast-iron pot, while succulent storm snail meat and smoked bacon sizzled nearby. A freshly acquired ceramic bowl brimmed with rice, as everyone gathered on a thick woolen blanket to partake in this momentous dinner. To Brother Hao's spiritual vessel, a man was the first to raise his bowl filled with clear water, exuberantly proclaiming as if it contained fine wine. To our ship, Xiao Yu also excitedly lifted her bowl, her cheeks flushed with delight. To home, Ali said softly, her gentle smile tinged with tears. Fully aware of the hardships of their current life, Aling silently raised her cup, their shared sentiments unspoken yet profound. To Sweet Guogua, Little Lee raised her small bowl, filled with precious honey-dried fruits. To all of us, Wang Hao scanned the faces illuminated by the firelight, each radiating happiness and hope. His voice resonant and strong. Perhaps this was the very essence of his journey into this world. Tomorrow morning, I shall go to the Ship Repair Guild to certify my official identity as a ship repairer. Then, we will apply for our own docking berth. My ship shall set sail. The ceramic bowls clinked together, producing a crisp sound that echoed their boundless aspirations for the future. As night deepened, the cove returned to tranquility. Wang Hao reclined on the thick woolen blanket, gazing at the twinkling stars peeking through the crevices of the rocks. The 10-meter-long spiritual vessel floated quietly in the spirit sea, exuding a warm yet formidable aura. On the following morning, the sea breeze carried a briny scent, yet could not dispel the sense of newfound hope. Wang Hao donned a clean, deep blue outfit and bid farewell to Ali Xiao Yu, a man, Aling, and Little Li, each filled with anticipation and blessings, before setting off alone toward the Ship Repair Guild on White Sand Island. The 10-meter-long spiritual vessel hovered silently in the spirit sea, radiating a restrained yet powerful presence. A stark contrast to the anxiety he felt during his previous inquiries about ship repairs for the Lee sisters. This time, he approached as a certified ship repairer. The guild's iconic edifice, marked by a colossal ship anchor emblem, remained steadfast. The entrance was bustling with hurried figures, apprentices carrying their own destined tools, and occasionally, one could spot a couple of formally dressed, haughty repairers entering the building, while genuine ship repairers were notably few. Wang Hao stepped through the archway, entering a hall filled with the familiar buzz of activity, the air thick with spiritual energy. He made his way directly to the familiar registration window. Behind the counter stood the same middle-aged woman clad in a gray uniform, her high cheekbones accentuating her professionally indifferent demeanor as she impatiently reprimanded a young repair girl attempting to gain favor for ship repairs, her tone sharp. Wang Hao approached the window calmly and stated, "Certification as a ship repairer." The middle-aged woman did not lift her gaze, habitually tossing a form his way, having not fully grasped his purpose. She presumed he was merely another apprentice who had stumbled upon luck, just emerging from the auxiliary formation. Her voice remained devoid of emotion. "Fill out the form. Name, spiritual C qualifications." Her words abruptly caught in her throat as a surge of spiritual pressure, imbued with the essence of thunder and wind, enveloped the entire area around the window. This surge of spiritual pressure was not intentionally harmful. It bore the distinctive weight of a spiritual vessel, rendering the very air seemingly frozen. The middle-aged woman abruptly lifted her head, her previously professional indifference shattering like fragile glass, replaced by profound shock and disbelief. She beheld the youthful visage of Wang Hao, and behind him, the ethereal silhouette of a 10-meter-long spiritual ship began to manifest, suffused with the released spiritual pressure. The swirling hurricane runes upon the sail, the flickering purple-black arcs of electricity at the bow, and the translucent blue shield enveloping the hull all unequivocally proclaimed the presence of one who truly possessed their own spiritual ship, not merely an apprentice lacking even a refined ship embryo in the spiritual sea. A shipwright master. The middle-aged woman's voice instantly ascended in pitch. She nearly leapt from her chair, her abrupt motion almost toppling it over. A smile, steeped in the utmost flattery, replaced her earlier indifference, leaving only profound reverence and a barely perceptible eagerness to appease. Please, esteemed sir, take a seat. Do wait just a moment. I shall attend to your needs post-haste. She flurried around the counter, personally retrieving a clean chair, wiping it with her sleeve, and respectfully inviting Wang Hao to sit. The hall fell into a significant hush. Many shipwright apprentices and tool artisans engaged in their tasks felt the heart-stopping spiritual pressure and cast off-filled glances. The expressions of the formally recognized tool artisans toward Wang Hao were particularly complex, mingling envy, reverence, and an almost instinctual yearning, a profound craving for spiritual essence. On Baisha Island, the number of true shipwrights was exceedingly scarce. Each one was a genuine paragon of talent. They were the masters of spiritual energy, the navigators of spiritual ships. In contrast, those tool artisans without shipwright status resembled rootless floating weeds. Their innate tools required copious amounts of spiritual energy to refine and evolve, and during battle, they depended on the support of shipwrights to unleash the true power of their spiritual artifacts. A shipwright was a veritable mobile reservoir of spiritual energy, a core that artisans aspired to and devoted their lives to following. At this moment, the middle-aged woman's demeanor was abjectly humble. She swiftly produced the highest-grade registration book, personally filling in Wang Hao's information with utmost care and respect. Esteemed sir, you are truly exceptional at such a young age. To have thoroughly refined a spiritual ship at this stage, your future is boundless. As she inscribed each word, she lavished praises. I am Zhang Shui, having worked at the guild for many years. It is indeed a rare fortune to serve you. She adeptly completed all formalities, retrieving a 0-rank shipwright badge engraved with intricate runes depicting an anchor and tumultuous waves on one side, and the name Wang Hao on the reverse. She presented it with both hands, as if offering a treasure of unimaginable value. Esteemed sir, this is your shipwright badge. Please accept it. With this badge, you shall enjoy numerous conveniences and privileges throughout the imperial seas. Zhang Shui smiled obsequiously, then lowered her voice slightly, laced with a hint of supplication. Esteemed sir, as a newly minted shipwright, you surely require capable crew members to assist you? It can assist you in refining spiritual materials to elevate the rank of your spiritual vessel. The guild has registered numerous young and exceptional artisans, all possessing remarkable talents and noble appearances, hailing from reputable and virtuous families. Might you consider selecting a few? Or, if any particular individual catches your eye, entering into a contract with a crew member would be splendid. I can recommend several promising young ones from my family, as it would indeed be a blessing for them to accompany someone of your stature. I assure you, they will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Her words were laden with implications, the allure of youth and beauty quite evident. For the first time, Wang Hao profoundly grasped the weight that the term shipwright carried in this realm. Elevated, revered, akin to the moon, surrounded by stars. The days of struggling in the slums, looked down upon by Li Zheng as a waste, felt like a distant past. Instead of pride, a complex surge of emotions welled up within Wang Hao. This exalted position was a result of the spiritual vessel that had devoured countless sea beasts, coupled with his own harrowing battles to achieve growth. It was a testament to the trust and support from Ali, Xiao Yu, and others. My presence here today is not to showcase my own greatness. Chapter 42. Arrangements of one's own upon receiving the heavy and frigid ship repair badge. I calmly shook my head, stating, I have my own arrangements regarding the crew. Thank you for your kindness. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Chui's eyes. Yet she dared not express any discontent, maintaining a broad smile. Indeed, master, your discerning eye is unmatched. You have your own views. Is I who spoke out of turn? Might I inquire if you require a berth? Yes, a berth would be necessary, preferably in a quieter location. Let's head to the South Pier. I'm somewhat familiar with that area. Wang Hao nodded, contemplating how much closer it was to his home, where Ali and the others awaited him. Understood. You can count on me. Zhang Chui immediately promised, her attitude now exponentially more cordial. Please, master, take a moment and enjoy a cup of tea. I shall personally arrange everything for you. I guarantee the best position. She brewed a cup of fine spirit tea reserved for esteemed guests in the guild, and then hurried away. Wang Hao held the teacup, observing the gazes of awe and desire that filled the hall. For the first time, he profoundly understood that power not only ensures survival, but fundamentally defines status. The hardships endured previously had not been in vain, in pursuit of a life of luxury and enjoyment, to escape suffering. And for the sake of the adorable, beast-eared ladies at home, this power must be firmly grasped. Meanwhile, at the South Pier of White Sand Island, chaos reigned, with a stench of fish and sweat mingling in the air. Fishing boats docked at the pier, where the sounds of cargo being loaded and unloaded, along with the shouts of foremen and the labored breaths of dock workers, created a cacophony. In a corner designated for the disposal of dead fish, a horrendous odor filled the air. Li Xiaoyu, a small figure, crouched beside a mountain of catch, her face ashen, sweat and grime adorning her forehead. Clumsily, she wielded a broken skinner's knife against a slippery large fish. Useless. You cannot even handle a dead fish properly. Look at this cut. You've ruptured the gallbladder. The entire fish is tainted with bitterness and unsellable. Do you even know how much this fish is worth? A corpulent overseer, with a face full of excess, pointed at the fish before her, his spittle nearly landing on her face. I apologize, Manager Wang. It was unintentional. Li Xiaoyu trembled, her voice quavering in apology. Attempting to summon her meager elemental power for swifter action, she found that as soon as her energy touched the blade, the inferior knife groaned under the strain, and the backlash pierced through her fragile spirit sea like a burning needle. The excruciating pain caused her to lose grip, and the skinner's knife clattered onto the damp wooden planks. How dare you drop things? You've gone too far. Manager Wang erupted in fury, raising his large hand and delivering a harsh slap across Li Xiaoyu's tender face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed. Li Xiaoyu stumbled and fell to the ground, half of her cheek swelling instantly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She covered her face, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string. Yet she bit her lip, refusing to cry out. Xiaoyu, not far away, Li Zheng, who was carrying a heavy wooden box, witnessed this scene unfold. At the moment his sister was struck, a surge of hot blood rushed to Li Zheng's head. The anguish for his sister and the fury at his own impotence to change the situation erupted violently within him. Bastard! How dare you hit my sister? Li Zheng unleashed a beast-like roar, discarding the wooden box from his shoulder and charging forward like a frenzied bull. With a powerful fist, he struck Wang, the manager, squarely in the greasy face. Bang! Caught off guard, Wang was sent reeling, blood gushing from his nose, stars dancing before his eyes as he staggered back, landing squarely in a pile of foul-smelling fish. He's hitting people. Li Zheng is hitting people. This is rebellion. The nearby dock workers erupted into chaos, some rushing to assist Wang, while others encircled Li Zheng. Catch him. Beat this insolent wretch who dared to strike me. Wang, clutching his bleeding nose, shouted in exasperation. Several dock thugs immediately lunged at Li Zheng. Although he was strong, he was quickly overwhelmed, knocked to the ground as fists and feet rained down upon him. Brother, don't hit my brother, Li Xiaoyu cried out, desperately attempting to protect her sibling, only to be roughly shoved aside by one of the thugs. Hearing the commotion, Li Xiaoyu rushed over, witnessing her brother being beaten and her sister knocked to the ground. She threw herself in front of Li Zheng, shielding him with her own body, pleading, please stop. I beg you, don't hit him. We'll pay. We'll cover the cost of the fish." The turmoil soon attracted the ship's captain, a middle-aged man clad in a silk shirt, his gaze cold and piercing. What is happening here? The captain surveyed the scene with a chilling glare. Wang immediately seized the opportunity to embellish the tale. "Captain, these wretched siblings from the Leaf family. The boy broke the fish and refuses to take responsibility. And he dares to strike me. Just look at what he did to me." He pointed at his bloodied nose and the filth smeared on his clothes. The captain's eyes flicked over the weeping Li Xiaoyu siblings, the bloodied yet defiant Li Zheng, and the fish with its ruptured gallbladder, his expression devoid of warmth. His voice was icy, damaging goods, assaulting a manager, disturbing the order of the dock, by the rules. You must either pay 50 silver shells, or Li Zheng shall be conscripted for 10 years of hard labor to settle the debt. He paused, casting a predatory glance over Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu, adding with malicious intent, "Or I could take these 2 girls aboard my ship to serve the crew, which would also suffice to settle the debt." 50 silver shells. Such an astronomical sum for the Leaf family. 10 years of hard labor was akin to a death sentence. As for the alternative, that would be a fate worse than death. No, please no. Aunt Li had arrived unbeknownst to them, and upon hearing the captain's words, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon her. She fell to her knees in the filthy water, desperately bowing her head to the captain and Wang. Her forehead bleeding from the force of her pleas. "Sir, I implore you to show mercy. We will pay. We will surely pay. Please grant us a few days. I beg of you, spare my children. They are still so young. Please." Her cries were filled with piercing despair. Li Xiaoyu clutched her trembling sister tightly, tears blurring her vision as she observed their mother kneeling and begging for mercy, and her brother, bruised and battered yet still pinned to the ground. An overwhelming sense of despair engulfed her like a cold tide. 50 silver shells? Where could they possibly find such a sum? Is it truly, in this moment saturated with despair? A calm, yet undeniably authoritative voice resonated clearly through the clamor of the docks, reaching the ears of every individual. "They are mine." Chapter 43. Farewell. To the Li sisters, the crowd instinctively parted to create a passage. A young man clad in a deep blue uniform approached with measured steps. Adorning his chest was a gleaming badge, intricately etched with an anchor design, emanating an intangible, unsettling aura that silenced the surrounding clamor. It was none other than Wang Hao, who had just received his ship repair badge and was personally guided by Zhang Chui to inspect the docking position. Wang Hao's gaze swept over Aunt Li, kneeling with a bloodied forehead, over Li Xiaoyu, whose tear-streaked face bore the marks of sorrow, over Li Zheng, who lay on the ground with blood trickling from his mouth, and finally settled on Li Xiaoyu, who clutched her sister tightly, her eyes brimming with despair and disbelief. Wang Hao addressed the ship's captain once more, his voice soft yet resonant, striking the hearts of all present. "I reiterate, they are mine." He slowly raised his hand, a slender arc of electricity flickering at his fingertips, his cold gaze sweeping over the thugs, still restraining Li Zheng. "Release him. Now." Wang Hao's calm voice fell like cold water into a boiling pot, causing an immediate uproar. "Who dares meddle in my affairs?" The ship's captain, interrupted in his moment of asserting dominance, turned his venomous gaze toward the source of the sound. Upon recognizing Wang Hao's youthful visage and pristine attire, he momentarily froze. Then a disdainful sneer curled at the corners of his lips. Where did this brash young fool come from? Daring to. His words were abruptly choked off, as if grasped by an unseen hand, lodged firmly in his throat. The captain's gaze was riveted on the badge adorning Wang Hao's chest. Crafted from deep-sea cold iron, the badge shimmered with a chilling luster under the sun. The anchor and storm patterns etched upon it were unmistakably clear, radiating a silent yet potent aura of true power and status. The ship repair badge. Moreover, it was an official ship repair badge, distinguishing him from those mere apprentices who, having just awakened their spiritual seas, relied solely on auxiliary formations to initially refine the ship's essence. These were the ship slaves shackled by loans, forever unable to refine their vessels into their true spiritual ships, condemned to a lifetime of contributing to the growth of ships through the refinement of spiritual materials. Wang Hao, however, was already a genuine ship repairer, possessing a true spiritual ship. Even if it measured a mere 10 meters, he was still a bona fide ship repairer. The contemptuous grin on the captain's face instantly froze, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. A chill surged from his feet, racing up to his crown. Having toiled on White Sand Island for decades, he understood all too well the terrifying weight this badge represented. It signified a class that transcended rules, one that controlled spiritual energy and power, capable of crushing a petty fishing boat owner like him as easily as squashing a bug. Ship repair master. The captain's voice warped into a sharp, terrified pitch, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed to the ground. The steward behind him appeared as though his bones had been extracted, collapsing amidst the stench of fish, pallid and trembling like a leaf in the wind. At that moment, Zhang Chui, who had been trailing behind Wang Hao with a sycophantic smile, sprang forward like a hound, seizing an opportunity to display its prowess. With a piercing voice, she scolded imperiously, filled with the arrogance of one who wields the power of another. "How dare you? Have you lost your senses? You dare to confront a master shipwright certified by the Imperial Ship Repair Guild? Wang Laolu, it seems you have grown weary of life. Do you no longer wish to remain on this White Sand Island?" She pointed a finger menacingly at the shipmaster's nose, her spittle nearly landing on his face. How dare he show disrespect to a master shipwright, let alone instruct his subordinates to assault someone under the protection of such a figure? The audacity! She turned to the several thugs, still holding onto Li Zheng, equally stunned, and shouted, "Release him at once. Do you wish to meet your demise?" The thugs, as if awakened from a dream, released Li Zheng in shock, scrambling to retreat, wishing to shrink into the ground. Their eyes filled with boundless terror as they glanced at Wang Hao. Zhang Chui then pointed at the incapacitated manager Wang, her voice sharp. "And you, who relies on the power of others, how dare you insult and strike a master shipwright? The docking fees, management fees, and cleaning fees for this vessel shall all be tripled. No, I shall make it threefold. If there is a single copper coin missing, I will ensure that this wretched ship never leaves the port. Do you understand?" "I understand. They stammered. "Manager Zhang, master shipwright, spare us. Spare us." At this moment, the once menacing shipmaster Wang Laolu displayed none of his previous malice. His face was drawn, as if mourning his parents. Bowing repeatedly to Wang Hao and Zhang Chui, beads of cold sweat pouring from his forehead. "I was blind and disrespectful to your honor. I deserve death. The debts of the Li's siblings shall be forgiven. No, I shall compensate. I shall cover Li's medical expenses and the distress fees for the two young ladies, 50. No, 100 silver coins. I beseech you, show mercy and spare my life." As he spoke, he fumbled to pull out a purse from his bosom, throwing it towards Li Zheng without even looking. An eerie silence enveloped the dock. All the laborers and sailors held their breath, wide-eyed at this dramatic spectacle. The once haughty shipmaster and manager Wang now resembled two wretched, pitiful creatures, trembling before true power. Their gazes towards Wang Hao were filled with an indescribable reverence, fear, and an almost instinctive admiration. A shipwright. Such was the authority of a shipwright. A single word could send an arrogant shipmaster plummeting into despair. On the other side, the scene was starkly different. "Brother Wang Hao," Li Xiaoyu was the first to respond, her small face bruised and tear-streaked. But her large eyes now sparkled with disbelief and joy, akin to spotting a solitary lighthouse amid an endless darkness. She broke free from her sister's embrace, stumbling toward Wang Hao, her little body trembling with excitement and grievance as she tightly clung to his leg and cried out, "Wang Hao, brother! They bullied Xiaoyu. They hurt my sister and brother." Sob, sob. A sharp pang pierced Wang Hao's heart as he bent down, gently patting Li Xiaoyu's trembling back, murmuring softly, "It's all right, Xiaoyu, it's all right. I am here. No one dares to bully you anymore." Li Xiaoyu stared blankly at Wang Hao, her gaze lingering on the ship repair badge adorning his chest, a symbol of unparalleled status and power. She beheld the effortless authority with which he reversed their fate, compelling their enemies to kneel in supplication. As she reflected upon the humiliation she had endured at the docks, the despair of being forced into servitude and the overwhelming fear that had nearly consumed her moments ago. A tumult of emotions surged within her. The stark contrast ignited a bittersweet elation in her heart, intertwined with an ineffable sense of shame and profound loss. He remained her elder brother Wang Hao, yet he now stood upon a pinnacle she could scarcely aspire to reach. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks, a mingling of joy and sorrow. Li Zheng, supported by his sister, rose to his feet, his face bruised, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body smeared with mud. He gazed vacantly at Wang Hao, the boy he once derided as a failure, a mere leech living off others, now descended like a deity, effortlessly rescuing their family. The intensity of his shock and overwhelming shame burned like a searing iron upon his heart, rendering him utterly humiliated. He could not even bear to meet Wang Hao's gaze. Bowing his head deeply instead, his so-called righteous path, his supposed duty to protect his family, appeared ludicrous and feeble in the face of true power. An endless tide of regret flooded his soul. Aunt Li ceased her kowtowing, staring blankly at the scene before her, gazing upon the boy who had once sheltered in her home, quietly helping them find food and tending to their wounds. Now he had become a figure they could only look up to, tears streaming from her murky old eyes, filled with gratitude and trepidation, accompanied by a long sigh. Such is the capriciousness of fate, so unpredictable and cruel. Chapter 44. A clear class distinction. Wang Hao consoled the weeping Li Xiaoyu, his gaze sweeping over the members of the Li family before finally resting on Zhang Chui. Madame Zhang, have the births been arranged? Zhang de Kui immédiatement donned a sycophantic smile, bending her waist even lower. Yes, my lord, you can rest assured that I have taken care of everything. It is located on the eastern side of the South Wharf, boasting the finest views, the deepest waters, and a tranquil atmosphere. I shall personally escort you to see it. As she spoke, there was a hint of cautious flattery mingled with an imperceptible sense of superiority. In a lowered voice, she added, however, my lord, given your esteemed status, it is truly unnecessary for you to deign to stay at this South Wharf. This is merely a place for lowly commoners and dilapidated fishing boats. Dirty and chaotic. The truly exceptional berths are at the Eastern Ship Repair Wharf, where designated docking spaces exist in a serene and elegant environment, frequented only by vessels of noble stature, akin to yours. Only there would be worthy of your esteemed identity and spirit vessel. What do you think? Should I arrange for you to go there instead? Zhang Chui's words vividly painted the stark class hierarchy of Baisha Island in Wang Hao's mind. The South Wharf, a haven for the downtrodden and fishing vessels, housed a multitude of commoners, alongside the slums on the Western Water Platform and the half-orc settlement in the lowlands. In contrast, the Eastern Ship Repair Wharf, rich in spiritual energy and refined ambience, served as an exclusive domain for ship repairs. This blatant class division struck a heavy blow to the Li family, particularly to Li Zheng, who had just undergone a significant change in status. Wang Hao glanced at the chaotic and noisy scene of the South Wharf, then observed the disheveled Li family members, still in shock. In the distant outline of the Eastern Wharf, a symbol of privilege and distinction. He shook his head, deciding that it was best to remain close to home. After all, comfort was his only concern. Wang Hao simply stated, "Let's first inspect the berth." Yes, this way, my lord." Zhang Chui quickly led the way, behaving like the most obedient servant. Wang Hao took hold of the still sniffling Li Xiaoyu and addressed the other members of the Li family. "Aunt Li, Xiaoyu, you should join us as well." His tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any overt pity or renewed enthusiasm upon seeing them, as if he were merely inviting family members to accompany him. Aunt Li and Li Xiaoyu leaned on each other for support and silently followed, while Li Zheng hesitated for a moment before dragging his injured body along, head bowed, each step feeling as though he were treading upon burning coals. The crowd parted to create a wide path, all eyes drawn to Wang Hao, filled with awe and curiosity. Accompanied by Li Xiaoyu and guided by Zhang Chui, he made his way towards the designated, well-maintained berth at the South Wharf. On the eastern side of the South Wharf, the specially cleared berth revealed deep blue waters, distanced from the bustling loading area, exuding a sense of tranquility. Zhang Chui bent low, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile, pointing towards the water surface. My lord, look, this is the spot. The water is sufficiently deep with few rocks, and the view is unobstructed. Truly the finest location of the South Wharf. I had it specially prepared for you. Wang Hao nodded, his gaze calmly surveying the waters that belonged to him. He entrusted the somewhat steady Li Xiaoyu to the side, where Li Xiaoyu stood, then took a deep breath, allowing his consciousness to sink into the spiritual sea, communicating with the 10-meter-long spirit vessel that was now intricately intertwined with his soul. Come forth, my companion. Let us behold our new abode. With that, an invisible wave emanated from Wang Hao, causing the once tranquil surface of the sea to ripple with delicate undulations. In the gaze of all present, a spirit ship, clad in a robust armor of dark iron and wood-like luster, emerged from the depths of the spiritual sea, gradually materializing above the water surface. Measuring merely 10 meters in length, the vessel boasted a sleek and powerful silhouette, its sides adorned with menacing ram-like projections reminiscent of ancient beast fangs, their tips dancing with strands of dangerous violet-black arcs of electricity. Most striking was the sail on the mast, embossed with intricate wind runes, now emanating a soft azure glow, drawing the surrounding air into a gentle vortex. A semi-transparent spiritual light shield enveloped the entire ship, flowing like water. Though small in scale, the vessel exuded a profound spiritual resonance, its runes potent and commanding, saturating the surrounding air with a weighty presence. As the spirit ship entered the water, the arcane patterns on its hull glowed intensely, akin to invisible roots deeply penetrating the ocean's depths. Visible strands of spiritual energy, as if magnetically attracted, converged from all directions, continuously surging into the ship's body, forming a miniature vortex of spiritual essence around it. Wang Hao could distinctly perceive the myriad of spiritual energies being drawn from the seawater, far more abundant and fluid than what his vessel typically absorbed in the spiritual sea. Pure and refreshing spiritual energy rapidly nourished the spiritual sea, causing the mist of spiritual power within it to rise swiftly, hinting at a transformation into liquid form. This revelation invigorated Wang Hao's spirit, enhancing the potency of his skills manifold. So this is it, Wang Hao mused, coming to a profound understanding. The essence of ship cultivation lay here. The spirit vessel was not merely a weapon and fortress, but a colossal, mobile source of spiritual energy. It could ceaselessly draw nourishment for itself and the spiritual sea, elucidating why ship cultivators held such a distinguished status. It was akin to carrying a mobile refueling station. Marvelous, truly extraordinary. Zhang Chui, standing nearby, was left in awe, her admiration nearly spilling over, her voice trembling with excitement. My lord, though your spirit ship is still but 10 meters in length, its resonance is formidable, its runes complete and refined, and its foundation deeply solid. In all my years on Baisha Island, I have never encountered such a perfect 10-meter spirit vessel. The intensity of its resonance and the efficiency of its energy absorption are already comparable to the flagship vessels of the 100-meter class spirit navigators. Given time, my lord, you will undoubtedly break the 100-meter barrier and become a spirit navigator. No, the title of spirit shipmaster is also within reach. On the entire Baisha Island, there are but a handful of spirit navigators. As she spoke with increasing fervor, it was as though she envisioned her aspirations entwined with the future of a formidable titan. Lowering her voice, she infused it with profound temptation and a subtle urgency. My lord, observe the robust foundation of your spiritual vessel. It is precisely at this critical juncture that an abundance of spiritual materials is required for the refinement and enhancement of your ship's growth. Relying solely on your efforts is both time-consuming and laborious. Those young female artifact cultivators are indeed exceptional, each a rare gem among many. Their compatibility with spiritual fire is remarkably high. Not only are they exquisite in appearance, but their temperaments are gentle, and most importantly, their innate spiritual tools lean towards assisting in refinement, such as the fire-tempering furnace, ice condensation bottle, and spirit-gathering pestle. With their relentless assistance, tirelessly refining spiritual materials day and night, extracting the essence to infuse into your vessel. Your spiritual ship is bound to experience unprecedented advancement in a short span, significantly reducing the time required to elevate to the rank of spiritual vessel master. You need only to enjoy the fruits of their labor, commanding them at will. This efficiency, how could it possibly compare to those coarse labors? As Zhang Shui spoke, her words were laden with insinuation, and she cast a disdainful glance at the sisters Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu, who stood behind Wang Hao, their tattered clothing, tear-streaked faces, and bodies smeared with the foulness of fish and mud, rendering them pitiable in her eyes. To her, these two from the slums, who could not even adequately serve as artifact slaves, were a mockery of Wang Hao's stature. Li Xiaoyu felt the weight of that contemptuous gaze, instinctively tensing their bodies. Li Xiaoyu shrank back in fear behind her sister, while Li Xiaoyu bit down hard on her lower lip, her nails digging deep into her palm, overwhelmed by a profound sense of inferiority and humiliation. The opportunity bestowed upon them by their brother to alter their fates, they struggled even to become competent artifact slaves. Seeing Wang Hao remain silent, though in truth he was savoring the flow of spiritual energy, Zhang Shui misinterpreted his demeanor as a sign of interest. Gritting her teeth, she presented an even more enticing proposition. She gazed at the Li sisters as if assessing two potential investments, her voice tinged with a hint of pain, yet brimming with sincerity. My lord, if you truly wish to cultivate these two young ladies, nurturing them to become your exclusive artifact cultivators, it is not out of the question. However, their qualifications, admittedly, are somewhat lacking. Well, but Chapter 45. Investment. She shifted her tone, her eyes gleaming with fervor. As long as you, esteemed sir, give your nod of approval, I am willing to offer my two nieces as your devoted instrument refiners. The Zhang family is prepared to generously provide two low-grade spirit fires that are most suitable for their attributes. Furthermore, we will assist them in igniting their innate spirit fires, allowing them to truly become instrument refiners capable of aiding you. This is their ladder to alter their fates, as well as a token of our family's gratitude towards you. Spirit fire? The mere mention of these words resonated like thunder in the ears of the Li family. Li Xiaoyu abruptly raised her head, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. Spirit fire. It is the key to becoming a formal instrument refiner, something that those of their humble status could only dream of but never attain. Even the most inferior spirit fire costs a staggering 50 gold shells, an astronomical sum that their family could never amass, even after decades of deprivation. This is truly the singular opportunity to change their destiny. Her heart raced as she gazed at Wang Hao, her eyes filled with unprecedented desire and supplication. Li Xiaoyu also grasped the gravity of the situation, her small face alight with excitement and hope, momentarily forgetting the pain on her visage as she clutched her sister's hand tightly. Li Zheng trembled profoundly. He understood better than anyone else what spirit fire represented. It was an elusive treasure he could never obtain, the very starting point he once stubbornly believed was the only legitimate path for his sisters. Yet always seemed beyond their reach. And now, the opportunity lay before him. If only Wang Hao would nod and accept the women offered by the opposing family. Without hesitation, Li Zheng dropped to his knees, the cold wooden planks of the dock resounding under his weight. He bowed deeply, pressing his forehead to the ground, his voice hoarse and choked with overwhelming emotion and regret. Wang Hao. No, Master Ship Refiner. I beseech you, please accept Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu. Grant them a chance. I implore you. He lifted his head, tears streaming down his bruised face, his eyes filled with humble pleading and resolute determination. I know I have been a fool. I was blind. I judged others with disdain. I am no better than a beast. You may strike me, insult me, or even end my life. All I ask is for you to give them a chance to live, to alter their destinies. If you agree my life belongs to you, I will toil like a beast, face any hardship without complaint. I beg you. He thudded his forehead against the planks, instantly bruising it, blood mingling with dirt as it flowed down. Aunt Lee trembled as she knelt, tears streaming down her face, her voice choked with anguish. "Esteemed sir, I beg you, have mercy." Li Xiaoyu, witnessing her brother kneeling in such abject humility, resembling dust, and observing their mother weeping in desperate supplication, turned her gaze to Wang Hao's calm silhouette. Her meager pride shattered completely. For her sister, for their family, for the sole ladder that could transform their fate. She took her sister Li Xiaoyu's hand and slowly knelt as well, lowering her head, silent tears dripping onto the filthy wood, awaiting Wang Hao's judgment. The dock fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of waves lapping against the hull and Li Zheng's stifled sobs. Zhang Chui's face bore a triumphant smile, for she was convinced that, in the face of the allure of beauty and the earnest pleas from these sisters of the impoverished district, the other party would not refuse her arrangement for the two nieces to go over, especially with Wang Hao, a young shipwright with limitless potential, who was in dire need of capable assistance. She believed it would not pose a problem to accept two exclusive instrument cultivators blessed by spiritual fire from her family. After all, she held little faith that the outstanding young women meticulously nurtured by the family would be outshone by these two young girls. All eyes were fixed upon Wang Hao. Wang Hao slowly turned, his gaze sweeping across the prostrated Li family, then landing on Zhang Chui's face, which was brimming with calculation and flattery, before finally resting upon his own spirit ship, quietly docked and steadily absorbing the ocean's spiritual energy. The spirit ship emitted a faint hum, as if responding to its master's emotions. Wang Hao spoke, his voice calm. "Spiritual fire, I accept. Aunt Li, Sister Xiaoyu, please rise." As his voice resonated, it carried a hint of resignation and a touch of secret delight. The resignation stemmed from his unwavering commitment to treat everyone equally, while the delight arose from the exhilarating feeling of superiority. It was no wonder that the thrilling scenes of pretentiousness and face-slapping in novels before his transmigration had been so enjoyable. There were reasons behind it. In an instant, a radiant smile blossomed on Zhang Chui's face, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, her wrinkles converging with joy. It was a success. She had wagered correctly. Indeed, this young shipwright had softened. As long as she could establish this connection, giving away two low-grade spiritual fires was inconsequential. This was an investment, a tremendous investment in the future. Once a Zhang family woman could ascend, cough, cough, to become a contracted crew member of this promising shipwright, the continuous nourishment from the spirit ship would significantly accelerate the growth of her innate spirit tool, and its future potential would far exceed that of an ordinary instrument cultivator. The disparity would be greater than that between a human and a dog. The Zhang families standing on Baisha Island would also rise immensely. "Master is wise. Master is truly wise," Zhang Chui exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement, her waist bending nearly to the point of breaking. "The opportunity for the Zhang family to serve you, esteemed master, is a blessing from our ancestors. Please wait a moment. I shall arrange this immediately. I guarantee your satisfaction." She swiftly retrieved a shell inscribed with simple communication runes from her bosom, eagerly infusing it with a touch of spiritual power, and spoke urgently into the shell. "Patriarch. Wonderful news. I have exerted tremendous effort to secure Master Wang Hao's agreement to accept the spiritual fire and to grant us 2 instrument cultivator slots. Quickly, bring the 2 most exceptional young ladies who best align with his desires. Yes, go to the Instrument Cultivator Guild and be swift. Choose the finest, the most sensible. The opportunity is at hand." Her voice resonated with undeniable authority and uncontainable excitement. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family's grand residence on Baisha Island, the previously solemn conference hall erupted in a cacophony of excitement. The family patriarch, an astute old man with a goatee, had just set down the similarly glowing communication shell, his face reflecting the same fervor and elation. "Heaven bless our Zhang family. The opportunity has arrived." The clan leader Zhang abruptly rose to his feet, his voice resonating powerfully. "The shipwright Wang Hao has successfully refined a personal spirit ship." Reports from Zhang Chui at the Shipwright Guild indicate that although the vessel measures a mere 10 meters, its foundational strength rivals that of a 100-meter spirit ship. The prospects are boundless. He has consented to grant us 2 slots, allowing the women of our clan to become his exclusive vessel cultivators. Whoever possesses the capability, upon successfully forming a crew contract and receiving the nurturing of the shipwright's spirit energy, will have an immeasurable future. Our Zhang family will ascend to great heights. Quickly, summon all the eligible and most exceptional young ladies. With this command, the entire Zhang family erupted in fervor. Elders and overseers from various branches were invigorated as if fueled by a potent elixir, hastily urging their carefully nurtured, talented, and beautiful young women to the council hall. Soon, the chamber was graced by the presence of over a dozen enchanting young ladies, each evidently having received urgent counsel from their elders, aware that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Each had meticulously adorned herself, donning her finest attire, some exuding purity and charm, others radiating allure and grace, while some presented themselves with poise and warmth, and others with an air of cold elegance, like a vibrant bouquet of flowers competing for attention. Chapter 46. Exclusive Artifact Refinement. The air was suffused with the fragrance of cosmetics, mingling with an almost palpable scent of gunpowder. Patriarch, my daughter Wanner possesses the finest talent among our branch. Her affinity for spiritual fire has reached 60%. The frost condensation bottle is perfectly suited for assisting in the refinement of water-based spiritual materials. Surely, it will be of great use to you, exclaimed a portly elder, fervently advocating for his daughter. What is a frost condensation bottle worth? My daughter Yenner wields the golden melting furnace, a true instrument for refining metal-based spiritual materials. Her affinity stands at 63%. Moreover, Yenner is graceful and vivacious, possessing an innate understanding of how to serve, retorted a tall, slender elder, his companion behind him adjusting her posture to accentuate her impressive figure, casting a flirtatious glance. What use are your talents in forging amidst all this fighting and killing? Serving Master Shipwright requires gentleness and attentiveness. My daughter Rong excels in the arts. Her temperament is the epitome of grace and tranquility, capable of providing comfort to the master during his arduous cultivation, declared a female elder, unwilling to concede. The young woman beside her bowed her head demurely, embodying the image of a refined lady. Gentleness is of no consequence. The shipwright, in the prime of his vigor, needs a woman of wit and charm. My daughter Mayer, more like a siren. What the master truly requires is a knowledgeable and virtuous partner. A virtuous partner? With your daughter, who resembles a wooden block. Your daughter is merely a decorative vase. In pursuit of the 2 coveted positions, the normally composed elders revealed their true colors, engaging in a fierce exchange of insults, each striving to undermine the other's candidate while elevating their own. The women being touted displayed a range of emotions. Some were brimming with confidence, others were anxious. Some sparkled with determination, while a few exchanged hostile glances. The hall erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Enough! Patriarch Zhang banged his fist on the table, his expression darkening. What is all this noise? Have you no decorum? Remember, this is a selection for the master's aides, not a petty rivalry among you. His sharp gaze swept across the women in the hall, and after a moment of contemplation, he reached a decision. Zhang Rongrong, Zhang Mayer, you 2 will remain. The rest of you disperse. Instantly, joy illuminated the faces of Zhang Rongrong, gentle, and Zhang Mayer, fiery. While the other women appeared as though they had lost their dearest kin, their eyes filled with resentment and envy. Rongrong's gentle nature and meticulous care will assist the master in managing trifles, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. Mayer well. Her vivacity and reasonable talent may yield surprising results in auxiliary refining. The patriarch intoned, his reasoning seemingly noble. Yet the underlying intention to balance the interests of the various factions was unmistakable. You 2 immediately don the most appropriate attire and hasten to the Artifact Refinement Guild. Remember, set aside your personal aspirations. Your foremost duty is to serve Master Wang Hao. Should you earn the master's favor and forge a contract, it will be the greatest fortune for both you and the Zhang family. Should there be any missteps, Patriarch Zhang wielded both kindness and authority. Yes, Patriarch, The two women responded with fervor, bowing deeply before they were swiftly ushered away by attendants to prepare. At the entrance of the Artifact Refinement Guild, as Wang Hao and his companions arrived, Li Zheng and Aunt Li supported each other while Li Xiaoyu tightly held her sister Li Xiaoyu's hand. Having just escaped peril, they were presented with an opportunity that felt like a leap to the heavens, their emotions a tumultuous blend of excitement and complexity. The sight of the grand entrance of the guild and the well-dressed apprentices coming and going made them feel utterly out of place, akin to beggars stumbling into an opulent palace. Zhang Shui, however, transformed completely, standing tall with her chin slightly raised. She barked at the guild's guards at the entrance. "Have your eyes gone blind? Open the door and welcome us. Inform the officials inside to come out and greet us." Upon recognizing Zhang Shui and noticing the distinguished young man behind her, adorned with a gleaming ship repair badge, the guards dared not show any disrespect. They immediately nodded and opened the door, while someone hurried inside to relay the message. As the group stepped into the guild hall, a middle-aged woman rushed over, accompanied by several officials. Her face bore an exaggeratedly obsequious smile that outshone even Zhang Shui's. "Oh dear, esteemed ship repair master, your presence truly elevates our guild." Her voice dripped with syrupy sweetness as her gaze swiftly scanned Wang Hao's badge, her interest intensifying. The officials behind her bowed deeply, their demeanor radiating utmost respect. However, as their eyes swept past Wang Hao to the ragged, injured family, exuding a fishy and humble aura, a flicker of barely concealed shock and disdain flashed in their eyes. How could these lowly peasants be in the company of the esteemed ship repair master? It was an affront to his dignity. Zhang Shui stepped forward with an air of superiority, introducing Manager Huang. "These are the new, attendants of the master. He has shown mercy and granted them a chance at life." Her tone was laced with contempt for the Li family. "Oh, I see. The master truly has a heart of compassion." Manager Huang instantly grasped the implication, maintaining her smile, though her gaze toward the Li family grew even more derisive. With enthusiasm, she gestured, "Master, please proceed to the VIP room. I have arranged for the finest spiritual tea." At that moment, the guild's doors swung open once more, ushering in a fragrant breeze as two exquisitely dressed, radiant young women entered amidst the bustling Zhang family servants. To the left, one wore a moon-white satin gown embroidered with orchids, her demeanor gentle and serene, her beauty akin to a painted portrait. This was Zhang Rongrong, holding a delicate white jade vial that emitted a faint chill. To the right stood another, clad in a fiery red, fitted ensemble that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her striking features were bold and captivating, her eyes sparkling with a hint of wild allure. Zhang Meyer, a crimson charm, resembling a small furnace, dangled from her waist. As the two ladies appeared, they instantly captivated the attention of the entire hall, their beauty, elegance, and attires starkly contrasting with the hurried apprentices, rendering the dusty-faced Li sisters mere specks of dust in comparison. "Master Wang Hao." Zhang Shui's eyes sparkled with delight upon the arrival of her family's younger generation. She promptly led them over, her face adorned with a beaming smile as she introduced them to Wang Hao. "My lord, behold. These are the two young ladies our Zhang family has meticulously selected for you. This one is Zhang Rongrong, whose gentle disposition is complemented by her innate spiritual artifact, the frost condensation bottle. She excels in assisting the refinement of water-attributed spiritual materials and possesses a keen attention to detail, ensuring that your needs will be attentively met. And this is Zhang Meyer, a prodigy with remarkable talent, wielding her own spiritual artifact, the golden melting furnace. She has profound insights into aiding the refinement of metal-attributed spiritual materials, and her lively spirit will surely alleviate your worries and fatigue." Zhang Rongrong gracefully bowed to Wang Hao, her voice melodious as a lark's song, gentle as flowing water. "Rongrong pays her respects to you, my lord." In contrast, Zhang Meyer boldly met Wang Hao's gaze, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting allure. Her slight inclination accompanied by a voice imbued with a languorous magnetism. "Meyer pays her respects to you, my lord, and is eager to offer her service." Both young ladies' ardent gazes were fervently fixed upon Wang Hao, brimming with unabashed anticipation and determination. As for the two Li sisters standing behind Wang Hao, they resembled mere background figures, scarcely even capturing a fleeting glance. Chapter 47. Acceptance. The entire hall of the Artifact Refining Guild now resembled a grand stage. On one side stood the dazzling jewels of the Zhang family, meticulously prepared and radiant, while on the other stood the humble, trembling sisters of the Li family, akin to mere specks of dust. All eyes were fixed upon Wang Hao, awaiting his momentous decision. Li Xiaoyu kept her head bowed, overwhelmed by an immense wave of inferiority that threatened to engulf her. Beside her, Li Xiaoyu felt the invisible pressure and clutched her sister's garment tightly in anxiety. Li Zheng gazed at the two resplendent Zhang sisters, then at his own meek sister, feeling a bitter pang in his heart. It was all his fault. He had squandered a splendid opportunity and reduced it to ruin. In the hall of the Artifact Refining Guild, the air felt as if it had solidified. The brilliance of the Zhang family jewels contrasted starkly with the Li sisters' dust-like humility as everyone awaited Wang Hao's verdict. Zhang Shui wore a confident smile, while the four members of the Li family felt their hearts rise to their throats. Aunt Li was so anxious she could hardly breathe, fearing that Wang Hao might be swayed by the allure of the more accomplished women and retract the gift of spiritual fire, thereby extinguishing her daughter's hopes. Wang Hao's gaze swept over Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer. The two women, sensing his attention, immediately displayed their most exquisite poise, one gentle as water, the other passionate as fire, their eyes brimming with anticipation. I shall accept both their spiritual fires, Wang Hao declared. The Zhang family has shown great intent. Thank you, my lord, Zhang Chui exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer were overwhelmed with elation, bowing gracefully and exclaiming, "Thank you for your benevolence, my lord." However, Wang Hao's next words caused their smiles to freeze in an instant. "Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu," he said, turning towards the Li sisters, his tone softening slightly. "Take the funding provided by the Zhang family to select the most suitable low-grade spiritual fire for your attributes." Wang Hao then addressed Manager Huang. "Arrange for the best guide and support formations to assist them in igniting their spiritual fires and refining their innate artifact embryos. The necessary expenses will be deducted from the Zhang family's funding, ensuring their success." Yes, my lord." Manager Huang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, bowing in response. Yet inside, a tempest raged. This lord was truly bestowing such a precious opportunity upon these two seemingly insignificant girls, aiding them in their journey of artifact refinement? Without delay, she instructed one of the attendants behind her, "Quickly, take these two young ladies to the melting spirit hall and have Master Wang personally guide them. Utilize the finest spiritual formation for the refining ceremony." Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu were utterly bewildered. A tidal wave of astonishment crashed over them, nearly knocking them off their feet. Spiritual fire. It was genuinely meant for them. Moreover, it was perfectly suited to their needs, with the guild's finest guidance and formations. "Brother Wang Hao." "I." Li Xiaoyu lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at Wang Hao, her lips trembling, a torrent of gratitude and complex emotions choking her throat, rendering her unable to articulate her thoughts. "Thank you, Brother Wang Hao. Thank you." Li Xiaoyu, unable to contain herself, burst into tears, her small face a mixture of laughter and tears. Li Zheng lifted his head, gazing at Wang Hao, his expression a complex tapestry of gratitude, shame, and astonishment, ultimately culminating in a profound bow, his voice hoarse. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your grace." He understood that this kindness was monumental, so vast that it might remain unrepayable for the entirety of the Li family's lifetime. Aunt Li, overwhelmed with tears, nearly fell to her knees in reverence, only to be gently restrained by Wang Hao's hand. "Go now, hasten to refine it," he advised them with a calm demeanor. "Only after refining the spiritual fire can you truly embark on the path of artifact cultivation. The journey ahead will require your own efforts." This spiritual fire was not only a token of gratitude for Aunt Li's past kindness, but also a means to sever ties with the past, marking the end of his existence as a mere wanderer under another's roof. Manager Huang promptly organized a group to escort the emotionally overwhelmed sisters of the Li family, along with the equally moved but unsteady Aunt Li and Li Zheng, to the depths of the guild, specifically to the refinement hall designated for igniting the spiritual fire. Zhang Chui's smile froze, and behind her, Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meier went pale, their meticulously crafted expressions now filled with incredulity. Could the carefully cultivated gems of the Zhang family not captivate him? And why were those two common girls allowed to ascend so swiftly, acquiring the precious spiritual fire? Esteemed sir, Zhang Chui forced a smile. This spiritual fire, for them, their talents. If they were to refine more spiritual fire for exclusive artifact cultivation, it would greatly enhance the evolution speed of your vessel. She gestured toward the direction in which the Li sisters had disappeared, bewildered. She had not anticipated that the spiritual fire was indeed intended for them. She had initially planned to bring the women of her own family, believing the superiority of their talents would be evident. After all, who wouldn't prefer beautiful women? Perhaps a few words about the benefits of exclusive artifact cultivation would seal the deal, and then the two precious spiritual fires could be swiftly turned over for her niece's use. With the expectation of their return, Wang Hao cast a fleeting glance in her direction, his gaze calm and unwavering, causing Zhang Chui to swallow back the words she had been about to utter. I have accepted the spiritual fire, and I have retained the people. How it is utilized is my concern. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Whether they could become competent artifact cultivators depended on their own destiny. She was to focus on her responsibilities. Zhang Chui felt a chill run through her and quickly lowered her head. Yes, I understand. Your teachings are wise. Internally, she cursed the two girls for their fortuitous luck, yet she dared not express it outwardly. Behind her, Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meier suppressed their resentment. They too desired the spiritual fire. With emotions in check, they resumed a demeanor of respect and submission, though their gazes toward Wang Hao held a flicker of bitterness and a strong desire for conquest. Such a young and powerful artifact cultivator was worth any price to align with. Wang Hao paid them no further mind, instead turning his attention to Manager Huang. Manager Huang, he stated, your command, esteemed sir. Manager Huang immediately bowed in response. My spiritual vessel is still small. I require the establishment of a proficient fishing team to capture spiritual fish and sea beasts for resources. Wang Hao articulated his intent directly. The Artifact Cultivation Guild possesses extensive connections. Surely, there are many adept artifact cultivators or artifact slaves registered who excel in sea capture. I seek truly skilled individuals, seasoned in their craft, whose primary tools include harpoons, fishing rods, and nets, capable of collaborating efficiently with agile vessels in offshore operations. The overseer, Huang, brightened with excitement, recognizing an excellent opportunity for patronage. Procuring some spiritual fish and sea beasts would yield fruitful returns, whether for concocting elixirs or crafting artifacts. Cultivating a favorable rapport with the crew is paramount. She promptly assured, rest assured, my lord, this is in my capable hands. The guild registry brims with adept artisans specializing in marine capture. There is no shortage of skilled laborers, veteran fish hawks, astute fish finders, and immensely strong harpooners, all proficient in various fishing gear, are at our disposal. Allow me to curate a selection of the finest candidates, ensuring they report to your berth in impeccable order by tomorrow morning. You may choose at your leisure, and if unsatisfied, replacements will be readily available. Zhang Chui quickly grasped the significance of this moment as an opportunity to showcase the Zhang family's prowess. She eagerly interjected, my lord, our Zhang family also boasts several professional fishing teams, each comprised of seasoned sailors with years of experience. Their tools are meticulously refined. I shall immediately dispatch a message to ensure they are present at your berth to await your commands tomorrow. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Very well. Wang Hao responded with a nod of approval, precisely what he desired. I appreciate your efforts. We shall meet at the eastern dock of the southern pier tomorrow morning. It is a privilege to serve you, my lord. Both Huang and Zhang Chui exclaimed in unison, their faces radiant with joy. Chapter 48. Refining the spiritual flame. Having concluded the formalities, Manager Huang promptly ushered Wang Hao into the elegantly appointed VIP lounge of the guild. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer trailed closely behind Wang Hao like devoted handmaidens. Inside the lounge, fragrant incense wafted through the air, mingling with the enticing aroma of spiritual tea. As soon as Wang Hao settled into the prominent seat and picked up a nearby tome to peruse, Zhang Rongrong gracefully approached him like a delicate butterfly, her slender fingers pouring a cup of aromatic spiritual tea. With a voice as gentle as flowing water, she offered, "My lord, please enjoy this tea. It possesses the ability to clear the mind and focus the spirit." Her movements were elegant, exuding the refined demeanor of a noble woman. Her gaze fixed intently on Wang Hao, as if he were her sole focus. Zhang Meyer, bolder in her approach, chose not to pour tea, but instead naturally glided to Wang Hao's rear. With her soft, delicate hands, fragrant and ethereal, she gently placed them upon his shoulders, kneading with just the right pressure. Leaning closer to Wang Hao's ear, her voice dripped with lazy magnetism as she whispered, "My lord, you have exerted yourself today. I possess some knowledge of massage techniques. May I assist you in alleviating your fatigue?" Her breath, warm and fragrant, caressed Wang Hao's ear, laced with a hint of seduction. Manager Huang and Zhang Shui, recognizing the unspoken understanding, discreetly retreated to the side, wearing knowing smiles. Wang Hao, cradling the teacup, savored the delightful kneading on his shoulders and the warmth by his ear, feeling a long-lost pleasure stir within him. This sensation of being surrounded by beauty transported Wang Hao back to his previous life in the modern world, where he was constantly in the company of enchanting women. Just having recently achieved the status of a formal ship repairer had already ushered in a transformative tide of change. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Wang Hao slightly closed his eyes, seemingly indulging in the spiritual tea and massage, letting out a soft murmur of approval, tacitly permitting Zhang Meyer's advances. This acquiescence filled Zhang Meyer with delight, prompting her to apply even more effort in her ministrations, her body subtly leaning closer. Observing this, Zhang Rongrong, unwilling to be outdone, gently picked up a spiritual fruit, meticulously peeled it, and, using a silver skewer, tenderly offered it to Wang Hao's lips, saying, "My lord, do taste this vermilion jade fruit. It is sweet and juicy, perfect for replenishing your vitality." Wang Hao slightly parted his lips to accept her offering, his mind clear as glass. Fully aware of the intentions harbored by these two women and the Zhang family behind them. Yet, he felt no resistance. As long as they could accomplish their tasks and understood their boundaries, he relished this level of service. It was not only a privilege bestowed by his identity as a ship repairer, but also a reward for his long-standing efforts. Meanwhile, deep within the guild's core, in the Hall of Melting Spirits, Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu sat cross-legged at the center of two gathering arrays adorned with intricate runes. Suspended before each of them was a low-grade spiritual flame, one radiating a soothing aquamarine hue, the other pulsating with a vibrant crimson glow. The air was thick with rich and pure spiritual energy. An elderly man, stern-faced and clad in the robes of a guild master, stood outside the array, solemnly instructing, "Cast aside distractions. Immerse your mind into the spiritual sea. Communicate with your innate vessel. Guide the spiritual flame closer with your intent. Ignite the core of your vessel, allowing the spiritual flame to refine it into your innate spiritual weapon. Remember, the moment the flame ignites, there will be a backlash. You must steadfastly maintain your focus. The auxiliary formation shall aid you in stabilizing the spirit sea and guiding the power of the spirit fire." Li Xiaoyu tightly gripped the inferior fish spear, while Li Xiaoyu held the battered skinning knife, both faces adorned with an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of tension. They understood that this moment marked the beginning of a transformation in their destinies. Beneath the gentle radiance of the spiritual array and the steady guiding voice of Master Wang, the sisters inhaled deeply, closed their eyes, and allowed their consciousness to delve into the faint expanse of the spirit sea, attempting to communicate with the spirit fire and ignite the innate vessel that had accompanied them for days, yet felt like a shackle. In the guild's VIP room, the The fragrance of tea wafted through the air, and the beautiful maidens attended to Wang Hao's every need as he reveled in the perfect kneading from Zhang Meyer and the spirit fruit presented to his lips by Zhang Rongrong. While he appeared to be at ease, a part of his mind remained immersed in the spirit sea, sensing the subtle changes as the 10-meter spirit ship steadily absorbed the ethereal energy of the sea. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed at the door of the VIP room, and Huang, the steward, cautiously entered with a respectful smile gracing his face. "My lord, there is news from the Spirit Awakening Hall. It appears that Miss Li Xiaoyu has seemingly succeeded." Wang Hao opened his eyes, a flicker of light gleaming within them. "Oh, indeed. Master Wang has conveyed that the process of igniting the spirit fire for young Miss Xiaoyu has proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Her innate vessel has been preliminarily refined, and the essence of the spirit is beginning to manifest. She is currently stabilizing her realm." Huang's tone carried an almost imperceptible note of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Li Xiaoyu's unanticipated success. "Understood." Wang Hao nodded. Young Xiaoyu possesses commendable talent in vessel refinement, only hindered by the substandard vessel. Now, with suitable spirit fire and the aid of the formation, her success was to be expected. As for Xiaoyu, I presume she is still striving for progress. "My lord, shall we go and take a look?" Zhang Chui inquired tentatively from the side. "There is no need." Wang Hao waved his hand, picking up the tome once more, encouraging them to consolidate their efforts as they would reconvene at the dock on the morrow. Time slipped away within the ambience of massage and spirit tea, and after an indeterminate period, the door to the VIP room was pushed open once more. A small figure, akin to a joyful lark, fluttered in. "Brother Wang Hao! Brother Wang Hao!" Li Xiaoyu's melodious voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and joy. She had donned a clean coarse cloth dress, her cheeks still slightly puffy. Yet her large eyes sparkled with astonishing brightness, radiating an unmistakable aura of newfound vitality. Clutching tightly the once damaged skinning knife, its blade now adorned with a delicate, flickering crimson spiritual glow, she approached Wang Hao, disregarding the presence of Zhang Rongrong, Zhang Meyer, and the steward Huang standing nearby, and threw herself into his arm, joyously exclaiming, "Brother Wang Hao, look, my knife. It has changed. I feel as though it has come to life. It's warm. It's as obedient as my hand." She proudly raised the skinning knife, shimmering with vibrant crimson light, her small face radiating pure delight and exhilaration. Wang Hao lowered his gaze upon the exuberant Xiaoyu, sensing the faint yet vibrant fire spirit energy emanating from her, as well as her nascent life-bound artifact, which had been initially refined. A gentle smile crept upon his lips. "Ah, it is delightful to witness success. Henceforth, it shall be nurtured with care, and its strength will undoubtedly flourish." "Yes, I understand." Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable. Suddenly, she recalled something urgent and exclaimed, "Wang Hao Gij, my sister is still inside. It seems she might be in a bit of trouble, but Master Wang assured me it's nothing serious. Tomorrow morning at the dock, my sister and I will definitely come to find you. Please wait for us." With that, she extended her pinky, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation as they locked onto Wang Hao. Wang Hao gazed into those pure eyes, smiling as he linked his pinky with hers. "Very well. It is settled. We shall meet at the dock tomorrow." A pinky promise, unchanging for a century. Xiaoyu joyfully completed the ritual, only then noticing the two exquisitely adorned Zhang family women behind Wang Hao, whose expressions were less than favorable, along with the imposing figure of Steward Huang and Zhang Chui standing nearby. Realizing her possible rudeness, she playfully stuck out her tongue and flashed a sweet smile at Wang Hao. "Then I shall go find mother and brother now. Goodbye, Wang Hao Gij." With that, she flitted away like a cheerful little bird. Chapter 49. Moving as Li Xiaoyu departed, the atmosphere in the VIP room became somewhat delicate. Zhang Rongrong's gentle smile faltered, her fingers gripping the fruit platter, tightening slightly. Zhang Meyer, who had been massaging, paused, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes. How dare that little girl be so familiar with Master Shipwright? What gives her the right? Huang Guanshi and Zhang Chui exchanged glances. inwardly lamenting the extraordinary luck of the girl while discreetly observing Wang Hao's expression. Wang Hao appeared oblivious to the shift in mood as he stood, smoothing his robe. It is getting late, Manager Zhang, Manager Huang. As for the fishing team's matters, let us proceed as agreed. I shall take my leave now. His tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable finality. Yes, yes. Rest assured, my lord. By tomorrow at the hour of Chun, the personnel will be assembled at the eastern berth of the South Dock. Huang Guanshi and Zhang Chui quickly bowed in response. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer immediately reined in their emotions, donning the most demure smiles as they chimed in unison. We bid you farewell, my lord. Wang Hao nodded slightly, refraining from further words, and strode purposefully out of the VIP room, leaving behind a group with varying thoughts. Upon exiting the grand doors of the Shipwright Guild, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the streets, bringing a touch of warmth. Wang Hao inhaled deeply, while the status of a shipwright offered convenience. His heart yearned more for the humble yet warm and trusting haven of Blue Crystal Bay, where a few beast-eared companions awaited his return. After orienting himself, he made his way towards the secluded cove embraced by rocks at the South Dock, his steps brisk with the eagerness of homecoming. As Wang Hao's figure appeared at the entrance of Blue Crystal Bay, the afterglow of the sunset cast the cove in a warm tangerine hue. Wisps of smoke curled up from the freshly constructed stone stove, and the air was rich with the aroma of grilled fish and the hearty scent of seafood soup. Brother Hao is back. The keen-eyed little fox, Xiao Li, was the first to spot him, dashing over like a small white cannonball, her furry ears quivering with excitement as she clung to Wang Hao's leg. Brother Hao. Xiao Yu also looked up, her ruby-like eyes sparkling. She set aside the vine mat she had been weaving and joyfully ran over, her snow-white long ears gently swaying in the evening breeze. Ali was stirring the soup in the iron pot by the stove when she turned at the sound, her face breaking into a warm smile. You're back. Just in time. The soup is almost ready. Clad in a modest light green dress, she appeared especially gentle in the fading sunlight. A man approached, carrying a bundle of freshly chopped firewood. Spotting Wang Hao, she grinned widely, her voice booming. Brother Hao, how is the catch today? Is the berth ready? She set the firewood down and brushed the dust from her hands. Aling remained seated on a nearby rock, polishing her bone dagger. Upon seeing Wang Hao, she merely nodded slightly, her emerald cat-like eyes revealing a hint of unspoken relief. Everything is ready. Wang Hao laughed, ruffling Xiao Li's head, nodding to Xiao Yu, and stepping among them to declare, the berth is located on the eastern side of the South Dock, in an excellent position. Most importantly, our ship is already docked there. Really? Xiao Yu exclaimed, covering her mouth in delight. Wonderful. A man clapped her hands together excitedly. In Alarai's eyes, anticipation glimmered. Shall we go and have a look? Even Ailing paused her cleaning, glancing over. Of course we can, Wang Hao replied with a smile, before revealing an even more significant decision. And I have returned this time to take you all to our new home. From now on, we shall reside on the ship. Live? On a ship? Xiao Yu and Xiao Li exclaimed in unison, their eyes shining with incredulity. For these half-beast women, who had dwelled in the bare marshes, a ship, especially a spirit vessel, was a distant legend, and now they were to actually reside upon one? Hooray! Living on a grand ship. Xiao Li immediately leaped up, clapping her small hands in delight. Alarai and A-Man exchanged a glance, both recognizing the excitement reflected in each other's eyes. Living on a ship meant greater safety and comfort. It signified their true inclusion as part of Wang Hao's crew, although Ailing did not speak. Her cat ears subtly twitched, clearly indicating her satisfaction with this arrangement. Wonderful. Brother Hao, when shall we move? A-Man inquired eagerly. Right now, Wang Hao declared, waving his hand. Let us gather our essential belongings. We shall head over immediately. Tonight, we will ignite the fire in our new home. All right, let us pack up. The group immediately sprang into action, filled with vigor and joy. Alarai carefully extinguished the cooking fire, placing the prepared soup and roasted fish in newly purchased ceramic pots. A-Man and A-Ling swiftly rolled up the thick woolen blankets laid on the ground and packed the new ceramic bowls, iron pots, and tools. Xiao Yu quickly gathered her half-woven vine mat and cherished seashells. Xiao Li, brimming with excitement, clutched her little bag filled with honey-glazed dried fruits and beautiful pebbles, darting around Alari's legs with her tail wagging incessantly. Before long, all essential belongings had been packed. Wang Hao watched their busy, hopeful figures, warmth flooding his heart. He stepped forward, taking the heavy soup pot from Alari, and helped A-Man lighten her load. "Let us go. Home. To our ship's home," Wang Hao proclaimed cheerfully. "Home." The others echoed in unison, their faces radiant with happiness. Under the setting sun, Wang Hao led his beast-eared crew, carrying their bundles. Bidding farewell to the rocky cove that had once sheltered them, embarking on the journey to the southern dock. Wang Hao strode at the front, shouldering the heaviest burden, while Alari followed closely, cradling the soup pot and soft belongings. A-Man and A-Ling brought up the rear, protecting the younger Xiao Yu and Xiao Li in the center. Xiao Li, clutching her little bag, glanced back repeatedly at the receding rocky nest, murmuring softly, "Will our home come back? Silly." Xiao Yu gently patted Xiao Li's head, her snowy long ears fluttering in the gentle breeze, her ruby-like eyes gazing at Wang Hao's broad back, filled with yearning. "Brother Hao said that the ship will be our home from now on. Bigger, safer, and we can go far, far away." "Yes, Brother Hao's home is Xiao Li's home." Xiao Li immediately nodded vigorously, her spirits lifted once more. Their route necessitates traversing a squalid lowland inhabited by half-orcs, where sewage flows freely and a myriad of refuse from across the island lies in heaps. Decaying wooden planks, tattered fishing nets, and rusted metal cans emit a pungent odor, while ramshackle shelters, haphazardly constructed from various scraps, are crammed together in disarray. Regardless of how many times one visits this place, an overwhelming sense of discomfort persists. Chapter 50. Moving as Wang Hao and the beast-eared girl, along with their entourage, appeared with their unmistakably packed belongings. They immediately attracted the attention of numerous half-beastmen in the lowland. Their gazes were a mixture of curiosity, indifference, deep envy, and a hint of barely concealed hostility. For Wang Hao was human, while they were the outcasts, exiled by humanity to this wretched place. "Look, it's A. Li and her companions." An old badgerman, stooped and scarred, recognized them. He often saw this human boy mingling with A. Li and her friends. Where are they headed? With such a load, are they moving? Is there a better place in this cursed land? A rodent-like half-beastman questioned sharply, skepticism evident in his eyes. Ali's sister, a small figure with rabbit ears, timidly emerged from a pile of refuse, calling out. She was a neighbor once cared for by Ali, who smiled gently and made a shushing gesture. "Hey, a man, have you climbed the social ladder?" A burly bear half-beastman blocked their path, glaring malevolently at Wang Hao. "You think you can just leave this lowland, following a pretty-faced human? Not one of your kind is trustworthy. Be careful not to be sold off without realizing it." A man stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Wang Hao. Her brown bear ears stood alert as she growled, "Xiong, step aside. Brother Hao is our captain. Speak another word, and you'll meet my fist." She raised her massive fist in a show of strength, well known for her formidable power in the lowland. "Captain?" Xiong and the other half-beastmen were momentarily taken aback. The term felt utterly foreign to them. Wang Hao remained silent, calmly emanating a hint of spiritual pressure characteristic of a shipwright. This aura was not domineering, but carried a subtle, thunderous authority and a profound weight derived from the spirit ship, instantly enveloping the surrounding area. The previously noisy lowland fell into an abrupt silence. The ferocity on Xiong Li's face froze, replaced by fear. He could distinctly sense the power emanating from Wang Hao, far beyond his capacity to withstand. The gazes that had been numb, envious, or doubtful transformed in a profound reverence and an indescribable yearning. A shipwright?" The old badgerman exclaimed in astonishment, his murky eyes widening. "Good heavens, A. Li and her friends are following a shipwright?" The little rabbit girl covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. Wang Hao paid no heed to Xiong Li's retreat or the changing attitudes of the half-beastmen, nodding at Ali. Understanding his cue, Ali addressed the familiar faces in the lowland, particularly the little mermaid and the old badgerman, softly saying, "Uncle Badger, little rabbit, we are moving onto the ship. Brother Wang, how is our captain? We will come back to visit." Her voice was soft yet clear, imbued with a sense of farewell. All right. Li. Shall you? A man. A ling. Shall Li. Well done. The old badgerman's voice trembled with excitement. Please treat them kindly, esteemed shipwright. Wishing you all the best. The small rabbit person, along with several other half-beast individuals blessed by Alarai, called out with voices brimming with genuine blessings and envy. Wang Hao nodded slightly, acknowledging this goodwill as his group moved on, traversing the filthy yet historically rich hollow, under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes. Beyond this hollow lay a human water platform area connecting to the south dock, constructed from numerous floating, sturdy wooden and bone planks. Though equally overcrowded, the environment here was slightly better than the human slums to the west of the hollow, serving as a hub for impoverished laborers, small vendors, and sailors. As Wang Hao entered with 5 strikingly attractive half-beast women, the platform was immediately filled with even more piercing stares. Look, half-beasts! A whole group of them! How dare they come here? They are indeed beautiful, but alas, they are of a different kind, hee-hee, if you fancy them. Just 2 copper coins will get you a day in the garbage district, provided you're not afraid of your father breaking your legs. Who is that man? Parading around with so many half-beasts? Bah, what good can come from mingling with half-beasts? Probably some lowly scoundrel from a brothel. A drunken sailor's loud mockery drew laughter from the crowd, his vile words and unabashed disdain piercing like icy needles towards Alarai and her companions. Xiao Yu, frightened, instinctively shrank her neck and leaned closer to Wang Hao, her snow-white, long ears pressed tightly against her scalp. Xiao Li clung to Alarai's leg, her small face filled with anxiety, while a Ling's gaze turned icy, her hand resting on the bone dagger at her waist. A man's eyes widened in fury as she snarled at the jeering crowd. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out." At that moment, a squadron of dock patrol guards, clad in tattered leather armor and wielding rusted spears, was drawn to the commotion. The leader, a middle-aged man with a face full of wrinkles, scowled upon seeing Wang Hao and especially the conspicuous half-beast women, his expression revealing unabashed disgust. "What are you doing? Don't you know the rules? Half-beasts are prohibited from entering human main activity areas. Return to your rubbish heap." The guard captain barked, pointing his spear at the half-beast women behind Wang Hao, his tone exceedingly hostile. The laughter from the crowd intensified, eager for the unfolding spectacle. Alarai and her companions felt their hearts leap into their throats, instinctively glancing at Wang Hao. He halted, his expression impassive as he regarded the guard captain without defending himself or expressing anger. Slowly, he raised his hand, his fingertips gathering a slender thread of crackling, purplish-black energy. Simultaneously, a powerful spiritual pressure, far more distinct and formidable than that in the hollow, surged forth from him like an invisible tide, crashing over the noisy water platform. The laughter ceased abruptly. The sailor who had been jeering suddenly felt as if his throat were being constricted, his face paling instantaneously as he stumbled back a few steps, collapsing to the ground, his trousers quickly darkening. The captain of the guard's face twitched violently, his previously arrogant demeanor doused as if by a bucket of cold water. He stared in terror at the dangerous arc of electricity dancing at the fingertips of Wang Hao, and from the corner of his eye, he finally caught sight of the emblem adorning Wang Hao's chest, a pattern intertwining an anchor and tumultuous waves. "Hey, shipwright's badge." The captain's voice shifted instantly, saturated with profound dread. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse, and the spear in his hand clattered to the wooden floor. "And my lord, I was blind to your stature. I have offended you. Damn it, damn it." The captain stammered apologies, his voice trembling, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, while the guards behind him stood frozen in shock, hastily sheathing their weapons, bowing their heads in submission, scarcely daring to breathe. The entire platform upon the water was enveloped in an eerie silence, a deathly stillness. The scornful and mocking gazes that had filled the air moments before were now transformed into an overwhelming sense of reverence, fear, and an indescribable envy. A shipwright. This young man, bearing the blood of a half-beast, was indeed a distinguished lord of shipwrights. Chapter 51. Morning mischief. Wang Hao paid no heed to the slumped captain of the guard, the arc of electricity at his fingertips fading silently, his spiritual pressure receding without a trace. Casting a tranquil glance over the crowd, who had fallen silent in fear, he calmly declared, "They are my crew. Now at once, clear the way for me." Instantly, the throng parted, creating a wide path as all heads bowed, breaths held softly. The captain of the guard scrambled aside, not daring to retrieve the spear that had fallen at his feet. Wang Hao no longer glanced at anyone, leading Ali and the others through the water platform amid countless gazes filled with awe and complexity as they made their way toward the docking area. When the spirit ship, merely 10 meters in length yet exuding potent spiritual resonance, came into view, the beast-eared girls were profoundly struck with wonder. For those who had never truly boarded a vessel, this 10-meter-long spirit ship appeared to be an immense entity, a home beyond their wildest imaginations. "What a magnificent ship!" Little Lee exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. "This is Brother Hao's ship," Little Yu murmured, her ruby-like eyes sparkling with excitement, her small hands nervously clutching at her garment. A man rubbed her hands together with glee, gazing at the towering mast and the sharp prow, exclaiming, "Goodness! It's even more imposing than I imagined." Though Ali and Aling remained silent, their eyes mirrored the shock and a hint of reassurance. This would be their future home, a safe harbor. Wang Hao ascended first, then helped each of them aboard. Little Lee, the boldest, was the first to leap onto the deck, curiously exploring every nook and cranny. Little Yu felt a bit uneasy with the swaying, only daring to take a step when Wang Hao held her hand. A man in a ling, agile and spry, effortlessly vaulted aboard. The moment they stepped onto the deck, the sensation beneath their feet transformed from the soft, damp sand of the beach to the solid, stable surface of the vessel, imbued with a unique blend of metallic and wooden textures. The translucent blue canopy shielded them from the clamor of the dock and the salty sea air, leaving only the refreshing ocean breeze to caress their faces. "Wow, how stable!" Little Lee joyfully bounced a few times on the deck, marveling at the ship's steadiness. The surface of the sea calmed beneath them, with only a gentle undulation. "This canopy, it's truly remarkable." Ali extended her finger, gently touching the shield that shimmered like rippling water, feeling a slight elasticity at her fingertips. "Look over there." Aling pointed to the menacing prow and the dancing arcs of electricity at the sides of the ship, her emerald eyes filled with curiosity. "Is that for attack?" "And the sails? The patterns are glowing," Little Yu exclaimed, pointing at the wind runes on the mast. As they entered the cabin, the space proved indeed cramped. With 5 people and their luggage, it nearly filled the modest quarters. Yet, they were unbothered, brimming with enthusiasm for their new home. "Let us spread out the blankets here. This cushion fits nicely against the wall. The pots and pans can go in this corner." They busily began to arrange their surroundings, and the small space quickly transformed into a cozy haven, filled with laughter and a profound sense of belonging, despite the crowding. In the evening, Ali set up a makeshift stove outside the cabin using her newly acquired iron pot. Inside it simmered the last remnants of smoked meat and storm snail, meat brought from Blue Crystal Bay, complemented by the remaining vegetables, releasing an enticing aroma. "Dinner is served," Ali called gently. The group gathered around the modest pot, ceramic bowls filled with steaming food. Little Lee, cradling a bowl larger than her face, ate greedily, her eyes squinting in satisfaction. "Sister Ali's cooking is the best. It tastes even better on the boat. Eat slowly, be careful it's hot." Ali smiled as she wiped Little Lee's mouth. Wang Hao observed the beast-eared girls surrounding him, their faces radiant with contentment, and warmth filled his heart. This wandering soul in a foreign land had finally found an anchoring harbor. As night descended and the sea breeze grew cooler, thick wool blankets and vine mats were spread out within the cabin. "It's a bit cramped. Let us squeeze together," Wang Hao instructed. "I'm on, Aling. You'll sleep over here. Ali, Xiaoyu, and Little Lee, you'll be warmer inside. I'll sleep by the door." There were no objections. Despite the tight quarters, the sense of closeness brought a comforting assurance. Xiaoyu and Little Lee snuggled like 2 little beasts, soon drifting off beside Ali. Amon sprawled out with abandon, quickly succumbing to soft snores, while Ling curled up instinctively, like a vigilant cat, though her breathing soon became steady and deep. Ali gazed at her sleeping sisters and Wang Hao's back, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she slowly closed her eyes. Wang Hao leaned against the door, listening to the rhythmic sounds of their breathing, feeling the gentle sway of the spirit ship docked at its berth, and the soothing energy drawn from the sea. A profound tranquility enveloped him. Family by his side, the spirit ship in port, and a hopeful future ahead. The following morning at the South Dock's eastern berth, a lively scene unfolded within the cramped cabin. Ha ha ha. Ling, look at your sleeping position. You look just like a little kitten being cradled by Brother Hao. Amon exclaimed boisterously, pointing at Ling, who had just emerged from her blanket. Ling had slept near the cabin door, curled up in a rather cat-like manner. Her green cat eyes shimmering with a hint of confusion in the morning light, complemented by her slightly quivering black cat ears, truly embodying the essence of a lazy cat. Shut up. Ling instantly awoke, a rare blush blooming on her usually cool face, resembling a cat that had just had its tail stepped on. She lunged at Amon, exclaiming, "I'll tear your mouth apart for that." With agility, she began to tickle Amon. "Ouch! Help! Brother Hao! Xiao Yu! Ali! The cat's attacking!" Amon cried dramatically, dodging and retaliating, the two tumbling around the small cabin, blankets and mats flying, causing little Li to giggle uncontrollably. Xiao Yu, her face flushed, busied herself tidying her slightly tousled hair and her pair of snowy long ears, quietly urging, "Sister Amon, Sister Ling, stop it. Be careful not to hit your heads." Ali simply shook her head and smiled helplessly at the commotion. Wang Hao observed the lively scene unfolding before him, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. These were his crew, his family. Stretching languidly, he declared, all right, settle down. We have important matters to attend to today." In the cabin, a raucous panda skirmish had just subsided. Ling, her cheeks flushed, was tidying her attire, which had been disheveled by Aman's antics. The latter winced, rubbing his waist where he had been jabbed by a bone handle, grinning through the discomfort. Little Li rolled on the ground, giggling, while Xiao Yu, her face aglow, adjusted the misaligned rattan mat. Ali, with a resigned sigh, picked up the overturned, empty ceramic bowl. "Is everyone settled?" Wang Hao rubbed his temples as he stepped out onto the deck, a smile still gracing his lips. For the main event had arrived. Below the deck, the dockside was bustling with people. Manager Huang and Zhang Chui were bowing and nodding at the forefront, followed closely by two distinct groups. One group, clad in varied attire, carried worn fishing harpoons or bore aged fishing rods and nets, their expressions tinged with reverence. The other group, uniformly dressed in deep blue short jackets, appeared well-equipped and exuded an air of professionalism. Chapter 52. The Spirit of the Ship Today. Li Xiaoyu donned a clean, old cloth skirt. Although her complexion appeared somewhat pale, her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness as she tightly grasped a fish spear. Its rust nearly faded, shimmering with a gentle azure glow that exuded an ethereal charm. In contrast, Li Xiaoyu resembled a jubilant little bird as she dashed onto the ship, her nimble fingers skillfully maneuvering a skimming knife that danced with a vibrant crimson light. Upon catching sight of Wang Hao, she immediately leapt forward, wrapping her arms around his arm, exclaiming, "Brother Wang Hao, look, I've done it too. My spear glows now." Her voice rang clear and vibrant, brimming with unabashed pride. Li Zheng and Aunt Li stood at the back, their faces adorned with grateful smiles, though they could not entirely mask their unease. At that moment, Ali Xiaoyu, a man, Ling, and Xiao Li also curiously approached the deck. A hum resonated, as if an invisible string had suddenly tightened. The smile on Li Xiaoyu's face froze. Her gaze drifted past Wang Hao, fixating on the 5 figures on the deck. Ali, with her elegant fox ears, exuded a gentle beauty. Xiao Yu, charmingly petite with her snowy rabbit ears. A man, robust and lively, grinning broadly. A Ling, mysteriously alluring with her sleek black cat ears slightly quivering. And Xiao Li, innocent and adorable, with her flickering white fox ears. Li Xiaoyu's heart felt as if it were gripped by an unseen hand, her nails digging deeply into her palms. So, this was the crew he had meticulously assembled? A gathering of beast-eared maidens? And they were all so stunning? Standing beside her brother Wang Hao, they appeared so natural together, as if captured in a painting. She glanced down at the fish spear in her hand, the very object she had recently taken pride in, now shimmering with waterlight. The fleeting sense of achievement she had felt, akin to a fragile bubble, burst abruptly, leaving only a weighty pang of bitterness and confusion. Were we not the ones who arrived first? Yet now, we stood here only by his grace? Li Xiaoyu pouted, her lips forming a perfect circle as she instinctively clutched Wang Hao's arm tighter, resembling a protective little creature, her gaze warily scanning Xiaoyu and the others, especially the rabbit-eared girl who stood closest to Wang Hao. Oomph! A fragrant breeze wafted gently. Miss Rongrong and Miss Mayer have come to meet the captain. Two graceful figures approached, flanked by attendants. Zhang Rongrong, in a moon-white gown, embodied the elegance of a secluded orchid, while Zhang Mayer, clad in a fiery red ensemble, radiated the allure of a blooming rose. The two ladies had evidently adorned themselves with great care today. Zhang Rongrong's modest moon-white gown exuded a serene grace, while Zhang Mayer's vibrant attire accentuated her striking curves, akin to a flourishing rose. Their eyes immediately fell upon Wang Hao's spirit ship. Last night at home, they had been diligently instructed by their elders, who had elaborated on the extraordinary qualities of this 10-meter spirit ship, the remarkable foundation, the refined spirit essence, and the unparalleled efficiency of its spiritual energy, far surpassing that of an ordinary 10-meter vessel, even rivaling the flagship of Centurion spirit ships. Standing beside the spirit ship now, they could distinctly perceive the palpable waves of pure spiritual energy emanating from it, far richer and more refined than what they had experienced in their families' gathering formations. Recalling their Aunt Zhang Chui's admonition regarding the illustrious legacy of the Duke of Star Sand over countless years, cast aside your petty thoughts and jealousy. The potential of such a vessel's spirit master is boundless. Behold the Duke of Xingsha, who, throughout countless millennia, has nurtured over 10,000 shipwright descendants for the Empire. What unparalleled glory that entails, to become a contract crew member of such formidable stature, receiving the nourishment of spiritual energy and enhancing one's innate spiritual vessel, is indeed your greatest fortune. Do not concern yourselves with the multitude of women surrounding him. Instead, focus on how to become the most invaluable among them. The two women exchanged glances, each recognizing the extinguished resentment in the other's eyes, leaving only a fervent ambition ablaze. The ant was indeed correct. Ascending this great tree is of utmost importance. In an instant, their faces blossomed with the most graceful, subservient, and admiring smiles as they bowed respectfully to Wang Hao on the deck. Zhang Chui revealed a satisfied glimmer in her eyes. Wang Hao's gaze swept across the crowd. Just as he was about to speak, "Brother Wang Hao," Li Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something. Releasing her grip and rummaging through her faded little cloth bag, she produced several neatly folded old garments, the very ones Wang Hao had worn during his initial traversal. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she also retrieved a peculiar, flat square device with a shattered screen, now entirely devoid of life, and presented them together. "Here, your old clothes, and this, little board. Mother insisted I bring it back to you." Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Old clothes, and this relic from another world. A complex emotion coursed through Wang Hao's heart as he reached out to accept them. The moment his fingertips brushed against the cold screen, buzz! The spirit ship erupted with an unprecedented hum. A powerful yearning surged through the soul link, crashing into Wang Hao's consciousness like a tidal wave. There is something. This object is vital to the ship. In a flash of insight, Wang Hao acted with unwavering resolve. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the dilapidated phone towards the bow of the spirit ship with force. "Sir, Brother Wang Hao." The crowd was momentarily stunned, bewildered as they watched the dark little square trace an arc through the air. Bang! The instant the phone collided with the ship's bow, boom! It was as if a dormant volcano had suddenly erupted, The entire spirit ship burst forth with resplendent light. The wind patterns on the sails, the stabilizing spiritual lines beneath the hull, the menacing purple-black lightning patterns leaping on the sharp prow, and even the ethereal defensive patterns faintly visible upon the ship's body. All the inscribed runes ignited and activated in that moment. Countless intricate lines, as if infused with life, intertwined wildly, illuminating the surroundings. A colossal beam of light, born from the furious intertwining of vibrant azure data streams and ancient golden mystical runes, erupted from the bow, soaring into the heavens. The terrifying spiritual pressure expanded with a thunderous force. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Panic ensued among the crowd. Huang Guan, Zhang Chui, the Zhang sisters, the fishing team, all were like leaves caught in a tempest, stumbling backward under the overwhelming spiritual pressure, their faces drained of color. The two decrepit fishing boats they had brought shuddered violently, the ropes tethering them to the dock groaning under the strain. In the heart of the luminous column, the phantom of the phone quivered violently amidst the raging energy, twisting and distorting. Its exterior vaporized in an instant, while the intricate internal components and the screen that bore information from another world melted away like ice and snow, transforming into countless glimmering points of ethereal azure light, each encapsulating an endless stream of information. These luminous orbs, as if summoned, coalesced into a torrential surge, madly flooding into the vessel's hull. The ship swelled, contracted, twisted, and morphed violently within the radiant beam, as if its very bones were being reshaped. Though its length of 10 meters did not increase, an indescribable essence, akin to the primal source of life, surged forth at an alarming velocity. The material of the vessel flowed in the light, alternating between the cold hardness of deep-sea black iron and the warm, lustrous sheen of wood, ultimately settling into a profound yet vibrant texture that was both enigmatic and extraordinary. The brilliance seemed to endure for an eternity, yet felt as fleeting as mere seconds. When the column of light finally receded like a tide, dissipating, by the docking bay, everyone stood agape, their eyes fixated on the emergence of the spirit ship. Chapter 53. The ship's spirit transformed from a phone, the ethereal vessel lay serenely anchored, its resplendent essence of life nearly overflowing. Most astonishingly, in the void about 3 feet above the ship's bow, light coalesced into a tall and graceful figure, exuding an aura of cool mystery, as if adorned in a magnificent gown woven from flowing data and twinkling starlight. Her beauty was unparalleled, with eyes that seemed to contain the vastness of the cosmos, and silver hair that flowed without wind. A mere glance bestowed an overwhelming sense of authority and profound wisdom upon the beholder. However, this awe-inspiring manifestation of the ship's spirit endured for less than a breath. It seemed the vessel could not sustain such an immense structure of information. The breathtaking apparition of the lady flickered violently before collapsing. The dazzling radiance swiftly retracted and condensed. Ultimately, when the light stabilized, it revealed a small girl, resembling a human child of 7 or 8 years. She was exquisitely crafted, her skin as fair as snow, clad in a diminutive version of a dress intricately woven from flowing, ethereal azure strands. Her long silver hair cascaded like a waterfall of moonlight, gracefully falling to her waist. Her delicate, bare feet, translucent and radiant, lightly touched the void a foot above the deck. Most captivating was the tiny, slowly rotating anchor silhouette made of pure golden light that hovered above her head. She gently turned her little head, her large, sapphire-like eyes, pure and innocent, scanned the astonished faces below, which were contorted in shock. Finally, her gaze precisely locked onto Wang Hao, who was equally petrified on the deck. The corners of the little girl's rosy lips slowly curved into a sweet smile, pure and innocent like the first bloom of a snow lotus on the Tian Shan Mountains. An ethereal, melodious voice, akin to the gentle breeze passing through the purest crystal wind chimes, resonated clearly within the depths of Wang Hao's soul, transcending both space and noise, detected highest authority biological characteristics. Soul link depth confirmed. Logic core reconstruction completed. Information state fusion degree 100. Initial self-check commencing. Functional module initialization loading. The little girl tilted her head slightly, her silver hair flowing, and her sapphire-like eyes mirrored Wang Hao's figure with clarity. Spirit of the ship, reporting to Captain Wang Hao, her voice, imbued with a hint of nascent innocence, was remarkably clear. Please provide a name. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent, technologically infused light screen of soft blue unfurled before Wang Hao's eyes, clearly displaying rows of data. Captain, Wang Hao ship name, unnamed ship spirit, unnamed initial stage, ship class, spirit vessel, 10 meters, power system, sail beginner wine manipulation, special module, information deduction processing center, activated, crew contract, 0-10 skill list, spirit shield, lightning technique, vine technique, water arrow technique, water manipulation, wind manipulation. A clear, intuitive interface resembling a game panel astonishingly appeared before Wang Hao. The ship spirit, an attribute panel. Wang Hao gazed at the ethereal figure before him, a silver-haired, blue-eyed little girl, floating gracefully in the air. His eyes then drifted to the intricate data panel within his view, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. The act of absorbing his phone had inexplicably granted his spirit ship the gift of a ship spirit, along with such extraordinary auxiliary abilities. This was nothing short of a game changer. At the dock, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone stood utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. The entire southern dock's eastern berth had succumbed to an overwhelming stillness, with every gaze fixated on the enchanting little girl, radiating a soft glow at the bow of the spirit ship. The concept of a ship spirit struck like thunder in the minds of those with even a modicum of knowledge. On White Sand Island, and indeed throughout the vast imperial seas, a ship spirit signified a legendary realm. It was an existence that could only be birthed through the painstaking nurturing of colossal shipmasters capable of commanding gargantuan vessels, who had devoted countless years and immense resources to cultivate such a phenomenon. It symbolized the ultimate manifestation of a spirit ship attaining full consciousness, possessing limitless potential. And now, what had they witnessed? A mere 10-meter-long spirit ship, a newly certified shipmaster. How could it be that, right before their eyes, a ship spirit had been conceived in such an unfathomable manner? This utterly shattered their understanding. A ship spirit? Manager Huang's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping, his face drained of color, filled with sheer shock and bewilderment. The records of the Craftsmanship Guild had never documented the emergence of a ship spirit from a 10-meter spirit ship. This was entirely beyond her comprehension. Zhang Chui's pupils constricted sharply, her heart racing uncontrollably. She fixated on the peculiar board that had vanished from Wang Hao's grasp, then turned her attention to the adorably bewildered little girl emanating a mysterious aura at the ship's bow, her mind churning. A divine artifact? It must be some form of a supreme treasure from distant seas or a lost civilization, to forcibly awaken a spirit ship and engender a ship spirit. My heavens! Suddenly, she recalled her family's investigation into Wang Hao's background, how he had been washed ashore on White Sand Island over a month ago and picked up by the Lee sisters. Of unknown origin, in light of this miraculous scene, a striking realization took root in her mind. Pure luck? No, it was the Lee sisters who had stumbled upon fortune. Wang Hao was undoubtedly a direct descendant of a reclusive, super shipmaster family, perhaps even the heir to an ancient lineage of shipmasters, cast adrift by unforeseen circumstances. That peculiar board was undoubtedly a protective treasure or a relic bestowed upon him by his family. Zhang Chui's breath quickened, and her gaze towards Wang Hao transformed from mere flattery and investment into one of fervent reverence. She urgently signaled to the equally astonished Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer. Her intent crystal clear. Set aside all pretenses and petty calculations. Utilize every means at your disposal. At any cost, we must secure our place as this esteemed individual's contract crew. This was the Zhang family's once-in-a-millennium opportunity to ascend. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer felt the almost incendiary gaze of their aunt, their delicate bodies quivering in unison. They beheld the ethereal ship spirit, absorbing the profound and expansive aura emanating from the 10-meter spirit vessel, far more intense than the previous day. Any lingering feelings of reluctance and comparison were utterly obliterated. In their stead blossomed an unprecedented resolve, accompanied by a tinge of humble trepidation. Faced with the divine artifact capable of birthing ship spirits and the presence of a potential heir from a prestigious lineage, their notions of excellence and beauty seemed utterly insignificant. Only through unwavering loyalty, humility, and diligent self-presentation might they secure a place beside this esteemed individual. At this moment, Wang Hao was oblivious to the thoughts of those around him, entirely captivated by the translucent attribute panel in his view and the newly emerged ship spirit, a youthful maiden before him. Naming. Chapter 54. Setting sail, Wang Hao gazed into the pair of pure, sapphire-like eyes, brimming with curiosity and trust, and a wave of tenderness surged within him. "I shall name you Lan Ling," he declared, "and our vessel will be called Blue Crystal. This name serves as a tribute to that small rocky bay which sheltered them during their most helpless times." With the confirmation of the name, the little girl, Lan Ling, blossomed into a radiant smile, her ethereal voice resonating within Wang Hao's soul. "Captain Wang Hao, spirit of the ship Lan Ling, vessel named Blue Crystal. Recording complete. Information processing hub on standby. Please provide instructions, Captain." With Wang Hao's naming, the entries on the visual panel for ship name and ship spirit instantaneously updated to Blue Crystal and Lan Ling. "Excellent, Lan Ling." Wang Hao suppressed his excitement, his gaze sweeping over the awestruck crowd below, his voice regaining its composure. "Manager Huang, Manager Zhang." "Here, my lord." The two responded, as if awakening from a dream, their postures now tenfold more respectful. As previously agreed, the fishing team shall embark immediately. The Equipment Repair Guild will take one ship, and the Zhang family will take another, targeting the nearshore fishing grounds. There is no need to venture too far. We shall seek areas where spiritual energy converges and fish are active. "Yes, we shall obey your command, my lord." Manager Huang and Zhang Chui swiftly turned, barking orders to their respective teams. "Did you hear that? Board the ships at once. Move with alacrity. Anyone who dares to be lazy and jeopardize our Lord's mission will face dire consequences." Only then did the two teams of skilled fishermen manage to shake off their astonishment, filled with reverence and a hint of excitement, as they hurriedly boarded their fishing vessels. Li Zheng and Aunt Li were instructed to remain at the dock and wait. "Why are you not boarding? We are about to set sail." Wang Hao's voice rang clearly in the ears of Zhang Rongrong, Zhang Meier, and Li Xiaoyu. The three young women were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meier instantly erupted with joy. To step aboard a vessel with a ship spirit? This was an opportunity they had longed for. Suppressing their excitement, they elegantly approached the gangplank of the Blue Crystal under the envious gazes of Zhang Chui and Manager Huang. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. As they set foot on the deck of the Blue Crystal, an indescribable sensation washed over them, far more intense, pure, and gentle than what they had felt at the dock, enveloping them like a warm tide. The white jade frost bottle in Zhang Rongrong's hand suddenly radiated a soft white light, trembling slightly as it emitted a pleasant chime. She felt streams of cool, pure spiritual energy, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, flowing into her previously arid and weak spiritual sea through her connection with her destined spiritual artifact. The sensation of being actively nourished by the spiritual energy was so soothing that she nearly gasped in delight. A tempest of emotions stirred within her. Heavens, this spiritual energy is even purer and gentler than the finest core of our family's gathering array. It is actively nurturing my spiritual sea and frost bottle. This spirit ship and this ship spirit are utterly extraordinary. Is this the power of a ship cultivator's destined vessel? If I could reside on this vessel permanently, my path of artifact refinement. She gazed at the floating azure spirit at the bow, her eyes brimming with an unprecedented sense of reverence and longing. The crimson furnace ornament hanging at Zhang Meier's waist suddenly became searing hot, emitting a deep, resonant hum. The scorching yet gentle essence of fire spirit, as if it had found its rightful home, joyfully surged into her spiritual sea, nourishing the core of her furnace. She felt her innate spiritual artifact alive as never before, ravenously absorbing energy. Zhang Meyer's heart raced, her smile barely contained. This spiritual essence, so domineering yet so comforting. The furnace felt as if it had come to life. And was right. As long as I can stay on this ship long-term, nurtured by the spiritual essence, whatever I sacrifice is worth it. This Wang Hao, the power behind him. Her gaze swept over Wang Hao and the azure spirit, her yearning transforming entirely into submission. Li Xiaoyu's tightly gripped harpoon shimmered with a pale blue light, flickering like breath, as gentle water spirit essence intertwined with her spiritual sea, bringing waves of refreshing coolness that invigorated her weary spirit from refining the spiritual fire. She looked in amazement at the harpoon in her hand, as if it were drinking water. Li Xiaoyu experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. Is this the sensation of being nurtured by the ship's spiritual essence? So delightful. No wonder artifact refiners yearn to follow ship refiners. Wang Hao's vessel, the slight bitterness in her heart, quietly transformed into a deeper reverence and a flicker of desire to catch up after experiencing this vast disparity firsthand. Wang Hao observed the expressions of the women, understanding intuitively this was the innate allure of ship refinement for artifact refiners, and nodded slightly. Steady yourselves. The blue crystal set sail. A thought from Wang Hao stirred the air. Buzz. The sails billowed, and a soft yet powerful current lifted the 10-meter spirit ship, smoothly departing from the dock, a pale blue shield isolating them from the sea's dampness, while two fishing boats hastily followed suit. The journey was short, and they soon arrived at the target waters, sunlight piercing through the ocean, illuminating vibrant coral reefs and schools of fish. Captain, 300 meters below, a group containing faint gold spirit essence has been detected, suspected to be a school of fish suitable for capture. The ethereal voice of the azure spirit echoed in Wang Hao's mind as a visual panel emerged, resembling a radar with spirit essence perception markers, indicating the location and scale of the fish school. The guild team, Zhang family team, there may be a school of fish below, cast the nets. The command was issued clearly. The two fishing boats immediately sprang into action, lowering their massive spiritual silk nets. The fish, startled, fled, and from the shadows of the reefs sprang three 3-meter-long, menacingly armored, spear-like fish known as bone-armored arrowfish. A fierce aura surged forth, charging directly at the nets. Beware the bone-armored arrowfish. Cries of alarm erupted from the fishing boats. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Under Wang Hao's control, the blue crystal's bow shimmered with spiritual patterns. 3 exquisitely condensed deep blue water arrows, entwined with purple-black arcs of electricity, accurately shot toward the most vulnerable connection points of the arrowfish's tails. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunderous explosions accompanied the dancing arcs of electricity. The 3 ferocious fish instantly had their tails severed, thrashing about in the water like stunned eels, completely losing their threat. Fast, precise, ruthless, merely a fundamental mastery of water arrow techniques, yet under the assistance of the ship's spirit and the enhancement of lightning patterns. Its potency and efficiency are exponentially amplified. A gasp of astonishment echoed from the 2 fishing boats, with the guild team's old fish hawk nearly having his eyes pop out in disbelief. Such divine skill. On the deck, Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. They had initially thought that the astonishing speed at which such a small spirit ship absorbed spiritual energy was impressive, but they were utterly unprepared for the sheer might it wielded in combat. Li Xiaoyu gazed with starry eyes. Brother Hao is so incredible. The threat has been neutralized. After Blue Spirit reported, her pure sapphire eyes sparkled as they fixated on the lively, shimmering school of iron-scaled fish gathered beneath the fishing net. Their little noses, formed by light and shadow, seemed to subtly sniff the air, revealing a hint of longing on her face. Chapter 55. Spirit Material Samples? Snacks. Captain. The captured spirit fish, brimming with energy. Blue Spirit requires sample analysis. to deduce the evolutionary path of the vessel. That little gaze, reminiscent of a kitten drooling over candy outside a shop window, pretended to be working. Wang Hao observed the ship spirit, Blue Spirit, who was clearly craving yet feigning seriousness, almost bursting into laughter. He stifled his amusement and replied with utmost seriousness. Indeed, analyzing the samples is crucial, Blue Spirit. You're doing splendidly. Once the catch is aboard, I shall prioritize. Well, for your analysis. Instantly, Blue Spirit leapt with joy. Her face, composed of ethereal light and energy, seemed to bloom like a delicate flower. And the little ship anchor hovering above her danced merrily about. Witnessing the adorable demeanor of their ship spirit, the beast-eared girls on deck could not help but chuckle. Xiaoya covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, while Li gazed at Blue Spirit tenderly, as if regarding a younger sister in need of care. A man, unabashedly thumping the ship's side, exclaimed, "Haha, Blue Spirit, my dear, when the fish come up, I shall select the plumpest for your analysis." Suddenly, a basket glimmering with faint spiritual light, containing the sturdy scaled iron scale fish, was hoisted onto the deck of the blue crystal. Li Xiaoyu hurriedly approached, brandishing her skinning knife that sparkled with red spiritual light, excitedly declaring, "Brother Wang Hao, I'll help process these fish. My knife is sharper than ever." She was about to make her move on one of the spirit fish when a gentle voice interjected, "Hold on, little rain." Zhang Rongrong glided over gracefully to the basket, her face adorned with a perfectly measured warm smile. In her hand, she held a frost vial, as radiant as white jade, exuding a gentle chill. This is iron scale fish. Although it is a low-tier spirit fish, it is invaluable. If mishandled, it could lead to the loss of precious resources. She extended her delicate fingers, lightly touching the fish's body. You see, the scales contain a faint aura of gold and iron, exceptionally resilient. They are excellent materials for crafting low-tier defensive spirit artifacts or integrating into the ship's structure. The bones harbor a trace of water spirit essence, serving as foundational ingredients for nurturing spirit elixirs, greatly beneficial for nourishing the spirit sea and enhancing meridians, especially for us cultivators lacking spiritual ship nourishment. It is an excellent daily supplement. Her voice was clear and gentle, reflecting the unique insights of a scion of a prominent family. Beside her, Zhang Meyer approached gracefully, the fiery molten furnace at her waist radiating warmth. She chimed in, her tone laced with an innate charm. As for the fish meat, it contains the mildest and purest spiritual energy, serving as the principal material for crafting foundational elixirs like the Spirit Recovery Elixir. While consuming it directly is beneficial for us cultivators, it dissipates too much of its spiritual essence, rendering it rather wasteful. Creating elixirs is far more valuable. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the lively fish, then glanced at Li Xiaoyu's skinning knife, her meaning unmistakable. Spirit fish are precious materials that require meticulous handling. Li Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson, her grip on the knife wavering, as she hailed from a poor neighborhood and was unfamiliar with such intricacies. In the past, merely having enough to eat was a commendable achievement. Li Xiaoyu pressed her lips together, taking a step forward to silently grasp her sister's hand, softly advising, "Xiaoyu, listen to Miss Zhang." Her gaze towards Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer was laden with complexity, a blend of gratitude for their guidance and embarrassment over her own lack of knowledge. "Thank you, dear sisters, for your insights." Li Xiaoyu's voice carried a barely perceptible note of appreciation. Wang Hao observed this exchange with keen awareness, recognizing that the Zhang sisters were not only showcasing their value, but also taking the first step towards integrating into the crew. He nodded slightly. "Indeed, Rongrong Meyer, since you are well-versed in handling spiritual fish, I entrust this task to you. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu, assist them and learn well." "Yes, Captain." Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer responded in unison, a flicker of delight illuminating their eyes. An opportunity had presented itself. Cast aside their genteel demeanor, they, along with the Li sisters, swiftly began to disassemble and categorize the spiritual fish, while the beast-eared maidens also joined in, wielding their small knives to lend a hand. After some preliminary processing, Zhang Rongrong was the first to act. With a subtle shift of her will, Her innate spiritual tool, the white jade frost bottle, levitated and gradually expanded, its opening aimed at the pile of recently processed fish bones. A gentle wave of spiritual energy emanated, and the bottle shimmered with light as the meticulously prepared fish bones were drawn inside. Frost condensation, cold essence. Suddenly, a gentle white mist billowed from within the bottle, enveloping the coarse fish bones. As the mist spread, impurities and remnants of fish flesh froze and disintegrated at a visible rate, transforming into powder that vanished into the air, leaving behind a pure essence of bone liquid, shimmering with a blue-white luster, pulsating with the essence of pristine water. Simultaneously, Zhang Meyer summoned her crimson melting furnace, which expanded and settled on the deck. The lid opened, drawing a large heap of processed, iron-scaled fish scales into the furnace. Metal melting, refinement. Under the fiery embrace of the crimson flames, the fish scales rapidly softened and morphed, ultimately coalescing into a glistening pool of essence, radiating the rich aura of refined iron. At that moment, the ship's spirit, Lan Ling, who had been hovering at the bow, seemingly monitoring the course, suddenly brightened her sapphire-like eyes. In an instant, her petite form darted to the side of Zhang Meyer's melting furnace, her small nose nearly touching the refined material, her eyes wide with wonder, as if stars were wildly flickering within them, detecting high-purity water and metal attribute materials, containing life structure information. Significant enhancement for hull structure optimization, growth, and spiritual affinity. Projected value, high, extremely high. Lan Ling's ethereal voice resonated directly within Wang Hao's mind, filled with unprecedented urgency and yearning, akin to a child spotting the finest confectionery. Captain, the sample. Lan Ling requires this sample for in-depth analysis. Immediately, right now, her delicate hands, as if guided by instinct, reached toward the two spheres of essence, only to withdraw abruptly. Without the captain's authorization, she could only flutter anxiously above, while the phantom of a small anchor above her head spun like a whimsical windmill. Wang Hao, observing the adorable sight of Lan Ling, who was eagerly circling in desire, could not help but chuckle. He feigned a stern demeanor to tease her, saying, "Lan Ling, mind your image. That is the precious material that Meyer and her companions have painstakingly refined." Zhang Meyer and Zhang Rongrong, witnessing the spirit of the ship's longing for their refined creation, felt an immense joy in their hearts, though their faces wore respectful smiles. It is an honor for Meyer to provide spiritual materials for the esteemed spirit of the ship. Captain, authorization. Please grant authorization. Lan Ling's voice carried a hint of plaintive urgency. With a smile gracing his face, Wang Hao ceased his teasing and gently declared, "Permission granted for absorption. Command confirmed." Chapter 56. The sister's astonishment, a radiant smile blossomed on the delicate face of Lan Ling, as she pointed her tiny hand towards the essence of spiritual bones and the essence of fish scales. Two gentle beams of azure light emanated from her fingertips, intertwining with the essences. Instantly, the spiritual fish essence refined by the two sisters was drawn forth by an unseen force, transforming into two streams of blue and white light that swiftly entered Lan Ling's mouth. With a soft smack, the vessel itself emitted a low, pleasant hum. The subtle patterns on the ship's body became increasingly distinct, sharper in definition, while a warm, aquatic aura began to permeate from the depths of the hull. The entire ship seemed to forge a deeper connection with the ocean, and the rate of spiritual energy absorption slightly increased. However, the respectful smiles on Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer's faces abruptly froze, replaced by an unmistakable look of astonishment. They clearly witnessed the moment their painstakingly refined essences, imbued with the purest water and gold energies, were absorbed by the ship's spirit. It was as if the entire blue crystal had come to life. Yet, what left them most astounded was the visible transformation of the vessel. The blue crystal, originally a mere 10 meters in length, appeared to elongate before their very eyes, as if gently stretched by an invisible hand. Accompanied by the faint sounds of wood creaking and metal expanding, the hull extended by approximately 0.3 meters. The contours of the ship became more fluid, the mast seemingly elevated just a bit, and the spiritual resonance emanating from the vessel surged to a new level. This is impossible. Zhang Meyer gasped in disbelief, nearly dropping the molten gold furnace in her hands. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes widened in shock, fixated on the noticeably lengthened hull, as if she were witnessing the most absurd phenomenon in existence. Zhang Rongrong stood agape, forgetting to retract the frost condensation bottle in her grasp, its chilling aura momentarily disrupted. Her usually gentle face was etched with profound astonishment and confusion, her voice trembling in disbelief. The ship's body has grown so much? She abruptly turned her gaze towards Wang Hao, then to the ship's spirit Lan Ling, who floated beside him, her eyes squinting in satisfaction as she affectionately nuzzled his shoulder, resembling a contented little kitten after a hearty meal. With a voice filled with awe, she exclaimed, "Captain, your spiritual ship, how has it grown so much all at once? This utterly defies logic." Zhang Rongrong's voice rose in excitement. Both the fundamental ship repair manuals and the ship repair compendiums clearly state that once a spiritual ship is established, its growth is slow. Even with the unwavering assistance of seasoned craftsmen, diligently nurturing and refining compatible spiritual materials day and night, a mere 5 inches of growth per month is considered a remarkable achievement. This requires 5 artisans of the 5 elemental attributes working tirelessly to refine the spiritual materials, incurring significant mental and spiritual strain. Zhang Meyer finally regained her voice from a shock, interjecting with a tone filled with skepticism. "Indeed, Captain, for an ordinary spiritual ship, achieving a 5-inch growth in a month through the refinement of spiritual material essence is already a stroke of fortune. Most spiritual materials tend to dissipate during the refining process and integration into the spirit ship. Yet, your ship's spirit." She gazed at the blue spirit with reverence. The way she absorbed those 2 essence orbs was nothing short of extraordinary. It was as if she devoured them whole, leaving no trace of waste. This directly catalyzed the growth of the ship's body. It was nothing less than a miracle, unprecedented in its nature. Zhang Rongrong inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within, her gaze towards Wang Hao now imbued with adoration. "Captain, I now believe you are no ordinary shipwright. The esteemed blue spirit possesses an extraordinary power. She can harness the potential of spiritual materials to an unimaginable extent. This is the ultimate treasure that every shipwright dreams of." At that moment, Wang Hao felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration and relief. With Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer, 2 exquisite and graceful beauties by his side, their admiring and fervent gazes seemed to be glued to him. Wang Hao inwardly reveled in his decision to accept them. It was, without a doubt, a stroke of brilliance. Not only could they efficiently process spiritual fish and extract the most refined essence, but they also possessed insights that far surpassed those of the Lee sisters, enabling them to recognize the value and applications of spiritual materials at a glance. They provided invaluable advice and perspectives for his novice self. They were not mere ornamental vases. They were pivotal forces capable of significantly accelerating the growth of the blue crystal. The structural optimization rate increased by 0.5. The affinity for water and metal spiritual energy saw a slight enhancement. The predictive database added a model of aquatic life skeletal structures. "Captain, this is delicious." No, the analysis was exceptionally successful. The blue spirit squinted her eyes in satisfaction, resembling a cat that had successfully stolen a treat, her small hands still playfully patting her spirit energy-formed belly. Wang Hao felt immense joy as he observed her eager expression, as if she were urging him to praise her. He glanced at the Zhang sisters, who were beaming with excitement and pride over the significant utility of his refined materials for the spirit ship. He also noticed the Li sisters, awestruck and gazing at the Zhang sisters with envy, as he sensed the satisfaction and affection radiating from the blue spirit resting on his shoulder. Listened to the Zhang sisters' heartfelt astonishment and admiration, and beheld the remarkably clear changes on the attribute panel before him. Ship name: Blue Crystal Ship Spirit. Blue Spirit, Neophyte, ship body level, Spirit ship, 10. 3 meters, power system, sail, beginner wind control, special module. Information processing, crew contract, 0-10 skill list. Spiritual shield, lightning technique, vine technique, water arrow technique, water manipulation. Wind control, clearing his throat. Wang Hao suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain an air of inscrutable calmness, as if all this were anticipated, and began to speak with feigned seriousness. Well, the abilities of the Blue Spirit are indeed somewhat exceptional. She can decode the essence of all things, allowing her to extract every ounce of potential from spiritual materials and seamlessly integrate them into the ship's body. As my gaze swept across the deck, taking in the baskets filled with spiritual fish, I glanced at the Zhang sisters, still in a state of astonishment. A faint smile graced my lips as I observed Lan Ling's excitement, reminiscent of a child indulging in a cherished treat. It became evident that our sample analysis efforts were far from sufficient. Rong, Meyer, the upcoming delivery of spiritual fish materials will be your responsibility, and I trust you to handle it diligently. The growth of the blue crystal requires more and superior, delightful morsels. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Rong and Zhang Meyer trembled slightly, instantly grasping the deeper meaning behind Wang Hao's words. Yes, Captain, they chorused in unison. Zhang Rong quickly gathered her thoughts, focusing intently on processing the next batch of fish bones, while Zhang Meyer took a deep breath, the furnace's flames roaring to life, as if to channel all her passion into the refining process. As long as they could remain aboard this extraordinary vessel, every hardship and toil would be worthwhile. Chapter 57. In peril, quickly gather the net. Run. Today, as they employed spiritual tools to refine the materials of spiritual fish, the spiritual energy surged onto their innate instruments as if it were free. Upon completion of the refinement, they could distinctly sense the subtle growth of both their innate instruments and their spiritual seas. This was no illusion. A skilled instrument cultivator could easily perceive every minute change in their innate tools. Unlike the times spent waiting in line for the gathering array within their family, where opportunities were scarce throughout the year, they now truly appreciated the invaluable chance to be a dedicated instrument cultivator aboard the spiritual vessel. How splendid it would be to become contracted crew members. The two women exchanged glances, silently nodding in agreement, and began to busy themselves with their tasks. Li Xiaoyu gazed at the noticeably elongated, more profound and powerful blue crystal vessel, then glanced at the motivated Zhang sisters, her expression laden with complexity. She tightened her grip on the harpoon, a newfound and intense longing blossoming within her heart. Power. Knowledge. She too wished to be someone who could assist Brother Wang Hao, rather than merely standing by and observing. Luanling nestled on Wang Hao's shoulder, lazily yawning, her sapphire-like eyes half-closed in satisfaction. Yet, deep within her gaze, a flicker of data seemed to pass, as if savoring the delicious meal from earlier. Wang Hao observed the bustling deck, envisioning a future for the blue crystal that would undoubtedly sail toward the boundless ocean. At present, the most pressing matter was to procure more and better spiritual materials for his little gluttonous ship spirit, while the Zhang sisters meticulously handled scales and fish bones. Professional fishing teams from 2 other vessels were also hard at work, their movements swift and their roles clearly defined. Scaling, deboning, filleting, and packaging each iron scale fish was swiftly dismantled. The spiritually infused fish bones and the finest fish flesh sorted meticulously and sent aboard the blue crystal in basketfuls. Their efficiency far surpassed that of the young women on their own ship. Before long, most of the catch was processed. Finally, the fishermen collectively hoisted a specially crafted large wooden barrel onto the deck of the blue crystal, revealing within it 3 skeletal arrow fish. Their tails and fins severed by electric shock. Though deceased, the lingering ferocity and the spiritual energy emanating from them far exceeded that of the iron-scaled fish. Master Ship Cultivator. The leading fisherman respectfully bowed to Wang Hao. These 3 skeletal arrow fish were the most precious of the haul. Their bones were as hard as iron, infused with a sharp golden energy. The scales served as excellent armor material, and the flesh contained even purer spiritual energy. The younger ones dared not process them without permission and came to seek guidance on how to proceed. Swish! All eyes converged on the three large fish, and the Zhang sisters displayed caution. Such sea beasts required meticulous handling. Li Xiao Yu curiously, Linding, while the ship spirit Lanling had not taken her eyes off the barrel since its arrival. Her sapphire-like eyes sparkled as if starlight flowed within them. Her small hands unconsciously twisted together, hovering above the barrel in a state of impatience, unsure how to proceed. Spirit, Wang Hao chuckled at her eager and fidgety demeanor, unable to contain his amusement, and reminded her, "What are you in such a rush for? What about your true form? Use your true form to consume." Since the transformation into a spirit of the ship, this little creature has seemed rather dazed, the only trait remaining unchanged being its insatiable appetite. Its true form? Of course. Lan Ling suddenly paused, then enlightenedly realized that she is indeed the spirit of the ship. The vessel itself is her essence. Her ethereal voice resonated with a newfound joy. Logic core confirmed. Absorption mode switched to the primary channel. No longer circling the wooden barrel, she floated back to the bow of the ship. Her petite figure hovered gracefully before the main mast of the blue crystal, arms outstretched, as if the entire vessel resonated with her thoughts. All the runes on the ship's body instantly illuminated with a gentle glow, and a powerful suction force erupted from the center of the ship. In a swift motion, the three enormous armored catfish from the barrel were drawn into the blue crystal's deck, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. A faint, contented sound akin to a belch echoed within Wang Hao's soul. There floated the ship's spirit, Lan Ling, extending her delicate tongue to savor her crystalline lips. Her sapphire eyes crescent-shaped with joy, her small face beaming with unparalleled happiness and satisfaction, as though she had just indulged in a sumptuous feast. Energy level, excellent. A composite energy absorption of metal and water attributes. Analyzing skeletal structure strength. Updating scale defense model. Enhancement of primary form length. It is anticipated that after complete digestion, the ship's length will increase. Burp. Lan Ling's voice carried a hint of languid satisfaction, and she couldn't help but emit another tiny belch. At that moment, Wang Hao keenly sensed a more intense and violent surge of spiritual energy emanating from the southwest direction. There lurked a formidable presence, its aura far more ferocious than that of the earlier armored catfish. Furthermore, it appeared there were numerous schools of spirit fish in the vicinity, unable to discern the exact nature of the marine beast and the fish schools. The oppressive aura was unmistakable. Guild team, Zhang family team, southwest direction. Cast nets at the edge of the darkest waters in that area. There are large schools of fish, but be cautious. A giant creature is guarding it. Do not approach too closely. Wang Hao's voice resonated clearly through the amplification of spiritual energy to the two fishing boats. Experienced fishing crews immediately understood, meticulously observing the unusual dark currents and swirling foam in the waters, casting their massive spiritual silk nets towards the indicated area while avoiding the core of that menacing aura. As the nets fell, it was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. The sea roiled violently. Herds of silvery spirit fish, their scales glistening like blades, startled and scattered like a burst of silver whirlwinds, with many crashing into the nets. Yet, simultaneously, that fearsome presence seemed utterly provoked, erupting with a thunderous roar. Boom! Accompanied by a deep, thunderous bellow and the churn of tumultuous silt. A shadow far larger than the armored crocodile turtle encountered before surged forth from the depths. It was a creature exceeding 12 meters in length, resembling a colossal lizard. Its entire body cloaked in a heavy, dark golden armor of bone, with menacing spines protruding from its back. Its robust tail, akin to a battering ram, and its stout, powerful limbs, covered in scales reminiscent of rock, complemented its pair of dark golden, slit-like eyes, which were filled with a savage ferocity as they fixated on the fishing vessel casting its nets. As it opened its massive jaws, revealing dagger-like teeth, it stirred the tumultuous waters, surging directly toward the fishing boat. It was the armored lizard. Quickly, haul in the nets. Run. Panic instantaneously engulfed the fishing vessel. How could such a terrifying creature, with formidable defenses and astonishing strength, appear in these coastal waters? With a single swing of its tail, it could shatter the fishing boat to pieces. Chapter 58, A Fatal Strike. This is excellent. Wang Hao's gaze was solemn, yet unyielding, as torrents of formidable spiritual energy surged into the spiritual patterns of the spirit ship. Water manipulation. Vortex. Find it for me. Buzz. Within a radius of 50 meters, the sea erupted into a frenzy. A terrifying vortex, larger than before, spun with greater velocity and intensified internal pressure, suddenly materialized before the charging golden-armored thorn lizard. The savage force of the whirlpool, akin to a colossal hand formed of countless streams, fiercely ensnared the massive body of the thorn lizard, abruptly diminishing its once proud speed of charge. Vines. Constriction. Wang Hao pressed his hands forward, his spiritual light blazing. Dozens of robust emerald vines manifested, targeting the relatively agile, yet weaker tail and the jointed hind limbs covered in scales of the thorn lizard. The water drill at the vine's tip spun frantically, infused with potent paralyzing toxins, wrapping around and piercing fiercely. Puffed, puffed. The vine successfully ensnared the base of the thorn lizard's tail and its two hind limb joints. The tips, struggling to breach the resilient scales, injected the paralyzing toxin. The thorn lizard emitted a thunderous roar, its monstrous strength thrashing wildly, causing the vines to creak ominously under the strain. The vortex's grip was also shaken, teetering precariously. Captain. The target's struggle intensity exceeds expectations. The estimated duration of the vine's restraint. 5 breaths. The tail's vine is about to snap. The calm voice of Lan Ling resonated urgently in Wang Hao's mind. 5 breaths? It's now or never. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, his entire spiritual energy erupting without reservation as he thrust his hands forward. Water, arrow technique. Full thunder pattern activation. Maximum power. Zing. Crackle. At the prow of the blue crystal, the raging lightning illuminated to its zenith, producing a piercing explosion. 3 enormous water arrows, compressed to their limits and entwined with arcs of electricity, shot forth at a cunning angle, directly targeting the gaping maw of the golden-armored thorn lizard, exposing its relatively vulnerable throat. The thorn lizard sensed the imminent threat, but it was too late to close its mouth. A flicker of fear flashed in its eyes, and it could only jerk its head violently. Bang, bang, boom. 2 water arrows grazed its spiny face, exploding into charred flesh and shattered carapace, as the massive spikes were violently fractured by the onslaught. However, the final arrow, the most refined of them all, struck true, piercing into its open maw and deep into its throat. Boom! A muffled explosion resonated from within the thorn lizard's body. Its colossal form stiffened abruptly, the dark golden vertical pupils losing their luster, as it spewed forth a mixture of internal organs and charred blood. Its immense body convulsed several times before ultimately drifting lifelessly upon the surface of the sea, devoid of vitality. Ha ha! Wang Hao gasped heavily, his full-force eruption nearly exhausting half of his spiritual energy, yet the result was remarkably gratifying. A single fatal strike. On the 2 fishing boats, a profound silence settled, swiftly followed by a deafening uproar of jubilation. My sea god, the golden-armored thorn lizard. Lord Wang Hao has vanquished the golden-armored thorn lizard. A miracle. This is indeed a genuine miracle. Follow Lord Wang Hao. Follow the blue crystal. From now on, we shall fear no sea beasts. The fishermen were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes glistening with tears as they gazed at Wang Hao, perceiving him as a divine warrior descended from the heavens. Had it not been for the threat of the sea beast, they would have faced the perils of the ocean with unbridled enthusiasm, yearning to cast their nets daily. On the deck, Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer, 2 noble ladies, turned pale, clutching the ship's railing to prevent themselves from collapsing. The ferocity of the sea beast had left them trembling, nearly convinced that their lives would end there. To their astonishment, Wang Hao skillfully maneuvered the spirit ship, employing exquisite coordination and thunderous tactics to vanquish such a formidable creature from the depths. They could vividly feel the surge of pure spiritual energy rising aboard the vessel during the battle, fervently nourishing their innate spiritual tools, igniting their reverence and admiration for Wang Hao to unprecedented heights, with an overwhelming desire to become contracted crew members. Li Xiaoyu gripped her harpoon tightly, drenched in cold sweat, her eyes filled with awe and longing for that absolute power. Li Xiaoyu, hiding behind her, wore a pale expression, yet her gaze towards Wang Hao was imbued with unparalleled admiration. Brother Wang Hao, you are truly incredible. Immediately process the catch. That creature is filled with treasures. Do not let the knife fish school escape. Wang Hao, regaining his breath, spoke with the joy of victory. The fishing vessel promptly reeled in its nets, the heavy silver knife fish being hoisted aboard, while the massive corpse of the golden-armored spiked lizard was ensnared by specially crafted, huge barb chains, pulled with all the might of 2 fishing boats. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer suppressed the tumult within, inhaling deeply before approaching with utmost respect to pay their respects. Their voices, barely concealing a tremor, echoed, "Captain Rongrong, Meyer, request to assist in refining all the spiritual materials from this expedition for the blue crystal to absorb and grow." They sought to engage in meaningful action to quell their inner shock and demonstrate their worth. Wang Hao nodded, instructing, "Yes. Handle it with care, especially the golden armor and bone spikes of the spiked lizard. The materials are precious. As for the rest, we will transport them back for gradual processing. Let us begin with the spiritual fish scales and bones." The crew of the fishing vessel meticulously prepared the knife fish, bones, entrails, and scales, transporting them onto the deck of the blue crystal. Instantly, the 2 women exhibited utmost focus. Zhang Rongrong wielded the frost bottle, enveloping the silver knife fish, rich in water spirit essence, with a gentle yet intense chill, swiftly freezing and purifying the flesh and entrails, extracting the purest water spirit essence. Jean Meyer, on the other hand, fervently activated the gold melting furnace, the searing and pure fire spiritual energy acting as a masterful forge, delicately processing the most valuable materials of the golden armored spiked lizard, including the forcibly detached back armor and the menacing bone spikes, removing impurities, refining and purifying. They ultimately produced a dark gold essence, rich in hue and exuding a heavy pressure. The blue spirit hovered at the bow, its bright eyes sparkling as it observed the purified essence pulsating with vibrant energy. Its ethereal voice, tinged with uncontainable desire, chimed, "Captain, detecting ultra-high purity composite energy sources of water, earth, and gold. Astonishing structural strength, containing information on a unique biological force field, enhancing defense, structural integrity, energy transmission efficiency, and special resistances. Value, exceedingly high. Exceedingly high. Little glutton, it is all yours." Wang Hao was in high spirits, while Lan Ling maximized efficiency to absorb. Command confirmed. Optimization of absorption. Commence. Several beams of azure light precisely connected with the essence, which transformed into a dazzling flow, akin to rivers converging into the sea, instantly merging into the hull of the blue crystal vessel. Simultaneously, a substantial quantity of unutilized silver knife fish materials from the Zhang sisters was also greedily devoured by the hull. Hum, hum, hum. Chapter 59. The evolution of the vessel after absorbing a substantial quantity of spirit fish materials. The hull emitted a resonant hum. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, the ship began to expand and elongate. The deck widened rapidly, the ship's sides rose significantly, and the bow's ram took on a more menacing and robust form, gleaming with a dark golden metallic sheen. The faint blue shield surrounding the vessel shimmered, becoming deeper in hue, with intricate golden patterns subtly emerging, a testament to the new attributes bestowed by the consumed spiny lizard materials. When the last trace of material was entirely absorbed by the spirit ship, the length of the blue crystal reached a remarkable 15 meters. The entire vessel underwent a transformative rebirth, Ship level. Spirit ship 15 meters. The clear data on the visual panel proclaimed a qualitative leap for the vessel. With the assistance of the ship's spirit, this day bore abundant rewards. Under the setting sun, 3 ships returned laden with bounty. Wang Hao promised that, in addition to their personal rewards, everyone would receive a portion of spirit fish meat as a reward for today's voyage. Upon hearing of this reward, all the fishermen in the fleet were overwhelmed with gratitude. Wang Hao, gazing at the rejuvenated blue crystal and the hopeful faces of his crew, proclaimed, "Devote yourselves wholeheartedly, and rewards shall follow." "Thank you, Captain." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the ships began their return. The now 15-meter-long blue crystal dramatically enlarged the spiritual sea space, filling the atmosphere with rich spiritual energy. The little glutton, blue spirit, had feasted on a plethora of spirit fish scraps, and with the Zhang sisters refining numerous snacks, she contentedly squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Ari meticulously counted the precious materials that had been deliberately set aside, while Xiao Yu and Aling polished the broad, gleaming deck. A man grinned widely at the barrels of spirit fish meat, and the Zhang sisters stood respectfully, filled with admiration. The Li sisters assisted in tidying up, and everyone was brimming with enthusiasm for their first official fishing expedition. Under the protective might of Wang Hao, the analytical support of Blue Spirit, and the aid of the Zhang sisters in refining, they not only navigated safely, but also achieved astonishing harvests, allowing the spirit ship to grow rapidly. Everything was progressing favorably. The 3 ships sliced through the shimmering waves, slowly arriving at the dock, with the blue crystal leading the way. Its 15-meter hull glistening with a metallic luster in the afterglow. "They're back. The blue crystal has returned. My goodness, it's really grown larger. Wasn't it just 10 meters this morning? That aura. It's more intimidating than the patrol ships from the Baroness estate. Look, what is being towed behind? Such a massive shadow." The dock was already teeming with people, more so than the previous day. Inquisitive commoners, curious tool slaves, scheming merchants, and even low-ranking stewards from the Tool Refinement Guild mingled together, as they caught sight of the 2 fishing boats laboring to drag a colossal 12-meter-long carcass of a golden-armored spiny lizard. Covered in thick, dark golden plates and adorned with menacing spines, a collective gasp echoed across the dock, swiftly followed by a cacophony of excited chatter. "By the sea god, that is a golden-armored spiny lizard. That deep-sea terror, how could it be brought back?" The morning's reverberations from the birth of the vessel's spirit had yet to subside when the carcass of the deep-sea beast ignited a fervor akin to ice plunged into boiling oil. All eyes turned towards the blue crystal with a mixture of reverence, admiration, and unabashed desire. Wang Hao stood upon the revitalized deck, feeling the vibrant life force and power of the blue crystal pulsing beneath his feet. The diminutive figure of the spirit floated contentedly by his side, its small hand absent-mindedly rubbing its belly formed of light and shadow, while the tiny anchor above its head turned slowly and lazily, evidently still savoring the feast. "Captain, you have finally returned." Zhang Shui approached almost in a sprint, her face adorned with an even more fervent and flattering smile than the day before. "Congratulations, esteemed Captain. The blue crystal has proven its unparalleled might, even vanquishing the golden-armored thorn lizard. This is truly a rare feat for White Sand Island." Following closely behind her was Manager Huang, who bowed repeatedly, his eyes reflecting not only awe but also an unmistakable excitement. To be associated with such a prominent figure promised boundless prospects. "Thank you for your hard work, both of you," Wang Hao replied with a slight nod. The adoration from the crowd filled him with secret delight, though his voice remained calm as he declared, "The rewards for my brothers will be doubled." His words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly throughout the dock. "Thank you, Lord Wang Hao. Your generosity is greatly appreciated." The fisherfolk from both the Equipment Repair Guild and Zhang's fishing team were flushed with excitement. The promised rewards had exceeded all expectations, and the prospect of receiving double was exhilarating. Their grateful exclamations nearly overturned the dock, while the gazes of other commoners and tool slaves were filled with an indescribable envy, wishing fervently to join the crew and venture out to sea. As for the Equipment Repair Guild and the Zhang family, Wang Hao's gaze shifted towards Zhang Shui and Manager Huang. The spirit fish and thorn lizard meat will be prioritized for you at market value, but the essential parts, along with the precious scales, bone spines, and carapaces, will be retained for the blue crystal's own purposes. Wang Hao understood the principles of reciprocity and mutual benefit. Given the unconditional assistance they offered him, including the presence of two stunning beauties aboard, it was only right to extend a favor in return. The well-prepared spirit fish meat would serve as a token of gratitude. Yes, yes. We shall follow your orders, my lord. Zhang Shui and Manager Huang responded promptly, not daring to voice any dissent. The prospect of acquiring large quantities of spiritually infused fish meat was already a delightful surprise. Indeed, Wang Hao nodded slightly, his gaze turning towards the deck. Xiao Yu, Brother Wang Hao. Li Xiaoyu could no longer contain her excitement. Cradling a substantial portion of the exquisitely wrapped spirit fish meat, its energy radiating around her. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkled like stars. Li Xiaoyu held a similar portion, striving to maintain her composure. However, the corners of her mouth betrayed her joy, and her gaze towards Wang Hao was filled with gratitude. Go on. Your brother and Aunt Li are waiting eagerly below. A gentle smile graced Wang Hao's lips as he pointed towards the edge of the crowd at the dock, where Li Zheng and Aunt Li stood on tiptoe, their faces a mixture of pride and concern as they looked on. Okay, Li Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, grasping her sister's hand like a joyful fawn, nimbly weaving through the bustling crowd on the deck as she dashed down the gangway. Brother, mother, look, Brother Wang Hao has brought us something. It's the flesh of a spirit fish, the finest meat. Even before she reached them, her clear voice resonated through a corner of the dock as she proudly lifted the spirit fish meat high, its jade-like texture and snow-like patterns emanating an alluring fragrance and pure spiritual essence, instantly captivating countless envious gazes around her. Mother, look at us. We've done splendidly today, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement, gesturing animatedly. Brother Wang Hao commanded the blue crystal and shot water arrows to strike down a massive sea beast. It was called the golden armored spiked lizard, larger than our shed. With a thunderous crash, it fell. My sister and I helped process many shimmering silver-skinned knife fish on the ship. Sister Ailey even praised my swift slicing skills. Chapter 60. The gluttonous spirit boat Li Xiaoyu, with an air of pride, swayed the small, vibrant red peeling knife she had strapped to her waist. Li Xiaoyu approached her mother, carefully presenting the meat to Aunt Li, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible excitement and pride. Mother, it's true we have been of assistance. Her succinct words bore the weight of profound significance for the girl from the shanty town. It was the first time she genuinely felt the power and value of being acknowledged. Aunt Li gazed at the excited and proud faces of her daughters, then at the two substantial pieces of valuable spirit fish meat they held. Her eyes instantly welled with tears as she embraced her daughters tightly. Her voice choked with emotion. It's good. As long as you return safely, to be able to assist Wang Hao is indeed your fortune. Meanwhile, the Zhang sisters gracefully approached Wang Hao. Zhang Rongrong, with an elegant demeanor, performed a respectful bow, her voice gentle. Captain, the harvest has been accounted for. The silver knife fish meat and spiked lizard meat have been entrusted to the steward for processing. Rongrong and Meyer shall take their leave for now and return tomorrow to await your orders. Zhang Meyer also offered a graceful bow, her eyes sparkling with charm and respect. Captain, today has been an eye-opening experience for me. Should you require any materials, do not hesitate to command. The crimson glow emanating from the golden furnace at her waist seemed to have intensified after today's spiritual cleansing. Thank you both for your hard work today. Wang Hao nodded. Upon receiving Wang Hao's recognition, the two women displayed expressions of delight. After bowing once more, they, accompanied by Zhang Shui, began to orchestrate the efficient unloading of fish meat from the two fishing boats. The specialized personnel brought by the Zhang family worked with remarkable efficiency. The massive corpse of the golden armored spiked lizard was swiftly hoisted onto the dock and meticulously disassembled using specially crafted runic tools. The resilient beast hides, scattered bone spurs, and portions of meat rich in earthy golden spiritual energy were categorized and placed into custom containers, which were then respectfully delivered to the deck of the Blue Crystal for Arlie to inventory. Before long, except for the enormous skeletal frame of the spiked lizard, adorned with dark golden patterns, and some of the largest dorsal armor plates, all other valuable materials had been transported. The gigantic skeleton was securely bound with chains, resting in the designated unloading area beside the Blue Crystal, glimmering with a cold, heavy metallic sheen, its lingering ferocity sending shivers through those who ventured too close. Amidst the bustling activity, the glistening blue spirit, suspended contentedly on Wang Hao's shoulder, suddenly brightened her sapphire-like eyes. Her petite head swiftly turned towards the massive spiked lizard skeleton, and in an instant, her small figure darted to the ship's edge. Clinging to the railing with her tiny hands, she gazed eagerly at the delectable pile below, her little nose twitching as if she could scent the surging energy contained within the bones. "Captain! Captain!" The ethereal voice of the blue spirit resonated directly in Wang Hao's mind, imbued with a familiar, urgent longing, detecting an ultra-high concentration of earthy, golden composite energy source. Skeletal structure, spirit ship model requires refinement. Samples needed for in-depth optimization and evolution direction of the hull. Her voice grew increasingly frantic, her tiny hands unconsciously clawing towards the skeleton, while the spectral ship anchor above her head began to whirl wildly. Wang Hao gazed at the adorable sight of Lan Ling, whose appetite had once again been stirred. He observed the enormous skeletal structure, which was considered colossal for ordinary vessels, but was perfectly suited for the Blue Crystal. It was evident to him that this gluttonous little creature had not changed one bit, even after becoming a ship spirit. Her digestive capabilities had only strengthened alongside the growth of the vessel, and now she had set her sights on this skeleton imbued with purer earth and gold energies. Wang Hao feigned contemplation, remaining silent as he watched Lan Ling flutter anxiously along the ship's railing. "Captain, authorize! Please authorize!" Lan Ling's voice carried a tone of endearing grievance. A smile curled at the corners of Wang Hao's mouth as he decided to stop teasing her. "You are permitted to absorb it, Lan Ling. Do not let it go to waste." "Command confirmed." Lan Ling's voice instantly transformed, brimming with exuberance. Her petite figure swiftly returned to the bow, extending her arms once more. This time, the brilliance emanating from the hull of the Blue Crystal was even more resplendent and refined than during the earlier consumption of the bone-spike arrowfish. A powerful, rhythmically unique force of suction radiated outward from the vessel's core. Buzz! The dark iron chains entwined around the massive skeleton began to stir autonomously, emitting a deep hum. In an instant, the entire formidable framework, along with some resilient scales and scattered bone spurs, seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand, gently suspending it in the air. Under the astonished gaze of countless onlookers at the dock, the mountain-like skeleton was enveloped in a soft blue halo, gracefully and swiftly descending into the expansive deck of the Blue Crystal, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never existed. A loud, contented belch resonated clearly in Wang Hao's mind. Lan Ling floated at the bow, her small hands patting her ethereal, light-formed belly with satisfaction. Her sapphire-like eyes squinted blissfully, and her little face radiated the languor and joy of indulging in a sumptuous feast. Energy level: exceptional. Commencing in-depth analysis of Earth and gold source structure. Upgrading defense model. Bone reinforcement plan progression at 15. Significant enhancement of main body growth. Anticipated complete digestion. Burp. She could not resist a small belch, her voice laced with drowsiness. "Captain, Lan Ling requires deep sleep for integration." ZZZ. As her words faded, her delicate light form grew hazy, and the little anchor above her head ceased its rotation, gradually vanishing into the vessel. Wang Hao could distinctly sense that the Blue Crystal was undergoing monumental transformations deep within after consuming the skeleton infused with formidable earth and gold powers. A weightier, more solid sense of strength was burgeoning, spreading like the steadfastness of the earth. A low, continuous hum resonated from within the ship, as if it were being restructured and fortified. The once faint golden patterns on the pale blue shield became increasingly distinct, exuding an indomitable quality, while the entire ship emanated a newfound, rock-like stability. As night deepened, the clamor of the dock gradually subsided with the distribution of the catch, and the returning fishermen, laden with bountiful rewards, joyously made their way home. Zhang Shui and manager Huang directed the workers to transport the substantial quantity of spirit fish meat acquired, their gazes towards the blue crystal brimming with reverence and anticipation. The 4 members of the Li family clutched the precious spirit meat, expressing their heartfelt gratitude before vanishing hopefully towards the direction of the shantytown. On board the blue crystal, Ali commanded Xiao Yu and Amand to organize the newly stored materials, carefully placing them into a newly added compartment created by the ship's enlargement. Meanwhile, Aling silently fulfilled her duty of vigilance. Chapter 61. Do you wish to touch your sister's foxtail? As the deck was left with only Wang Hao and a few beast-eared girls, the busy crowd finally allowed themselves to relax after a long day. Ali nimbly set up a makeshift stove on the deck, where a rich, white fish soup brewed from freshly caught iron-scaled fish filled the air with tantalizing aromas. Adjacent to it, on a temporary grill, succulent cuts from the tenderest portions of the golden-armored thorn lizard sizzled, with golden fat dripping alluringly. The enticing scent of roasted meat mingling with the sweet freshness of the fish soup, causing everyone's stomachs to grumble in anticipation. Dinner is served. Ali smiled gently as she distributed the perfectly roasted thorn lizard meat and bowls brimming with creamy fish soup to everyone, gathered around the small campfire. Xiaoli could hardly wait to take the first bite of the roasted meat. She exclaimed, her eyes widening in delight, cheeks puffed with food as she mumbled. So delicious. This meat so fragrant, so tender. There's a warm current coursing through me. It felt as though a pure and gentle spiritual energy flowed down her throat into her belly, bringing an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Xiao Yu sipped delicately at the fish soup, the exquisite broth making her snowy white rabbit ears tremble with pleasure. Her cheeks flushed as she quietly remarked, "The soup's so fresh, 1,000 times better than those seaweed blocks." She recalled the bitter, unpalatable seaweed blocks she had consumed in the half-orc refuse district before meeting Wang Hao, contrasting it as if from 2 different worlds. Now this is food worthy of humans. A man tore off a hefty chunk of roasted meat, his mouth glistening with juices as he squinted his eyes in contentment, affirming, "What on earth was I eating before? I never want to see those wretched seaweed blocks again." Though the Li and Aling remained silent, their expressions of enjoyment and noticeably quickened pace spoke volumes. Ali attentively wiped the grease from Xiao Li's mouth, while Aling, seemingly elegant, devoured her food with surprising speed, finishing off a piece of roasted meat in just a few bites. Wang Hao, observing their satisfied smiles, felt warmth in his heart as he took a piece of roasted thorn lizard meat. The meat of this ocean beast is indeed extraordinary," he remarked, the rich aroma blending with the pure spiritual energy, providing a strong sense of satiety and vigor. Unable to restrain himself, he praised Ali. "Your culinary skills continue to improve." In response to Wang Hao's compliment, Ali smiled softly, her beauty illuminated by the flickering firelight. At that moment, Wang Hao's gaze inadvertently fell upon Xiao Yu, who was nibbling at her roasted meat. Her long, snowy rabbit ears, relaxed and content, hung softly by her cheeks, gently swaying with her movements, their fluffiness appearing particularly adorable in the firelight. Almost instinctively, Wang Hao reached out his hand, filled with curiosity and tenderness, gently stroking the seemingly delightful rabbit ears. Xiao Yu, startled like a frightened little rabbit, trembled all over, nearly dropping the roasted meat from her grasp. Her delicate face instantly flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. The pair of snowy white long ears turned a vibrant pink in an instant, standing upright as if electrified, then quivered rapidly before softly drooping, snugly pressed against her cheeks. She lowered her gaze, her ruby-like eyes glistening with unshed tears. Unable to meet Wang Hao's gaze, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Yet deep within, a sweet intertwining of shyness and the thrill of being noticed and touched began to bloom. "Ha ha ha! A man was the first to notice this scene, bursting into laughter without restraint, mischievously pointing her greasy finger at Xiaoyu. Look, look, Xiaoyu's ears are so red they could bleed. Brother Hao, how does it feel? Is it soft and fluffy? Xiaoyu, overwhelmed with embarrassment, wished to vanish into the ground, her ears trembling even more violently. Brother Hao, little Li, reveling in the commotion, immediately raised her half-eaten skewer of roasted meat, bouncing over to Wang Hao, tilting her face upwards, her innocent large eyes blinking innocently as she eagerly presented her own pair of equally fluffy fox ears. You can touch little Li's ears, too. They are soft and warm. And, oh, my sister's tail is so warm. It's the coziest to cuddle with in winter. Would you like to feel it? Little Li. Arlie's face turned a brilliant shade of crimson, more vibrant than the evening clouds. She indignantly yanked her unabashed sister back into her embrace, holding her tightly. Her fluffy, fiery red fox tail instinctively curled up, hiding behind her, revealing only a little tip that still swayed nervously. She shot her sister a reproachful glare, then quickly glanced at Wang Hao, her eyes filled with shyness and a hint of barely concealed panic. Wang Hao, too, felt a touch of awkwardness from little Li's sudden sales pitch and Arlie's reaction. However, witnessing Arlie's endearing yet bashful demeanor and little Li's adorable wriggling in her embrace stirred something within him. Clearing his throat, he withdrew his hand, purposefully picking up a bowl of soup to take a sip, though he could not suppress a smile. Let us eat, let us eat. The meat will get cold. On the small deck, the campfire flickered, intertwining with the sounds of laughter and playful banter, dispelling the coolness of the sea breeze. The blue crystal lay peacefully docked in the harbor, like a stable cradle, safeguarding this hard-earned warmth and bond. As the first rays of morning light graced the dock, a considerable crowd had gathered beside the berth, including laborers preparing for work and curious slaves drawn by the news of a spirit ship arriving at the southern dock. Subordinates from the Zhang family and the guild had already been waiting for instructions. Quick, quick, look at the blue crystal. An incredulous exclamation shattered the morning tranquility. All eyes instantly focused on the center of the dock, where the blue crystal, which had measured 15 meters when docked yesterday, now astonishingly stretched to 20 meters. The lines of the vessel became more streamlined and elongated, the deck wider, the sides higher and thicker, while the two rows of menacing ram horns at the bow glimmered with a golden-blue, ethereal light in the morning sun, exuding an aura of impenetrable sharpness. The intricate and enigmatic runes adorning the vessel's hull have become remarkably distinct, emanating a formidable aura. 20 meters? How could it have expanded so significantly overnight? This is utterly astonishing, my deity of the sea. How can this be possible? At the dock, gasps of astonishment and murmurs of disbelief coalesced into a chorus. Just as the crowd continued to speculate, Wang Hao promptly commanded, "Board the ship. Prepare for departure." Chapter 62. The first bucket of gold, yes, Captain. A harmonious response echoed at the dock, as the fishermen sent to join the catch celebrated their recent success, returning home with the delectable spirit fish meat. Their confidence had swelled. Even the creaking of their bedboards seemed more pronounced than usual. Li Xiaoyu tugged at her sister Li Xiaoyu's hand, nearly bouncing onto the significantly enlarged deck. "Sister, look, the deck is so spacious. We can run in circles." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the spear, imbued with a gentle azure glow from the aura and spirit fire it had absorbed. She felt its cool touch and sensed the enriched spiritual energy aboard the vessel. With a soft hum, she surveyed the beautifully refurbished ship, her heart brimming with excitement. Brother Wang Hao was indeed remarkable. Zhang Rongrong approached with grace, her moon-white skirt fluttering in the morning breeze. She stepped in front of Wang Hao, performing a delicate curtsy. "Captain, this is the revenue from yesterday's sale of spirit fish meat, totaling 3,000 gold shells. My aunt specifically instructed me to bring it to you this morning." A servant behind her respectfully presented a hefty wooden box. Wang Hao accepted it, feeling its substantial weight, 3,000 gold shells. This marked his true first bucket of gold since arriving in this world. The value of the spirit fish was evident. It was no surprise that the shipwrights held such esteemed positions, earning in a single day what many fishermen on the island might never see in a lifetime. He expressed his gratitude to the two ladies. "Thank you, Miss Rong Rong, and please extend my thanks to Manager Zhang." Following closely was Zhang Meyer, clad in a fiery red ensemble that accentuated her alluring figure, akin to a blooming rose. She smiled at Wang Hao, her eyes sparkling with natural charm and unmasked affection. "Sir, today will surely bring a bountiful harvest. I will do my utmost to refine more snacks for the spirit of the ship to enjoy." She emphasized the word snacks, clearly recalling her delight from the essence of spiritual materials extracted by Lan Ling the day before, as well as Wang Hao's recognition of her efforts. The fishermen from the two boats hurriedly boarded, while a few deckhands collaborated to bring aboard large barrels of fresh water and other necessities, carefully placing them on the deck of the Blue Crystal. Wang Hao cast a glance at Zhang Rongrong, who returned a gentle, demure smile. He understood that this meticulous arrangement was undoubtedly the handiwork of the thoughtful young lady from the Zhang family, a gesture of goodwill that was impossible to refuse. Set sail. Wang Hao's thoughts shifted. With a hum, the wind swirled around the sails of the Blue Crystal, filling them with air as the vessel smoothly departed from the dock, with the two fishing boats following closely behind. The evolution of the spirit ship had significantly enlarged the deck, transforming the spatial experience. It no longer felt cramped, allowing for planning and division of labor. Ali was busily assisting Li Xiaoyu in a corner, organizing their living supplies and the fresh water barrels that had just been brought aboard. Her movements were lively and orderly, as though she were tending to a mobile home. "Oh man, please move these barrels of water over here and place them securely next to the cable post." "All right, just watch me. I'm on Grint." Effortlessly lifting a massive water bucket and placing it precisely in the designated spot without causing much of a splash. "Sister Ali, is there any heavy work left? My strength is going to waste." "Not at the moment, but I will surely call upon you if anything arises," Ali replied with a gentle smile. "Ailing, please keep a lookout for me and report any developments promptly," Wang Hao instructed warmly. "Understood." Ailing replied coolly, her figure darting up the main, masked with the grace of a spirit cat. Her black cat ears twitched keenly in the wind, and her emerald eyes scanned the vast sea like a detector. Upon reaching the fishing area from yesterday, she quickly made a discovery. "Captain, approximately 2 miles ahead, there's a large school of fish. No significant threats detected underwater. Attention, 2 miles ahead, fish school spotted. Prepare to cast the nets." Wang Hao's command resonated clearly through the unique amplification of the spirit ship, reaching both fishing vessels. "Time to cast the nets." The seasoned fishing crew on the boats shouted as they skillfully cast the massive spirit silk nets into the shimmering water. Moments after the nets hit the surface, the sea erupted, with countless silver needlefish leaping frantically to escape. Iron-scaled fish and the vibrant green wave fish shimmered in the nets, creating a splash. The two fishing boats immediately began to haul in the nets, the ropes taut and creaking painfully as the heavy catch was pulled onto the deck. The fishermen quickly engaged in their skilled tasks of scaling, deboning, sorting, and packing with remarkable efficiency. The common sea fish caught were left on the boat, while the processed spirit fish were promptly categorized and transferred to the now spacious deck of the Blue Crystal. The translucent, snow-white spirit fish fillets shimmered with a metallic sheen, the rich essence of the water's spirit evident in their entrails and the sturdy fish bones. "Aman, move these 2 baskets of spirit materials over to Miss Rongrong and Miss Meyer." Ali quickly stepped forward to assist with the coordination. "Coming right up." A man strode forward, lifting the heavy baskets of fish scales and bones with ease and placing them before the Zhang sisters, not forgetting to flash a grin. "Ladies, the spirit's delicacies have arrived. Be sure to gather plenty of essence." Zhang Rongrong responded with a warm and gracious smile. "Thank you, oh man. Lord Spirit will surely be pleased." She stepped forward elegantly, raising her hand as the frost condensation bottle levitated, precisely enveloping a collection of iron fish bones and spirit fish entrails. Frost condensation, cold essence. Moments later, the chill dissipated, leaving behind a pure, shimmering essence of liquid spirit infused with pristine moisture. Zhang Rongrong carefully directed the essence into a jade bottle, her movements fluid and graceful. deliberately cradling the bottle in her palm as she subtly signaled towards Wang Hao, her lips curling into a gentle smile, as if silently showcasing her achievement. Meanwhile, Zhang Meyer also exhibited her fiery enthusiasm. "Watch me. To the revered spirit of the ship, I shall conjure the finest of delicacies," she exclaimed with a commanding tone. As the molten gold furnace at her waist flickered with a crimson glow, instantly transforming into a half-human height and landing gracefully upon the deck. Molten gold, refined. The lid of the furnace opened, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. With her delicate hand, she gestured an incantation, drawing the resilient scales of the spirit fish into the furnace with an unseen force. Under Zhang Meyer's precise control, imbued with a hint of ostentation, the scales were swiftly melted down, ultimately coalescing into a small pool of shimmering metal essence that glimmered with the cold light of dark iron, rising and falling within the furnace's core. She cast a triumphant glance at Wang Hao before carefully collecting the essence in a specially crafted jade vial. Just as the essence took form, exuding an aroma that would tantalize the spirit of the ship, the voice of the captain resonated. "Captain!" The azure spirit floating beside Wang Hao, with her sapphire-like eyes suddenly aglow, darted toward the freshly sealed jade vial, her petite figure zipping alongside it. Her tiny nose nearly touched the vial, and her little hands fidgeted with excitement. Chapter 63. The emergence of combat talent. The voice of Blue Spirit resonated within Wang Hao's mind, brimming with an insatiable yearning. Detection of composite materials of gold and water attributes. Enhancement of ship defense and affinity for water spirit energy detected. Absorb. Absorb. She flitted anxiously above the jade vial, her little ship anchor's phantom spinning rapidly. Observing a ship spirit's gluttonous demeanor, Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, little glutton." Command confirmed. Two streams of gentle spiritual light emitted from Blue Spirit's fingertips, connecting with the jade vial. The essence instantaneously transformed into a resplendent stream of golden blue light, akin to a delectable treat, which she eagerly ingested, even licking her lips afterward. A faint humming emanated from the ship's body, and the golden patterns on the surface appeared to solidify slightly, causing the vessel to expand minutely. Structural adjustments completed. Burp. Blue Spirit contentedly patted her little belly, emitting an almost imperceptible burp, lazily drifting back to perch on Wang Hao's shoulder, her large eyes narrowing in satisfaction. At that moment, Aling's cool voice resonated from the lookout, tinged with vigilance. To the port side of the fishing vessel, a small group of high-speed targets is approaching underwater. Is the same spinefish swarm from yesterday? Wang Hao's gaze turned towards the direction, tightening his grip on the harpoon while keeping a watchful eye on Li Xiaoyu, who was guarding the ship's perimeter. Xiaoyu. Yes. Li Xiaoyu instinctively straightened her back upon hearing Wang Hao's voice. A small group of spinefish is attempting to disrupt the portside fishing vessel's mooring lines. Go practice your skills and disperse them. Do not let them sever the ropes. I will support you. Wang Hao's tone was calm, infused with trust. This girl had been preoccupied with her thoughts these past few days. Perhaps engaging her in a task would help distract her mind. All right. Li Xiaoyu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she approached the ship's railing, her gaze locking onto the fleeting figures darting beneath the water's surface. Taking a deep breath, she channeled her spiritual energy from the spirit sea into the harpoon, which glowed brilliantly with blue light. With a spirited shout, a pale blue stream of light shot forth, precisely targeting the water ahead of the fish swarm's trajectory. The water touched by the luminescent energy became viscous in an instant. The high-speed spinefish swarm crashed headlong into this invisible quagmire, their velocity plummeting abruptly as they flailed in confusion, unable to maintain their formation, and scattered chaotically, retreating from the fishing vessel's mooring lines. Wow, sister, that was amazing. So cool, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, clapping her hands and jumping in joy. Zhang Rongrong timely offered her praise. Miss Xiaoyu has mastered the technique of water imprisonment in just 2 days. Although the captain spirit ship is rich in spiritual energy, her ability to swiftly harness the power of the spirit tool is truly remarkable, with impeccable timing and positioning. What extraordinary combat talent! Li Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she retracted the harpoon and composed herself while returning to her position. However, her fingers, still gripping the harpoon, trembled slightly, betraying her excitement and joy at being recognized. Stealing a glance at Wang Hao, she noticed him watching her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Her heart skipped a beat. Brother Hao is looking at me. I must do my best. The processing of the catch has momentarily reached a pause, while the other two fishing vessels continue their trawling operations in safe waters. On board the Blue Crystal, a moment of leisure arrives, with the warm sunlight cascading upon the expansive deck. Little Moon joyfully hops over to Alarai to assist in organizing the neatly packaged spirit fish fillets. She picks up a shimmering scale of the azure wave fish, reflecting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight, and curiously inquires, "Sister Alarai, this is so beautiful. Can you help me see what we could do with it?" Alarai gently takes the scale, examining it closely. This is the finest heart-protecting scale of the azure wave fish, imbued with gentle aquatic essence. When ground into powder and blended into ointment, it possesses remarkable healing properties for wounds. Little Moon, your perception remains as pure and keen as ever, always discovering such treasures. No wonder Brother Wang Hao calls you our ship's treasure hunter. He truly adores you. She playfully taps Little Moon's nose. Upon hearing this, Little Moon's snowy long ears perk up with delight, her cheeks flushing slightly. Really? Sister Alarai, I will strive to be a good treasure hunter. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer observe this exchange. Zhang Rongrong gracefully steps closer to Wang Hao, speaking softly. It is no surprise that our captain understands and cherishes each crew member so well. It fosters a sense of unity aboard the Blue Crystal, making it feel so warm and comfortable. Zhang Meyer, also edging closer, her fiery attire accentuating her fair skin, chimes in with a charming smile. Indeed, even the ship's spirit is so endearing and kind to everyone, lacking the haughty demeanor often found on other vessels. I feel increasingly fortunate to follow your lead. Her gaze is fervent as she looks at Wang Hao, her expression enchanting. As afternoon approaches, the transportation of the catch slows somewhat, with piles of processed materials accumulating on the deck. The setting sun casts a warm glow over the slightly weary crew. Grumbling, Li Xiaoyu's stomach voices its discontent, prompting her to sheepishly rub it. Alarai chuckles softly, clapping her hands. All right, we must first satisfy our appetites before continuing with the fish. Amun, help me set up the stove over there in that corner. Xiaoyu, go fetch some of the most succulent azure wave, fish belly, and thorn lizard meat from the cabin, along with the seaweed and those few sea lemons we saved from this morning. Understood. Li Xiaoyu promptly darts off. At your command. Amun replies with enthusiasm, effortlessly carrying the stove over. Little Moon eagerly adds, Sister Alarai, I will help you wash the vegetables. She rushes to the freshwater bucket, deftly cleaning the vibrant seaweed and several rough-skinned, tangy yellow sea lemons. Soon, a makeshift charcoal fire is ignited. With practiced skill, Alarai slices the fish into thick pieces, marinating them with sea lemon juice, a sprinkle of sea salt, and a fragrant dry seaweed powder. The seaweed is quickly blanched, mixed with lemon juice and a special seasoning blend, creating a refreshing side dish. Zhang Meyer, attentively watching, approaches when she sees Alarai preparing to light the fire for grilling the fish. She swiftly produces a golden furnace from her waist, its red glow illuminating the surroundings. Sister Alarai, lighting a fire is such a hassle. Let me show you. With a flick of her fingertip, a slender, stable scarlet flame shoots precisely into the base of the charcoal pile. Boom! The charcoal was ignited in an instant, flames dancing gracefully, while Zhang Meyer expertly controlled the temperature, ensuring that the fish would neither burn instantly nor lose its succulent juices and essence. This precise heat guaranteed a delightful crisp exterior while maintaining a tender interior, preserving the spirit of the dish. With a hint of pride, she lifted her chin slightly. Thank you, Miss Meyer, Elise said with a smile, as she laid the marinated fish fillets on a specially crafted grill, placing it over the glowing embers. The sizzling sound accompanied by an enticing aroma that quickly enveloped the air. During the interval, while Li grilled the fish, Zhang Meyer's eyes sparkled as she noticed Wang Hao standing at the bow of the boat, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance at the fishing vessels at work. Chapter 64. Preparing to transform the cabin. Zhang Meyer approached Wang Hao from behind, her voice tinged with a hint of allure and just the right amount of concern. "Captain, having stood for so long, your shoulders must be feeling quite sore. Am I right? I have learned some massage techniques. Allow me to relieve you a bit." Wang Hao slightly turned his head, yet before he could respond, Zhang Meyer's warm hands gently rested upon his shoulders. Her technique displayed a commendable finesse, applying just the right amount of pressure, her fingertips imbued with a barely perceptible essence of fire energy, akin to a gentle warm current, skillfully kneading the acupoints of his neck and shoulders, alleviating the tension in his muscles. The subtle fire energy was perfectly balanced. Rather than a burning sensation, it brought a soothing warmth. Indeed, Wang Hao felt a measure of comfort, as the tautness in his nerves seemed to ease. He ceased to resist her attentions, responding with a quiet acknowledgement. Zhang Meyer's heart swelled with joy, and she redoubled her efforts, softly murmuring, "You have worked so hard, Captain, steering the spirit ship, constantly attending to the spirit lady, and commanding so many of us. It brings me joy to help lighten your burden, even if just a little." Zhang Rongrong quietly observed her sister's attentiveness, refraining from interference. Instead, she picked up a clean ceramic bowl, filled it with refreshing, clear water, and added a few dried seaweed leaves that exuded a cooling essence, gently stirring before gracefully approaching Wang Hao's side. "Here, Captain, take a sip to soothe your throat. Today has been remarkably fruitful, and the spirit lady has consumed quite a bit as well. You should take a moment to rest." Wang Hao accepted the ceramic bowl. The cool, slightly sweet water, infused with the fragrance of seaweed, indeed alleviated his fatigue. He cast a glance at the deck, piled high with an abundance of spiritual fish materials, scales, fish bones, and the fresh catch continuously being delivered from the fishing vessel. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer had been busy for the entire afternoon, beads of perspiration glistening at their temples. Although they maintained their composure, fatigue was evident in their features. "That will be enough, Meyer." Wang Hao gently patted the back of Zhang Meyer's hand, signaling her to stop. Although she seemed reluctant, she obediently withdrew her hands. Turning to the two still refining the essence of the spiritual materials, he spoke gently yet decisively. "Rongrong, Meyer, cease your work. There is no need to exert yourselves further on the remaining materials." The two women were taken aback. Zhang Rongrong quickly protested, "Captain, it's no trouble. We can continue." Wang Hao raised a hand to interrupt her, his gaze settling on the languid figure of the blue spirit nearby. "Blue spirit, stop pretending to be asleep. You can handle the rest of these materials yourself, to spare Rongrong and Meyer from further toil." The blue spirit's large eyes flew open, her sapphire irises sparkling with excitement, devoid of any remnants of sleep. "Captain, really? I can feast on these myself? Maximizing efficiency absorption mode." "Confirmed." Wang Hao nodded. Confirmation of the directive. The blue spirit's voice instantly transformed into a bright, resonant tone. In an instant, her petite form lifted, hovering above the accumulated spiritual materials on the ship, causing the blue crystal vessel to tremble violently. Buzz! On the deck, an assortment of ethereal fish scales, bones, and entrails were swept away by an invisible current, instantly engulfing the hull of the blue crystal. As the hull absorbed the spiritual energy, it emitted a brilliant radiance, swelling and stretching dramatically in the glow. The mingling textures of wood and metal flowed and reformed in the light, becoming increasingly resilient and dense. The ship's length grew at a visible pace, 20 meters, 21 meters, finally stabilizing at 22 meters. The entire vessel exuded a weightier, more refined aura, and the spiritual patterns on the shield seemed to come alive, flowing gently and radiating a reassuring solidity. A Li, Xiao Yu, a man, a Ling, the sisters of the Li family, and even the fishermen aboard the two distant fishing boats gazed in awe at this remarkable evolution. They turned their eyes towards the blue spirit, suspended at the bow, contentedly patting her little belly, alongside Wang Hao, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, their gazes filled with an indescribable reverence. Wang Hao, sensing the enhanced power of the blue crystal beneath his feet, felt a deep satisfaction. He glanced at the still astonished Zhang sisters and remarked, "From now on, you need not expend your efforts refining these ordinary spiritual materials. Blue Spirit will handle it herself with remarkable efficiency. You should rest well. Conserve your spiritual energy for crucial moments, and only intervene when encountering high-level materials. Just bring Blue Spirit some snacks." Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. They finally comprehended the unreasonable growth potential before them, realizing that even auxiliary enhancements were unnecessary. The blue crystal and the spirit named Blue Spirit represented a potential that had entirely surpassed the understanding of Baisha Island, perhaps even exceeding the limits of this marine expanse. Their earlier concerns about showcasing their capabilities seemed trivial in the face of such miraculous force and efficiency. Yet they felt immensely fortunate to witness this firsthand and even become crew members. A tremendous opportunity. "Yes, Master," the two women responded, deeply bowing, their voices tinged with unprecedented excitement. At that moment, the aroma of grilled fish reached its zenith, and Ali's gentle voice broke the silence following their astonishment. "Captain, Miss Rongrong, Miss Meyer, and everyone, the fish is ready. Come and enjoy it while it's hot." On the deck, the group gathered together, sharing the simple yet spiritually infused delicacy of grilled fish. Their fatigue dissipated in the presence of this culinary delight, and the shock transformed into boundless anticipation for the future. The Blue Spirit contentedly let out a small burp, her silvery hair gently swaying in the evening breeze. The fragrance of grilled fish mingled with the sea air, enveloping everyone aboard in a sense of happiness. Wang Hao set down the ceramic bowl in his hand and observed the makeshift stove and scattered pots and pans in the corner of the deck. He spoke, "Today's harvest is commendable. We shall return ahead of schedule. The blue crystal now has ample space. It is not a long-term solution to keep setting up the stove on the deck, as it risks blackening the ship." Then Wang Hao pointed towards the direction of the cabin and said, "We have 2 additional cabins. I intend to renovate one into a small kitchen, constructing a stove and installing some shelves for storage, which will make cooking much more convenient. As for the other cabin, perhaps it could be utilized for growing some plants, such as fresh vegetables and fruits. It is certainly preferable to dried seaweed." "Growing vegetables?" Xiaoya exclaimed in delight, her snow-white rabbit ears standing erect with excitement, her ruby-like eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. "Oh yes, yes. Brother Hao, I'm exceptionally skilled at growing things. Back in the shantytown, I was able to cultivate kelp sprouts even in broken pots. Leave it to me. I promise it will flourish beautifully." She joyfully bounced in place, as if she could already envision the cabin brimming with lush greenery. Chapter 65. Lingwen Technology. Ari smiled gently. "The captain has made a commendable decision. Having a small kitchen is indeed much more convenient. It will save me time in preparing delicious meals for everyone." "Absolutely. I can assist Sister Ari." Li Xiaoyu chimed in, patting her small knife. "Let us plan accordingly. The space should suffice, and the ship will continue to expand." Wang Hao nodded. "Then it's settled. Lan Lang, let us return to the dock. Mayor, please inform the fishing boats to head back." Instructions confirmed. Lan Ling's melodious voice echoed as the sails billowed, smoothly adjusting their course, guiding 2 fully laden fishing boats towards Baisha Island in the golden hues of the setting sun. As the blue crystal slowly docked, the wharf was already bustling with activity. The Artisans Guild and the managers dispatched by the Zhang family were waiting expectantly, accompanied by their respective crews. However, as copious amounts of ordinary fish were unloaded from the other 2 fishing boats, the atmosphere at the dock subtly shifted. Manager Li, a middle-aged representative from the Zhang family, interjected, pointing at the towering stack of common fish catches with an unmistakable tone, according to our customary practices. These ordinary catches are to be uniformly acquired and processed by our Zhang family. Behind him, several Zhang family workers began directing their crew to prepare for the transportation of the unloaded fish. A lean man from the Artisans Guild, also named Li, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He stepped forward to interject. Manager Zhang, your assertion is misguided. The golden armored lizard meat and spirit fish captured yesterday were jointly sold by our two families. Given the substantial quantity of ordinary fish today, is it unreasonable for the guild to partake in a share? Our guild has numerous artisans and workers who also require these fish to supplement their diet. How can it all be monopolized by your Zhang family? The guild members rallied behind him, unwilling to back down. The two managers stood their ground, voices rising as they contended over the ownership of the vast ordinary fish catch, with the Zhang family seeking sole possession while the guild asserted their right to a share. Standing at the bow of the blue crystal, Wang Hao observed the escalating dispute below, his brow furrowing. His intent had been to leave the matter to them as a gesture of gratitude for their assistance a few days prior. Yet he had not anticipated a quarrel over such ordinary fish. Enough! Wang Hao's voice, though not loud, cut through the commotion at the dock with unmistakable authority, silencing both parties immediately as they turned their gazes toward his figure at the ship's helm. What is the point of such a trivial dispute? Wang Hao scanned Manager Zhang and Manager Li before declaring, these ordinary fish catches will be divided equally between your guild and the Zhang family. Proceed with weighing them. Your wisdom is evident, Captain, Manager Li exclaimed joyfully, bowing deeply. The Artisans Guild members instantly brightened, preparing to receive their share of the fish. Manager Li promptly beckoned his crew. Quickly, count the quantities and weigh them. According to market prices, please be prompt. Soon, the fish catch was tallied, and Manager Li approached the ramp of the blue crystal with a small cloth bag in hand, respectfully presenting it. Master Wang, today's ordinary catch totals 15,300 pounds, priced at 20 copper coins per pound. The total for the spirit fish meat amounts to 103 gold coins and 60 silver coins. Allow me to round it off to 105 gold coins for your convenience. Please verify. Wang Hao gestured for A-Man to come down and accept the pouch. A-Man weighed in her hands and pouted slightly. Tiska, only a little over 100 gold coins today. She was aware that today's catch was greater than yesterday's, yet the earnings were less, leaving her somewhat dissatisfied as she muttered under her breath about unscrupulous merchants. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Yesterday's earnings had been 3,000 gold coins. Although they had not encountered any sea beasts today, the volume of ordinary fish caught was substantial, and the ship had undergone enhancements. Why was the earnings so meager? Zhang Rongrong, perceptive as ever, noticed Wang Hao's expression and stepped forward, standing slightly behind him, her voice gentle as she explained, Captain, you may not be aware that the 3,000 gold coins from yesterday were primarily derived from the value of the golden armored lizard's meat. The golden armored lizard is a formidable beast in these waters, and its flesh, rich in earth and gold spirit energy, is highly nourishing for body cultivators and those requiring robust physiques. Additionally, it is not easily captured, hence its exorbitant price, which accounted for a significant portion of yesterday's income. She paused, her tone tinged with a hint of regret and deeper reverence. As for the main skeletal frame and the dorsal armor plates, those are truly priceless treasures, containing the purest essence of earth and gold. If Master Wang were to sell them, they would be worth at least 5 lower-grade spirit stones, amounting to 50,000 gold coins. Alas, they were consumed by the ship's spirit. Zhang Rongrong did not continue, but her meaning was clear. The blue spirit had devoured that skeletal frame, and the top-tier spiritual material worth 50,000 gold coins was now lost, transformed into nourishment for the growth of the blue crystal. Wang Hao then understood. No wonder Zhang Shui had seemed so pained when she saw the golden armored lizard skeleton not being sold. 50,000 gold coins. That figure was indeed astonishing. However, considering the growth of the blue crystal, the expenditure was justified. He glanced at the little blue spirit, who was idly swinging her small feet. Upon sensing Wang Hao's gaze, the little one immediately returned a sweet, innocent smile. So that was it. Wang Hao nodded in understanding, indicating that it was of no consequence. As long as the ordinary catch could be processed, he was grateful for their efforts. Manager Li quickly bowed, saying, "It is an honor to alleviate Master Wang's concerns." With the fish catch handled, dusk was approaching. Zhang Meyer immediately seized the opportunity and approached Wang Hao, her smile enchanting. Captain, aren't you going to procure kitchen supplies and seeds? I am quite familiar with the island. I know which shops offer quality goods at fair prices and which ones are prone to overcharging. Let me guide you. I promise you'll save both time and money. Her enthusiasm was palpable, her every movement exuding an irresistible charm. Wang Hao glanced at the sky and then at the ship. Indeed, he needed assistance with the cabin renovations and material procurement. The Zhang sisters were well acquainted with the island's circumstances, making them excellent guides. Very well, he said. Wang Hao nodded and then turned to the beast-eared maidens on the deck, instructing Ali, take care of Xiao Yu and a man. Ensure our home is well guarded and tidy up the new cabin a bit. I shall return shortly. Xiao Yu, you too, remain to assist. Understood, Brother Hao. The group responded in unison. Zhang Rongrong also gracefully offered a bow, saying, Rongrong wishes to accompany you. Perhaps I can provide counsel to the esteemed master. Very well. Let us proceed together, Wang Hao replied without hesitation. With a pouch containing over 3,000 golden shells in hand, he descended the blue crystal with Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meier. Chapter 66. The two sisters, each more resourceful than the other at this moment. Zhang Meier resembled a jubilant little bird, naturally intertwining her arm with Wang Hao's, subtly leaning against his side. Her voice was sweet and melodious. Captain, this way. Let us first visit the artisan workshop. They possess the most comprehensive array of tools, and the owner is well acquainted with my aunt, so I assure you, he won't dare to overcharge. Wang Hao felt the gentle touch of her arm and the delicate fragrance of youth, raising an eyebrow slightly, but choosing not to withdraw, silently relishing the moment. Observing this, Zhang Meier's heart swelled with joy, prompting her to hold on even tighter. Zhang Rongrong lagged a step behind, watching her sister's bold actions with a flicker of her eyes, yet she refrained from comment, maintaining her elegant demeanor. In a soft, soothing tone, she added, Sir, in addition to kitchenware, one must also be discerning when selecting seeds for planting. The variety of vegetables that can thrive on the island is limited. Hence, careful selection is paramount. Old Shui at Lingji Pavilion has a few unique spirit vegetable seeds. Though they are pricier than ordinary seeds, their vitality is robust, imbued with a trace of spiritual energy, and they yield a superior taste. As she spoke, she subtly edged closer to Wang Hao's other side, her warm breath carrying a hint of refreshing fragrance that brushed gently against his ear, her tone as soothing as a clear spring. Under the setting sun, the trio's silhouettes formed a picturesque scene. Zhang Meier, exuberant as a flame, clung tightly to Wang Hao's arm, bouncing forward like an eager guide, while Zhang Rongrong, gentle as water, walked beside them, softly offering her suggestions. The two strikingly different, yet equally remarkable beauties drew the attention and admiration of passers-by, who gazed upon them enviously. On board the Blue Crystal, a man rested against the ship's railing, watching the retreating figures of the trio, clicking her tongue. Tiske, Brother Hao's entourage. Those two Zhang sisters certainly know how to make an impression. Ali gently patted her back, chiding, Do not speak foolishly. The captain knows his own limits. Her gaze was tender as she watched Wang Hao's figure disappear around the corner of the dockside street, feeling a twinge of disappointment in her heart. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu tugged at Ali's hand, brimming with anticipation. Sister Ali, let us hurry and tidy up the new cabin. I want to choose the sunniest spot for planting vegetables. Within the cabin, the two newly vacated quarters, resulting from the ship's expansion, awaited a vigorous transformation into a more comfortable and cozy mobile home. Under the enthusiastic guidance of Zhang Meier and the gentle companionship of Zhang Rongrong, Wang Hao stepped from the Commoner-S district into the most bustling area of Baisha Island. This transition felt akin to crossing an invisible threshold. The scene before him suddenly blossomed into clarity, as if he had instantaneously traversed from the rustic, rugged fishing port into another realm. Wang Hao, a mere cog in the modern societal machine, though he had already witnessed the wonders of the Blue Crystal and the birth of the ship spirit, was nonetheless profoundly struck by the sights unfolding before him. The streets were wide and immaculate, the ground adorned with peculiar stone slabs that exuded a warm luster. On either side, the shops sparkled with resplendent lights, dispelling the encroaching dusk, yet it was not electric lamps illuminating the spectacle. Instead, it was the variously shaped luminous crystal lamps embedded in shop signs, on walls, and even on street pillars. These crystal lamps emitted a gentle or brilliant glow, crimson, azure, warm yellow, each hue vibrant and flowing like a cascade of neon. Even more astonishingly, the radiance is not a constant, but rather fluctuates with the ethereal patterns etched upon the surface, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow that adorns the street in a fantastical and whimsical manner. Unconstrained by electric wires, these crystalline lamps are ingeniously crafted. Driven purely by spiritual energy, their luminous interplay dazzles the eyes, rivaling the modern urban nightscapes etched in Wang Hao's memory, while imbuing the atmosphere with an added layer of mystery and profundity. What do you think, Captain? Although it may not match the splendor of your homeland, this is undoubtedly the most vibrant locale on our island. Zhang Meyer, entwined with Wang Hao's arm, sensed his momentary distraction and proudly tilted her chin, casually brushing against him, her voice tinged with a hint of boastfulness and intimacy. All of this is the handiwork of the instrument artisans, who harness spiritual patterns to guide ethereal energy, awakening the luminous elements within the crystals. Look how beautiful it is. Wang Hao's gaze traversed the shops lining the street, their windows showcasing an array of resplendent corals, deep-sea pearls, and fragments of unknown colossal beast bones, glittering with an otherworldly light. Peering through the open door of the 100 Refinements Pavilion, he glimpsed an array of glimmering spiritual instruments suspended within, including swords, spears, and halberds. The aromatic scent of medicinal herbs wafted from the entrance of the Revival Pill Workshop, where patrons hurried in and out with purpose. Beneath the imposing sign of the Thousand Sails Shipbuilding, various richly hued woods, each with unique patterns and emanating potent wood and water spiritual energy, were piled high, clearly designated as materials for shipwrights to reinforce their vessels. Wang Hao could even distinctly sense the vigorous life, force, and resilience contained within several pieces, far surpassing that of ordinary trees. Indeed, it is profoundly impressive, Wang Hao remarked sincerely. Though this world lacks technological civilization, it has developed a mature and efficient system in the utilization of spiritual energy. In certain respects, its convenience and enchantment evoke a sense of envy in this modern individual. As here, one is free from the burdens of electricity, water, and gas bills. We have arrived. Zhang Meyer pointed ahead to an imposing structure, adorned with a grand sign crafted from crystalline lamps radiating a warm golden glow, spelling out the words 100 Crafts Workshop. Upon entering, a warm and bright light enveloped them. The interior of the shop was vast, showcasing an exquisite array of tools, from delicately crafted cups and plates to large spiritual instruments, all meticulously arranged. The decor was equally refined, and the air was imbued with a subtle blend of wood and spiritual materials, creating a most comfortable ambience. At that moment, two young female attendants, clad in matching azure uniforms and possessing striking features, hurried over. Upon recognizing the Zhang sisters, Zhang Meyer and Zhang Rongrong, their faces instantly brightened with respectful smiles, and they bowed in unison. Miss Meyer, Miss Rongrong, you. Enough, enough. Zhang Meyer waved her hand impatiently, interrupting their formal greetings, tightening her grip on Wang Hao's arm. We shall look around ourselves. Do not disturb the esteemed shipwright. Her tone carried an air of haughtiness. The shopkeepers then took notice of Wang Hao, flanked by the two young ladies from the Zhang family. Sensing the intangible aura of authority emanating from him, they immediately bowed once more and respectfully stepped aside, filled with a mixture of reverence and curiosity. In their hearts, they whispered to themselves about the remarkable youth of the esteemed shipwright. Zhang Rongrong naturally moved to the other side of Wang Hao, her voice gentle as she began to introduce, "Captain, we need to acquire some living amenities for the ship. The items here are not quite suitable. Please follow me this way." She guided Wang Hao toward a section of the store, where an array of uniquely designed stoves was displayed. Chapter 67. The flower that understands words. Before me stood a stove, its main body a square black stone, roughly the size of a grinding disc. The surface of the stone was intricately engraved with a myriad of crimson spiritual patterns forming a spiritual array. Beside it was a small control knob, similarly inscribed with a miniature array of spiritual symbols. This was a thermal energy stone stove, Zhang Rongrong explained. Pointing to it, its core lies within the refined fire rock inside. By turning this knob, one can regulate the infusion of spiritual energy at varying intensities, precisely activating the internal fire patterns, thus controlling the strength of the flame and the distribution of temperature. It operates without charcoal, producing no smoke or dust, making it exceptionally clean and efficient, ideal for use on a ship. As she spoke, she gently turned the knob, and the center of the black stone instantly illuminated with a soft orange glow, emanating a steady wave of warmth, yet confined by the spiritual patterns on the stone, with no heat escaping. Wang Hao's eyes brightened. Was this not a spiritual energy version of a gas stove? Perhaps even more effective. Nodding, he remarked, "This is excellent. Procure 2 for me, 1 for frying and another for simmering soup. Who knows, it might even serve for roasting meat." "Certainly," Zhang Rongrong smiled in agreement, signaling a nearby attendant to take note. Subsequently, she led Wang Hao before a large apparatus, a metal cabinet towering over a person, adorned with several thick pipes and inscribed with intricate azure spiritual patterns. The front of the cabinet featured a transparent crystal panel, akin to a touch screen, revealing the gently swirling water and various filtration structures within. "Captain, this is indispensable for long voyages," Zhang Rongrong stated, indicating the device. "This is a seawater converter. It can directly extract seawater and, through its internal purifying spiritual array and multiple filtering patterns, separate the salt and impurities, transforming it into potable freshwater and sea salt with remarkable efficiency. With this, there is no need for the daily toil of transporting freshwater." This was precisely the apparatus Wang Hao had observed on his first day at the island's dock, situated in front of the captain's residence, which had piqued his curiosity then. However, this version was far more exquisite, gazing at the clear principles and formidable capabilities of the device. Wang Hao marveled once again at the advanced spiritual technology of this world and said without hesitation, "I shall take this as well." Following this, the astute Zhang Rongrong demonstrated her remarkable planning skills, recommending a refrigeration unit inscribed with frost-conserving patterns, capable of preserving ingredients for extended periods. Wang Hao nodded, affirming, "Yes, indeed. A refrigerator." They selected a storage cabinet and dish cabinet crafted from sea-sunk wood, lightweight yet robust, equipped with moisture-resistant spiritual patterns. A complete set of kitchen knives and spatulas forged from refined dark iron, with razor-sharp spiritual enhancements, was chosen as well. Even pots and bowls were selected, inscribed with durable and practical spiritual patterns. The entire shopping process required little more than Wang Hao's nod. There was no need for him to fret. Zhang Rongrong efficiently arranged all the necessary items for the ship, including those he had yet to consider, demonstrating her thoroughness. She took into account practicality, space utilization, and the unique conditions aboard the vessel. Zhang Meyer was engaged in conversation with the shop staff, ensuring fair prices while occasionally interjecting with playful remarks to enliven the atmosphere. As Wang Hao observed the staff starting to package the purchased items, Zhang Rongrong retrieved a thick stack of exquisitely bound books from a finely crafted storage bag she carried, presenting them to Wang Hao with both hands. "Captain," her voice was soft and sincere as she offered the books, saying, "You have just arrived at Baisha Island and may not recall your past." At this point, she glanced at Wang Hao with a hint of apology in her eyes, clearly aware of Zhang Meyer's earlier slip of the tongue. The elder members of their family had speculated about Wang Hao's origins. "I thought you might need to reacquaint yourself with some fundamental knowledge." These books include an introduction to ship repair, a compendium of basic instrument repairs, a simplified guide to oceanic beasts, and a complete guide to primary spiritual materials and spiritual fire. There are also some notes on local customs, imperial laws, the ship repair covenant, and basic spiritual pattern identification, which I hope will be of assistance to you. Wang Hao accepted the weighty stack of books from Zhang Rongrong's hands, and as he looked at the titles inscribed on their spines, a wave of indescribable warmth and gratitude surged within him. These books were precisely what he needed at this moment. Since his arrival in this world, he had been almost entirely ignorant of its customs and information, feeling like a parched sponge eager to absorb the knowledge of his surroundings. The gift Zhang Rongrong presented held immeasurable value, far surpassing mere golden objects. It was truly a timely aid, enabling him to integrate into this world swiftly. Raising his gaze, he met Zhang Rongrong's gentle, water-like eyes, his voice imbued with rare seriousness. "Rongrong, thank you. I shall remember your kindness." This marked the first time Wang Hao earnestly addressed her by name, as opposed to the usual polite title of Miss Rongrong. A delicate blush instantly adorned Zhang Rongrong's cheeks, akin to the first bloom of peach blossoms. She averted her gaze, attempting to escape Wang Hao's appreciative stare. "Captain, you flatter me. This is merely my duty," she stammered, pausing for a moment, seemingly gathering courage before looking up again, her eyes reflecting a hint of shyness. Her voice remained gentle, yet carried an undercurrent of something more profound. "After all, I am your crew member, are I not?" Her words seemed to resonate with a promise and a subtle challenge, gently striking at Wang Hao's heart. Meanwhile, Zhang Meyer observed the exchange with keen interest, her eyes glimmering momentarily before adopting a charming smile. She linked her arm through Wang Hao's and gave it a playful shake. Indeed, Captain. We are all part of your crew. Such trifles are nothing. Come on, let us have them deliver the goods to the dock. Rongrong, let us hurry and take the captain to buy seeds. Little Yu is waiting." The purchasing party continued on its way, and the delicate sentiment from Zhang Rongrong, coupled with her meaningful declaration of being a crew member, stirred a new ripple within Wang Hao's heart. Under the guidance of Zhang Rongrong and with the enthusiastic pull of Zhang Meyer, the three ventured into the Spirit Plant Pavilion, a shop dedicated to the sale of spirit plant seeds. Unlike the opulent Hundred Crafts workshop, the Spirit Plant Pavilion exuded a refreshing and natural vitality, with the air infused with a harmonious blend of earth, verdant foliage, and a subtle essence of spiritual energy. This establishment eschewed the extravagant crystal lamps, instead showcasing potted moonfire grass suspended from vine-laden shelves, emanating a gentle, soothing white light that enveloped the space in warmth and comfort. Chapter 68. The artificial spirit bone plate. The proprietor of the spirit plant shop, Elder Shui, was a venerable old man with white hair and beard. Upon seeing Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer, he immediately approached them with a warm smile. "Miss Rongrong, Miss Meyer, what a rare visit. This is Elder Shui. This is our esteemed shipwright, Captain Wang Hao," Zhang Rongrong gently introduced. Elder Shui's gaze swept over the azure spirit hovering above Wang Hao's shoulder, and a glimmer of recognition sparked in his eyes as he promptly bowed in respect. "Ah, it is Captain Wang. I beg your pardon for my oversight. What seeds might the esteemed shipwright require?" "Elder Shui, the captain wishes to establish a small vegetable garden in the cabin, planting some fast-growing spirit vegetables." Zhang Rongrong elucidated their needs on behalf of Wang Hao. "Planting vegetables in the cabin?" Elder Shui stroked his beard thoughtfully, turning to lead the way. "This indeed is a meticulous task. Captain, please observe. These are varieties well suited to the island's environment, thriving even in areas with relatively dense spiritual energy." He guided the trio to a row of jade boxes filled with seeds, beginning his introduction. Elder Shui first opened a jade box containing tiny blue seeds. "This is blue watergrass, a specialty of our White Sand Island and one of the island's staple foods. Its shape resembles that of kelp, yet the leaves are broader and exhibit a pale blue hue. It harbors gentle water and with spiritual energy, grows rapidly, yielding a harvest every month. The leaves can be used to make soups, salads, or dried and ground in a flour for culinary delights, possessing a subtly sweet flavor, an excellent staple." Next, he opened another jade box, revealing a few black seeds adorned with silver speckles. "This is moonlight vine, which can serve both as a seasoning and a medicinal herb. Preferring the shade, its leaves emit a faint silvery glow at night, creating a stunning visual. The tender leaves and tips are edible, offering a distinctive spicy fragrance, making it a superior condiment. The mature vine is robust and can be utilized in medicine, possessing calming and soothing properties." With a smile, Elder Shui opened yet another box, revealing flat seeds of a dark red hue. This is iron skin pepper, a remarkable find. The fruit resembles small lanterns, with a moderate level of heat, rich in fire and earth's spiritual energy. It enhances the flavors of stir-fries and stews while dispelling moisture and cold from a cabin. Water fern, he continued, features thick, juicy leaves bordered by fine, delicate hairs that can condense moisture from the air into dew. It inherently possesses pure water spiritual energy, offering a crisp and refreshing taste, making it an excellent choice for raw salads in the cabin. Lastly, we have earth yam, he noted, whose tubers grow underground, resembling sweet potatoes. Its skin is earthy yellow, and upon cutting, the flesh is as white as jade, imbued with gentle earth spiritual energy. It is durable for storage, suitable for steaming, boiling, or roasting with a starchy, slightly sweet flavor that is quite filling, albeit with a longer growth cycle. However, a single planting yields a substantial harvest. Wang Hao addressed Elder Shui, "Good sir, I would like to acquire one of each of these 5 varieties. The quantity need not be large. We shall first test them." "Certainly." Elder Shui swiftly began to package the seeds into specially crafted spirit wood boxes, providing detailed planting instructions for each type of spirit plant. After Wang Hao completed the payment for the seeds, their procurement was essentially concluded. As the 3 exited the spirit plant pavilion, Zhang Meyer eagerly contemplated which confectionery shop to visit to procure some of the island's unique spirit fruit preserves for the captain to sample. At that moment, Wang Hao's gaze inadvertently swept across a shop along the street, which emanated an extraordinarily rich and pure wave of wood-type spiritual energy. The shop's facade was ancient, with a sign bearing a simple 2-character name, Spirit Wood. Through the open door, one could observe not finished products, but rather blocks of wood, varying in size, each radiating a gentle luster. The surge of vitality and spiritual energy could be distinctly felt from a distance, far surpassing the ordinary shipbuilding materials available on the market. Zhang Rongrong immediately sensed Wang Hao's lingering gaze and followed his line of sight, softly explaining, "Captain, that is the Spirit Wood Pavilion, established by the island's lord, the Baron. The items sold within are sourced from the only small spiritual vein at the heart of the island, where the finest spirit woods have thrived for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. They possess an incredibly hard texture and contain pure and abundant with spiritual energy, making them premium materials for reinforcing spiritual ship hulls." Zhang Meyer also leaned in, sticking out her tongue. "Indeed, the quality is exceptional, but the prices, oh my, they are utterly staggering. A small piece, no larger than a palm, costs several dozen gold shells. As for those larger pieces, suitable for reinforcing the main keel of a ship, they are priced by volume. 1 cubic meter demands a spirit stone that amounts to 10,000 gold shells. It's simply highway robbery." She playfully tugged at Wang Hao's arm, urging, "My lord, let us not linger here. This is not where our thoughts should dwell. Come, come, I shall take you to enjoy some delightful food." Upon hearing the price of a spirit stone for a cubic meter, Wang Hao inwardly gasped. Over 10,000 gold shells. His entire fortune combined would barely scratch the surface. Although the blue crystal had immense growth potential, it was still a modest 20-meter vessel at present, making the investment in such spirit wood impractical, especially given his limited funds. Wang Hao nodded, about to shift his gaze, when Zhang Rongrong spoke again, her voice still gentle and instinctively adding, "If the captain wishes to procure some easily refined and cost-effective materials for the blue crystal, I happen to know a place." "Oh, where might that be?" Wang Hao inquired. Intrigued, "Please follow me." Zhang Rongrong gracefully led Wang Hao and Zhang Meyer down a side street, arriving at a shop named the Wantong Trading Company. The decor of this establishment starkly contrasted with that of the Spirit Wood Pavilion, appearing simple and somewhat rugged. Inside, there were no elaborate display racks, only massive stone platforms, neatly stacked with irregularly shaped, pale bone plates. Each plate measured about 1 square meter, its surface polished relatively smooth, emanating a cold and hard sensation, yet containing a significant spiritual energy fluctuation. "What is this?" Wang Hao curiously picked up a small sample, finding it heavy and cool to the touch, with a remarkably dense texture. "Captain," Zhang Rongrong explained, This is the foundational spirit bone plate developed and promoted by the Wanton Trading Company, which has stores on many nearby islands. Zhang Rongrong pointed to the bone plates, elucidating that they were not crafted from natural spiritual materials, but rather primarily composed of the skeletal remains of numerous captured low-tier spiritual fish, amalgamated with various minerals from the ocean floor, and meticulously refined in bulk through specialized spiritual apparatus and formations. Naturally, there are also some ordinary fish bones mixed with minerals to create additional bone plates. However, these held no utility for us, though the island's common folk utilized them for constructing houses and aquatic platforms. Wang Hao turned his gaze towards a corner, where a pile of bone-like slabs lay stacked. Upon comparison, they were indeed the same white bone plates observed in the commoners' aquatic platforms. This world truly exploits resource utilization to its utmost limits. Even fish bones are repurposed as materials. Chapter 69. The perfect absorptive material. Zhang Rongrong casually picked up a sample, her fingertips gently tapping the edge of the bone plate, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. The most notable characteristic of this material is its inherent blend of gold and water spirit energy, coupled with a relatively simple and stable structure. For the majority of novice ship cultivators and low-tier navigators, whose spiritual vessels possess a weak foundation, it is challenging to directly refine complex and powerful natural spiritual materials, and they cannot afford exorbitant costs. Thus, this spiritual bone plate becomes their primary source of spiritual material. Zhang Rongrong spoke with a tone of objective evaluation. Although the efficiency of refining and absorption is far inferior to that of natural spiritual materials, and the growth rate of spiritual vessels is sluggish, its affordability, at merely 500 gold shells per unit, and stable supply, without the need to risk battling ferocious sea beasts, makes it the mainstream choice for most ship cultivators seeking to gradually enhance their vessels. Wang Hao gazed at the bone plate in his hand, recalling the high-grade spiritual wood, valued at 10,000 gold shells per unit, rich in spiritual energy, and instantly comprehending Zhang Rongrong's intention in bringing him here. High-grade spiritual would boast superior effects in every aspect, yet its price is exorbitant, rendering it of poor cost-effectiveness. This basic spiritual bone plate, while yielding average results and requiring considerable time for refinement, is inexpensive and abundant, thus offering high value for money. For Wang Hao, who had the gluttonous blue spirit, the absorption efficiency of high-grade spiritual wood may be impressive, yet pales in comparison to Blue Spirit's ravenous consumption of ordinary materials and nearly 100 conversion rate. The money saved could purchase more spiritual bone plates, allowing Blue Spirit to feast freely, and its growth rate may not be slow at all. Ah, Rungron, you truly are my capable assistant, Wang Hao declared joyfully, unable to contain his praise. This spiritual bone plate is indeed the perfect treat for Blue Spirit, plentiful, satisfying, and economically viable. Upon hearing the term capable assistant, Zhang Rongrong's cheeks flushed instantly, akin to the application of the finest rouge. She slightly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Captain, you flatter me. I merely do my best nearby. Zhang Meyer observed her sister blushing from the compliment, and Wang Hao's evident satisfaction with the spiritual bone plate. She quickly darted to the counter and called out to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, we would like 3 units of this spiritual bone plate for our esteemed captain. Ensure they are of the finest quality. If they are subpar, beware of your shop. The shopkeeper, a lean middle-aged man, had been dozing off but was startled awake by Zhang Meyer's loud voice, causing him to jump. Upon recognizing the 2 young ladies from the Zhang family, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Yes, Miss Meyer. Rest assured, we would never dare to deceive. 3 units of spiritual bone plates will be prepared for you immediately, at 500 gold shells per unit, totaling 500 gold shells. Wang Hao promptly paid the amount, marking the final procurement of the day, which nearly depleted his remaining gold shells. Watching the attendant secure the 3 heavy spiritual bone plates with specially designed ropes for delivery to the dock location he specified, Wang Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although the exquisite spirit wood is currently beyond reach, bringing back a collection of spirit bone plates for Lan Ling to gnaw upon is the most practical decision. Wang Hao can almost envision Lan Ling delightfully embracing the bone plates while the blue crystal ship grows robust. Let us return home, he declares with a flourish of his hand, feeling lighthearted. Mayor, we shall savor your pastries another time. Of course. As you wish, Captain. Although Zhang Mayer feels a tinge of disappointment, she quickly brightens up upon witnessing Wang Hao's satisfaction, linking her arm with his as they stroll back. Zhang Rongrong trails beside them, observing Wang Hao's contented and expectant smile, then glancing at the 3 spirit bone plates destined to become the ship's spirit's treats. A gentle, heartfelt smile graces her lips. Alleviating the captain's burdens and finding the most suitable items for him brings her immense joy. Upon their return to the blue crystal ship, Wang Hao and the Zhang sisters find that Ali and her companions have already organized the delivery of goods, stacking them neatly on the deck. A brand new thermal stone stove, a seawater converter, a refrigerator, an array of cabinets, pots and pans, spirit pattern cutlery, and those 3 plates emanating a faint spiritual energy fill the spacious deck to the brim. Brother Hao is back. Little Li is the first to cheer, eagerly circling the heaps of items and exclaiming, "Wow, what beautiful stones! And such lovely cabinets!" Ali approaches with a gentle smile, saying, "You've worked hard. The goods have arrived, and we were just pondering how to arrange them." "Ali, there's no rush. We can take our time to plan," Wang Hao replies, his spirits high as he pats Xiao Yu's head and playfully ruffles her fluffy rabbit ears. "Look, I have brought you seeds. There's quite a variety." Xiao Yu, clutching the spirit wood box filled with seeds, feels her snowy white ears quiver with excitement at Wang Hao's gesture. "Thank you, Brother Hao. I will find a place right away." She dashes towards the designated empty cabin, eager to choose the best spot for her garden. At that moment, Lan Ling, floating at the bow of the ship, fixates her sapphire-like eyes on the 3 spirit bone plates, radiating golden and watery spiritual energy on the deck. Detected high density, stable structure, easily absorbable composite material. Absorb. Immediate absorption. Lan Ling's ethereal voice resonates in Wang Hao's mind, brimming with longing. Wang Hao, amused by his ship spirit's fervor, chuckles. "All right, I know you are eager. Go ahead, Lan Ling. Enjoy yourself. These are all your treats." Command confirmed. Maximum efficiency absorption mode activated. Lan Ling's voice is filled with uncontainable joy. Buzz. The blue crystal ship shudders violently as a burst of light erupts. In the astonished gazes of all present, the 3 massive spirit bone plates, once heavy and solid, dissolve like ice under the scorching sun, merging into the ship's body in a dazzling display of golden and blue light. The hull emitted a deep and delightful rumble, while the vessel visibly elongated and expanded in the radiant light. The texture of the hull grew denser and more resilient, a rich luster cascading over its surface. The length of the ship skyrocketed from 22 meters, 23 meters, ultimately stabilizing at an impressive 25 meters. The entire vessel exuded a more substantial and refined aura. My heavens, it has grown again, the spirit of a ship. Truly remarkable. Xiao Yu, clutching the seed box, stared in awe. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer also covered their mouths, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Although they were aware of the ship's spirit's astonishing absorption efficiency, witnessing such a spectacle firsthand, where even synthetic materials were devoured so voraciously, exceeded their wildest imaginations. Chapter 70, all gone in a flash, however. Just as everyone remained entranced by the astonishing growth of the ship's hull, it seemed that Lan Ling had indulged a bit too much. The radiant light that had enveloped the deck did not recede with the disappearance of the spirit bone panels. Instead, it surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly swallowing all the newly acquired supplies piled upon the deck. Buzz! The light swept across. The brand-new energy stone stove, inscribed with crimson spirit patterns, vanished. The towering seawater converter disappeared. The chilling refrigeration unit was gone. The entire set of exquisitely engraved cookware and utensils evaporated. Even the beautifully crafted storage cabinets and china cabinets disappeared without a trace. Everything vanished like phantoms into the hull of the blue crystal, leaving the deck eerily empty. Only a solitary stack of books lay abandoned, alongside the seed box cradled in Xiaoyu's arms. Everyone was rendered speechless. Wang Hao's smile froze instantly, his lips twitching before settling into a wry grin as he clutched his forehead. Lan Ling, you are quite indiscriminate in your appetite, aren't you? Even the cookware? My dear ship spirit, those are essential for cooking. You cannot consume them. Ali, distressed, stamped her feet, gazing at the barren deck with tears brimming in her eyes. My new stove, my grand cabinet, a man lamented, pounding her chest in despair. The pot is gone. Xiao Li pouted, staring at the empty space where the new pot had once rested. Zhang Mei Air stood agape, exclaiming, my dear ship spirit, your appetite is rather insatiable, isn't it? Zhang Rong observed Wang Hao's bemused expression and the empty deck, feeling both exasperated and amused. Burp, a deeply satisfied, drowsy belch echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Floating at the ship's bow, Lan Ling's small, luminescent form appeared somewhat hazy and ethereal. She contentedly patted her little belly, her large eyes reflecting the languor and slight bewilderment that followed a hearty feast. Realizing the collective reaction of the crowd, it seemed she suddenly comprehended that she might have consumed something she ought not to have. Energy abundant, structure optimization, simulation commencing, detecting numerous low-tier spirit instrument structure samples. Information processing center overloaded. Logic core, burp, requires deep sleep integration. Lan Ling's voice was intermittent, laced with profound drowsiness. Simulating, burp, simulating. Before she could finish her sentence, her diminutive figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly plunging into the depths of the blue crystal's hull, vanishing without a sound, and plunging into a deep slumber. On the deck, silence reigned. The sea breeze wafted through, carrying a chill that tousled the disheveled hair and equally disordered emotions of the onlookers. They exchanged glances, each one looking at the other in bewilderment. Ultimately, Wang Hao sighed deeply, resigned, and spread his hands. Well, this is splendid. Not only do we lack a new kitchen, but even the old stove is gone. A man scratched her head, her voice low and gravelly. So what now? Are we going to have dinner or not? Of course we will eat. Little Li jumped up first, waving her tiny fists, declaring that she could not bear her hunger. Sister Ali, let us build a stove together, just like we used to. Ali, observing her sister's spirited demeanor, glanced at the helpless Wang Hao and the equally bewildered Zhang sisters, and suddenly burst into laughter, breaking the stillness of the air. Ha ha ha! Zhang Mei couldn't help but join in, her laughter causing her to tremble with delight. Oh my, the spirit of the ship truly possesses such a unique character. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu, witnessing this dramatic scene, exchanged amused glances and stifled giggles. What else could they do? Wang Hao chuckled, shaking his head with a hint of indulgence, thinking how they had encountered such a gluttonous spirit of the ship. Let us take matters into our own hands and ensure we are well fed. Ali, direct everyone, gather materials, and start the fire. Yes, Captain, Ali replied with a smile, immediately resuming her role as the leader. Aman, go over to the dock and bring back some flat stones. Xiaoyu, come with me to the cabin to fetch the old iron pot and that small ceramic stove we used before. Xiaoyu, please help me retrieve the seaweed and spirit fish meat. Miss Rong, Miss Mayer, could you assist in finding some firewood? No problem. Jiang Mayer responded promptly, pulling the still-dazed Zhang Rong along to search for firewood. Before long, a makeshift stove, simple yet imbued with the warmth of camaraderie, was erected on the deck of the Blue Crystal. Large stones were stacked together to form a rudimentary stove. The firewood collected by Amon was expertly ignited by Zhang Mei using the melting furnace, and the iron pot was placed atop it. Ali skillfully prepared the ingredients while Xiaoyu assisted beside her, and Little Li buzzed around like a joyful little bee, delivering items. Li Xiaoyu excitedly helped chop vegetables with her small knife, while Li Xiaoyu quietly organized the bowls and chopsticks. Zhang Rong, shedding her noble demeanor, rolled up her sleeves and eagerly helped wash the seaweed, her movements surprisingly deft. The aroma of food wafted through the air once more, mingling with the sea breeze, dispelling the earlier feelings of helplessness and confusion. The flickering flames illuminated the faces of everyone gathered together. There were no extravagant utensils, No exquisite dishes, only simple food and the bonds forged through an unexpected turn of events, bringing them closer together. They shared the delectably grilled fish and a savory seaweed soup, engaging in lively conversation. Amon entertained them with jokes he had heard in the shanty town, causing Little Lee to giggle uncontrollably. Xiaoyu dreamily anticipated the various spirit vegetables she would plant once the ship's spirit awoke the following day, imagining the praise she would receive from Wang Hao, her cheeks flushing with shy excitement. Zhang Mei vividly recounted fascinating tales from the island, even coaxing a faint smile from the usually aloof All Ling. Zhang Rong sat quietly not far from Wang Hao, nibbling delicately at her food. The firelight cast a warm hue on her gentle profile, and as she took in the lively and heartwarming scene, gazing at Wang Hao's side profile illuminated by the flames, a strange warmth surged within her heart. This atmosphere of casualness and solidarity stands in stark contrast to the rigid adherence to rules found within the Grand Zhang residence. Yet it envelopes her in an unprecedented sense of relaxation and belonging. As the night deepens, the sea breeze carries a refreshing chill. Although the vessel has significantly increased in size, the space designated for rest remains somewhat limited. Fortunately, the expansion of the hull renders it less cramped. Nonetheless, accommodating everyone for a night's repose still requires a bit of squeezing together. With space at a premium, let us make do for tonight, Wang Hao arranged. Xiaoyu, you two sleep inside where it's warmer. Rong, Mayor, you will rest over here, where it is slightly more spacious. To his surprise, Zhang Rong and Zhang Mayer exhibited neither disdain nor hesitation. Chapter 71. Surprised Zhang Meyer stifled a yawn and naturally leaned against the mat prepared by Amon. It's much cozier when we snuggle together. Sleeping on a ship tonight, listening to the sound of the waves, feels rather pleasant. Zhang Rong nodded gently, smoothing her skirt as she gracefully seated herself on the mat by the cabin door. Thank you, Captain, for your thoughtful arrangements. Being together with everyone brings me a sense of security. Her voice resonated softly in the tranquil cabin. There were no complaints, no barriers. Whether it was the beast-eared girls or themselves, everyone nestled together in the not-so-spacious cabin. The thick blankets and mats shielded them from the coldness of the deck, while their shared warmth dispelled the chill of the sea breeze. In this modest cabin, breaths were steady and peaceful. Little Lee curled up like a kitten in Ali's embrace. Li Xiaoyu nestled against her sister. Zhang Meyer seemed to have drifted into slumber, unconsciously inching closer to Wang Hao, while Zhang Rong lay quietly on her side, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows in the dim light. Wang Hao leaned against the cabin door, listening to the steady rhythm of breaths around him, feeling the powerful pulse of the blue crystal and the slow, steady growth of the vessel. The spiritual energy within the Ling Sea was becoming increasingly rich. It felt splendid to possess such power, and to have beauty at hand was indeed delightful. Outside the window, moonlight spilled over the sea, creating a shimmering reflection. This night, devoid of luxurious beds and silken covers, was instead filled with the most genuine warmth and bonds. The morning sea breeze, tinged with a slight saltiness, wafted through the cabin door's crevice, brushing against the still sleeping occupants. Wang Hao awoke to a persistent, tingling sensation in his arm and thigh. Blinking drowsily, he was greeted by the sight of Zhang Meyer's enchanting sleeping visage. Unbeknownst to him, she had shifted to rest half her body on his arm, a few playful strands of hair brushing against his chin. On the other side, Zhang Rong lay gently on her side, her head resting against the outer side of Wang Hao's thigh, her breath steady, her long lashes casting delicate shadows in the morning light, the weight of their bodies rendering one side numb. Wang Hao cautiously attempted to withdraw his arm, but the moment he moved, Zhang Meyer let out a small whimper and clung even tighter, wrapping around his arm like an octopus. Zhang Rong seemed to stir as well, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly as she slowly opened her gentle, water-like eyes, meeting Wang Hao's helpless gaze. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and she hurriedly sat up, flustered as she fumbled to smooth out her slightly wrinkled skirt. Her voice, still tinged with the remnants of sleep, bore a hint of panic. "Captain, I apologize for my impropriety. She lowered her head, unable to meet Wang Hao's gaze. Brother Hao, come quickly and see. Just then, Xiaoye's voice burst forth, filled with surprise and disbelief, shattering the delicate awkwardness and lingering drowsiness in the cabin like a stone cast into a still lake. Awakening everyone. What is it, Xiaoye? Ollie was the first to sit up, concern etched on her face. Amon rubbed her eyes, yawning. What is all the commotion so early in the morning? Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu also groggily sat up. Zhang Meier was finally roused from her slumber, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Who is it? However, upon realizing the position she shared with Wang Hao, a slight blush crept across her delicate face. She quickly released her grip, sat up, and pretended to smooth her hair. Wang Hao, rubbing his sore arms and thighs, stretched his stiff neck and stood up first, saying, Let's go see what Xiaoye has discovered. The lingering softness on his arm and the contrasting fragrances of the two young women danced around his nose. Zhang Rongrong lowered her head, her cheeks still flushed, silently trailing behind Wang Hao, while Zhang Meier quickly regained her vivacity, eagerly following along with curiosity. Guided by Xiaoye's excitement, the group made their way to the cabin intended for transformation into a kitchen. As the door swung open, the morning sun poured through the crystal porthole, and everyone gasped in astonishment, momentarily frozen in place. Before them was no longer the empty cabin they remembered. It had been adorned with beautiful crystal windows. What unfolded before their eyes was a completely rejuvenated kitchen, exuding a sense of futurism and practical aesthetics, seamlessly integrated with the blue crystal structure. The spatial layout was exquisitely elegant, as if it had naturally emerged from within the ship. The streamlined countertop, with a texture smooth as jade, shimmered with metallic luster. Its surface gleamed like a mirror, revealing no visible seams. The height of the countertop was perfectly adjusted, with clearly defined zones for washing, preparing, and cooking. In the washing area was an elegantly embedded sink with gently inward curving edges. Above it, a sleek faucet emerged, culminating in a smooth, crystalline basin. Unmistakably a previously unseen dishwashing station. At the core of the cooking area, gone was the cumbersome heatstone stove. Instead, several circular zones, varying in size and glowing with soft crimson patterns, were embedded directly into the countertop. This was evidently an upgraded stove, with fire control appearing more intuitive and focused. The walls featured storage compartments and cabinets matching the ship's color. The cabinet doors were smooth and devoid of handles, seemingly opening with a simple touch. In the corner stood an upright cabinet exuding a faint chill, designed with flowing lines. The seawater transformation device was directly embedded within the ship's structure, connected by intricately etched pipes, with water lines leading to the faucet and a small countertop for collecting sea salt. Pots, pans, knife racks, spice shelves, and other utensils were neatly arranged in the lower storage compartments, perfectly accommodated within. The overall design of the kitchen was simple, fluid, and efficient, radiating an indescribable sense of modernity and technological sophistication, yet harmoniously blending with the spirit ship itself, as if it were destined to reside there. Oh my goodness! Ollie covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. Is this a kitchen? It's so beautiful. My goodness! A man exclaimed, her mouth agape as if it could fit a duck egg. This is even more magnificent than the kitchens of noble households. Has Lord Ship's spirit transformed everything into this? Wow, that sparkling pool. Is that a faucet? Little Lee rushed in first, curiously touching the smooth wall of the basin. How does one open this cabinet? Little Yu also cautiously approached the embedded cabinet door, tentatively reaching out to touch it. Chapter 72. The Assault of the Spine Spike Fish School. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu were both rendered speechless. Having grown up in Shantytown, they had never encountered such a luxurious and wondrous kitchen. Zhang Meier's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she could not help but reach out to touch the embedded stove area. This feels far more elegant and spacious than the kitchens of my family. The prowess of the ship's spirit was truly remarkable. Zhang Rongrong was equally taken aback. Surveying the exquisitely crafted and flawlessly arranged space, her eyes brimming with awe. The design was unprecedented, yet strikingly rational and practical. The ship spirit not only absorbed spiritual materials, but also optimized the structure, even creating an entirely new style. Only Wang Hao, gazing at this familiar yet alien prototype of a modern kitchen, felt a tempest of emotions swell within him. The layout, the streamlined design, the embedded concepts, and the concealed storage methods. This was unmistakably the essence of modern kitchens from his previous life. Although the materials and driving mechanisms had transformed into the spiritual materials and energies of this world, the pursuit of efficiency, tidiness, and convenience remained fundamentally unchanged. In its profound analysis, the Blue Spirit had not only integrated the structural information of these spiritual devices, but had it also deciphered the concept of an ideal kitchen? What other secrets did this gluttonous and enigmatic little creature harbor? At that moment, a silver luminescence emerged from the depths of the ship's body, coalescing into the petite figure of the Blue Spirit. She hovered at the entrance of the revitalized kitchen, her sapphire-like eyes blinking with a mix of innocent bewilderment and a hint of post-satisfaction languor. It seemed she was entirely unaware of the surprise she had caused. Habitually drifting in front of Wang Hao, her tiny nose sniffing the air for non-existent snack aromas. In her ethereal, melodious voice, laced with a touch of anticipation, she inquired, "Captain, Captain, the analysis is complete. Blue Spirit is hungry. Are there any snacks today?" Her innocent demeanor, solely focused on food, created a strikingly amusing contrast with the high-tech kitchen surrounding her. The onlookers, who had just been lost in astonishment, were abruptly brought back to reality by the Blue Spirit's silly question. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer responded almost in unison, their tones brimming with affection and eagerness. "Yes, we have them, ship spirit. Today, we will prepare plenty for you." Zhang Meyer even patted her chest in assurance. Wang Hao looked into the Blue Spirit's clear, innocent eyes, then at the modern kitchen before him, and could only shake his head with a blend of exasperation and fondness. "You truly are a little ancestor that evokes both love and frustration." He, the Blue Spirit, sensing Wang Hao's indulgence, joyfully circled around him. "All right." Ali clapped her hands, her face radiating with a blissful smile. "Stop standing there like fools. We have a new kitchen. Why not give it a try? This morning, let us prepare a sumptuous feast for everyone using our new kitchen. Xiaoya, Xiaoyu, come help wash the vegetables. Amon, go see how the water flows. Miss Rongrong, Miss Meyer, could you help figure out how to use this new stove? All right, no problem. I'll give it a try." In the quaint kitchen, a multitude of people suddenly filled the space, resonating with laughter and exclamations of wonder. They approached each feature with the caution of explorers venturing into uncharted territory. "Wow, if I place my hand here, water flows out on its own. How refreshing," Little exclaimed at the crystal sensor area of the sink. "This flame is incredibly stable. The temperature rises instantly," Ali remarked as she activated the mystical pattern area of the stove, where the orange flames surged forth, steady and serene. "This cabinet opens just by touching here. It's so deep, it can hold a multitude of items." Little Yu discovered the hidden touch switch. Zhang Rongrong meticulously examined the drainage structure of the sink and the connections of the water purifier, her eyes filled with admiration. Each item evoked waves of astonishment and curiosity, as this kitchen, born from the essence of a ship spirit and infused with the design aesthetics of another world alongside the spiritual technology of their own, became the wellspring of joy on that morning. The aroma of food swiftly filled the pristine space, blending with the laughter of everyone. As the morning aboard the blue crystal brimming with unprecedented vitality and warmth, Ali completed the final dish of steamed spirit fish. Dinner is served. The crowd erupted in cheers, gathering around to unveil the splendid new utensils from the cabinet. The colors and designs of the bowls and chopsticks captivated them. Even the usually reserved Ling indulged in an extra half bowl of fish. "Captain, the crew from the guild and Zhang's fishing boats have also arrived. Let us go. Set sail." With a nod, the blue crystal gently departed from the dock, accompanied by the two other vessels as they ventured once more to the near-sea fishing grounds. On the deck, a Ling had already climbed the mast, scanning the sea, while little Ali watched the splashing waves with excitement. Wang Hao addressed the blue spirit perched on his shoulder Blue Spirit, sense if there are any schools of spirit fish nearby. Yes, the Blue Spirit responded, sending ripples across the ship's hull. Shortly after, her voice resonated in Wang Hao's mind. Captain, there are large schools of spirit fish ahead, moving erratically. Numerous high-speed targets are driving and hunting the fish. It's a swarm of bone-spike arrowfish. They are numerous and highly aggressive. I recommend evasion or direct elimination of the threat. Wang Hao gazed ahead, where the sea appeared to boil with activity. Countless iron-scaled fish leaped from the water, the waves churning chaotically. Below, groups of bone-spike arrowfish, with their sharp, protruding spines, surged through the water like a torrent of white death, effortlessly tearing into the fleeing iron-scaled fish, staining the sea with their blood. By the sea god, the crew of the other two fishing boats gasped, Captain Wang, it's a swarm of bone-spike arrowfish. So many of them. They're scattering the fish. The captain of Zhang's fishing boat turned pale. This is bad. It's the bone-spike arrowfish. These ferocious beasts are swarming. Their spines are incredibly tough. The fishing net's 1T hold. They could even pierce the hull. Bone-spike arrowfish? Zhang Meyer's face drained of color. They can even shatter large fishing boats upon collision. So many gathered together. As if to validate her words, an iron-scaled fish was forced to leap above the surface by the bone-spike arrowfish swarm, only to be impaled in an instant by a single spine. One of the bone-spike arrowfish, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood, broke away from the school. Its spikes aimed directly at the side of the blue crystal, charging forward with alarming speed. With a mere thought, Wang Hao summoned the spiritual energy from the depths of his spiritual sea, concentrating his mind to guide the ethereal force, causing the runes inscribed upon the vessel to radiate with brilliance. In an instant, a water arrow infused with crackling electricity surged forth, striking the bone-spiked arrowfish with pinpoint accuracy. The arrow pierced through the creature, unleashing a torrent of ferocious current that charred its form, leaving it belly up, adrift upon the surface of the sea. A swift execution. Such prowess from the captain. Zhang Meyer's eyes sparkled with admiration. However, this act was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, instantly drawing the attention of a greater swarm of bone-spiked arrowfish in the vicinity. They swiftly altered their course, converging en masse towards the rudder area of the blue crystal vessel. Be cautious. They are charging towards the helm. A Ling called out from atop the mast. Wang Hao's mind raced. He summoned a protective shield, channeling spiritual energy into a defensive barrier at the vessel's stern. Simultaneously, under the guidance of Lan Ling, he infused his surging spiritual power into the shield's intricate runes with utmost stability. A colossal luminescent shield, exquisite and pulsating with azure light, materialized, enveloping the rear of the ship and safeguarding its vulnerable underwater sections. Thud, thud, thud. The ominous sounds of relentless impacts erupted upon the ocean's surface as dozens of bone-spiked arrowfish, propelled by their collective momentum, collided violently against the formidable blue shield. The surface of the barrier quivered intensely, caving inward dramatically, emitting creaking groans as the immense force transmitted through the vessel, causing it to tremble violently. Chapter 73. Return voyage. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu cried out in surprise as they were thrown to the ground by the impact. Zhang Meyer firmly grasped Wang Hao's arm to steady herself. The sturdy shield, after trembling violently, managed to withstand the onslaught of the collective charge. Dozens of spiny arrowfish were struck by the enormous recoil, their spines shattered, disoriented, and tumbling in the water. Now, thunder, envelop. Wang Hao's consciousness coalesced once more. The spiritual energy within his spirit sea transforming into a ferocious electric net. The target was locked onto the group of spiny arrowfish that had been dazed by the shield's collision. Crackle. A surge of electricity erupted across an area spanning several yards. It struck fiercely among the throng of arrowfish. The cacophony of violent currents resonated as the fish, enveloped by the electric net, instantly stiffened, their bony armor charred by the lightning. They flipped onto their backs, surfacing with a plume of smoky aroma wafting from their scorched bodies. On the sea's surface, a multitude of charred, spiny arrowfish carcasses floated. The crew members aboard the other two fishing vessels gaped in disbelief. What had they just witnessed? The terrifying shoal of spiny arrowfish, capable of shattering ships with their charge, had been annihilated by their captain with overwhelming might. The remaining spiny arrowfish, sensing the peril, fled into the depths. Wang Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the emptiness within his spirit's sea, and called out, "Retrieve those spiny arrowfish." These fierce arrowfish were excellent materials for evolution and teeth sharpening for the blue spirit. At your command, Captain Wang. At the stern of the blue crystal, a man and the sailors were laboriously dragging the charred spiny arrowfish, still emitting a burnt odor, onto the deck. These arrowfish were massive, the smallest being over a person's height, with some reaching lengths of 4 to 5 meters, quickly forming a small mountain on the deck. Wow, these bones are truly tough. A man wiped his brow and kicked at a charred fish carcass, noting how the long spine on its head had been shattered by the lightning. The captain's lightning is powerful. It even pulverized these hard bones. The blue spirit hovered above the pile of fish carcasses, its sapphire-like large eyes sparkling with curiosity and appetite, its small nose sniffing as it expressed contentment in an ethereal voice. The spirit fish, rich in golden earth spiritual energy, is a superior enhancement material. Blue spirit likes it. Zhang Meyer gazed at Wang Hao with admiration. The image of the fierce confrontation with the fish and the breathtaking display of wielding thunder to annihilate them replaying in her mind. Captain, you were just so magnificent. Her voice brimmed with unabashed infatuation. Zhang Rongrong stood beside Wang Hao, her demeanor more composed than her sister's, yet a deeper emotion flickered in her eyes. She simply stood silently, her presence a testament to her companionship. Wang Hao's gaze swept across the surface of the sea, but suddenly his brow furrowed slightly. He noticed, in the distance behind the blue crystal, a dozen fishing vessels were following closely, along with even more dilapidated skiffs trailing behind. They maintained a cautious yet eager distance, gazing longingly at the 3 large ships ahead, especially the blue crystal. The fishing vessels, mostly aged and weathered, displayed patched sails and tattered hulls, clearly belonging to the ordinary fishermen eking out a living at the civilian dock of White Sand Island. Captain, look, Amon pointed towards the small dots in the distance. Those boats have been trailing us. Zhang Rongrong's gentle voice carried a hint of understanding. They must have seen our bountiful catch these past few days. Resources are scarce at the civilian dock, and with so many people, it's rare for larger boats to venture there. For them, being able to follow a fleet out to sea, even if just to glean a few straggling fish, is far safer than wasting a day near the dock, and offers a glimmer of hope. Zhang Meyer scoffed, a note of disdain in her tone. Humph, what a fanciful thought. Do they really think they can share in the fruits of our hard-earned labor? Such good fortune is not easily shared. Wang Hao stood at the bow, his gaze sweeping over the silhouettes of those vessels. The fishermen aboard bore faces etched with hardship, filled with both yearning and trepidation. They dared not approach closely, merely following from a distance, hoping for a stroke of good fortune. Wang Hao understood well. He was not one to be stingy, yet he recognized the limitations of their resources. Bringing along Zhang's family and the skilled craftsmen was a matter of trade and mutual benefit. With so many boats in tow, their fishing efficiency would diminish, and should they encounter a fearsome sea creature, would he save them or not? After a moment's contemplation, he reached a decision. Turning to Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer, he instructed, Rongrong, Meyer, inform the fleet to increase our speed and return swiftly to White Sand Island. We must sell these spiny needlefish at a good price. Huh? We're heading back now? Zhang Meyer expressed her surprise. Aren't we going to cast another net? The spirit lord can sense the spirit fish from afar. Listen to the captain. Zhang Rongrong immediately grasped Wang Hao's intent. She tugged at her sister and nodded towards him. She understood that indeed, the spirit fish had mostly dispersed, and lingering would yield little benefit, especially with so many eyes present. She promptly signaled the other 2 vessels to hasten their return. Captain Wang, we are leaving already. I see many still trailing us. Shouldn't we shake them off and make another catch? Wang Hao responded promptly, his voice clear across the 2 boats. The core of the fish has departed. The outer catch is meager. More importantly, He paused, casting a discerning glance at the following fishing boats, his voice rising with undeniable conviction. I have no intention of competing with the civilians. Let these fleeing spirit fish be for those brothers struggling behind. We shall return. His final statement rippled through the following fishing boats like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring considerable commotion among the fishermen. They, upon hearing, displayed a complex array of emotions: gratitude, shame, and disappointment. They realized that this young craftsman had noticed their pursuit and, instead of driving them away, had graciously relinquished this newly proven area abundant with spirit fish. This gesture warmed the hearts of many seasoned fishermen. Though the crew members on the two vessels felt a tinge of reluctance, the sight of their bountiful catch left them convinced that their expedition had far exceeded expectations. The value of dozens of low-level ferocious beasts far surpassed that of ordinary spiritual fish. Their admiration for Wang Hao's magnanimity grew, and the two ships promptly adjusted their sails, hastening to follow the speeding blue crystal, swiftly leaving those ordinary fishing boats far behind. As the three grand vessels rapidly vanished from sight, the remaining dozen or so ordinary fishing boats fell into a momentary silence, only to erupt into jubilant cheers. No longer hesitating, they dispersed to the periphery of the area recently worked by the blue crystal, filled with hope as they cast their small nets. During the return journey, Zhang Meier, somewhat perplexed, leaned closer to Wang Hao and whispered, "Captain, your kindness is truly remarkable. Those boats are weak and slow. Having them follow us only complicates things. Why did you make an effort to accommodate them?" Wang Hao gazed calmly at the horizon where the sea met the sky and replied, "We are not here to take away their livelihoods. Those fishermen merely seek a means of survival close to shore. Offering them a glimmer of hope and a little leeway is a trivial act for us, yet it could mean a day's sustenance for them. Moreover," he added with a slight smile, "Blue Spirit has informed me that lingering there would significantly diminish our efficiency. It is wiser to seize the opportunity while it lasts." Chapter 74. Contracting the beast-eared crew upon returning, the vessel peacefully docked at the pier where dedicated personnel from the Zhang family awaited, swiftly organizing labors to unload the scorched bone-spike fish. Once the cargo was completely offloaded, the ship from the Guild of Artisans gradually approached Zhang's vessel. A foreman stood on the deck, directing his respectful voice towards Captain Wang. "Captain, these past few days have truly opened our eyes. We are in deep admiration of your prowess." However, he rubbed his hands together, a look of apology crossing his face. "The Guild has sent word for us to return immediately. It seems we shall no longer accompany you on your voyages." The captain of Zhang's ship also quickly clasped his fists in respect, echoing the sentiment. "Captain Wang, the same applies to us. The family head has commanded our swift return. We regret that we will not be able to serve you further in the coming days, and we hope for your understanding." Wang Hao, unfazed by this news, waved his hand casually, acknowledging the inevitable parting with a calm demeanor. "No matter, you may go." "Thank you for your understanding, Captain Wang." The two foremen, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly bowed and signaled their respective ships to depart, leaving the dock with a mixture of reverence and complexity in their hearts. Watching the two vessels sail away, Zhang Meier pouted. "Humph, leaving just like that, how very pragmatic." Zhang Rongrong gently shook her head, responding with a soft voice, "Meier, do not speak so. The guild and the family have their own considerations." At that moment, Zhang Rongrong stepped forward, her voice gentle yet clear as it reached Wang Hao's ears. "Captain, there is one more matter. In 3 days, the annual ebb tide at Baisha Island will occur." "Oh." Wang Hao's interest was piqued as he gestured for her to continue. A glimmer of longing for the wonders of nature appeared on Zhang Rongrong's face. At that time, the sea around Baisha Island will recede several miles, revealing vast reefs usually hidden beneath the waves. That spectacle, nearly everyone from Baisha Island will come out to witness it. Zhang Meier excitedly added, momentarily forgetting her earlier displeasure. "We will go clam digging, treasure hunting. It will be so lively. The reefs will be teeming with succulent oysters, sea conchs, and giant crabs. On the sandbars, one might even unearth rare, giant moonlight clams. If we're fortunate enough to discover some spiritual materials or treasures, and perhaps even find a few blossoms of spiritual fire concealed beneath the sea. It will be a delightful surprise. Spiritual materials, spiritual fire. Wang Hao's eyes brightened, envisioning a veritable banquet tailored for the blue crystal. A smile of anticipation spread across Wang Hao's face as he turned to Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer, declaring, "Excellent. We must attend this grand ebb tide. Rongrong Meyer, after your return, please gather detailed information, especially regarding any notable discoveries or potential dangers from previous years. Leave it to me, I promise," Zhang Meyer asserted, thumping her proud chest. "I will certainly do my utmost," Zhang Rongrong also replied with a smile. Standing at the bow of the ship, Wang Hao seemed to envision the magnificent scene of treasures scattered across the shores in 3 days' time. At the dock, the efficiency of processing the spiny arrowfish was remarkable. With the assistance of Zhang, the manager, the disassembly, valuation, and delivery of the pile of arrowfish were swiftly completed. "Captain," Manager Zhang respectfully presented a hefty pouch filled with abundant golden shells. Although some of the flesh from these spiny arrowfish was charred, it exuded a rich spiritual essence. The total price for this batch amounted to 1,800 golden shells. Please verify. Wang Hao weighed the pouch and found the price satisfactory. It would allow him to purchase 3 spiritual bone plates for Lan Ling as a teething stick. He nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your efforts." After the handover, the manager directed the laborers to transport the fish meat away, while all remaining materials were moved onto the deck of the Blue Crystal. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer also bid farewell to Wang Hao, as they needed to return to the Zhang family to gather detailed information regarding the ebb tide and flood. As night fell, the Blue Crystal lay quietly moored at the dock. Inside the cabin, soft crystal lamps illuminated the space, and Lan Ling floated above the pile of spiny arrowfish materials. "Captain, can I eat now?" Lan Ling's voice was filled with excitement, her large eyes fixed eagerly on the provisions below. "Go ahead, it's all yours," Wang Hao replied with a smile. Upon receiving permission, Lan Ling's petite form transformed into a streak of light, merging into the ship's body. The entire Blue Crystal shuddered. The spines and armor rapidly dissolved, greedily absorbed by the vessel. The structure of the ship seemed to stretch under an invisible force, visibly elongating to 25 meters, 27 meters, finally stabilizing at 30 meters. The lines of the hull became more fluid, and the spiritual patterns deepened. The transformation was not merely aesthetic. The structural layout of the ship was also reconfigured beneath the deck, resulting in a newly added layer of cabin space. Additionally, the command bridge now featured an independent cabin with an expansive view, clearly designed for the captain's exclusive use. The living quarters also became more spacious and comfortable. "Wow, the ship has grown." Little Li was the first to cheer, darting around the significantly larger deck. "Is it the captain's private room?" Li Kidat. Her curiosity piqued by the distinctly different cabin at the bridge. Ship name: Blue Crystal Ship Spirit. Lan Ling, initial phase, hull level. Spirit ship, 30 meters, power system, sales special module. Information processing center, Spirit ship contract, 030 skill list, spiritual shield. Lightning technique, vine technique, water arrow technique, water manipulation, wind manipulation upon thoroughly understanding the method and effects of forming crew contracts. Wang Hao was filled with elation. The essence of the contract was to establish a spiritual link between the crew and the ship, with a blue crystal as the core. The benefits were evident. Crew members could receive proactive nourishment from the ship's spiritual essence, improving their physical condition and aiding in their cultivation. While aboard, they could share in some of the ship's perceptions and abilities. Should there be a weapon system, the advantages of contracted crew members would become even more pronounced. More importantly, after the upgrade of the Spirit ship, it would enhance the life levels and longevity of the crew members, allowing Wang Hao to no longer worry about his own lifespan, while they could only accompany him for a mere few decades. Wang Hao turned around, a smile of excitement illuminating his face, and cast his gaze over the bee-steered maidens, inquiring one by one, "A Li Xiaoyu, Xiao Li a man, a Ling, would you be willing to become my contracted crew members?" As his words lingered in the air, he eagerly awaited their enthusiastic responses. However, the anticipated cheers did not materialize. Instead, An eerie silence enveloped the cabin. The gentle smile on Ali's face instantly froze, a blush rapidly spreading from her fair neck to her cheeks, and fortunately, her fox ears, which were not visible, turned a deep crimson, trembling slightly. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, fixed on Wang Hao, brimming with incredulous shyness and panic. Her lips parted, yet unable to utter a single word. Contracted crew members, even if they were half-beast, had heard that the bond of a contracted crew member was akin to that of a marital relationship. Was Brother Hao confessing his feelings to her? Chapter 75. What on earth is happening? Xiaoya gasped softly, instinctively covering her flushed cheeks with her hands, revealing only her large, glistening eyes, brimming with shyness and almost spilling over with tears as she furtively glanced at Wang Hao through her fingers. Amon, with her exquisitely delicate face reminiscent of a golden Barbie, appeared equally flustered, standing there in a state of confusion, her hands alternately scratching her head and fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, her gaze wandering aimlessly. Even the usually composed Aling was momentarily destabilized by the unexpected question, striving to maintain her calm demeanor. Yet the slight tremor of her pointed ears and the faint blush creeping to the base of her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. She quickly cast a glance at Wang Hao before hastily lowering her head. Wang Hao was bewildered by the strange silence and the unusually bashful reactions of those around him, utterly oblivious to what he had done to provoke such responses. What was the matter? Wasn't it merely a crew contract? Why did they all wear such expressions? Just as he was about to explain the benefits of the contract, "Yay!" a melodious child's voice shattered the silence. Little Li, completely unaware of the tension and awkwardness in the air, bounded over to Wang Hao's side, her face alight with innocent excitement. Sister, we all get to be Brother Hao's crew now. That means we can be together forever." Little Li's candid words ignited the spark. Ailey's face reddened further, as if blood might spill forth, and with a deep breath, she seemed to resolve something within herself, trembling with unprecedented determination. I am willing." Having uttered those words, she quickly lowered her head again. Xiaoya, her hands still covering her face, lowered them, blushing deeply, mustering her courage, her voice barely above a whisper. "Brother Hao, I'm willing to." Amon, having held back for quite some time, finally bellowed, I am willing to." The sound was loud, yet her face turned even redder, and she immediately turned away, pretending to study the patterns on the new shipboard. Aling remained silent for a few seconds before speaking in an almost inaudible, cool tone. "I am willing." Although Wang Hao still felt the atmosphere was peculiar. Seeing that everyone was willing, he dismissed his thoughts, attributing it to the bashfulness of the beast-eared individuals. He promptly summoned the spiritual energy from within his spiritual sea. Extending his finger, he concentrated the spiritual light at his fingertip, swiftly sketching in the void, and soon, 5 arcane contract runes composed of pure spiritual light materialized in the air. "Come, touch the contract runes and merge your spiritual marks into these symbols," Wang Hao indicated. Ailey and the others exchanged glances, witnessing the lingering shyness in each other's eyes, yet there was also an inexplicable sense of resolve and bashful anticipation. One by one, they stepped forward. Ailey extended her delicate fingers, trembling slightly, and gently touched her designated rune. The rune's radiance flickered, merging into her forehead, causing her body to shiver slightly. Her blush deepening, and her gaze towards Wang Hao softened, as if it could weep. Xiaoya, her cheeks aflame, also touched her rune, letting out a soft gasp as it merged, her rabbit ears quivering even more intensely. With delicate care, Amon's fingers gently traced the runes, which seamlessly integrated with her essence, causing her to shiver slightly as a foolish yet bashful smile graced her lips. Aling's movements were crisp and decisive, with a mere touch. The runes merged, and as she briefly closed her eyes, a subtle warmth flickered within the depths of her cool gaze upon reopening. Once all 5 contract runes had been absorbed, an extraordinary connection instantaneously forged between Wang Hao and the 5 crew members, a faint resonance at the soul level, as if an invisible thread subtly tethered their hearts together. This fusion of souls bridged the distance between them, evoking an indescribable sense of reassurance and belonging. The previously awkward and ambiguous atmosphere within the cabin was dissipated by this marvelous link, replaced by a warmer, more intimate ambience. At that moment, the evolution of the blue crystal had reached its completion. Alarai surveyed the transformed cabin, now vastly enlarged, her gaze finally resting on the newly designated captain's quarters. Taking a deep breath as if steeling herself, a gentle smile graced her features as she began to issue commands. All right, the captain's quarters have expanded, and we have more rooms. The captain's room is located at the bridge, boasting the best view. Henceforth, it shall be the exclusive domain of the esteemed captain. Our former living quarters have also increased in size, now accommodating several new cabins sufficient for all of us. Amon, please assist me in moving the captain's bedding over. Xiaoya, Xiaoli, kindly gather the captain's daily essentials and deliver them as well. Huh? Wang Hao was taken aback. Is that really necessary? I think it's quite lively to be a bit cramped. He was still reminiscing about the warm, bustling days of being surrounded by affection. Absolutely not. Alarai, rarely stern, maintained a gentle yet resolute tone. A captain must possess the dignity and independence befitting their role. How can you continue to share space with us? Amon, move swiftly. Understood, Alarai. Amon promptly sprang into action with remarkable agility. Xiaoya and Xiaoli also smiled brightly as they began to gather Wang Hao's belongings. Observing their industriousness and glancing at the exquisitely solitary captain's quarters, Wang Hao opened his mouth in resignation, ultimately swallowing his words. Wang Hao began to discern that the attitudes of these newly contracted young women had taken on a subtly assertive shift, or perhaps they had become more emboldened. Soon, his bedding and essentials were relocated to the spacious, well-appointed captain's quarters. Gazing at the broad, comfortable bed meant for one, he felt tears brimming in his eyes. Oh, what is this predicament? Wang Hao collapsed onto the expansive bed, staring up at the softly glowing crystal lamp above, letting out a long sigh. Isn't it delightful to snuggle together every night with the bee-steered maidens? Warm and soothing. Yet, here I am, reduced to a solitary figure. Alas, the capriciousness of fate. Wang Hao turned over, burying his face in the covers, murmuring in frustration. Lan Ling, what have you grown up for? And what of that contract? It feels as though once signed I was cast aside. As the night deepened, the clamor of the docks subsided, leaving only the gentle lapping of waves against the vessel. The interior of the blue crystal grew quiet, and Wang Hao lay alone in the spacious captain's quarters. Though comfortable, it felt devoid of warmth. He tossed and turned, restless and unable to find slumber. Time slipped by unmeasured until, just as Wang Hao was drifting into a hazy sleep, a faint creak broke the silence. The door was pushed open. A petite figure, resembling a startled little rabbit, entered quietly, clutching her pillow, tiptoeing softly. Bathed in the soft moonlight filtering through the porthole, one could discern the delicate, white ears atop her head trembling slightly with anxiety. It was Xiaoyu. Cautiously, she shut the door behind her before scanning the room like a thief, ensuring that Wang Hao appeared to be asleep. Only then did she stealthily approach the bedside. In truth, the sound of the door had roused Wang Hao, who now feigned sleep with his eyes partially closed. She hesitated for a few moments at the edge of the bed, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision. Her little nose twitched as if trying to ascertain the familiar scent of the bedding. Ultimately, she summoned her courage, gently lifting the covers beside Wang Hao, and like a nimble fish, slipped beneath the sheets, wrapping herself snugly, leaving only her large eyes and perked rabbit ears exposed. Her warm, soft form emanated the unique fragrance of youth, instantly pressing against Wang Hao's chest. He stiffened momentarily, his heart skipping a beat, acutely aware of Xiaoyu's nervous, trembling body and her subtly suppressed breaths. Curled up, she dared not move, and after a considerable time, seemingly convinced that Wang Hao remained asleep, she whispered in a voice softer than a mosquito's, tinged with shyness and a hint of barely perceptible dependence. Brother Hao, I am afraid to sleep alone in the new cabin. Please, don't send me away, okay? As their breaths mingled in the air, Wang Hao, not being a saint, found it increasingly difficult to resist. Chapter 76. A grand opportunity as the morning sun cascaded through the captain's quarters, gently illuminating his face. Wang Hao drowsily opened his eyes, instinctively tightening his arms. He found only a soft quilt, still imbued with a faint fragrance, in his embrace. The space beside him was already vacant. Sitting up, he rubbed his face, a hint of a nostalgic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The little rabbit that had stealthily entered last night was warm, bashful, and exuded complete trust. Shaking his head, he temporarily suppressed that enchanting image and rose to wash up. Stepping out onto the deck, he spotted Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer directing activities at the dock. Behind them, the well-trained servants of the Zhang family were busily transporting goods onto the ship. The heavy burlap sacks evidently contained rich soil, alongside plant cultivation trays sparkling with a mystical sheen, clearly intended for Xiao Yu's vegetable garden. Various small shovels and tools were included, some even glimmering with a faint spiritual light, indicating they were not ordinary items. Such low-grade spiritual tools would be beyond the reach of the impoverished for a lifetime, yet these two sisters had procured them for the ship. Truthfully, Wang Hao found himself at a loss as to how to repay these two sisters, who wholeheartedly considered his needs. Following closely, a set of thick, plush new bedding and clothing was transported into the cabin, clearly made from exquisite materials and in understated colors, evidently for Ali and the others. There were also delicate tableware, seasoning jars, and even a few pots of ornamental spirit plants that emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. Along with high-quality timber crafted into beds, the beast-eared maidens need no longer sleep on the floor. Nonetheless, Wang Hao thought it excessive. His large bed could easily accommodate them all if they just squeezed in. Meyer, what is all this? Wang Hao gazed at the nearly overflowing supplies on the deck, simultaneously amused and exasperated. This was indeed overly considerate. Zhang Rongrong turned to him, offering a gentle smile. Good morning, Captain. As I thought Xiao Yu would be establishing a vegetable garden, I had some premium spiritual soil prepared, along with suitable cultivation trays and tools for onboard planting. With the ship's space increased, everyone also requires new bedding, clothing, and daily necessities, so I took the liberty of arranging these. I hope it hasn't disturbed you. Her explanation was both reasonable and natural, as if it were merely a trifling effort on her part. Zhang Meyer, with her hands on her hips and a proud tilt of her chin, added, Captain, our Zhang family's resources are abundant. It was an easy task. Just look, this soil was sourced from the spiritual fields on the island, rich in nutrients. These tools are inscribed with spiritual patterns, ensuring their effectiveness. Her expression practically begged for praise. Observing them, a warm current surged within Wang Hao. Rongrong's meticulous care was subtle, yet profoundly addressed the needs of everyone aboard. Just then, Ali Xiao Yu and the others emerged from the cabin, their mouths agape in astonishment at the mountain of supplies. Wow, so much soil, and such beautiful pots! Xiao Yu exclaimed as she rushed over, gingerly touching the transparent cultivation trays. New quilts, so soft. The little raccoon embraced a fluffy goose-down blanket, rubbing her small face against it. Ali, on the other hand, picked up a simple yet exquisitely crafted dress, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Miss Rongrong, Miss Meyer, this is too precious. The gaze of the Zhang sisters naturally fell upon Ali and her companions, and as they discerned the beast-eared girls before them, their pupils instinctively constricted in unison. At that moment, a faint shimmer of ethereal light enveloped Ali, Xiao Yu, and the other three girls, not a radiance of spells being cast, but rather an indication that their bodies were instinctively absorbing spiritual energy. Subtle streams of imperceptible spiritual essence flowed effortlessly from the spirit ship into their beings, as natural as breathing. Particularly with Ali, amidst her gentle demeanor, there appeared an inexplicable vitality, as if an unseen flame nourished her very bloodline. The tips of Xiao Yu's rabbit ears glimmered with an even more translucent whiteness. Such spontaneous affinity for spiritual energy, actively nurturing their bodies, was commonplace among ship cultivators, yet to witness it in half-beast individuals, especially 5 at once, was utterly unprecedented. Spirit ship contract? Zhang Rongrong gasped in disbelief, her usually serene face revealing unmistakable shock and incredulity for the first time. Her complex gaze turned to Wang Hao, filled with an array of emotions. Zhang Meyer widened her beautiful eyes, pointing at Ali and her companions, her voice rising with astonishment. "Captain, you signed a spirit ship contract with them?" Her expression was etched with incredulity. They understood all too well the immense value of a crew contract. It represented the most treasured bond between a ship cultivator and their most trusted confidants. A ship cultivator could only forge a limited number of crew contracts, as each one siphoned off the spiritual energy required for their own advancement. Typically, only those with immense potential and unwavering loyalty were deemed worthy of such an honor, more steadfast than even marital ties. In this world, for a ship cultivator to propose a spirit ship contract to a member of the opposite sex was akin to a marriage proposal, signifying a lifelong union. How many instrument cultivators yearned in vain for the captain's favor to secure a contract? Yet, Wang Hao had bestowed such a precious contract upon 5 half-beasts. Although they were charming, beautiful, and quite capable, the prevailing mindset relegated half-beasts primarily to the roles of servants or even playthings. Never had a ship cultivator squandered such a valuable contract on them. Wang Hao, somewhat perplexed by their reactions, nodded nonchalantly. "Yes, I signed it just last night. What's wrong? Is there an issue with the contract?" He had yet to fully grasp the rarity and significance of the spirit ship contract within this realm. "What's wrong?" Zhang Meyer nearly jumped, her voice rising. "Captain, do you understand what a crew contract entails? That quota is incredibly precious. How could you give it to?" She glanced at Ali and her companions, unable to finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. Zhang Rongrong took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions within her heart. Her gaze towards Wang Hao grew increasingly intricate and profound. She tugged at her excited younger sister, her voice regaining its calmness, yet tinged with an indescribable sense of awe. "The captain's actions are indeed extraordinary. The crew's contract poses no issues. It is simply too precious." She paused, directing her attention to the still bewildered Ali and the others, her tone becoming solemn, infused with a hint of envy. "Dear Ali, little sister Xiaoyu, you have truly encountered an immense stroke of fortune." Her words captivated everyone's attention. Chapter 77. The surprise attack Zhang Rongrong patiently elucidated. The crew contract is a privilege reserved for the core crew of the ship, signifying a profound soul connection with the ship's captain. You will gradually perceive changes within your bodies, leading to a transformation of your bloodlines. Observing the remarkable alterations occurring within them, her voice resonated with genuine awe. All of this stems from the crew contract. The spirit ship absorbs and transforms the essence of heaven and earth, and a portion of this energy will, through the contract link, actively enter your bodies, subtly nourishing you and awakening the dormant power of your half-orc bloodlines. Your future achievements may well rival those of the weapon cultivators. Her gaze swept across the group, finally landing on Wang Hao, her tone imbued with complexity. Yet, in the past, no ship cultivator has ever been willing to invest such a precious contract quota in half-orcs to nurture their bloodlines. The captain's actions are truly unconventional and a tremendous fortune for you. Ali, Xiaoyu, a man, and a Ling, although Xiaoli was still somewhat bewildered. She sensed it was indeed a good thing, stood in stunned silence after hearing Zhang Rongrong's explanation. They finally comprehended the true significance of the contract they had signed the night before. It was not merely a deeper bond, but a key bestowed by Wang Hao to alter their destinies and unlock their true potential. This trust and investment weighed heavily on their hearts, causing tremors of emotion. The gazes of the 5 beast-eared maidens converged intently upon Wang Hao, filled with an ineffable gratitude and sense of belonging. Ali's eyes glistened. Xiao Yu's ears drooped in heartfelt emotion, and Xiaoli rushed forward to embrace Wang Hao's leg, while the other 2 beast-eared maidens were equally moved. Brother Hao Xiao Yu's voice quivered with emotion. "Thank you truly. Thank you," she recalled the events of the previous night, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Wang Hao felt a bit bashful under their gazes, particularly from Xiao Yu's shy eyes, which instantly reminded him of the previous night's intimacy, igniting warmth in his heart, accompanied by a hint of guilt. Hoping he hadn't been discovered, he hastily waved his hand, attempting to diffuse the emotional atmosphere with a light-hearted tone. "Oh, we're family now. No need for thanks. Right, Lan Ling?" Wang Hao quickly pulled Lan Ling into the conversation. Lan Ling appeared at the opportune moment, circling around the beast-eared maidens with an ethereal voice filled with joy. "Contract crew in good condition. Bloodline activity enhanced. Lan Ling enjoys seeing everyone grow stronger." Wang Hao seized the opportunity to continue. "See, Lan Ling agrees. The stronger you become, the further our blue crystal will journey. From now on, we are truly one family, sharing in both glory and shame. So let us refrain from speaking in such formalities." Wang Hao deliberately emphasized the notion of family, attempting to mask his transgressions with Xiao Yu from the previous night. The Zhang sisters observed this scene, where Wang Hao's seemingly casual yet sincere declaration of family, the beast-eared maiden's heartfelt emotions and attachments, and the spirit of the ship, Lan Ling's endorsement, exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing a blend of helplessness and an indescribable sensation within one another. Indeed, this captain acted in a manner entirely unorthodox and unconventional, shattering norms. In his presence, it seems that even the most ordinary boundaries cannot be touched. By the way, would you all like to become my contracted crew members? Wang Hao, noticing the admiration and envy in their gazes, pondered for a moment on how his number of contracts had continually increased along with the evolution of the captain, casually inquiring without a hint of concern for the significance or rarity of such an offer. He spoke with such nonchalance, as if merely suggesting a shared meal. However, this statement struck the Zhang sisters and Elise sisters like a thunderclap. Zhang Rongrong's gentle eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an incredulous astonishment. A spirit ship contract? For us? Was it truly so effortlessly proposed? She felt that her usual poise and discernment were rendered utterly insufficient in Wang Hao's presence. Was his contract quota as common as cabbage? Just moments ago, he had signed 5 beast-eared maidens, and now he was considering signing all 4 of them. Did he truly grasp what this entailed? Zhang Meyer instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with wonder, her expression even more exaggerated than when she had witnessed Wang Hao bravely confronting the bone-spike fish swarm. She glanced at her sister and then back at Wang Hao, her heart racing. This spirit ship contract. It was something countless cultivators coveted, representing a monumental opportunity for strength enhancement, shared growth with the spirit ship, and an extended lifespan. Had it truly fallen upon them so fortuitously? Something they had only dared to dream about was now being casually offered. Li Xiaoyu tightened her grip on her sister's hand, her fair face initially clouded with confusion, then swiftly illuminated by overwhelming joy and disbelief. Contracted crew members? Brother Hao, does this mean we are truly accepted, regarded as one of your own, just like Sister Ollie and the others? She felt a lump in her throat, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. Finally returning to the very beginning. "Oh, Brother Hao." Li Xiaoyu's reaction was the most immediate. She gazed at Wang Hao, her large eyes brimming with tears that cascaded down like pearls released from a broken string. She recalled the grievances and anger when he was cast out by her brother, the warmth and joy shared during their seaside escapades in the shantytown, and the comfort she felt in Wang Hao's presence. Now, Brother Hao was willing to bestow upon them the most precious contract quota, and she could no longer contain herself. Her small frame trembled slightly, overwhelmed by a surge of happiness and security. "Captain." Zhang Meyer was the first to recover from her shock, her fervent heart instantly filled with uncontainable joy and excitement. All notions of restraint and the demeanor of a noble lady were cast aside. She enthusiastically lunged toward Wang Hao, her arms tightly encircling his neck, nearly hanging onto him, her enchanting face radiating unabashed delight and affection as she leaned closer to his ear, her voice quivering with excitement. "I adore you, Captain." Before her words could fully settle, she planted a resounding kiss on his cheek, leaving a vivid lipstick mark. This bold and fiery act left Ollie, Xiao Yu, and the others utterly astonished. "Meyer, Mind your image. Zhang Rongrong was taken aback by her sister's actions, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she hastily spoke out. Yet, her gaze remained steadfastly locked onto Wang Hao's face. Within her gentle, water-like eyes, there stirred an undeniable excitement and a more profound sentiment. As she witnessed her sister kiss Wang Hao, an intense urge unexpectedly welled up within her. Seizing the moment while Wang Hao was momentarily ensnared by Zhang Meier's charms, Zhang Rongrong subtly shifted her steps and approached him, positioning herself by his side. Chapter 78. Leisurely Sea Fishing. Schools of flying fish, she was not as audacious as her sister. Rather, she displayed a hint of shyness as she rose on her toes and quickly pecked a kiss on the other side of Wang Hao's cheek. I also. Thank you for your kindness, Captain. Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, and after speaking, she immediately lowered her head, her fair neck adorned with a charming blush. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback by this sudden ambush from both sides. The left side of his cheek bore the fiery imprint of Zhang Meier's lips, while the right retained the gentle touch and fragrance of Zhang Rongrong. Embraced by fragrant beauty, the two distinctly different aromas wafted into his senses, leaving even someone as worldly as Wang Hao feeling slightly dazed. No need to thank me. Let us sign the contract first. Wang Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the flutter in his heart. As he summoned the spiritual energy from within his spiritual sea, his fingertips glimmered with ethereal light as he swiftly sketched in the air. Before long, for contract runes, composed of pure spiritual light, appeared in the void. Now, merge with your spiritual imprint, Wang Hao gestured. This time, the four women showed no hesitation. Zhang Meier was the first to step forward, her fingertips trembling with excitement as she touched her corresponding rune. The rune merged with her brow, causing her body to shudder slightly, and her face instantly radiated an even more enchanting glow, her gaze towards Wang Hao practically shimmering. Zhang Rongrong followed suit, her movements graceful as she integrated the rune. She closed her eyes, feeling the wondrous connection with the blue crystal and with Wang Hao deep within her soul. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze towards him was imbued with a tenderness that could melt hearts. Li Xiaoyu tugged at her sister's arm. Li Xiaoyu, with tear-streaked cheeks, managed to break into a brilliant smile as she firmly touched the rune. Li Xiaoyu cast a deep glance at Wang Hao, her eyes brimming with a complex array of emotions, gratitude, relief, belonging, ultimately coalescing into determination as she too touched the rune. As all four contract runes merged, the extraordinary sensation of soul connection intensified once more. This time, the connection expanded to 9 individuals, allowing Wang Hao to discern the emotional waves of everyone more clearly. With the contract completed, the atmosphere within the cabin grew even more harmonious and cohesive, an invisible bond flowing among them. All right, the contract is signed. Zhang Meier clapped her hands cheerfully, returning to her charming demeanor. Captain, shall we set sail? Where are we headed today? Wang Hao, feeling the significant depletion of spiritual energy within him, glanced at the sky. Let us set sail. We'll explore the usual area nearby, Blue Ling. See where the fish are abundant. Command confirmed. Blue Ling promptly sprang into action. Soon, the blue crystal set sail once more, departing from the dock, and this time, the atmosphere on board was even more lively. The cabin resonated with laughter and joyful chatter, while Zhang Rongrong gracefully discussed the intricacies of spiritual planting with Xiao Yu, and a man was busy hauling bags of soil to the appropriate locations. As the blue crystal entered the designated fishing grounds, Wang Hao was preparing to have Blue Ling locate the school of fish when it suddenly struck him. There was no trawl on the boat. Wang Hao awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing, it seems we don't have a net. The crowd fell into a moment of stunned silence, exchanging glances. No net? How could they fish? Suddenly, a laugh broke the tension. It was Zhang Meier, who triumphantly waved her finger. I knew it would come to this. Look at my foresight. With a flourish, she produced a multitude of items from her storage bag, revealing several exquisitely crafted fishing rods, accompanied by hooks, fishing lines, and other tools. These rods were indeed precious spiritual artifacts, emanating a faint, ethereal glow, and she had even procured a few boxes of assorted baits. Hee, I picked these up this morning, Zhang Meyer declared, her chin held high. All top-notch goods from the 100 Crafts workshop. The fishing line is imbued with resilient spiritual patterns, and the hooks are sharp with enticing charms. What do you think, Captain? Am I not thoughtful? Wang Hao regarded the array of high-end fishing gear, then glanced at Zhang Meyer's eager expression, torn between amusement and exasperation. This young lady certainly had a unique way of thinking. Nonetheless, it seemed they had no other option. All right, no net means no net, he shrugged, picking up one of the rods and testing its weight, which felt quite satisfying. Shall we indulge in a bit of leisurely sea fishing today? Thus, the blue crystal slowed its pace, gently floating upon the serene waters. On the deck, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Wang Hao sat at the bow, skillfully casting his line into the sea. Zhang Meyer settled beside him, eagerly baiting her hook and occasionally brushing against his arm. Zhang Rongrong opted for a quieter spot, gracefully organizing her fishing gear. Aling climbed to the lookout atop the mast, scanning the sea, uncertain whether she was on guard or searching for large fish beneath the surface. The deck was filled with a relaxed and pleasant ambience, and this leisurely fishing experience had its own charm. Occasional exclamations of surprise and laughter arose as fish were caught, blending harmoniously with the sound of the waves to create a tranquil and heartwarming scene on the sea. However, this idyllic fishing time was abruptly interrupted by a message from Aling atop the mast. Captain, numerous high-speed targets are approaching. They are numerous. From the port side, her voice was tinged with unprecedented urgency. Wang Hao sprang to his feet, raising his gaze sharply, his pupils narrowing in alarm. On the horizon ahead, a wave composed of thousands of flying fish surged towards the spirit ship with astonishing speed. Each fish measured over 1/2 meter, their streamlined bodies encased in hard scales, and their broad pectoral fins sliced through the air like razor-sharp scythes, producing a piercing hum as they vibrated rapidly. Their sharp, pointed mouths charged directly at the blue crystal in a terrifying swarm that sent chills down one's spine from a distance. Everyone, get inside the cabin. Lock the doors. Quickly. Wang Hao's voice was filled with urgency. Zhang Rongrong reacted swiftly, grabbing the still-dazed Zhang Meyer and shouting, "Hurry inside." At the same time, she urged Ling, "Quick, take Xiao Li and Xiao Yu inside. Move." The women on deck quickly retreated, and just as the cabin door was about to close, a man burst through, wielding a hefty, or his voice booming, "Brother Hao, I'm here to help you." Ever since she signed the spirit ship contract, she has felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through her veins, a fervent desire for release. However, Wang Hao remained resolute, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "Amon, guard the cabin door. Not a single flying fish is to be allowed inside. Protect them." Understood. Despite her reluctance, Amon obeyed Wang Hao's command without question, immediately positioning herself at the entrance, her gaze fixed on the swarm of flying fish, which surged towards them like a silver tempest. In the blink of an eye, the vanguard of the silver-winged flying fish had already approached the blue crystal ship, the density of their numbers rendering the entire field of vision filled with fish heads. A mere school of fish dare to be so audacious. Blue Spirit, activate the spiritual energy shield. With that, Wang Hao's spiritual power erupted with tremendous force. Vine Domain, Constrict. Chapter 79. Mastering the Water Manipulation Technique, a rain of arrows within the boundless spiritual sea of Wang Hao. The profound spiritual power connected with the wooden runes inscribed on the hull of the blue crystal, erupting instantly in a brilliant emerald radiance. Countless ethereal vines, forged from pure wooden spiritual energy, spiraled outward from the center of the blue crystal, spreading in all directions. In an instant, the area surrounding the blue crystal, extending dozens of feet, appeared to be enveloped by a phantom forest of intertwining vines, relentlessly constricting. The silver-winged flying fish, leading the charge, crashed into this lethal net. The sounds of piercing echoed resoundingly. The formidable penetrative force at the tips of the vines disregarded the hard scales of the fish, directly impaling those that ventured into the territory of the vines. Numerous silver-winged flying fish froze midair, their bodies suddenly riddled with transparent punctures, blood gushing from the wounds as they plummeted to the depths below. In the very first wave of contact, dozens of flying fish met their demise. However, the sheer number of flying fish was overwhelming. They surged forward, undeterred by the casualties. Although the ethereal vines possessed astonishing lethality, their reach was ultimately limited, and maintaining such a vast, illusory domain exacted a terrifying toll on Wang Hao's spiritual energy. More flying fish frantically flocked from the edges and gaps of the vine territory toward the hull. Water arise, Wang Hao commanded fiercely, his hands coming together with force. Spiritual energy surged within the sea of consciousness, connecting with the runes. Water manipulation technique. A rain of arrows. Boom! The surrounding waters of the blue crystal stirred as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, and countless water arrows, solidified into tangible forms, were unleashed like a torrential downpour toward the flying fish that breached the vine territory, attempting to assault the ship. The sound of water arrows slicing through the air melded into a symphony of death. Splosh, splosh, splosh. While the penetrative power of the water arrows may not rival the lethal prowess of the vine tips, their ease of manipulation, combined with the ship's increasing size and its consumption of numerous spiritual fish and monstrous sea beasts, rendered the water manipulation technique ever more formidable. The tremendous impact allowed the water arrows to pierce through the heads of the flying fish or shoot through their pectoral fins, directly impairing their ability to fly. Countless silver-winged flying fish tumbled from the sky like fallen birds, showering the sea with sprays of blood. Wang Hao stood at the bow of the ship, his hands gesturing in the air, channeling spiritual energy for his assault. Each wave of his hand conjured a storm of arrow rain, brutally scattering and slaying the clusters of flying fish that had broken through the defenses. Within the cabin, the onlookers gazed through the crystal portholes at the tumultuous battle outside. Utterly awestruck, Zhang Meyer covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Wang Hao, who seemed to wield control over everything. Goodness. Captain, you are simply magnificent. Amon stood guard at the cabin entrance, quivering with excitement as he observed the scene outside, resembling a meat grinder, yearning to rush out and shatter the skulls of a few flying fish for satisfaction. Yet he firmly recalled Wang Hao's command. The quantity of flying fish appeared inexhaustible. Their companion's demise had seemingly enraged them, driving them into a frenzy. A portion of the flying fish forsook their assault on the ship's hull, soaring high into the air at an almost vertical angle, launching themselves with terrifying kinetic energy in a suicidal dive towards the vessel. They aimed to shatter the defenses of the blue crystal with sheer numbers and impact. Thud, 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 thud. The heavy sounds of collision resonated like the pounding of a great hammer against the shield, the overwhelming force causing Wang Hao's body to sway slightly, rapidly depleting the spiritual energy within his spiritual sea, despite having over 30 meters of space brimming with power, yet maintaining the vine illusionary field and the spiritual shield, coupled with the immense consumption from the water arrow storm, proved excessively taxing. Oomph. Do they think they can bury me under sheer numbers? A futile dream. Wang Hao recognized the urgency. He could not afford to delay any longer. He had to strike decisively, forcefully retracting the vine illusion and ceasing the water arrow technique. He retained only the shield, channeling all remaining spiritual energy into the thunderbolt technique. Thunderstorm. Envelop me. Crackle. Fizz. Countless blue and white arcs of electricity danced wildly upon the surface of a shield. An aura of terror permeated the air, interwoven by a multitude of frenzied currents. A colossal thunderstorm net erupted with a deafening roar, expanding instantaneously, fiercely enveloping the swarm of flying fish. Zzzzzzz. The horrific clamor of electricity drowned out all other sounds. The blinding flashes illuminated the entire expanse of the sea as if it were midday. With a net spread, the very fabric of space seemed to warp under the ferocity of the lightning. The silver-winged flying fish caught directly within the net were instantly charred to a crisp, plummeting like dumplings billowing thick smoke. Those farther away were swept up by the violent electromagnetic shockwave, as if struck by an unseen giant hammer, collapsing en masse, spiraling down into the sea like severed kites. In a single strike, the silver storm formed by the multitude of flying fish was ruthlessly torn asunder, creating a vast void. The remaining fish, utterly terrified by such overwhelming power, emitted piercing shrieks, akin to agitated wasps, frantically changing course and fleeing in desperation towards the waters from whence they came. The sea breeze swept past, carrying a pungent scent of charred flesh and ozone. Surrounding the blue crystal, a thick layer of charred flying fish floated upon the surface, while others, stunned by the electric discharge and shock waves, struggled feebly. On the deck, Wang Hao panted lightly. This eruption left his spiritual sea with a profound sense of emptiness. Suddenly, the cabin door burst open, and Zhang Meier was the first to rush out, disregarding the chaos on the deck. As she darted to Wang Hao's side like a gust of wind, tightly clutching his arm, her face alight with exhilaration and unparalleled admiration. "Captain, you are simply incredible, like the arrival of the thunder god." Her voice trembled with a mixture of tears and fear. Zhang Rongrong, Ali, Xiao Yu, and the sisters Li Xiaoyu. Everyone emerged, gathering around Wang Hao, gazing at his weary yet magnificent figure. Upon witnessing the dense accumulation of flying fish surrounding them, their hearts swelled with awe and an indescribable sense of security. This was their captain, one man commanding the field, an unassailable force. With absolute might, he forcefully shattered the deadly tempest unleashed by the flying fish. Wang Hao gazed at the excited and trusting faces surrounding him, a hint of a relaxed smile finally gracing his lips. He patted Zhang Meier's hand, his weary voice breaking the moment. "All right, it's over now. With me here, there rests nothing to fear. Amon, gather the spoils with the others. We shall return home once everything is tidied up." "Yes, how good." Amon promptly sprang into action, rallying everyone to begin organizing the flying fish on the deck. Using hooks, they swiftly retrieved the carcasses floating on the sea's surface. Before long, a small mountain of flying fish accumulated on the deck, far too many to count. The crew busied themselves with fervor, and once he had regained a fair amount of spiritual energy, Wang Hao joined in, deftly manipulating vines to rapidly haul the silver-winged fish from the water, swiftly dispatching any that were barely clinging to life. As the deck became fully laden, Wang Hao turned to Lan Ling and said, "Lan Ling, these are for you. Please, indulge yourself." Chapter 80. When shall I rest? The command was confirmed. The long-anticipated Lan Ling transformed into a stream of light, merging seamlessly with the ship's body. With a resonant hum, the blue crystal swiftly vibrated, eagerly absorbing the flying fish piled upon the deck. The mountainous accumulation of silver-winged fish vanished in an instant, integrating into the vessel. The ship's body, bathed in ethereal light, elongated and solidified, growing from 30 to 35 meters in length, its lines becoming even more graceful. Most importantly, the internal structure of the vessel underwent further optimization. The spirit patterns began to shift, and particularly the wind spirit patterns on the sail became more pronounced. Wang Hao sensed that he could now wield the art of wind manipulation, forming an offensive skill. With a mere thought, an invisible blade of wind materialized instantaneously. With a flick of his finger, a half-meter-long wind blade sliced through the surface of the sea, effortlessly cleaving a flying fish in two, its sharpness undeniable. Indeed, a surge of joy welled up within Wang Hao. Forging the seas and savoring the world's bounty was the path he and his spiritual ship were destined to tread. The stronger the vessel became, the mightier he would grow. Setting himself a modest goal, he resolved that since he had arrived in this world, he would embark on a culinary adventure with his little gastronomic spirit ship, savoring the myriad seafood delights the ocean had to offer. Filled with renewed vigor, Wang Hao commanded the vines to haul in the silver-winged fish. "Ali, please take care of these finer specimens. Tonight, we feast on flying fish. The rest I shall allocate to Lan Ling." He added, "Oh, and once we conclude our tasks, the sun will soon set. Let us tidy up and prepare for our return journey. Ali, let us celebrate with a splendid meal from these flying fish tonight," Wang Hao remarked, gazing at the sunset. Yes, Captain. Ali responded with a smile. Once all the flying fish were retrieved, the blue crystal turned its bow towards White Sand Island, sailing at a leisurely pace. Wang Hao chose not to join the revelry, retreating to the captain's quarters. Having consumed a substantial quantity of flying fish, the ship had evolved to 38 meters. Wang Hao noted that as they progressed, the quantity of spirit fish required for consumption increased significantly. Nearly 1,000 fish over half a meter long had been devoured to achieve the growth from 30 to 38 meters. Wang Hao felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. If the other ship captains were to hear this, they would surely be incensed. Fortunately, the captain's quarters had become more spacious and luminous post-upgrade. The thoughtful little spirit, Lan Ling, had even conjured a comfortable chair and a desk by the window, and of course the iconic large bed had grown even larger. Wang Hao gently closed the cabin door, replenishing his depleting spiritual energy while perusing a book to gain insight into this world. The distant sounds of chopping and laughter from the kitchen outside provided a delightful backdrop. Time slipped away unnoticed until a rich, uniquely fragrant aroma, mingling with the fresh essence of spiritual herbs, wafted through the door's crack, awakening Wang Hao's appetite. He slowly set down his book. Although his spiritual sea was not yet fully replenished, the fatigue had significantly diminished. Pushing the door open, he entered the kitchen. With a warm glow of crystal lamps and the tantalizing scent of food enveloped him. Ali was drizzling a specially crafted sauce over the last plate of steamed flying fish fillets, while Zhang Rongrong arranged the bowls and chopsticks. Zhang Meier carried a large basin of steaming fishbone soup, garnished with vibrant green seaweed. Xie gently placed a dish of cold seaweed on the table, soon followed by a platter of golden, crispy, flying fish fillets. Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Li assisted in arranging the chairs, while the others sat eagerly at the table, their eyes fixated on the delectable spread. The evolution of the ship has greatly enhanced the kitchen space, now boasting a dining area with a newly formed grand table that occupied a significant portion of the room, already laden with dishes. Although the ingredients were somewhat limited at the moment, under Li's culinary skills and Zhang Rongrong's assistance, complemented by Li Xiaoyu's help, the meal was a feast for the senses. "Captain, come and eat," Zhang Meier exclaimed with bright eyes upon spotting Wang Hao, her warm invitation echoing in the air. "Brother Hao, the meal is ready," Elise said with a gentle smile. As everyone gathered around the table, there were no formalities. A man could hardly contain his excitement as he grabbed a large piece of grilled fish and stuffed it into his mouth, exhaling steam from the heat while giving a thumbs up. Xiaoya attentively served Wang Hao a bowl of fish soup. Wang Hao picked up his chopsticks and tasted a piece of steamed fish, the meat of the flying fish remarkably tender, with a unique firm texture, exuding a mild spiritual essence. "This is quite delicious," he praised immediately. "Ali, your skills have improved." Elise smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction at the compliment, though she remained silent. The warm glow of the crystal lights in the cabin intertwined with the clinking of bowls and the gentle laughter of everyone as they enjoyed their dinner. Meanwhile, Lan Ling expertly piloted the blue crystal back towards the dock area of White Sand Island. However, the scene before them was strikingly different from the one they had encountered upon their departure that morning. The sea was rapidly receding, revealing vast expanses of barnacle-covered pier foundations. Numerous small fishing boats were being vigorously dragged ashore by their owners and laborers, fighting against the slope. The air was thick with the scent of mud left behind by the retreating tide, while the larger fishing vessels had already untied their moorings, heading into deeper waters to avoid the risk of grounding. "Look at how quickly the water level is dropping." Zhang Meier leaned against the railing, observing the bustling crowds and the ever-expanding tidal flats, before turning to Wang Hao and saying, "Captain, at this time of year, the Blackstone Reef to the north of White Sand Island should be emerging." Zhang Rongrong nodded, stepping closer to Wang Hao, her voice soft yet clear. "Captain, based on past experiences and information gathered by my family, there are two primary locations worth paying close attention to regarding the best spots for the low tide." She pointed towards the northern part of the island. "Firstly, there is the northern Blackstone Reef, which Meyer mentioned. The terrain there is steep and treacherous, with countless jagged rocks of all sizes, making it one of the first areas where the sea recedes each year. However, due to the complex and dangerous topography. There is no dock, making it challenging for large vessels to approach. This has instead transformed it into a haven for various crustaceans, such as crabs, sea snails, and lobsters, providing an ideal sanctuary and breeding ground. In previous years, not only have we harvested high-quality spirit crabs and giant snails there, but some have even been fortunate enough to discover spirit material and there are rumors of spiritual fire being found there. Spiritual fire? Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, for this was precisely what he had yearned for. Having perused a portion of the books brought by Zhang Rongrong, he understood that spiritual fire was not merely a coveted treasure for instrument refiners. It held equal significance for shipwrights. For instance, the core facilities of spiritual vessels required spiritual fire for their operation. Should he procure a piece of spiritual fire, it might well enable the blue crystal to evolve and acquire the vital apparatus known as the spiritual furnace. Whether it be for the refinement of spiritual materials, elixirs, spiritual tools, or even shipborne weaponry, all depended on this elemental force for their activation. Naturally, the furnace was of paramount importance to other shipwrights, as they sought to enhance their spiritual vessels. They either painstakingly infused spiritual materials into the ship's structure with their own spiritual energy to enlarge the vessel, or they sought out spiritual fire to forge a spiritual furnace, thereby accelerating the refinement process and significantly hastening the evolution of their ships. Alternatively, they might enlist the aid of auxiliary instrument refiners, though this would entail a division of spiritual energy. Many novice refiners were often slow and inefficient in their material refinement, leading one to ponder whether it would be swifter for shipwrights to undertake the task themselves. This would prevent the siphoning off of spiritual energy necessary for the ship's transformation, thus avoiding any hindrance to the shipwright's advancement. This dilemma gave rise to a situation where advanced shipwrights benefited from seasoned auxiliary refiners, while lower-level shipwrights found it more advantageous to refine materials independently. Consequently, many novice refiners were left to rely on the spiritual energy converted through gathering formations or to purchase exorbitant elixirs, gradually cultivating their own innate spiritual tools. Wang Hao's aspiration for spiritual fire was solely to enable the ship to produce elixirs and spiritual tools, allowing the refiners to labor tirelessly, with the earnings directed towards procuring materials for the blue crystal. In doing so, he envisioned a life of complete ease and contentment. Chapter 81. Must we arrange for 3 more artificers to board the ship? The matter of refining spiritual materials and integrating them into the vessel is something that Lan Ling can adeptly manage herself, achieving even greater perfection. At worst, I can instruct Rongrong and the others to refine high-grade materials as rewards for this little glutton when the time comes. Upon noticing Wang Hao's interest in spiritual fire, Zhang Rongrong confidently stated, "Indeed, although rare, it is not entirely impossible. However, the waters there are fraught with hidden dangers after the tide recedes. Numerous deep pits and pools concealed among the reefs harbor many fierce sea beasts, necessitating utmost caution." She paused briefly, gesturing toward the eastern side of the island. The second location is to the east of the island, which is originally a deep water zone where the shipwrights are located. The seawater will eventually recede, revealing a substantial underwater grove of spiritual wood. This spiritual wood possesses a stable and robust structure, making it the finest material for the growth of spiritual vessels. The island lord and those formidable shipwrights will unite in the later stages of the tide's retreat to harvest that grove of spiritual wood. Zhang Rongrong looked at Wang Hao and cautioned, "However, that area is genuinely perilous, guarded by ferocious sea beasts, and the intricate terrain formed after the tide recedes acts as natural traps. Furthermore, the island lord's estate and various shipwright factions converge there, creating a web of complex interests. If the captain is interested, it would be prudent to visit as the great tide approaches its end. As for the mudflats to the south and west, while they're significantly safer, the resources there are relatively ordinary and of little value, primarily frequented by common fishermen and low-level artificers." After absorbing Zhang Rongrong's analysis, Wang Hao swiftly contemplated in his heart, The northern Blackstone Reef is practically a bespoke buffet for the blue crystal, and the news of spiritual fire ignited a fervor within him. With spiritual fire at hand, who would still sell fish? One could directly refine pills and spiritual artifacts for sale, thus multiplying profits manifold. Wang Hao decisively declared, "Excellent. Tomorrow morning, we shall head to the northern Blackstone Reef." Rong, Meyer, I appreciate your efforts. Zhang Rong slightly bowed. It is my honor to alleviate the captain's burdens. Additionally, I must return to my family briefly to attend to some matters and to confirm the latest intelligence regarding the Blackstone Reef. Should there be any changes, I will inform the captain at the earliest opportunity. This is a communication conch. Simply infuse it with spiritual power to contact me. Afterward, Zhang Rong retrieved a delicate sea conch from her personal storage bag and handed it to Wang Hao, instructing him on its usage. "Oh, thank you, then you may go." Once Wang Hao comprehended how to operate the communication conch, Zhang Rong and Zhang Meyer disembarked and took their leave. The blue crystal remained temporarily docked in the deeper waters of the harbor, awaiting Zhang Rong's news and the opportune moment for departure. Zhang family residence. Not long after Zhang Rong and Zhang Meyer entered the main gate, they were warmly surrounded by a group of family members who had come upon hearing the news. "Sister Rong, Sister Meyer, you have returned. We heard from the doorman, old Zhang, that you have become contract crew members of Captain Wang. What a tremendous opportunity. Congratulations. Being contract crew members means you can share in the spiritual nourishment of the vessel, embark on the path of artificers, and enhance your life's potential. What an unparalleled fortune." Admiration and awe echoed around, accompanied by eager tones as the crowd's gaze fixated upon them, particularly drawn to the faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from their forms, a manifestation of the essence absorbed by the spirit vessel, flowing into their bodies. They were indeed contracted crew members, evoking a sense of yearning in others. Soon, a myriad of requests surged forth. A distant cousin rubbed his hands together. A broad smile plastered across his face. "Cousin Rong, now that you are with Captain Wang aboard the spirit vessel every day, you must be replete with spiritual energy for cultivation, right? Could you possibly relinquish your family's monthly quota for the gathering spirit array to me? I've been stuck at a bottleneck for ages." Another uncle, who managed part of the family's artifact repair workshops, chimed in. "Niece Mayer, with your pure spiritual power and the boon of the contract, refining spirit artifacts must yield twice the result with half the effort. Would you consider helping your uncle refine and upgrade a few spirit artifacts? We'll provide the materials, and we can negotiate a fair reward." Yes. Rong, when you set sail, could you keep an eye out for specific materials from certain sea beasts for the family? Mayer, if the captain needs extra hands next time, could you recommend my daughter? She has a decent talent for artifact repair. Voices clamored together, each with clear intentions, all eager to bask in the glory of the contracted crew members, hoping to gain advantages from them or from Captain Wang. Zhang Meyer, overwhelmed by the noise, was about to express her displeasure when a commanding voice rang out. "Enough. What do you all look like huddled here?" The crowd instantly hushed, bowing in deference. "Patriarch." The patriarch of the Zhang family approached steadily, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly before his gaze finally settled on the Zhang sisters, glimmering with approval. Rong, Mayor's favor from Captain Wang, resulting in their contract, is not only a stroke of luck for them, but also a boon for our Zhang family. Instead of contemplating how to help them solidify their foundations and provide support, you gather here like beggars, demanding benefits. What a disgrace. His voice, though not raised, carried the weight of authority. He turned his attention to the cousin who had sought the quota for the Gathering Spirit Array, issuing a direct command. The quotas for the Gathering Spirit Array are to be distributed according to family rules and may not be privately transferred. Since Rong and Mayer no longer require theirs, the family shall reclaim it for redistribution. Though displeased, the cousin did not dare voice any dissent. The patriarch's gaze swept across the crowd once more before returning to Zhang Rong, his earlier authority softening with a hint of negotiation in his tone. "Rong, I hear Captain Wang intends to head to the Blackstone Reef. That place is rich in various ores and shells, likely requiring a substantial workforce for refinement. Your uncle's 3 daughters, Yinner, Zhier, and Lanner, each possess auxiliary spirit artifacts, representing the elements of metal, wood, and earth. Together with the water and fire elements represented by you and your sister, it would perfectly complete the 5 elements. He paused, scanning the crowd, and 3 young women in light-colored dresses stepped forward. The eldest, Zhang Yun, clutched her garment nervously, while Zhang Ji lowered her eyes, unconsciously twisting her belt. The youngest, Zhang Lan, furtively glanced at Zhang Rongrong before quickly averting her gaze. The 3 stood respectfully, bowing. We greet our 2 elder sisters. The clan leader gazed at them, then turned his attention to Zhang Rongrong, stating, though they may not be exceptional, lending a hand aboard the Blue Crystal is certainly preferable to idling at home. I wonder if Captain Wang is in need of such individuals? His final query was posed lightly. Zhang Meyer caught a glimpse of her 3 cousins from the corner of her eye. Zhang Yun bore a gentle demeanor, Zhang Ji appeared serene, and Zhang Lan exuded cleverness, each possessing an endearing visage. Upon hearing this, a sense of alarm surged within Zhang Meyer. She had scarcely managed to establish a closer rapport with the captain, and had yet to find an opportunity to advance further. Now, the prospect of introducing 3 young and beautiful cousins onto the ship seemed to complicate matters, intensifying her competition. She immediately directed a pleading glance at her sister, her eyes imploring, "Do not acquiesce." Zhang Rongrong, sensing her sister's gaze, comprehended the clan leader's intention. It was not only a gesture of goodwill towards Wang Hao, but also a means to deepen the Zhang family's ties with the Blue Crystal, potentially placing their own kin aboard. Chapter 82. The Seashore Expedition. The wave-soaring boots Zhang Rongrong possessed a keen intellect, yet her demeanor remained gentle and serene. She bowed gracefully to the clan leader and responded in a soft but clear voice, "Grandfather clan leader, my 3 cousins indeed exhibit remarkable abilities. However, the arrangement of personnel aboard the Blue Crystal is ultimately at the captain's discretion. I must first report this matter to Captain Wang, and only after his decision can I provide the family with a definitive answer." She neither declined nor acquiesced, deftly shifting the decision-making authority to Wang Hao. The clan leader nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, that is appropriate. You shall handle this matter judiciously, ensuring that you convey the Zhang family's sincerity to Captain Wang." Some elders of the clan appeared eager to voice their thoughts, perhaps to emphasize familial interests or contributions, but the clan leader raised his hand once more to silence them. His gaze swept across the gathering, his voice steady and powerful. At present, what is most crucial for Rongrong and Meyer is to solidify their standing in Captain Wang's esteem and earn his trust. This is the path to lasting benefit. Only by establishing a strong foundation aboard the Blue Crystal can our family's connection with Captain Wang truly flourish, yielding greater advantages in the future. Now, disperse and do not disturb them further. The clan leader effectively dismissed the crowd, and Zhang Rongrong exchanged a glance with Zhang Meyer, both recognizing the weight of expectation in each other's eyes. They understood that they must swiftly return to the ship the following morning to convey the family's intentions to the captain at the earliest opportunity. The next morning, Wang Hao was roused from his slumber by the soft, furry sensation against his cheek. Blinking sleepily, he found himself face to face with Xiaoya's pristine, velvety rabbit ears, which were affectionately nestled against his neck. The gentle rhythm of her breath brushed against his chest, revealing that last night's bashful little rabbit was unable to resist the allure of dependence and had stealthily returned to his side. Wang Hao chuckled silently to himself, gently pinching the tips of her adorable ears, eliciting a sweet, unconscious sound from Xiaoya. It was utterly charming. Rising from the bed, he opened the door to the captain's quarters, where he found Ali assisting Xiaoli in organizing their belongings. With keen eyes, Xiaoli immediately spotted Xiaoya, who was rubbing her eyes and displaying the remnants of sleep as she emerged from the captain's cabin. "Hey, Sister Xiaoya," Xiaoli exclaimed, bounding over with wide-eyed curiosity and innocence. "How did you come out of Brother Hao's room? Did you sleep with Brother Hao? I want to sleep with Brother Hao too," she exclaimed, reaching out to hug Wang Hao's leg. "Xiaoli." Ali's face flushed crimson as she swiftly pulled the indiscreet little one back, covering her mouth with a hand. She glanced at Wang Hao and then at the now crimson-faced Xiao, who looked as though she wished to vanish into the ground. Don't speak nonsense. Come help us. Xiaoya's face was as red as a cooked shrimp, her rabbit ears pressed tightly against her head as she lowered her gaze and hurriedly fled. Wang Hao awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing with dismay that he could no longer conceal the situation. Watching Xiaoya's panicked retreat and Xiaoli's little legs flailing as she was led away, he found himself at a loss for words. Let us not say anything and simply sleep together. The implications of such a statement left Wang Hao pondering, especially as he caught the teasing yet expectant glances of the girls around him. At that moment, the blue crystal had settled firmly upon the exposed seabed, the tide receding several dozen yards, leaving behind vast stretches of silt and rocky terrain. All right, ladies, it's time to disembark, Wang Hao called out, leaping off the vessel first. The others followed suit, stepping onto the slick, viscous mud. A-Man, with her robust strength, found her footing easily, while Xiao Yu and Xiaoli nearly lost their balance. Steady now, Wang Hao promptly moved to support them. With a swift gesture, the entire blue crystal transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the spirit sea, leaving behind only a significant indentation in the ground. Guiding the beast-eared girls to a drier stretch of beach, he raised a hand and invoked the water manipulation technique. Streams of crystal-clear water swirled around their ankles and calves, swiftly washing away the adhering mud, revealing their fair skin and pristine footwear. Wow, how convenient! Xiaoli clapped her hands in delight. Thank you, Captain. Ailey and the others expressed their gratitude in unison. At that moment, Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer appeared in the distance, evidently prepared for the occasion. They donned uniquely designed boots that shimmered with a faint spiritual glow, their soles featuring intricate patterns that allowed them to traverse the mud with ease, their footwear remaining spotless. Good morning, Captain. Zhang Meyer approached with a radiant smile, carrying several pairs of similar boots. We anticipated the difficulties of the mud flat, so my sister and I brought the tidal spirit boots. A touch of spiritual energy activates them. Not only do they repel mud, but they also enable brief walking on water. She distributed the spirit boots to Ailey, Xiao Yu, and the others. Curiously, they donned the boots and infused them with a hint of spiritual energy. Instantly, they felt light on their feet, and as they took a few steps,